At night, the city was lit with bright multicolored lights. In Gamyeokam-dong, countless cars moved along the roads, their headlights weaving through the darkness. On the top floor of the building belonging to D Group, the windows were still glowing. That was where the world's strongest roar team, D1, lived. Inside the professional gamer training room, the 5 members of the number 1 team sat before their monitors. Their fingers flew across keyboards, mice clicked furiously, and the screens shone with vivid light. One of them suddenly smiled and muttered that he had finally met Dex. A flash of light filled the monitor as the match began, and the battlefield loaded with different characters entering the war. Demon spotted his opponent from afar. The player with the nickname Dex was controlling a knight, his eyes glowing brilliantly, his expression calm yet confident. Smiling, the pro gamer declared that they would fight with everything they had, and that he would show why their team stood at the top of the world. With a furious roar, his character charged forward. Dex gripped the hilt of his sword. A magical aura surged from him, drawing in the air around his body. In the next instant, he unleashed a devastating strike at the enemy flying toward him. The demon's severed arm fell, its sword plunging into the ground. The monster collapsed, its image rippling as it was defeated. Seeing this, his teammates raised their weapons. One of the girls screamed in disbelief, asking how he could die from a single combo. Her comrade replied that it was fine and that they would handle him. With a swift motion, one of them changed the grip on his blades, and his body began to dissolve into invisibility. A frown creased his face as he stared at the knight's back. Suddenly, Dex turned around. He blocked the invisible attack with ease, his eyes blazing like fire. With a powerful lunge, he secured a double kill. The man with the bushy mustache clenched his teeth, muttering that it was impossible, that Dex had taken out both the tank and the main attacker in one blow. The player beside him shouted for everyone to pull themselves together, insisting that if they held the line they could still win. At that moment, Dex rushed toward them. In the blink of an eye, he was right in front of his opponents. The knight unleashed a flurry of fast, heavy strikes. Almost immediately, a bright light filled each player's screen, followed by the message announcing their defeat. Horror filled the pro gamer's eyes as he realized what had happened. All 5 of them had been taken down alone. On the wall behind them hung their team's flag, but in the game world it was suddenly split in 2. The knight destroyed the enemy flag, sealing their total defeat. Cold sweat slid down one man's face as he stared into Dex's burning eyes. He wondered who this person truly was. Elsewhere, a young man leaned back in his chair and muttered that there was nothing special about it. On his desk lay the most ordinary equipment, and his computer looked nothing like that of a professional gamer. Thinking about his many nicknames, Jae Young told himself that he had used plenty over time, but the last one was Dex. Above the Black Knight's head in the game hovered that very name. He reached for a bag of chips and shook it lightly, telling himself that he was not the type to waste time thinking up fancy nicknames. His goal had always been first place. Realizing the chips were gone, Jang's lips turned downward in annoyance. He licked his lips and wondered if he should finally leave the house to buy another pack, now that he had achieved first place at last. On the ranking table, the nickname Dex had risen to the very top. Placing his hands on the keyboard, he told himself that today he had finally achieved what he wanted. He quickly typed out a message and sent it, thinking that he could finally quit the game. At the same time, shock filled the eyes of the pro gamer. He slammed his fist onto the table, grinding his teeth, as he shouted that Dex was still mocking them, calling him a damn troll. On his monitor, the Black Knight waved his hand and announced that he was quitting the game. Clouds drifted slowly across a blue sky. A day had passed since Dex made his announcement. A truck rumbled along the road, and the driver smiled as he asked whether Dex had really quit the game. He joked that Dex was a troll who had mocked everyone until the very end, then wondered why he had quit, saying that his friend Sadfan should know. The truck suddenly swerved as the other man shouted in rage, saying that they already knew, and that he had no way of understanding what went on in the mind of a weirdo like him. Warm sunlight streamed through the windshield. The driver steadied the wheel and said it was obvious why Dex had left. Many gamers were quitting now, and there was a good reason for it. The world of video games was in decline. Several people stood at a bus stop. Behind them was a large image of a girl with her eyes closed. A powerful computer was displayed, its monitor filled with dense program code and images of the human genome. In the strictest secrecy, the world's largest companies, Electronics, Eros Corporation and Silic, had worked together to create not just a computer, but the first full-fledged virtual world. It could be accessed through a device known as the Dreamer. 3 people stood around the completed project, a massive virtual capsule. The girl in the image smiled and asked whether they were tired of the life they had postponed, and whether they wanted a second chance in a world of endless possibilities. Sunlight bathed a vast kingdom. Folding her arms, the girl said that they were waiting for them and would always be glad to welcome them to Arcadia. An Arcadia company truck stopped at the address of the Dreamer's final customer. The men looked at the crumbling house before them, wondering whether someone living there could really afford such a device. Cracks covered the windows, hinting at a life far removed from the shining world that awaited inside Arcadia. Seeing the truck, the main character smiled broadly and said that his dreamer had finally arrived. Without hesitation, he entered his account login and password. After selecting the Dark Knight, the system asked whether he truly wanted to delete the character. He pressed the confirm button without a second thought, saying that he was already 20 years old and had decided to quit all existing games in order to begin a journey in another world, not just another ordinary game. The Dreamer inscription lit up against a black background. The protagonist lay down inside the capsule. Less than a minute later, he found himself suspended in the sky above a vast kingdom. His eyes sparkled, and with a wide smile he shouted joyfully that this was Arcadia. Countless games existed here, and an enormous number of secrets were hidden within them. All information was drawn into a digital sphere. Like Pac-Man devouring cookies, data flowed endlessly. The digital core rapidly filled with knowledge, from developer jokes to items that could greatly influence gameplay. The young man held the core in his hands. These were known as Easter eggs, or secrets. The shell of the digital egg slowly peeled away, and a puzzle lit up in the darkness. It suddenly merged with another brilliant light, and glowing particles fell into a girl's hands. The protagonist smiled sarcastically and said that he would entrust this to her. Now, Alice placed her hands against her chest, and without lifting her head, quietly replied, "Yes." A book appeared in the air, and she added that it was meant for a wanderer from future generations. The young man lay within the capsule, immersed in a virtual reality where the brain connected directly through simulated sensations. It created a complete world indistinguishable from the real one. Such a device might seem impossible, yet it already existed. The Dreamer inscription burned a vivid red. Jae Young now stood in the game lobby, surrounded by other players. Stepping outside, he saw even more people. Some were calling out for companions to hunt monsters and complete quests, while others were buying iron ore. Watching all this, he smiled in confusion and wondered what exactly this world was. There was no sunlight in the narrow alley between the houses. The protagonist waved his hand, and a system screen instantly appeared before him. It informed him that as a player named Dex, he possessed only 3 starting items. Resting his hand against his chin, Jae Young muttered that the inventory was not as complicated as he had expected. A new notification suddenly appeared, announcing a training task. To complete it, he needed to kill 1 slime. A small slime emerged nearby. Imagining how other players might struggle, he told himself that making precise movements in Arcadia was difficult, which was why skills existed to assist players. Icons representing abilities such as dash, bounce, and cut appeared before him. The slime noticed Jae Young and moved toward him. He tightened his grip on the sword and told himself that, as the owner of an extraordinary talent, this would be easy. With a single swift strike, he split the slime in 2 and completed the task. Smiling in satisfaction, he felt that he was already getting used to this world. Another notification immediately appeared, stating that a new task had been unlocked. Seeing this, he exclaimed that no matter what it was, he would figure it out in no time. To his surprise, the second task required him to read 100 books. Jay stared at the system screen in confusion. Inside the Elan City Library, books filled every shelf. 2 girls sat at the main table. One of them smiled and remarked that he was quite unusual, since he had been reading continuously for several days. Nearby, the protagonist was deeply absorbed in a book. The purple-haired girl suddenly closed her own book and told her friend that reading in the library was nothing special. Her companion abruptly turned around and said not to pretend ignorance, because nowadays, due to quests, most people simply grabbed a book, skimmed through 10 pages, and left. She then asked whether she had ever seen anyone read as seriously as he did. Jae Young frowned and muttered angrily to himself that he would clear this stupid game no matter what. Looking at him, the purple-haired girl replied that he would probably finish soon. After some time, the protagonist pointed at the book in his hands and asked whether they had the second volume. The girl's eyes widened in surprise, and she asked why he suddenly needed it, wondering if he had even read the first volume. Jay placed the book on the table and explained that the first volume mentioned several interesting topics, and he wanted to read more about them in the second. Lowering his gaze, he added that the book, The History of Arcadia, Volume 1, was the oldest imprint of Ilan. As he said this, he introduced Alice, who still did not raise her head. At that moment, a blue light flashed in the girl's eyes. After some time, another book appeared on the table. Handing it to Jae Young, she said that it was the second volume and that he could read as much as he liked, as long as he remembered to return it. Beautiful patterns were engraved on the book's cover. The protagonist suddenly lifted his head and said that he was simply curious. He then asked why the second volume was kept separately. The girl smiled faintly, raised her hand to her face, and replied that it was a special book that could only be obtained by asking the right question. As the boy reached out toward the book, the closer his hand came, the stronger the energy it emitted. System screens appeared around Alice. Without lifting her head, she reported that a special event had been detected in the Adalin newcomer village. The conditions for issuing a secret task had been met, and the player to be examined had been selected. Holding the book, The protagonist smiled as he read. Long ago, there had been a legendary adventurer who hid a treasure in the lake near the Elan newcomer village. Everyone claimed the treasure was mere fiction, as no one had ever found it. The only confirmed fact was that the treasure was the oldest imprint of darkness. Something shimmered brightly in the depths, surrounded by chained hands of darkness. In the past, this amulet had sunk rapidly to the bottom, and it was said that the legendary adventurer had hidden it near the shore of Lake Dellen. Yet no one had ever discovered the imprint of darkness there, and the legend was slowly forgotten. After finishing the passage, Jay continued staring at the book and told himself that if the lake was near Edelin, then it could only be Lake Iruin, located near the entrance. With that thought, he found a map on the book's pages. Lake Iruin was marked in a special color. After some time, birds flew beneath the evening sky as the protagonist arrived at Lake Iruin, located south of Edelin. Letting out a heavy breath, he told himself that he had only come here out of curiosity. Darkness, or anything of that sort, should not have been able to hide in such a peaceful place. Flamingos stood quietly on the opposite bank when all of a sudden, a system screen appeared above Jae Young's head. In the same second, several more screens burst into view in a flash of light. They reported that the final condition for creating a quest had been met. A quest had been generated according to the given parameters. The difficulty was rated B, the importance A, and the quest rank B+. The main scenario had been activated. The level of the first level player dex had been analyzed, and the quest was now active. Immediately after, a separate system screen appeared. It announced that the rank B+ quest, Find the Imprint of Darkness, required verifying the authenticity of the records claiming that the oldest imprint of darkness lay within Lake Iruin and locating the imprint itself. Jae Young's eyes widened in shock. He wondered whether he had truly received a B+ rank quest in a game that had only just launched, when even the hardest raids were no more than rank C at best. Before he could finish that thought, however, he smiled in satisfaction. Things were finally becoming interesting. A cloud of dark energy suddenly rose from the surface of the water. Even from the shore, a faint yet ominous glow could be seen. Deep within the lake, something stirred and a monster slowly opened its eyes. As evening approached, the sky took on a warm hue. The protagonist walked slowly through the nearby forest, scanning his surroundings. He muttered that there was nothing unusual around, which only made the situation feel even more suspicious. Suddenly, surprise flashed in his eyes. He stared at the water and said that it seemed to be there after all. Rolling up his sleeves, he smiled and declared that it was time to begin. With that, he accelerated forward. Holding his breath, Jae Young leapt into the lake. A loud splash echoed as water sprayed in all directions. He plunged downward, and as he descended, his eyebrows lifted in shock. This was far too deep for an ordinary lake. Below him stretched nothing but endless darkness. At the same time, in the Korean branch of Arcadia, a massive screen lit up with an exclamation mark. Words appeared announcing that the main scenario had been activated. The authorized executive general manager of the Korean branch frowned deeply and asked what had happened. Displeased that the main quest had begun on a server that had been open for less than a week, a subordinate approached and, spreading his hands, explained that according to reports from the quest department, a player had come into contact with an object tied to the main scenario. The director pressed further, asking what kind of action could shake the game itself. Receiving no satisfactory answer, he closed his eyes and said that the issue needed to be reported to the president immediately, and that all departments should prepare for unexpected situations. As the staff hurried out of the room, he continued staring at the enormous screen and muttered that the main scenario had opened only 4 days after launch, while the American server had remained quiet for 3 months. He wondered aloud whether this was simply because the server was Korean. On the large display, bold yellow letters announced that the main scenario, Birth of Deep Darkness, had been activated. Back at the lake, the protagonist finally emerged from the water. Sitting on the shore, system screens appeared before him, informing him that his diving skill had increased to rank B. His stamina had risen by 1 point, and he could now dive deeper and remain underwater longer. Water streamed down his face as he muttered that he must have descended nearly 200 meters without seeing the bottom. Hope slowly faded from his eyes, and he wondered whether he should simply give up. The rays of the setting sun reflected across the lake's surface. Thinking of the countless other players, Jae Young reminded himself that the game had only just begun, and that everyone was fighting for a place on the leaderboard. Clenching his fist, he added that he was wasting valuable time leveling his swimming skill during such a crucial period. More importantly, the monthly fee for the Dreamer was $920. With that thought, he recalled the capsule he had purchased for this game. Lowering his head, he admitted that he had planned to cover the cost by selling in-game items, but at his current level, finding something worth $1,000 within a month was unrealistic. Suddenly he remembered the system screen that had appeared earlier, informing him that he had unlocked a new quest, a secret quest. Coming back to himself, Jae Young looked at his hand and said that this secret quest had appeared for him alone and was unavailable to other players. Gazing at his reflection in the water, he muttered that it would be terrible if the reward turned out to be worthless. Yet, as a true gamer, he knew he could not give up. Smiling broadly, he declared that he would do everything in his power. As the sun slowly sank beyond the horizon, daylight still shone brightly in Silicon Valley, where Silicoff's headquarters stood. The president's office doors looked luxurious, and the name Jenica Paul was displayed on the wall nearby. Inside, a 15-year-old girl, the part-time president of Silikoff, lay on her bed surrounded by plush toys. Her eyes widened in shock as she received a message, and she screamed in disbelief, asking what it meant that the main scenario had been activated on the Korean server. A large system screen appeared before her, and a man named Jack smiled as he explained that a Korean player had discovered an item that unlocked a secret player class. According to Alice's analysis, there was a high probability that the item was connected to the main scenario. Hearing this, Jenica braided her hair irritably and asked whether they had truly placed something that important in a newbie village. Still smiling, Jack replied that it was not them, but that bastard. As he spoke, an image of a man standing with his back turned formed in his mind. Upon hearing this, Jenica bared her teeth and shouted, asking if it was that damn bastard again. She grabbed the tablet on her desk and began searching for information. In less than a minute, she found the secret class Anarchy Bard, which was still unclaimed. After reading through the details, she frowned and asked what kind of class it was. Since it had no level system and no special skills, she questioned whether it was even playable. Jack replied that in exchange, the class granted a special ability. Surprised, the president raised her head and asked what kind of ability it was. Lowering her gaze back to the tablet, she read on, and in the next instant, horror filled her eyes. Her scream declaring that all of this was sheer madness echoed through Silikoff's headquarters. 10 days later, sunlight shimmered across the lake as the protagonist burst out of the water, an amulet clutched tightly in his hand. Smiling broadly, he shouted that he had finally obtained it. Immediately, a notification appeared informing him that his diving skill had advanced to rank A, his stamina had increased by 1 point, and his affinity with water had risen by 10 points, allowing him to dive into even darker depths. A massive system screen then appeared, announcing that he had completed the quest, Find the Imprint of Darkness. As a reward, he received the Necklace of Darkness, which contained the imprints of antiquity. The system warned him to think carefully before using it. Holding the necklace up as sunlight struck its surface, the protagonist examined it closely. Raising one eyebrow, he wondered why its description sounded more like a warning than a reward. A few seconds later, a system screen appeared before him, asking whether he wished to use the Necklace of Darkness. After thinking for a moment, Jae-young clicked the yes button. Immediately another prompt appeared, asking if he was truly sure. Slightly surprised, he agreed again, only to be asked once more whether he really wanted to proceed. Growing even more confused, he confirmed again, but the system continued to question him repeatedly, warning that once the necklace was used, it could never be removed, even if he regretted it later. Finally enraged, Jae-young turned around and shouted that he had already answered clearly and did not understand why they kept asking him the same question. At once, the system screen changed, stating that it understood him now. Reading this, he frowned uneasily. From the other side, a developer's message appeared. The speaker smiled as he explained that Jae-young seemed confident enough in his desire, so there was no need to ask any further, though it would be too late to regret it later. His cold gaze was fixed on the system screen as he continued, saying that Jae-young should now give it his all and enjoy himself, just as he was doing at that very moment. A drop of cold sweat slid down Jae-young's face as he asked in confusion who was speaking. Before he could finish, a blinding flash erupted before his eyes. When his vision cleared, he saw a stone statue and a system notification announcing that his class had been changed to Anarchy Bard. In the pitch darkness, a series of notifications appeared. His level system had been disabled. However, he had acquired an influence trait. A mission system had been added. A character had been permanently bound to him, and a new quest had been assigned. Jae-young read through everything, shock filling his eyes. Then, unexpectedly, a quest titled Rookie Killing appeared. The objective was simple and cruel. He had to kill rookies who had not yet completed their class change, and he had exactly 1 week to do it. On the western grassy plains of Idolin, beginners were hunting slimes, collecting slime materials. One boy smiled broadly and shouted that he was coming, then smashed a slime with all his strength. After killing the monster, he obtained a slime bubble. A girl immediately ran over and exclaimed that it was worth 50 bronze. He replied cheerfully that he was very lucky, and added that this was how the game should be played. A second later, the boy stood up and shouted that they needed to keep killing slimes there for the rest of the weekend. His partner asked what about the trial exams next week. All this time, Jae-young had been watching them from a distance. His brows knitted tightly as he asked himself whether he really had to kill beginners like them. Hours earlier, a system screen had appeared before him, informing him that his character could not be deleted. Jae-young had stared at it with his hand outstretched. Realizing that nothing he did would change it, he had let out a heavy sigh. Looking again at the system screen, with his character displayed behind it, he muttered that it felt as though he had stepped on a mine. He had received a hidden class along with countless warnings, and his first instinct had been to delete the character. The reason was simple. Opening his inventory, he saw that beneath his nickname, it clearly stated that he had no level. Placing his hand against his chin, Jae-young muttered that this truly would not work. His character had no level system, yet the core of the game revolved around increasing stats. He imagined other players with their levels displayed above their heads, and realized that without such a system, he had no way to grow stronger in the conventional sense. For now, the difference was not obvious, but when other players began leveling up, the gap would only grow infinitely larger. In his mind, the ground seemed to split apart as the strongest players of the game appeared before him. Horror filled his eyes as he imagined facing them. Then he remembered the smiling developer who had told him to try his best and destroy everything in his path, just as he was doing now. Letting out a heavy breath, Jae-young lowered his head and muttered that he should have stopped the moment he heard that nonsense. He should have checked everything more carefully. Fluffy clouds drifted across the blue sky as Jae-young lay on the grass in a starfish position. He watched torn leaves carried by the wind and told himself that nothing would change if he simply lay there. Remembering the statue in the darkness, he reminded himself that his class was Anarchy Bard. Raising one hand, he added that even if the class was trash, it was still a hidden class, and it had to be useful in some way. He stared at the system window for a long time, searching for anything important. Eventually, he found something unusual in the stats tab. Alongside strength, endurance, and other attributes, there was a stat called influence. Its value was 0. Frowning, he asked himself what it was. The moment the thought formed, a system screen appeared, explaining that influence represented the ability to change the rules of this world by consuming corresponding stats. However, once used, those stats would disappear forever. After reading this, surprise filled Jae-young's eyes as he wondered what such a concept truly meant. The system screen closed, but another notification immediately appeared, informing him that he had received a new quest. What he saw caused cold sweat to bead on his face. The quest once again involved killing beginners who had not completed their class change. Now Jae-young was peering from behind a tree with a grim expression. He watched a loving couple of players, and wondered whether the system truly intended for him to kill all these newcomers, and whether this quest would decide his entire fate within the game. Lowering his head slightly, he asked himself what he should do. After a brief pause, he raised his head and said that he should at least try first. With that, he gripped his sword, pouring his magical energy into it. Jae-young told himself that there was no need to blame him for any of this, because he was also just playing the game. After that thought, he rushed forward. He closed the distance to the beginner couple at high speed, but suddenly a sharp cracking sound rang out, and the air filled with a filthy aura. A man with long green hair smiled and said, "What a pity," adding that he could have killed him with a single blow. The girl hurriedly helped her partner up, shouting angrily and demanding to know who they were. Standing before the newcomers were 3 bandits. Their leader wore a wide smile as he announced that they were the owners of this hunting ground and asked who had given the newcomers permission to hunt on their territory. Hearing this, Jae-young frowned in irritation. What was wrong with these weirdos? Hadn't the beta only just opened? Were they seriously trying to claim territory already? Tears welled up in the girl's eyes as she shouted in fury, asking what they meant by their territory. This was a beginner hunting ground, a public area where anyone could hunt. Why should they need permission from anyone? Suddenly one of the bandits leaned toward her and told her coldly that she was too noisy. From her accent, he said, it was obvious she lived in Seoul. Above his head floated a red nickname, and the number 12, marking his level. He continued, saying that he had overheard them talking about trial exams, which meant they were probably high school students. With their nicknames, he could likely track down their real identities. The color of his name made Jae-young's eyes widen. A red nickname meant that the player had already killed others. The air grew heavy with bloodlust. The girl trembled in fear as she listened. The leader smiled mockingly and asked if she understood what he meant. Squatting down, he ordered the beginners to leave if they did not want to die. The girl turned away and screamed desperately for help. Other players nearby began to avert their eyes, pretending not to see. At that moment, her partner stepped forward and asked why they were doing this. It was just a game. Couldn't everyone simply enjoy it? The bandits looked at him in surprise, then burst into loud laughter. They shouted that he was right. It was just a game, a virtual world, and that was exactly why they were doing this. The beginner clenched his teeth in fear. The bandit leader sneered and said that this game was wonderful because there were no laws. It was a world where strength decided what was right. Bloodlust filled his eyes as he repeated that it was just a game. Unexpectedly, the aura in the air shifted violently. Jae-young stepped forward and said firmly that he agreed with him. A sharp strike whistled through the air. One of the bandits screamed as his leg was severed. Jae-young smiled broadly and echoed the same words, saying, "What a pity." because he could have killed him with a single blow. In the same instant, he unleashed several rapid attacks. Blood sprayed from the bandits' mouths. At that moment, Jae Young's nickname turned red. A notification appeared, informing him that his influence had increased by several points at once. Anger and hatred still burned in his eyes. As he read the messages, he realized that he gained 1 point of influence for each kill. How exactly this stat worked was still unclear, but gaining it would not be easy. Suddenly, he turned around in surprise when loud voices thanked him. The beginner couple had dropped to their knees, shouting that he had saved them and that they wanted to repay him. Raising his eyebrows in surprise, Jae Young replied calmly that there was no need to thank him. He added that he would kill them too because that was the nature of his task. The two froze, mouths hanging open in shock. Lifting his sword behind his head, the Anarchy Bard said there was no need to be upset. Smiling widely, he asked, "Right? After all, it's just a game." The boy stared at him in terror, thinking that he could feel it. This man was truly insane. The next instant, the sword flashed, and the boy fell. Jae Young's influence increased by 2 more points. All around, other players had been watching everything unfold. Slowly turning toward them, Jae Young said that it was now time to move on to those who had simply stood by and watched. With a wide smile, he added that it was nothing personal, and hoped no one would object. Fear and despair spread through the crowd. Less than a minute later, heart-rending screams echoed through the forest beneath the blue sky. Players fled in all directions, trying desperately to escape the madman. That day, a rumor spread across Arcadia's homepage. A player with a crazed smile had slaughtered everyone in his path. Everyone said the same thing. A true madman had appeared. That night, a bright moon hung in the clear sky. An owl perched silently on a tree branch, its glowing eyes reflecting the silhouette of a player sprinting through the forest. He ran as fast as he could, tears streaming down his face as he screamed for help. Suddenly his foot caught on a root. Under the starlit sky, a dull thud echoed through the forest as he fell. A system notification appeared, informing him that he had suffered an injury and that his movement speed had decreased. Gritting his teeth, he tried to stand. Then he turned around in horror. 2 red eyes stared at him from the darkness. Slowly the figure stepped into the moonlight. When the fleeing player saw who it was, his pupils trembled with fear. Jae Young was smiling madly. Pressing his back against a tree, the player screamed that he was a bastard. He said he had just been minding his own business, hunting monsters, and demanded to know why Jae Young was trying to kill him. In silence, Jae Young drew his sword from behind his back. The player shut his eyes and suddenly screamed at the top of his lungs, asking whether Jae Young really thought the administration would leave him alone if he acted like this right after the game's launch. He shouted that he would file a complaint against him. The moment Jae Young heard those words, he stopped abruptly. Lowering his sword, the Anarchy Bard let out a heavy breath and asked what he meant by that. Raising his eyebrows, he explained calmly that he was only doing this because he had been told to. Hearing this, the player frowned in shock and asked what he had just said. Before he could finish, the sword flashed. His body was split in 2, and Jae Young's influence increased by 1. With glowing eyes, Jae Young turned toward the moonlight. He removed his hood, yawned lazily, and muttered that he was exhausted. In Arcadia Online, there existed a death sentence system. The hands of the clock moved slowly as time passed. A death sentence deprived a player of access for 24 hours. Although it was meant to combat addiction, it also served to enhance the sense of consequence and immersion within the game. Inside a vast, brightly lit office, countless people worked in the customer service department of Arcadia Online. The director frowned deeply and demanded to know what the hell was going on. His subordinate lowered his head and replied that complaints about violent incidents had suddenly begun pouring in. Anger flared in the director's eyes as he asked whether this was really happening at a time when they were already overwhelmed. What kind of lunatic was causing this? In the end, the customer service department was forced to work overtime. Meanwhile, Jae Young opened his stats window and stared at the number displayed before him. His influence had reached 1,025. Standing beside another fallen victim, he said quietly that it seemed he had killed 1,025 people, which was not bad for 2 sleepless nights. Letting out another long yawn, he added that it had been harder than he expected. Being hated for killing others created a strange and uncomfortable emotional state. A tear welled up in his eye as he wondered whether it was normal to feel this way, after slaughtering so many newbies right after launch. He questioned whether this would cause serious problems for the game itself, and more importantly, why he had been given such a quest in the first place. He looked at the system screen informing him that he still had 4 days and 20 hours remaining on his current quest. After a brief pause, he turned away and said indifferently that it had nothing to do with him. Suddenly he froze and turned around when he heard a familiar sound. Slimes emerged from the forest, looking dejected at first, but then their expressions brightened. Because the protagonist had saved them, their favor toward him had increased. What happened next shocked him. The slimes rushed forward and clung to him in a clumsy embrace. Holding one of them in his arms, the anarchy bard muttered that he had just been thinking about how unlucky he was socially, but at least he could still communicate with them. At that moment, he heard distant voices and looked up in surprise. Flickering torchlight could be seen among the trees. Instantly, he understood what was happening. After gently patting the slime, he said that he would like to play with them a little longer, but if he did not start running now, others would hunt him down, and that would complicate things. Enraged players soon burst out of the forest, their leader scowling furiously. Spotting Jae Young as he fled, the man pointed at him and shouted that they needed to chase him. Jae Young sprinted forward at full speed. In the distance, the edge of the forest came into view, drawing closer with every second. Less than a minute later, he found himself standing at the edge of a cliff as the pursuing players emerged behind him. Their leader laughed loudly and shouted that after running so long, he had ended up trapped at a cliff's edge. There would be no mercy now. He was finished. Jae Young looked down silently. Then a smile spread across his face. Without hesitation, he stepped forward and fell. His body plunged rapidly down the cliff. The players stared in shock, shouting that the madman had actually jumped. He was insane. As Jae Young fell backward toward the ground, a huge smile remained on his face. At the very last moment, he logged out. Soon after, a video detailing the horrifying actions of a novice killer appeared on the official Arcadia channel on YouTube. The comments exploded with heated discussion. One player, who had been killed by Jae Young 2 days earlier, wrote angrily that he was a newbie who had been slaughtered and had been browsing the forums ever since. According to the records, there were already more than 700 cases. He added that the killer only operated in areas where slime spawned, meaning he was unlikely to be high level. Someone immediately replied, asking whether it was really possible to commit 700 murders. With trembling fingers, the player answered that it was absolutely true. That was why he was planning to form a squad to hunt down and eliminate the killer. Anyone interested was asked to contact him, along with the time and location of the gathering. In Arcadia, on a street within the kingdom, a fountain stood at the center of a plaza. Players who had been killed by the protagonist gathered around it. Their leader furrowed his brows and declared angrily that they were beginning a meeting to cleanse the world of the troll. One of Arcadia's defining features was that its virtual reality allowed not only the creation of scenarios through in-game systems, but also through the actions and will of players across the world. Under the nickname In Cosmo, a red dot glowed within the system. Anything could be implemented and manifested as content, because everything ultimately occurred according to the will of the artificial intelligence that governed the world. Everything happened at the will of Alice. Without raising her gaze, the girl reported that a large group had been detected, and that the cause was now under investigation. A related quest was triggered. Main scenario, Act 1, Forgotten Darkness. With a casual wave of her hand, she generated a new system screen. At the same time, a notification appeared before the leader of the gathered players. At that same second, the quest appeared before every member of the group. It was a newly issued mission requiring them to capture a serial killer who targeted beginners in slug habitats. At the Korean branch of Arcadia, inside the scenario team responsible for planning and creating quests, a massive exclamation mark suddenly appeared on the central screen. Beneath it, bold text announced that the main quest had begun. Seeing this, a man's eyes filled with anger as he shouted, demanding to know why the quest had appeared so suddenly. His subordinate adjusted his glasses and replied that they were still trying to determine the cause. Toon, the head of the scenario team, turned around abruptly and shouted even louder, asking whether they truly intended to slack off during such a critical task. What kind of chaos was this? The game had only just launched. All his subordinates stood at a distance, staring at the enormous screen with their mouths agape. The warning did not disappear, because this was classified as an emergency. If it had been an ordinary quest distributed to all users, the department would not have been so tense. But in huge yellow letters, the message clearly stated that the main quest had begun. A few minutes later, one of the staff members approached the manager and reported that they were certain the quest was related to main scenario Act 1, but it had not followed the team's expectations. Only 2 days after the main quest had been generated, it had already been launched. Hearing this, shock filled the man's eyes. Generation and activation were two entirely different concepts. Just as a planted seed does not instantly sprout and bloom, a generated scenario normally required several months to influence all users and become a true world-level event. This was exactly what the development team had predicted. All members of the scenario team continued staring at the screen. Toon placed his hand on his chin and muttered that 2 days was too short to call the prediction wrong. But there had to be a reason. Scrolling through graphs and statistics on his tablet, he suddenly noticed a video and frowned. What kind of newbie killer was this? He raised his head and asked his subordinate what it meant. The man lowered his head and replied that the user in question had been roaming slug habitats, the hunting grounds of beginners, committing murders, and that he appeared to be directly linked to the activation of the main scenario. The team leader asked sharply whether they had any information on this killer, who he was, or where he lived. The reply came hesitantly. They had tried to investigate, but headquarters had imposed restrictions, and they lacked the authority to dig deeper. Hearing this, Toon frowned inwardly. Was it really headquarters themselves? Why would they go to such lengths for a single user? And who exactly was this person? At that moment, shock flashed in his eyes. On his tablet, he saw the confirmed number of players killed by the suspect, 1,025. Sunlight streamed through the window of a small house. Jae Young was lying asleep on his bed. He slowly opened his eyes. Few minutes later, a glowing screen appeared before him, announcing that a special event had been created to restore justice. The objective was to eliminate the evil criminal who had taken over the beginner hunting grounds. Jae Young stared at the screen, confused, then frowned as realization dawned. It was talking about him. Below the announcement were 2,637 comments. Annoyance flickered in his eyes as he muttered that this would be troublesome and that he did not want any unnecessary complications. But should he really stop? Glancing at the dreamer capsule in his room, he reminded himself that he still had many fees to pay. Walking up to the device, he hesitated briefly. A few minutes later, he found himself once again standing in the fields where slugs hopped about. Raising his eyebrows, he muttered that he had not expected them to create a quest specifically to hunt him. Slugs with all kinds of expressions bounced around the area. Lowering his head, he admitted that this truly was the perfect place to hunt beginners, but it looked like he would need to find somewhere else now. Suddenly he heard a familiar sound and looked aside in surprise. A slug hopped up to him, its expression unusually sorrowful. At the same time, Jae Young heard angry voices nearby complaining about how difficult slugs were to hunt. Two players emerged from the forest, one laughing at the other for choosing a mage class. The other replied irritably that he had not known killing slugs would be this hard. A player with the nickname Acaps suddenly grinned and said that he had found the slug they were looking for. The slug hurriedly hid behind Jae Young. The players rushed out of the forest, shouting that they had found it first. They demanded that he respect common courtesy and not steal someone else's loot, adding that he should not even touch the slime since it had very little health and could die easily. Hearing this, the Anarchy Bard looked down. The slug gazed back up at him with a pitiful expression. For several seconds, Jae Young did not move. Discontent slowly surfaced in his eyes. He took a few steps toward the players. One of them gritted his teeth and cursed, asking what was wrong with this bastard. Another suddenly frowned and said that the man looked familiar. Jae Young frowned in irritation. At that moment, Acaps grew angry and stepped forward aggressively. He shoved Jae Young and demanded to know if he had gone deaf. Jae Young's face was cold and indifferent. Then suddenly he smiled broadly and shouted that player killing had begun. Shock appeared in Acaps's eyes. The Anarchy Bard abruptly collapsed to the ground, screaming that he was about to die and shouting that the criminal was here. Hearing this, players who had been searching for the serial killer turned around with blazing eyes and rushed over. Acaps shouted frantically that this was all a misunderstanding. He said the stranger had just been blocking the way, so he pushed him. Spinning around, he insisted that it was true and urged them to take a closer look at the suspicious man instead. But before he could finish, he saw Jae Young already sprinting in the opposite direction. In the next instant, the players charged after him, shouting for him to hand over the event reward. Driven by the mob, the newcomers were pushed relentlessly toward the edge of a cliff. Suddenly the magician's mouth fell open in shock, as he finally remembered where he had seen those sinister eyes before. An image from the video flashed through his mind, and he realized with horror that this man was the same killer from the rumors. He shouted loudly that they had all been set up. At that very moment, an unbelievably powerful explosion echoed through the forest. Clouds drifted slowly across the blue sky above the treetops. The main character was sitting calmly on a tree stump, looking at the slime beside him, as he muttered that he had barely managed to escape. Lifting the creature into his hands, he happily asked whether it had really been following him the entire time. The slime responded by affectionately rubbing against its savior, causing Jae Young to laugh as he asked whether its injuries were already healed. Several system screens appeared before him, reporting that he had saved the slime from danger. As a result, the favor of the slime species toward him had reached its maximum, and he had earned the title Friend of the Slime. Jae Young read through everything with wide eyes. Raising his eyebrows, he commented that if he killed newbies while saving slimes every time, then receiving such a title made perfect sense. Placing his hand on his chin, he added that gaining the favor of level 1 slimes alone would not change anything. What he needed was a true turning point to continue playing this game. Suddenly something sparkled in the sky. A system notification informed him that he had fulfilled the minimum requirement for the influence stat. Because he had developed a friendly relationship with the slime species, he was now able to help them using influence. After reading this, Jae Young asked in surprise what it meant to help. After a brief pause, he opened the system window displaying the slime stats, alongside vitality, mana, and other attributes. He saw something unexpected. The slime's influence was listed as 1,025 units. The moment he saw this number, shock filled his eyes. Then, a wide smile spread across his face. Sunlight streamed down through the treetops as Jae Young laughed loudly, shouting that this game was completely insane. It was unbelievably fun. Now he finally understood where influence could be used. After a short while he activated magic on the slime. A system prompt appeared, asking whether he was certain of his choice, warning that the influence would disappear forever. Jae Young smiled confidently, and chose yes. In the next instant, a blinding flash of light erupted. A pillar of magical energy shot up into the sky, and a notification appeared announcing that the slime's basic attributes had been altered. The creature's eyes turned a bright crimson, and its level rose to 15. Monsters were beings that players were meant to defeat. Their existence was essential to RPG games. Among them were beginner monsters, hunted by new players, and training monsters, designed for basic practice. In Arcadia Online, slimes filled that role, but what would happen if these beginner monsters became so powerful that new players could no longer hunt them? Now the slime's eyes burned with red flames. The consequences soon appeared on Arcadia's official YouTube channel. New videos were uploaded every day, drawing hundreds of thousands of views. Some people watched players climbing strange towers, while others enjoyed lighthearted clips guessing whether someone in a video was a beginner. Then a video titled "Two Strong Slimes" was released. It quickly reached a staggering 1.5 million views. The video opened on a forest scene. The player looked down at his hands and remarked that he could even see the lines on his palms, praising the incredible graphics. He glanced to one side, paused, then looked to the other. Suddenly he spotted a smiling slime nearby and laughed, commenting on how amusing its movements were. After a moment, he drew his sword and said he would try to kill it. In the next second, the slime locked eyes with him and charged. It leapt at the player as he screamed in terror, begging for help. A few seconds later, the video ended. The player had died and received a death sentence, preventing him from logging in for 24 hours. There were 3,687 comments beneath the video. Some laughed, asking whether the uploader was pretending to die from a single hit. Others replied seriously, saying that slimes had become abnormally strong and that they too had died the same way. This was the result of 1,025 influence invested into a level 15 slime whose eyes burned red, a terrifying outcome caused by what once appeared to be harmless monsters. Arcadia gained an average of 10,000 new players every day, but as the slimes rose in strength, entire beginner zones were wiped out, and players fled in panic. One day, a slime lay basking peacefully in the sun when a player attacked it. The player frowned and shouted in disbelief, asking what the hell was wrong with this slime. He had done no damage at all. His friend screamed and ran, asking why his health had nearly dropped to 0 after only 2 hits. From above, the main character watched them calmly and said to himself that total chaos had begun. Without taking his eyes off the players, he added that slimes were supposed to be passive creatures that only attacked when provoked. So why had they become aggressive, attacking first? As he pondered this, he watched a smiling slime leap toward the terrified player. Resting his hand on his chin, Jae Young wondered whether their stats had changed after leveling up. If so, then it was all because of influence. As the thought settled, he remembered the blinding flash of light from before. This was how influence could reshape the game itself. It was far more dangerous and hardcore than he had ever imagined. Suddenly, shock flashed across his face. The players who had been chasing him earlier were now surrounded by slimes. Their leader shut his eyes and screamed in horror, begging the monsters to leave them alone. He shouted in disbelief, asking how mere slimes dared to attack them. The next second, a slime slammed into him. Columns of dust burst into the air. The slime landed with a wide smile. After killing the newbie in a single blow, it hopped off in another direction. The remaining players stared in horror as their companion died instantly. Then the rest of the slimes pounced. As the enhanced monsters slaughtered the beginners, Jae Young's influence began to rise. Watching this unfold, he smiled broadly and licked his lips in satisfaction. This outcome, he decided, was far better than he had ever expected. 2 hours later, thick clouds continued to drift across the blue sky. At that moment, Jae Young's influence had risen to 3,924 units. Seeing the number, he placed his hands on his hips and laughed happily, saying that he had gained this much in just 2 hours. It was nearly 4 times more than the influence he had collected earlier, making the efforts of the previous 2 days seem insignificant. After a brief pause, he opened the rookie killing quest, noting that he still had 4 days remaining. He told himself that there was no need to rush to complete it, and then wondered whether he should enhance the slimes to the maximum to gain even more influence. However, when he checked again, he found that level 15 slimes could not be enhanced any further. Turning away, he muttered that he knew it would not be that easy. A few seconds later, he looked back and said that this was probably enough, so it did not really matter. The slimes bounced happily in front of him. Jae Young waved his hand at them and shouted that he was counting on them. At the same time, the Korean branch of Arcadia Online was bathed in sunlight. Inside the building, a man slammed his hands onto the table in fury. The director gritted his teeth and demanded that the report be brought to him immediately. Toon stepped forward with a pale face and reported that at 13:20 today, they had confirmed that the stats of slimes had increased abnormally. Because of this, the number of deaths among new users had risen sharply, and the situation was still ongoing. Sunlight streamed through the large windows as the director asked whether there had been any response from headquarters. His subordinate replied that they had submitted multiple requests, but had not yet received any answers. After calming down slightly, the director asked how much stronger the slimes had become. If they were only twice as strong, he reasoned, the situation should not have escalated to this extent. Toon lowered his head and replied that the slimes had become 10 times stronger. The director's eyes widened in shock, and he demanded to know what he had just said. Staring at him intently, he asked again whether it was really 10 times stronger, not 2 or 3 but 10. None of the subordinates dared to raise their heads. Suddenly the director clenched his teeth. Realizing something, he sprang to his feet and shouted, asking how much base health new users had. Cold sweat poured down Toon's face, as he answered that new users had exactly 100 health points. Hearing this, the director raised an eyebrow in disbelief and began to speak, but before he could finish, his subordinate folded his arms and confirmed the implication. For a level 1 beginner, a single hit was enough to die. Spreading his arms slightly, the director imagined a slime with brightly glowing eyes. After a moment, he strode away with firm, hurried steps, muttering angrily that everything happening in Arcadia could not be the result of a simple mistake. The world had been calculated down to the smallest detail using the most advanced technology. Something like this should have been impossible. Less than a minute later, he arrived before a virtual reality capsule. Opening it, he said to himself that if he could not understand what was happening from reports alone, then he would investigate personally. With that, he sat down inside the capsule. His consciousness quickly descended into the game, and as a level 3 administrator, he was granted access. Manhwa carefully stepped onto the ground inside the virtual world. Gritting his teeth, he said that he had come here to uncover the truth. Turning around, he faced Ellis. The girl was levitating calmly in front of him, her expression completely emotionless as she looked at him. Meanwhile, the protagonist returned to the beginner hunting grounds where the slimes lived. Raising his hand to his chin, he said in surprise that there was no one around. This worried him, since there were only 2 days left to complete his mission. Frowning slightly, he realized that he had begun killing players much more slowly. Fewer people were coming here now, likely because news of the danger had spread everywhere. On top of that, players above level 15 had started hunting in this area, making it difficult for him and the slimes to compete. In other words, there would be no easy path forward anymore. Lowering his gaze, he looked at the number of players he had killed, which stood at 9,987. He told himself that his situation was not so bad, since the counter had not stopped completely. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, the number changed to 10,000. Immediately a system notification appeared, announcing that he had killed 10,000 newbies. This was an achievement no one had ever reached before. He was now recognized as a merciless killer, known to all. As a result, he received the title Newbie Killer. Moreover, because he had exceeded the reward limit for the mission, he was granted an intermediate reward. An image of a treasure chest appeared before Jae Young, along with a claim button. Seeing it, he smiled broadly and said that he was very lucky and was now curious to see what was inside. With that, he pressed the claim button. At the same second, purple lightning tore through the space around him. Suddenly, a powerful energy explosion resounded through the air. Gritting his teeth, Jae Young shouted in alarm, asking what was happening. Was this really a trap disguised as a reward? Why were there so many exaggerated special effects? A few seconds later, the pressure from the shockwave faded, and he saw a dark sphere hovering before him. Raising his eyebrows in surprise, he muttered, asking what this black object was. Was this really his reward? At that moment, cracks spread across the surface of the core. An overwhelming surge of magical energy erupted in all directions, and a system notification informed him that the reward calculation was complete. He would now receive a massive monster with glowing eyes appeared before him. Smiling wildly, it asked who had dared to summon him. Horror filled Jae Young's eyes as he wondered what kind of being he had called forth, given the terrifying pressure it emitted. But almost immediately, that horror turned into shock. A powerful aura enveloped the monster, and a system screen appeared above its head, announcing its identity. It was the Lord of Chaos, the Demon King, Satan. A few seconds passed before the Demon King laughed loudly, saying that a full summoning was too much for this world. It seemed he had been forced into a younger body. Satan now inhabited the form of a young man, and scoffed that it did not matter. Even this amount of power should be enough to grind those angelic bastards into dust. But before he could finish boasting, he suddenly realized that his strength was far weaker than expected. Furrowing his brows, the Demon King roared furiously, demanding to know what kind of place this was and what was wrong with his body. Why did he look like this? Why was he so small and stocky? He turned toward Jae Young and asked whether he really dared to summon him. Jae Young scratched the back of his head and replied that he did not know how he had done it. He had simply claimed an intermediate reward, and the next thing he knew, Satan appeared and was labeled as his familiar. The moment Satan heard this, shock and fury collided in his eyes. He lowered his head and shouted in rage, asking why in the world he had become a familiar. Did he really have to obey someone now? He continued ranting, saying that this was not a mutual contract but a forced one. What was he supposed to do now, after everything he had accomplished in the demon world? Jae Young watched him from the side, eyes filled with disbelief. He had imagined the Demon King of Chaos in his true terrifying form, yet the being before him was only a smaller version, loudly cursing that his demonic life had been ruined. Suddenly, Satan floated upward, and looked at his master again, declaring that he was leaving. But since he was bound by contract and forced to remain as a familiar, they would have to stay together for a while. With that, he casually sat down on Jae Young's head, folded his arms, and said that since it had already come to this, he was counting on him. Jae Young frowned stiffly, wondering whether he should feel happy about the Demon King sitting on his head. At that moment, Satan suddenly straightened up in midair. Touching his chin, he exclaimed with excitement that he had far more power than he initially thought. At the same time, system notifications appeared before Jae Young, explaining that the influence he possessed could be used to activate a familiar's abilities. However, since his familiar was a demon, he was warned to be wary of deception and temptation. Satan laughed madly and said that he finally understood why he had been dragged into this contract. If used properly, he believed his master could even destroy those halo-wearing chickens. Jae Young asked what he meant by that. The Demon King shoved his hands into his pockets and asked whether Jae Young would allow him to borrow his power. Confused, Jae Young asked what power he was referring to. Satan pointed at him and asked whether he was seriously pretending not to know, since this power was capable of turning the laws of the world upside down. Hearing this, Jae Young's eyes widened as he asked whether the demon meant influence. As he spoke, he remembered the blinding flash that had occurred when he strengthened the slime. Satan nodded toward himself and confirmed that this was exactly what he meant. Humans, he said, clearly had limitations when using influence, so Jae Young should entrust it to him. If he agreed, Satan promised to reward him generously. At the mention of a reward, Jae Young imagined mountains of gold. Opening his stats window, he saw that his influence had reached 8,975 points. He realized that this was a power even the Demon King desired, which meant it was extremely important within the game. Frowning slightly, he asked what Satan could offer in exchange. Satan's smile widened. Stretching out his hand, he formed a glowing magic seal and asked what Jae Young thought about exchanging all of his power right now for this. The light from the seal intensified, revealing an artifact. It was Nergal Sai, the cloak of the Lord of the Second Army of the Underworld. However, the required level to use it was 150. Jae Young's eyes widened in disbelief. He muttered that this was insane. He had heard that on the American server which had opened earlier, the highest level players were only around level 50. For him, this requirement was impossibly high. After a moment of thought, he raised his eyebrows and said that he did not need it. Satan snapped his fingers in annoyance, and asked whether that was still not enough. He added that it was obvious Jae Young would not be satisfied and asked what he actually wanted. Jae Young kept his gaze fixed on the familiar, and replied that he did not need anything in particular right now. Suddenly an idea struck him. Remembering something important, he asked whether it was possible to strengthen monsters. The Demon King tilted his head, and asked which monster he meant. Jae Young answered without hesitation, saying, "Slime." Confusion flickered across Satan's face. Then he clutched his stomach and burst into loud laughter, shouting that his master was completely insane. No one had ever made such a request of him before. When Jae Young asked whether it was possible, Satan pointed at himself and declared confidently that everything was possible for him. He then asked how much Jae Young was willing to offer. At that moment, Jae Young had exactly 8,975 influence points at his disposal. Smiling widely, the protagonist replied that he was willing to give everything he had. The moment the Demon King heard this, a satisfied smile spread across his face. Declaring that the deal was sealed, a massive magic seal appeared beneath them, and at the same time purple lightning tore down from the sky. Satan acted without hesitation. A level 100 Slime Queen was created. Elsewhere, a player thrust a spear of fire forward and killed a slime. Holding the weapon in his hand, he laughed loudly and said it was too easy. Tossing the sword over his shoulder, he added that he had no idea what kind of bug this was, but it would be a sin not to take advantage of it. No one could have imagined that slimes would give so much experience. His companion nodded and said that a slime was still just a slime. Even if it reached level 20, it had a primitive behavior model, so it remained a simple enemy. The player scrolled through the interface and said that this was great. While he did not know how beginners were faring, For players like them, slime habitats had become perfect hunting grounds. The rapid leveling was already paying off. If everything continued at this pace, he suggested aiming for a spot on the rankings. The group walked forward casually, saying that it was unlikely they would reach the rankings, but if things kept going like this, they could at least try. Suddenly, the ground beneath their feet split open. Dark magical energy seeped from the cracks, and an unknown voice echoed through the land, commanding the weak creatures who had been killed without reason to release their rage. The players stared in shock at the overwhelming surge of magical power. The voice continued, saying that this race had once lived here peacefully, but now they must remember the villains who slaughtered them because their revenge was about to be fulfilled. On the horizon, a small army of slimes appeared. Their bodies had turned purple. The players froze in disbelief, recognizing the monsters they had just been farming moments earlier. The ground shook violently again, and one of them screamed, asking what was happening. Was this an earthquake? Then his mouth fell open in horror. Slimes began falling from the sky. Covering his face with his hands, the player screamed for help and shut his eyes in terror. After a few seconds, he forced himself to look again. Purple slimes leapt past him, rushing forward with purpose. Confusion filled his mind as he wondered where they were going. His companion, staring into the distance, asked in disbelief whether his eyes were deceiving him. Was it really all slimes? The slimes began to merge. Countless bodies fused together into a single enormous mass. At the same time, system screens appeared before all the players. They stared at the notifications, asking one another what was going on. The system messages shifted in color from blue to purple, and announced that the slime race, which had once leapt joyfully across the fields and loved peace more than any other creature, had been subjected to cruel and merciless slaughter by humans who appeared from nowhere. They had endured it for a long time, but finally reached the conclusion that they could no longer tolerate it. In order to restore peace, they chose to fight. For that purpose, they sacrificed themselves, offering their lives to create a deity who would lead their race. Before the eyes of every player, the level 100 Slime Queen appeared. Her eyes burned with rage and hatred. Raising her head toward the sky, she let out a deafening scream. A massive shockwave erupted outward, tearing trees from the ground by their roots. A player wearing an eye patch leapt onto fallen logs, hearing the screams of others begging for help as they cried that they did not want to die. Suddenly he froze. His mind went blank as he watched the enormous Slime Queen rise into the sky. From a distance, the main character observed everything. Cold sweat streamed down his face as he asked the familiar what he had just done. Satan replied casually that he had simply strengthened the slimes exactly as requested. Jae Young stared at him in shock and said that he had asked for that, but not to this extent. At that moment, another shockwave struck them. They resisted with all their strength as Satan laughed joyfully, shouting that her power was incredible. With just a little more, he would not even mind adding her to the demonic legion. Clenching his fist, he added that although these were lower life forms awakened by revenge, he never expected them to sacrifice themselves to create a deity. The protagonist asked what kind of revenge he was talking about. Satan winked and replied that humans killed slimes the moment they appeared, so he merely amplified their desire for revenge, and all of this was achieved with the influence Jae Young had given him. Hearing this, Jae Young raised his eyebrows in shock and asked what he meant. Satan looked at the enraged Slime Queen and explained that even a tiny grain of power could strengthen a race to this extent. Imagining the glowing artifact in his mind, he added that this was exactly the kind of power he possessed. Clenching his fist, flames ignited in his palm as he declared that this power was influence. At that moment, the enraged slimes charged toward the players who had hastily formed defensive lines. A brutal battle against the monsters erupted. As a result, the Catch the Rookie Killer quest was removed from the main scenario, and a new quest, Rage of the Slime, was added. Every player received a notification, even those standing in safe zones. A massive system screen appeared, announcing that the ancient darkness had been forgotten. A dark entity had awakened suppressed rage. From this moment on, the slimes would destroy humans at any cost. The player's task was to repel the attacks and protect their homes. If they failed, the newbie village would be destroyed forever. They had 7 days. Horror and panic spread through the players as they screamed and demanded to know what was happening. Was the village truly going to be erased forever? What would happen to them afterward? What was wrong with this game? The earth and air began to tremble violently. A girl turned her head in shock. At that moment, all players saw the Slime Queen rising high into the sky and understood one thing clearly: they were finished. Black clouds drifted across the sky as Satan asked the owner what he planned to do next. The man sat calmly on the edge of the cliff and countered with a question of his own, asking what Satan was suggesting. Satan replied that everyone was desperately trying to restrain the slimes. After a brief pause, he rubbed his hands together and proposed that the man slip in and shatter the guardian stone himself. The protagonist immediately realized that this bastard was simply provoking him to act according to his own desires. Instead of taking the bait, he answered that he would rather watch for now. Hearing this, Satan flew back and screamed in frustration, demanding to know why he was choosing to stand by as a spectator. Then all of a sudden, a wide grin spread across his face. He shouted that he finally understood. The man was waiting for the very last moment to crush all hope of victory. Satan declared it amazing, simply wonderful, and laughed with shining eyes, praising him as a true villain. He added that he was eagerly looking forward to what would happen next. Jang silently told himself that he would ignore the familiar entirely. Soon after, a flood of notifications surrounded him, reporting that a newcomer had been killed by his forces. His expression turned cold, as he acknowledged inwardly that everything was unfolding exactly as he had been told. He needed to make a decision: players or monsters. On the battlefield, the purple slimes leapt at the players in a frenzy. The protagonist slowly extended his hand, wondering which side was truly worth standing on. At that moment, an overwhelmingly powerful magical aura erupted from the Slime Queen. She opened her massive mouth, and her status window appeared, displaying her skills and traits. Her abilities included Leader's Dash and Jump, while her specialties were Collective Mind, Rapid Regeneration, and Hatred of People. All of this information was broadcast on a massive screen for everyone to see. Inside the control room, the director and his subordinates stared at the broadcast in silence. Manhwa folded his arms and frowned deeply. Suddenly, one of his men jumped to his feet and shouted that the server needed to be restarted immediately. There had to be some kind of error. Tahan clenched his fist and insisted that there was no other explanation. A level 100 monster could not possibly appear in a beginner area where new players were still learning their classes. G, the head of the design department, frowned and agreed, adding that they had never even created a concept for such a monster. At the very least, the Korean branch had not. From the looks of it, this had been done by higher management, and she believed they needed to take action. Tahan leaned toward the director and began shouting that they should file a formal complaint. He demanded to know who the developers thought they were, abusing their authority by allowing something like this to happen. In contrast, Monghan lowered his head in silence. He remembered the notification announcing the start of the main quest, the sudden launch of the main scenario, the suspicious quest involving mass killings, and the footage centered on the main character all came back to him at once. Meanwhile, the director stared at the image of the Slime Queen and calmly stated that the slime raid had finally begun. He raised his hand to his chin and quietly wondered if this was truly the beginning. After a short pause, he lowered his hand and asked his subordinates whether they really believed this chaos was part of what the company intended to achieve. Topard asked why he was bringing this up at all. The director frowned and replied that there were endless possibilities and endless freedom within Arcadia. Did they honestly think management was capable of orchestrating something this elaborate? Were those lazy fools who dumped all planning and event organization onto them truly capable of such a grand design? Xia turned to him and asked what he was implying. Monghan then raised one finger and explained that everything they were witnessing had been done by a single player. The start of the main scenario, the slaughter of the newcomers, the manipulation of the slime's characteristics, and even the appearance of the boss monster had all been caused by one person alone. The room was instantly filled with shock. The large screen illuminated the stunned faces of the staff as voices erupted, questioning how such a thing was even possible. Yet the explanation made sense when viewed through the lens of quest history. Tun raised his hand to his chin and asked thoughtfully whether this meant all of these events were the result of one abnormal player's actions. The director continued frowning as he answered that if everything truly stemmed from a player's choices, then they had no right to interfere. That was Arcadia's policy, even if it led to punishment. With that, he lowered his gaze. On his tablet, detailed information about Arcadia filled the screen. Written in red letters was a warning that if the quest failed, the rookie village would disappear forever. At that very moment, the rookie village was already engulfed in flames. Players fought desperately against the rampaging slimes. An old man clad in armor brought his weapon down with a powerful strike, killing a slime in one blow. Gritting his teeth, he muttered that so far he had only managed to handle one at a time. If not for the adventurers, the village would have been destroyed already. Still, there were far too many slimes. He could not understand where they were coming from in such numbers. As he pondered this, a slime suddenly emerged behind him. Horror filled his eyes as he turned around, realizing that death was only a step away. At the last possible second, a player charged in and shielded him from the attack. The player glanced at the old man and shouted that they should use this chance to retreat. Clutching his axe, the old man shouted back that he understood. The flames had not yet reached the narrow alley between the houses. The player and the NPC hid there briefly, and the player remarked that the slimes would not reach them in that spot. He told the old man to heal himself while he returned to the battle. Guard Byron frowned with emotion and thanked his savior, admitting that he did not know how to repay him. The player simply gave him a thumbs up and replied that there was no need to worry. He had only done what needed to be done. As the old man rose to his feet, he said that looking at the player reminded him of the stories his grandfather used to tell. They were tales of a fearless and righteous warrior who helped everyone he encountered along his journey, just as the player had done now. Hearing this, the player smiled awkwardly and thought to himself that the situation was becoming more confusing than he had expected. Suddenly the old man lowered his head, as if struck by a realization. A few seconds later he raised it again and told his savior that he should seek him out later when he had time. The notes of that legendary warrior were recorded in his grandfather's diary. Almost immediately, a system screen appeared before the player's eyes, informing him that all the conditions for the secret mission, Savior, had been fulfilled. He was then asked whether he wished to learn more about the hero from the ancient tales. After reading the message, the player wondered if he had truly managed to trigger a quest that he had only ever heard about through rumors. A wide smile spread across his face, as he declared that he would not forget this meeting. After all, he was genuinely interested in the warrior the old man had spoken of. Hearing this, the old man raised his head and said that he would wait for him. But first, the monster had to be stopped. High above them, the slime queen hovered in the sky, her eyes glowing ominously. 3 days had already passed since the slime invasion began, yet the fighting showed no signs of subsiding. Half of the allotted time for the raid was already gone. Players gathered beneath the Korean flag, and everyone knew that Korean gamers were famous for their persistence. High-level players soon learned of the situation and joined the battle as well, tipping the balance in humanity's favor. The newcomers formed their own groups and stayed together, fighting cautiously. Among all the rewards, one title had the greatest impact. The title Slime Crusher, granted for killing 1,000 slimes, increased defense against slimes by 30% and boosted attack power against them by 40%. As more players obtained this title, the slime's advance noticeably slowed. Eventually, a player holding a flag began climbing upward. A few minutes later, the flag was planted at the summit. Standing proudly at the very top, the player gave everyone renewed hope. Smiling broadly, he shouted for them to keep going with the same momentum. Throughout all of this, the protagonist watched from the mountains. His brows were tightly knitted, unwilling to miss even the smallest detail. By then, the number of newcomers he had killed had reached 32,576, with 2 days still remaining until the end of the newcomer killing quest. The numbers glowed bright red. Satan placed his hands on his hips and laughed loudly, saying that he never imagined he would have over 30,000 corpses to his name. This, he declared, was real war, and he had never seen a devil like him. He even patted the protagonist on the head and praised him, calling it wonderful. The protagonist silently thought that even the devil himself admired such atrocities, which felt disturbingly strange when he considered it. After a brief pause, Jay glanced back and decided it was time to end everything. He had accumulated 22,576 influence points, a number he could hardly believe, as it would normally take an extremely long time to gather such an amount alone. The Demon King crossed his arms and asked what he was thinking. In response, the protagonist asked what he meant. Raising his eyebrows, Satan explained that if he did nothing now, the humans might actually win. As he said this, he recalled the moment when the players planted their flag atop a mountain of dead slimes. Hearing that, the protagonist's lips curved downward. Then, all of a sudden, a wide smile spread across his face as he said that if that happened, all the fun would be gone. With those words, he opened his inventory. Satan noticed his sudden silence and asked what was wrong. The Bard of Anarchy pulled on his cloak, and Satan saw traces of blood along its edges, asking whether he was truly stained with blood. The protagonist lowered his head and replied that no matter what, it was time to choose a side. The Demon King smiled broadly, waiting for the answer. Lifting his gaze, the protagonist looked at his familiar and finished his thought. They would stand on the side of the slimes. At that moment, sunlight fell upon the Arcadia Game Company building. Manhwa entered the boss's office and asked for the raid to be stopped. With a tense frown, he said a single word, "Please." On the table stood a nameplate bearing the title of Arcadia's general director. Maine silently crossed her arms. Outside, a bird perched on a branch spread its wings and flew away. It was clear that 7 days had been allocated for the slime assault, a duration that felt both extremely long and frighteningly short. Back in the game, players looked up at the sky as the newbie city transformed into a battlefield. Users moved through the streets while system messages informed them that only 10 minutes and 42 seconds remained until the end of the raid. Someone noticed that the slimes were gradually growing quieter. Another replied that the enemies were likely surrendering, since they had failed to break through the defenses after a full week and were unlikely to win now. Clenching his fist, a warrior felt relieved that only 10 minutes remained until the nightmare ended. The countdown continued, but then the timer abruptly froze at 10 minutes. The sky above the city turned red. Staring at the blood-colored clouds, the inhabitants felt an overwhelming sense of impending doom. Smiling faintly, Jang realized something. Standing atop the corpse of a massive monster, the protagonist decided that it was time to begin. With his mouth wide open, a knight shouted for everyone not to panic, saying that the color of the sky did not matter since time was almost up. A nearby player raised his eyebrows and looked to the side. The old man noticed something approaching. The slime queen had appeared before the city walls. The enormous humanoid monster opened its mouth, driven to action by the long-standing terror inflicted upon the slimes by humanity. Swordsmen instinctively retreated as a system message announced the appearance of the boss monster, the slime queen. The creature extended its hand as the timer showed 9 minutes and 58 seconds remaining. People gasped in shock. The slime queen slammed her hands into the ground, and countless slimes began crawling out from her massive limbs. Weapons flew through the air. Players screamed in terror, urging everyone to flee. Facing the danger, one youth shouted for them not to run. With a deep frown, another suggested attacking with everything they had, including magic and arrows. Suddenly, a warrior covered his mouth as a massive hand loomed over him. He looked up in disbelief, unable to accept that the developers could make the raid this difficult. The slime queen crushed her opponent with overwhelming force. Multicolored lightning streaked through the air as countless spells struck the boss. Wounded but relentless, the monster continued her assault. From beneath furrowed brows, a man turned to his comrades and threw his sword over his shoulder. He shouted that they only needed to hold out for 5 more minutes to win. Killing the boss was not the objective. They needed to protect the crystal. In the center of the square stood a monument, above which a protective crystal hovered. Looking up at it, players listened as someone shouted that it had to be defended at all costs, because the honor of the Korean server was on the line. The raiders exchanged looks. Then one after another, they raised their weapons high into the air. From the sidelines, the leaders watched the warriors charge forward, smiling as swords swung once more. The swordsmen declared that they would use the tactic of a human swarm. According to this plan, they would disregard their own lives as their primary task was simply to restrain the enemy. At that moment, the slime queen seized the walls of the fortifications, and the timer showed that only 10 seconds remained until the end of the raid. Jelly-like splashes dripped from the boss's massive hand. When the counter dropped to 9 seconds, the monster stared straight ahead. At 8 seconds, she wiped out numerous players with a single blow. With 7 seconds left, a swordsman shouted and drew the enemy's attention to himself. 6 seconds remained, and a young man yelled that he would kill this piece of gelatin. At 5 seconds, a warrior launched a frontal assault. On the 4th second, the boss blocked the attack. Seeing that only 3 seconds were left, the man shouted that the queen was already too late. 2 seconds before the end, the monster's face twisted with fury. Then the timer showed 1 final second. In the real world, a woman sat behind a desk. She opened her mouth as her subordinate spoke. Closing her eyes, she listened as he demanded an immediate end to the slime raid. Rising from her chair, she reminded him that this was impossible. Turning her gaze aside, she said that they were not the gods of Arcadia, but merely guides within this world. Standing by the table, the leader added that they should be devising countermeasures, not erasing events altogether. Looking at the streets of the newbie city displayed before them, the woman explained that this limitation defined their role. Back in the game, a warrior sat beside the crystal. Lifting his head, he could not believe that this was truly the end. Cracks spread across the stone. With his eyes wide open, the swordsman saw the system message announcing that the protective crystal had been destroyed. The city was now completely defenseless. John plunged his blade into the crystal. Raising his eyebrows, the protagonist casually excused himself, saying that his hand had slipped. The knight stood frozen in shock at the player's action, realizing that the newbie city would now be wiped from existence forever. Staring at the bloodstains, the warrior cursed the criminal and slung his sword over his shoulder. The protagonist frowned, unable to understand why he had not received a single decency point for killing another user. Moving forward, he saw that the raiders were furious over the crystal's destruction. Their angry expressions suddenly shifted to surprise as they noticed something strange. Looking at Jae Young, they realized that he was not a monster. The protagonist turned back, with mouths agape. The players stared at the shattered crystal. Looking around, they could not understand who had destroyed it, certain that the culprit must have lost his mind. The warriors scowled. One young man shouted that the one responsible was a vile troll. The raiders surged forward, yelling that they needed to catch the bastard and uncover his nickname. Smiling calmly, the player replied that their lives would not be enough to catch him. Gritting his teeth, a swordsman stared at him in disbelief at such shameless words. At that moment, the system announced the beginning of the first act of the revival of the primordial darkness, and declared the quest Wrath of the Slimes a failure. The Slime Queen stared at the destroyed protective stone as the game assistant announced that the newbie city would be wiped from the map. Players lifted their heads just in time to see the boss explode. A green substance began seeping up through the cracks in the ground. Stepping back, a knight noticed the foul mass spreading beneath his feet. Seeing the strange green clots, the warriors assumed the slime was attempting to unite. Gripping his sword with both hands, one boy muttered that he hoped these were not new slimes. His comrade replied that even during a raid, monsters could not literally emerge from beneath the ground. A flying slime emitted a strange sound. 3 flashes of energy blinded the swordsmen. Slimes materialized right before their eyes. Staring at the 3 enormous monsters, the young men were stunned by their sheer size. One of the creatures opened its mouth and roared, as if proclaiming that for many years the slimes had lived under humanity's oppression. Yet now they had repelled their tormentors through a fierce battle. Countless creatures made incomprehensible sounds. Long strands resembling hair swayed as the slimes occupied lands that once belonged to humans. The queen seated herself upon her throne and ruled over the newly claimed territory. Watching this, Jang smiled and thought that she was indeed a formidable ruler. A strange rune appeared above the newbie town, signaling that the settlement had fallen under slime control. Players stared at their screens as a warning appeared, informing them that they had entered a zone requiring level 80 to pass. A warrior frowned in disbelief that such an absurd level requirement now applied to a starting area. The young man bared his teeth as a massive crowd of slimes advanced. Looking down, the protagonist realized that people were now speaking of those who were strangers among their own kind. Players fled in panic from the monsters. Closing one eye, a game news host greeted the viewers and wished them an enjoyable broadcast. The voice from the screen announced that Arcadia had already achieved tremendous popularity. However, due to recent events, users had begun flooding the forums with complaints. Lying on his bed, the protagonist listened as reports discussed the main scenario and the disaster that had occurred in the newbie town. Saliva dripped from the corner of his mouth as he stretched lazily. His smartphone displayed information about the failed attempt to repel the raid in the starting location, which had now transformed into a high-level dungeon. He wiped his head with a towel, quietly absorbing the consequences of what he had set in motion. Jae Young listened quietly to the reporter's closing words. On the table beside him lay a phone, from which commentators were discussing how much harder it would now be for new players to begin their journey. Soon, online users began writing that everything that had happened was somehow connected to the so-called newbie killer, pointing out that he himself had destroyed the protective crystal. While brushing his teeth, the protagonist thought that it would be wiser to lie low for a while. Reading messages from disgruntled users, he understood that countless losses had occurred because of his actions. Rinsing his mouth, he reminded himself that he had acted strictly within the boundaries of the game's rules. The Bard of Anarchy held a lantern in his hands as the Demon Lord raised his own. Lowering his head, the stranger accepted the moment, and Jang decided that from now on, he would sow chaos and confusion with all his strength. He stared straight ahead, then looked away, reasoning that in the worst case, he would simply be banned. Gripping the doorframe, he gazed out the window and chose to focus on the present rather than worry about possible consequences. The university building came into view. Students moved about, absorbed in their own routines. Some paused to read the notice boards. Leaning on his desk, Jae Young noted that the university was not particularly impressive, but he was still glad that classes had finally begun. He looked away, then glanced at his deskmate, and realized that the video playing on the phone showed his own face. The swordsman on the screen stood frozen. With his head lowered, the protagonist could not recall when he had even been filmed. Checking the video statistics, he was stunned to see that it had already been viewed by 2 million people. Frowning, he tried to understand why anyone would even watch something like that. Opening his mouth, the student beside him asked if he wanted to watch the video together. Smiling awkwardly, Jae Young apologized for unintentionally looking at someone else's phone, while inwardly thinking about how difficult it was not to be curious about a video in which he himself was the main character. He extended his hand and introduced himself to his new acquaintance. Slightly sweating, the other student gave his name in return. Pointing at the screen, the student enthusiastically explained how, in Arcadia, the newbie city had been attacked by slimes. At first, they had been weak monsters, but over time they grew stronger and ultimately destroyed an entire location. Lowering his head, Jae Young asked whether he had heard about the so-called newbie killer. The student's eyes widened in surprise. Breaking into a sweat, the protagonist could not understand why his friend had suddenly brought up the killer. Looking at him carefully, Jae Young thought that perhaps he already knew who he was. On the phone screen, footage of the devastation in the newbie city continued to play. Elsewhere, M held a mug in her hands, displeased that the starting location had been destroyed, as it meant yet another problem to deal with. Raising the drink to her lips, she reflected that since Arcadia's launch, they had anticipated unforeseen situations due to the game's mechanics. Still, no one had expected matters to escalate to this degree. A faint smile appeared on her face. Stretching her arms, she admitted that at least the event had drawn massive public attention to the game, which carried its own benefits. Opening her eyes, she was certain that the entire situation had been caused by a single user. Back at the university entrance, Jae Young frowned, afraid that his new friend might already know his true identity. The student glanced at him and smiled, placing a hand on his shoulder as he asked what he was so worried about. Beaming, he gave a thumbs up and said that he would share all the details later. Looking at the phone screen again, someone remarked that the video about the rookie killer was fairly recent, suggesting that this player was somehow connected to the earlier raid. With mouths agape, the students discussed how one person could cause such massive chaos. Frowning, the protagonist decided that he could not allow his new acquaintance to learn anything more about him, or he would surely end up in trouble. Noticing the tension, his classmate assumed that he had embarrassed him by talking too much and began to apologize inwardly. A sign for the computer engineering classroom stood near the entrance. Inside, the teacher took his place behind the lectern and greeted the students. Opening his mouth, Toon introduced himself. The students stirred as he explained that this lecture was meant to clarify several important matters for both prospective and current computer engineering students. The professor raised his head and said that everyone was familiar with virtual reality technology, but a true revolution was currently unfolding in the field. Jae-young glanced sideways as he heard the lecturer mention Arcadia. The teacher continued, explaining that anyone who had played the game knew that traditional computer engineering alone was no longer sufficient for such a massive project. The students stared intently as they realized where this was leading. After intense discussions, the administration had concluded that the existing curriculum no longer met modern standards. With his hands folded, the protagonist silently agreed, understanding that all current technology felt outdated compared to virtual reality, which clearly represented the future. Leaning on the lectern, the professor explained that a final decision had been made. Lowering his head slightly, he announced that their department would be renamed the Department of Virtual Reality Engineering. The students listened closely as he acknowledged that many would find this change confusing. Opening his mouth wide, he declared that if they failed to adapt to the rapidly evolving technological world, they would inevitably be left behind. Later, students gathered in the cafeteria. Staring at their lunches, someone remarked that everything felt insane. Holding his chopsticks, Jae-young complained about the sudden name change of his major, though he smiled at the thought that the professor had mentioned Arcadia during the lecture. Chewing his food, he heard someone ask why he himself did not play the game. Looking away, he replied honestly that he wanted to but could not afford to rent a capsule. Sweating slightly, the protagonist carefully changed the subject and asked whether his interlocutor was playing the game as well. Closing his eyes, the student replied that he was, folding his arms across his chest. He added that his character was already quite high level. Bringing food to his mouth, the young man offered to help Jae-young level up if he ever decided to start playing, explaining that it had recently become much harder to begin, since newcomers now spawned in random locations. Smiling faintly, the protagonist was surprised by the kindness of his new acquaintance. Raising an eyebrow, Satan asked why his master had been gone for so long. Covering his mouth with his hand, Jae-young explained that due to the raid, he had not slept for several days and needed to make up for lost rest. The devil scoffed and remarked that his companion was weak. Looking at his familiar, the protagonist realized that Satan was bored being alone. Suddenly screams echoed through the forest. The protagonist turned around just in time for the slime queen to throw herself around his neck. Staring at the crowd of slimes, he could not understand what was happening. The adorable monsters clung to him, wrapping themselves around his neck. Turning his head away, he complained that he could not breathe. Clenching his fist, the Demon King shouted at the slimes to get off him, complaining that they were extremely sticky. The army of monsters froze in place and bowed. The slime queen expressed her gratitude, closing her eyes as she declared that the slime race would never forget what Jae-young had done to protect them. From that moment on, he would be the eternal savior of the slimes. Raising his hand, the protagonist insisted that he had done nothing wrong. Immediately afterward, the system displayed a message informing him that he had obtained the slime crown and the title savior. The golden crown crumbled into countless tiny fragments, and a moment later, the attribute appeared above his head. His decency increased by 2,433 points for completing the quest, Wrath of the Slimes. Smiling in surprise, the young man was stunned by the sheer number of rewards. The screen explained that the new title granted 10 additional points of agility in water, as well as 5 points each in intelligence and physical defense. Looking down, the user decided it would be better not to display his title to others, since he had only recently started playing. Turning his head, Jae-young heard his companion call out to him. With his hands in his pockets, Tank suggested that they leave the area, as his eyes were already dazzled by the overwhelming purple scenery. Lowering his head, the protagonist agreed. The slime queen waved goodbye as he glanced at the army of slimes. Smiling, he said that it was time to move on to their next objective. At the foot of the mountain lay a vast city, while atop a towering cliff hovered an unknown angel suspended in the abyss with its eyes closed. The slimes responsible for destroying the newbie town surrounded the raiders. Observing the buildings of the Mickey Barony, users quickly accepted this place as a replacement for the destroyed starting location. Commentators praised the city as a suitable alternative, and players followed the light, flocking to the Mickey lands. As Jae-young walked forward, he felt as though everyone already knew about what had happened. Looking ahead, he saw travelers heading toward the Mikhail Barons. Holding his weapon, a guard stopped him and asked for his name. Opening his mouth, Jae-young introduced himself by the nickname Dex. The guard asked whether he was a newcomer from the destroyed starting town, and Jae-young answered in the affirmative. Closing his eyes, the soldier shared rumors about how the previous starting location had been attacked by slimes. Raising an eyebrow, Jae-young replied that it was not so simple, since those were no ordinary slimes. He was also surprised that NPCs were capable of exchanging information among themselves. In the city streets, conversations echoed about how Edelin had turned into a monster lair that could only be cleared by players of at least level 85. Turning his head, the guard finally understood why so many people were gathering here. Smiling, he issued Jae-young an entry permit. Looking back, Jae-young asked Tanchik why he was staring behind them. The Demon King replied that the place felt strangely familiar. Raising his head, Satan assumed that he had simply confused it with something else. Frowning, the familiar then asked why Jae-young had given him such a strange nickname, since he already had a proper name. Opening his mouth, the protagonist explained that while his real name was impressive, it tended to frighten those who heard it. Looking ahead, Tanchik asked what his master planned to do next. Spreading his arms, the Demon King clarified that he was talking about decency. Since the protagonist currently possessed a large amount of it, the system displayed information showing that Jae-young had accumulated a total of 33,551 decency points. Rubbing his hands together, Satan said that he never expected his companion to earn so many points, even if he had killed 40,000 people. Now, it was time to think about how to spend this wealth. Raising his eyebrows, the young man replied that he did not want to waste his decency. Satan pulled a pitiful expression and complained that Jae-young would not be able to use the points effectively without his help. If he handed them over, Tank promised to reward him generously with powerful weapons and armor. Satan boasted that the bearer of such artifacts could enslave an entire continent, and that selling even one of them would solve any money problems forever. Opening his mouth, Jae-young replied that if he ever changed his mind, he would let his familiar know. Looking ahead, he admitted to himself that the offer was tempting, especially since he had already seen a unique level 50 item. Examining the magic lantern in his possession, Jae-young reasoned that relying entirely on Tank was not a good idea. Decency, after all, might be a far more valuable resource in the long run. Clenching his fist, the protagonist decided to hold on to his points until he understood them better. Smiling to himself, he acknowledged how unbearably boring being cautious felt. Looking back, he took in the streets of Mikau Barani. A vendor stretched out his hand and shouted that he was exchanging swords for iron ore. Turning away, Jae-young suggested that they look for quests in the city and browse the market. His eyes widened slightly at the possibilities that lay ahead. Two men sat at a table, quietly discussing how badly things were going. One of them lowered his head and said that the lady of these lands had ordered them to increase the volume of iron mining, but they had already been trapped in the mines for days. The miner closed his eyes and muttered that perhaps this was punishment for not extracting enough iron. Looking ahead, Jae-young wondered who this so-called lady of the lands was. Covering his mouth with his hand, he suddenly realized what was happening here. A smile formed on his face as he decided that this situation sounded promising. The Demon King, however, turned pale, completely unable to understand what his master was planning. One of the workers turned his head and asked what the young man wanted. Placing his hand on the table, Jae-young calmly explained that he could help solve their problem. The miner's face lit up, and he said that it would be wonderful if that were true. Immediately afterward, the system displayed a notification stating that 20 pieces of iron ore needed to be mined to complete a quest called Miner's Care. Floating behind Jae-young, Satan looked stunned that his master had accepted such a pitiful request, since even the most ordinary player could complete it. Jae-young replied that he did not think the task was as simple as it appeared. Turning his head, the Demon King heard his master suggest that they look around and listen carefully. Around them, villagers loudly advertised their blacksmithing services. With his mouth open, Tank asked what there was to see, since this looked like an ordinary market. Smiling, Jae-young explained that most of the merchants here were not NPCs, but regular players. Many users stood near the forge, and he added that due to the massive influx of players, the demand for weapons had skyrocketed. As a result, players were refusing to take quests that involved collecting iron ore. Pointing out two people bargaining nearby, he explained that precisely because the task was easy and boring, most adventurers avoided it. Raising an eyebrow, Satan listened as Jae-young concluded that while the demand for metal had increased sharply, the supply had remained unchanged. Smiling faintly, he told his familiar to simply watch what would happen next. Looking around, Jae-young suggested that they should make some money first. In the Mickey Barony, a fountain sparkled quietly. The Baroness lowered her gaze, contemplating the situation. She knew that just a month ago, a unit of iron ore cost 10 bronze coins, but now the price had risen to 15. Breaking into a sweat, she understood that if this continued, the quality of goods would decline and prices would keep climbing due to the severe iron shortage. Looking down, she decided that she could not allow this situation to continue unchecked. Mount Fen came into view. with a lantern burning at the entrance to the mine. Glancing at the ceiling, Jae-young noticed that they had gone deep enough that there were no other people around. Placing a finger on his chin, he decided that they could begin. Frowning, Tank asked whether this was really a good idea. Opening his mouth, Jae-young told his assistant to do exactly what he was asked. Stretching out his hand, Satan agreed to fulfill his master's request. Purple lightning crackled through the air, and the system displayed a message stating that 8,000 decency points had been absorbed by the familiar. Floating before them appeared a mind destroyer, a drill created from the claw of an underground predator from the demon dimension. Looking down at it, Jae-young realized that this was the start of his path to wealth. The streets of the Miko barony bustled with activity. In the market, players bargained endlessly. A girl clasped her hands around her mouth and shouted that she was looking for an iron ore seller to complete a mining quest. Holding out his hand, an archer asked whether she needed ore for a repeatable quest. Opening his mouth, another man advised her not to waste her time, since the only reward was a small increase in reputation with the miners. Scratching the back of her head, the girl thanked him for the advice. Nearby, blacksmiths scanned the crowd with grim expressions. Grinding his teeth, Aiden cursed the adventurers for buying up all the ore to craft poor-quality ammunition. Karim frowned as well, displeased that no one was acting like a true master craftsman. Looking from under his brows, he hoped the Baroness would intervene, because otherwise the city was doomed. The Mickey Barrens stretched out in the distance, where gold flowed like a river, showing how closely Arcadia's economy mirrored reality. Crates were stacked high, and the regional map clearly showed what resources each area produced. People talked endlessly, noting how seasonal changes caused demand for certain goods to rise or fall. Looking at iron ore, it was obvious that it was currently the most sought-after resource. Standing unsteadily, one traveler complained that he could not understand why collecting 30 pieces of iron was so difficult. Glancing aside, a girl explained that ore was in short supply. Another person replied bitterly that choosing this profession had been a mistake, since there were no materials left to sell. Visualizing the demand curve, everyone understood that the price per unit of iron had risen from 10 to 17 bronze coins. Staring at the outlines of weapons, players realized that blacksmiths were now suffering losses because no one could afford the increasingly expensive products. Putting her hands on her hips, a woman remarked that the game's economy was far too realistic. Others looked away uneasily. Raising his hand, a boy asked why they could not simply mine the iron themselves. Smiling, the adventurers asked whether he had ever tried. Pointing to a man with a heavy backpack, they explained that just traveling from the city to the mines took more than 2 hours. Gesturing toward a worker holding a broken pickaxe, they added that mining itself was exhausting and dangerous. Given all this, extracting ore was far more difficult than it seemed, and waiting for someone else to do it was often easier. Standing together, a boy and a girl agreed that mining was extremely unprofitable. Yet jewels suddenly flew through the air nearby, suggesting that some players clearly disagreed. Deep underground, Jae-young drilled into the earth, obtaining various types of ore and stamina points in return. Wiping his forehead, he decided that this amount of resources would be enough for now. His inventory was already filled with a vast quantity of valuable materials. Looking at the screen, the young man noticed that he had already mined such a huge amount of ore that the expenditure of decency points had paid off many times over. Turning his head, he asked Tank where he had disappeared to. Clenching his fists, the Demon King shouted that he could offer his master an even better drill. Raising a finger, he added that if Jae-young spent the remaining decency, the improved item would become his. An artifact called Tears of Darkness appeared in the air, granting a massive increase in resource extraction speed. Wiping the sweat from his face, the player calmly repeated that he did not need anything else. Opening his mouth, he added that the item could only be equipped starting from level 220. Looking down, Jae-young reasoned that if he put such an artifact up for sale, everyone would immediately learn his identity, and that was not his objective. Bowing his head, Satan said that he understood. Voices echoed through the cave as they returned to their previous topic. Draping a towel over his shoulders, the protagonist asked where his assistant had gone. Tank replied that there was nothing interesting there. Folding his arms, the Demon King asked if his master truly wanted to know. Smiling broadly, he added that he would explain once the time came. Crossing his arms again, Tank remarked that Jae-young had already mined more ore than existed in the entire Baron. Opening his mouth, the boy explained that he planned to continue digging for a few more days and then give everything away. Lowering his head, he intended to repeatedly complete the quest and accumulate a large number of friendship points with the miners. Secretly, he hoped that this would eventually attract the attention of the Baroness herself. Elsewhere, officials sat around a table. A young woman, sweating slightly, read reports describing how artisans were struggling due to a complete shortage of iron. Raising his hand, an aristocrat explained that the problem stemmed from the massive influx of adventurers who had chosen the blacksmith profession. Frowning, another official added that these newcomers were producing extremely low-quality goods and wasting enormous amounts of ore. Resting her chin on her hand, The ruler listened as a report stated that the core issue was that the number of miners had not increased, while adventurers refused to perform menial labor, seeking only glory. Opening his mouth, one official added that under paragraph 1 of Article 128 of the continent's Code of Laws, migrants could be compelled to mine. Debate immediately erupted. Some suggested prioritizing ore sales to experienced blacksmiths, but the lawyer objected, citing paragraph 2 of the same article, which forbade such discrimination. Clutching her head, the Baroness seethed, frustrated by the flood of adventurers trapping the Baron in this crisis. Suddenly, the guards burst open the doors and addressed her urgently. Raising her head, the Baroness was informed that someone outside demanded her attention. A massive mountain of ore lay before the gates. With her mouth open, she listened as people shouted that the ore was of high quality and included gold, silver, and precious stones as well. Sunlight bathed the city walls as the scene unfolded. Lowering his head, Jae Young checked his purse. Holding the coins, he calculated that 3 days of intensive mining had earned him 5 gold and 12 silver coins. Estimating the real-world equivalent, he realized it amounted to roughly 500,000 won, or about 171 per day. Looking down, he estimated that at this pace, he could earn 5 million won per month, enough to cover capsule rent, housing, and tuition. Pressing his hand to his face, he was certain he could earn even more, though it would require careful preparation. With widened eyes, Jae Young heard a question asking whether he was the one who had brought all this ore. Looking up, he met the gaze of Baroness Mayro, who regarded him with clear interest. Raising her eyebrows, her favor toward him visibly increased. Smiling, Jae Young felt relieved that she had finally noticed him. Opening his mouth, he confirmed that he was indeed the one who had mined it all. Lowering her head slightly, the woman introduced herself as the lady of this baron. Looking ahead, she invited the young man to drink tea and talk for a while. Immediately, a system prompt appeared, asking whether he wished to accept or reject the ruler's invitation. Moments later, the Baroness's castle came into view. Seated at a table, she gestured to a cup and asked him to try an herbal infusion from Mount Fen. Bringing it to his lips, Jae Young noted that it was surprisingly good. She smiled and explained that such tea was a specialty of their region. Opening her mouth again, she referred to the mountain of ore in the square, and asked how long it had taken him to mine it. Looking straight ahead, he replied that it took 3 days. Slamming her hands on the table, the Baroness shouted that such a feat was impossible. Covering her mouth, she asked whether other adventurers could mine ore so quickly. Jae Young answered that it was highly unlikely, adding that only a large coordinated group could achieve something similar. Looking down, the noblewoman said that she understood, but added that the situation was far more complicated than it seemed. When she declared that they needed his help, the protagonist's mouth fell open. Striking her fist into her palm, she explained that the Baron's economy was collapsing under the pressure of the adventurer influx. At that moment, a system notification appeared before Jae Young's eyes, announcing a new quest. The objective was simple and terrifying in scale. He needed to collect 100,000 units of ore. The protagonist smiled faintly, realizing that he had finally found a job worth doing. Looking at the Baroness, he asked whether she wanted him to help attract adventurers to develop the mines. She answered without hesitation that this was exactly what she wanted. Placing a hand on his chest, the player said that he could handle the task. One of the houses in the city came into view. The young man sat at his computer, staring at the monitor. He understood that the Baroness's request would not be easy to fulfill. Arcadia was still just a game, and players entered it to have fun, not to perform tedious routine labor. Convincing them to willingly dig in the mines would be difficult. His hand rested on the mouse as he thought. Then he smiled and said that he still had a plan. An image appeared on the monitor announcing the creation of a new channel about the everyday life of a destroyer. He knew that before changing player behavior, he first had to change their perception. Seoljong Middle School came into view. A sign with a classroom number hung above the door. A smiling schoolboy asked his friend whether he would go play Arcadia with them today. Turning around, the other boy replied that he probably would not, since he had quit the game. The student asked in surprise why. His friend explained that the game felt too strange. The first time he logged in, he was immediately killed by some mysterious player, and when he logged in again, the slimes had somehow become much stronger. The classmate's eyes widened as he realized that his friend must have been an Edelin. Clenching his fist, the boy continued, saying that after that, the newbie city simply disappeared. He had died countless times before finally escaping. Rubbing the back of his head, the other student noted that despite everything, his friend still managed to reach the Baron and even changed his profession to a merchant. Looking down, the boy replied that he had no real choice there. He became a merchant and gained a bunch of strange skills, none of which were offensive. He could not even go hunting anymore, so his character was basically doomed. He asked his classmate to play the game without him. The young man smiled bitterly, thinking that his friend had completely lost heart. Looking away, he listened as his classmate asked whether he was upset because he believed there was nothing interesting in the game except hunting. At that moment, the student already had his phone in hand. Pointing at the screen, he said that there were still interesting things to do in the game. A video began playing. Static flickered across the screen, followed by a greeting. A mine appeared, and the host explained that it was located inside Mount Fen. He added that everyone had probably already heard about it, since the location had been growing increasingly popular. He then announced that he would talk about iron ore mining. The former player watched with his mouth open, remarking that such work still sounded like hard labor. Gold coins appeared on the screen as the host said that most people probably thought mining was backbreaking work. He then explained that he had managed to earn this amount of money in just 1 week. The schoolboy shouted in disbelief, asking how that was possible, while his friend urged him to keep watching. The presenter raised 6 fingers and explained that every character started with the mining skill at the lowest rank. At that level, players could mine no more than 20 units of ore per hour, which translated to only 4 bronze coins at current market prices. An icon of a pickaxe appeared, and the host explained that this was why players needed to start by increasing the skill's rank. Ore values dropped on the screen as the presenter explained how skill rank increased mining speed, success rate, and the chance of obtaining rare resources. Holding a stone in his hand, the player stated that he had reached rank A. Thanks to that, he could find at least 1 magic crystal or diamond every day. The student stared with his mouth open, realizing that such crystals were incredibly valuable. It became clear that mining without upgrading the skill was pointless. A message reading "skip fragment" appeared as the host said he would skip the boring routine and jump straight to the interesting part. Static filled the screen again. A cheerful blacksmith appeared, and the presenter announced that he had finally sold all the ore he had mined that day. He added that he would later explain how to bargain with buyers and earn friendship points. Holding coins in his hands, he stated that he had earned 1 gold coin and 82 silver coins in a single day. He concluded by saying that making money in the game was actually very easy. The student's eyes lit up instantly. He opened his mouth and said that he wanted to try it himself. The channel's name appeared, along with commentary stating that the video had instantly exploded in popularity. However, it was also revealed that the author had remained silent about many details, and in some cases had even lied. A weapon appeared on the screen as it was explained that the mining speed shown in the video was only possible with an unbalanced item like the protagonist's. The hero himself appeared, and it was stated that many critical details had been omitted, creating the illusion that anyone could achieve similar results. Comments flooded the screen, with people expressing their desire to do the same. Despite the deception, the video still had a massive influence on naive users. Players rushed toward the blacksmiths, and it became clear that the video had affected Arcadia's population. Looking at the crowd of people carrying pickaxes, a man asked where all these miners had suddenly come from. A girl smiled broadly and shouted that it was unbelievable. She could hardly believe that all these slackers had voluntarily gone into the mines. She added that it was not just blacksmiths, but adventurers of all professions. The man smiled as he listened to someone ask how he had managed to pull this off. He answered immediately that there was nothing special about it. He had simply pressed on basic human needs. The Baroness smiled and asked him to explain exactly what those needs were. The young man raised his hand and calmly stated that everything ultimately revolved around money. People, after all, were willing to do almost anything for a handful of shining coins, and these so-called adventurers were nothing more than a product of capitalism. Hearing this, the girl responded with a silent smile. Standing up, the leader admitted that she still did not fully understand how he had managed it, yet there was no denying that his method worked. The protagonist, however, warned them not to relax just yet. There were still measures that needed to be taken. At that point, a man spoke up with his mouth hanging open, explaining that the first step should be cutting fixed miner salaries, and instead offering a percentage of the mine's profits. In that way, people would be far more motivated to work efficiently, while freeloaders who contributed nothing would quickly be weeded out. The girl smirked and agreed that it was indeed an excellent idea. The young man lowered his gaze, realizing that he had laid out the basic economic principles for her. She was already delighted, yet it was clear that she did not truly understand how the economy functioned. He accepted that it was now his responsibility to teach her how things worked in their cruel reality. The Baroness, standing nearby, raised another concern. She asked what should be done about the price of ore. No trade sanctions had been imposed, and prices had risen higher than ever, continuing to climb by the day. According to the reports, a single unit of iron ore was already worth more than 20 bronze. The man told her not to pay too much attention to it. Startled, she asked him to explain himself again. Raising his finger, the protagonist clarified that those who truly needed the ore would buy it regardless of the price. The cost of blacksmith services had not increased. Despite the rise in raw material prices, previously, ore prices had been too low, which was precisely why no one had been enthusiastic about mining in the first place. As the hero began to mention the inevitable complaints, the girl interrupted him once more. Smiling broadly, The player replied that anyone who complained should simply dig the ore themselves, since all it really required was determination. The Baroness stared straight ahead before suddenly hitting him on the shoulder. She declared that he was absolutely right, and boldly asked whether he would like to become her Minister of Finance, promising generous rewards. The user replied honestly that while the offer was tempting, his adventure was far from over. Closing her eyes, the girl apologized, admitting that she had forgotten he was an adventurer. The young man looked ahead, understanding that he had helped her immensely, and that she should now be deeply grateful. With her mouth slightly open, the Baroness asked how they could repay him, insisting they would do everything within their power. At that moment, a sheet of paper appeared on the table in front of her. Picking it up, she asked what it was. Without turning his gaze, the man answered that it was his business proposal. As she opened the document, the guest remarked that she would like what she saw. The image of a man appeared, accompanied by the explanation that a single player could only earn a limited amount of money. Numerous question marks surrounded the figure, along with a question asking how such restrictions could be broken. Then the user was shown seated at the top of a pyramid. The answer was simple: gain power over others, and position oneself at the top of the food chain. The girl's mouth fell open. Smiling, the young man asked if she found it interesting. Grinning, the hero explained that if she agreed to give him 10% of the profits, she would be elevated to the very peak of trade. Suddenly the scene shifted. A volcano loomed in the distance, and a notice appeared announcing a great war between angels and demons. Dark clouds swallowed the sky as a strange creature emerged. Two fighters crossed paths in midair. A demon clutched his wound and Satan bared his teeth, asking whether the enemy's spear was truly that same weapon, as he could hardly believe she had brought a sacred artifact into battle. The opponent lowered her spear and declared that she would destroy it. The demon's eyes widened as his gaze fixed on something ahead. Satan immediately lifted his head. The assistant perched on his shoulder speculated that such a dream might be connected to their proximity to that place. Frowning, the creature admitted that he had just remembered something deeply unpleasant. The vision changed again. A young man walked down a street as people around him shouted about buying pickaxes in massive quantities. The demon, stunned, asked what exactly was written in the scroll he had given to the Baroness. The assistant looked at him as the boy's eyes suddenly lit up, after hearing certain words. Raising his finger once more, the protagonist explained that mining ore was far from easy. Even if an average player was lucky enough to find a vein, at best they could extract only 10 units of ore per hour. Thinking of his own weapon, the player added that the rare ores he sometimes unearthed were largely thanks to the unique tool he possessed. The demon crossed his arms, listening as the man described how mining was an exhausting and unrewarding job. Satan imagined the mine while hearing the owner explain that, despite everything, there was still one reliable way to make money. Raising his finger, the hero revealed the method: selling tickets. From now on they would charge people for the right to enter the mine. The man opened his mouth and added that those who could not afford a ticket would simply pay later, though that detail was not particularly important. Satan immediately asked how much he planned to charge them. Raising his hand to his face, the protagonist calmly replied that people would quickly realize it was all a scam, and for that very reason, the price would be 1 gold coin. The demon's mouth fell wide open. The assistant, flying in front of him, shouted in disbelief, and asked whether that price was not far too high. After all, people were not complete fools, and no sane person would willingly pay that much money. The young man responded without hesitation, explaining that people had rushed into the mine after watching his video and would pay the price without a second thought, fully convinced that their expenses would soon pay off. Grinning, the young man admitted that this would earn him an enormous amount of easy money, which had been his original plan all along. The demon stood there with his mouth agape. The assistant, wearing a nervous smile, realized that this man was truly a devil in human form, as he did not feel even a shred of guilt about exploiting others. Satan lowered his head respectfully and called him the ideal master. The player looked at him in surprise, mouth slightly open. Smiling, the creature asked him to follow, saying that he wanted to show his master a place he would not regret seeing. The young man silently lowered his gaze as they moved on. Soon a massive rock formation appeared before them. Standing in front of enormous gates, the man asked where exactly they were. The assistant explained that he had been searching for this place for several days. Satan, standing behind them, added that at first he could not understand why the location felt so familiar, but he remembered everything while the master had been digging in the mine. Smiling, the demon said that he had finally found this place. Staring at the gate, the hero realized that the entrance looked as though it had been abandoned for a very long time. Looking closer, he noticed that the iron had not rusted and the wood had not rotted, which suggested that some kind of powerful spell had been cast upon it. The assistant pointed at the gate and urged the owner to try opening it, insisting that he should be able to do so. Pointing at himself in confusion, the young man asked again. Slowly, he reached out his hand toward the gate. Just as his fingers were about to touch it, countless messages appeared before his eyes, stating that a powerful seal had been placed on the entrance, and that he was unable to enter. Standing before the gate, The man commented that it would not open because of an extremely strong seal. At the same time, system messages informed him that he would receive a special reward if he reported this discovery to the Baroness, along with a notification about learning a new skill related to excavating relics. The demon pointed at the gate and shouted that this was only natural, and that this was precisely why they had come here. The hero asked what the creature wanted from him. Opening his mouth, the player admitted that he lacked the skills necessary to destroy seals, and asked what he was supposed to do. No matter how impressive the gate looked, as long as it remained closed, there was only one thing left to gain from the discovery. Satan frowned, and asked whether he truly knew nothing about the power he possessed. Turning away, the demon questioned why such a powerful tool had been given to an ordinary person. If he were an ordinary devil, he would at least be able to give orders. The protagonist understood clearly that the demon was not even hiding his desire to command him. Turning back, the demon demanded that he be serious and asked how much he truly understood about his own power. The man, opening his mouth in confusion, asked whether he meant decency. The assistant raised her finger and explained that this power surpassed even divine authority. It was capable of doing anything necessary to disrupt the balance of the world, including changing the nature of things and controlling the environment itself. In essence, it was closest to the power of creation. At that moment, the crystal in the user's hand began to glow brightly. The demon stared at it with his mouth open and asked whether he now understood how much he could accomplish with it. The man looked down silently, lips parted, and admitted that he still did not truly grasp its essence. Satan raised his hand and shouted that he could literally do anything. Stone walls of a cave materialized around them. Raising his finger, the hero asked whether beings like the assistant required the power of decency to interact with this reality. The assistant answered that they did. A door appeared nearby as the demon continued, explaining that such power accumulated gradually, extremely slowly, and in tiny amounts. Yet the player gathered it at an incredible speed. The amount of decency the assistant had obtained after forming their contract was something he would have had to save for around 500 years. Looking down, the young man finally understood why the creature desired his decency points so desperately and admitted that it now made sense. Turning his gaze back to the sealed entrance, the hero asked whether this meant that, with the help of such power, he would eventually be able to open the gate. Opening his mouth, the man recalled that the moment he had touched it, he had received a message stating that he had no way to break the seal. The demon replied that it did not matter, since those angels had clearly ensured that no ordinary person would ever be able to enter. Smiling calmly, Satan said that it did not matter. It might matter to others, but not to the owner. He added that the young man himself did not yet realize that with the amount of power he possessed, no ordinary seal could ever be an obstacle. The hero turned toward him as Satan remarked that the owner was simply thinking in the wrong way. Grinning, the demon explained that all he needed to do was truly want it. Once again, the man raised his hand toward the door. This time, the assistant urged him to try again with a clear intention to open the gate. A bright seal manifested before his hand, and as the young man stared ahead, system messages appeared. They stated that by using integrity, he could bypass the conditions required to destroy the seal, though it would cost him 15,000 integrity points. He immediately realized that such an amount could be exchanged for 2 unique items. Smiling faintly, the player decided that integrity was not meant to be wasted on things like this. Without hesitation, he ordered the door to open. Messages instantly appeared, announcing that the seal had been removed and that an unidentified altar had been discovered. Opening his mouth in awe, the demon declared that this place was the lair of angels, known as the Stairway to Heaven. The young man shifted his gaze toward a box resting before him. Images of an angel and a demon appeared, accompanied by a narration explaining that during the Great War, the lands of Arcadia had become a vast battlefield for higher beings. A desert came into view, followed by a city engulfed in flames, as it was revealed that the entire continent had soon been painted in blood. A towering tree appeared next, and it was explained that without the protection of the World Tree, perhaps not a single mortal would have survived. Someone holding a fountain pen was shown writing that 1,000 years had passed since those events. Yet the echo of the Great War's horror still lingered in the hearts of Arcadia's inhabitants. A drawing appeared in an ancient book, stating that the war had become a warning to future generations, as people prayed then and continued to pray that such a catastrophe would never happen again. Suddenly, multiple notifications appeared, announcing that a user had invaded the location known as the Stairway to Heaven. The scene shifted to an office where several people were seated. A man holding a folder announced that it was time to begin an emergency meeting. He acknowledged that everyone was exhausted and overwhelmed with existing problems, but emphasized that this matter was of the highest importance. The employees reacted in shock, some voicing their desire to rest. One worker frowned as the complaints grew louder. With his mouth slightly open, the manager explained that exactly 32 minutes earlier, the trigger for a mystical task had been accidentally activated. After reviewing the related tasks, he discovered that the incident was connected to something hidden within Mount Fen. The relevant details, he added, were listed on the 4th page of the report. The group picked up their tablets. One man remarked that he had no idea this location was also under the possession of angels. Closing his eyes, the manager admitted that none of them had known this before today's incident, and that they were now uncovering a newly discovered storyline. An image of a mountain appeared as the man explained that in ancient times, Mount Fen was known as the Stairway to Heaven, because it was in that region that angels first descended upon the continent. A girl and falling crystals appeared, and it was said that the abundance of ore in the area was meant to protect the stairway from outsiders. Another figure, Toon, spoke in disbelief, explaining that the mountain contained an entrance to the dimension of angels. One of the subordinates, staring at his tablet, commented that the game was full of mysteries. He wondered aloud whether there were too many plot branches that had never been originally planned, and asked what this mystical task was called. A red panel appeared, and a voice responded that the question required clarification, though they had already managed to review the related task. Another voice interrupted, asking him not to digress. Looking straight ahead, the manager stated that the essence of the matter lay in the Second Great War between angels and demons. The man listening opened his mouth in shock. The scene returned to the young man standing inside the ancient chamber. Opening his mouth, he declared that this place was the stairway to heaven. The demon, smiling widely, shouted, asking what the angels would think of him now, since they had once claimed they would eventually come for him. Striding forward, Satan shouted that they should go and destroy all of the angels' plans. The hero approached the box. The player asked whether a treasure was hidden inside. Receiving an affirmative answer, he was urged to open it. As the user reached toward the box, numerous messages appeared. Holy energy enveloped his body, greatly increasing the speed of his health and mana recovery, and instructing him to further explore the ruins. Raising his hand to his face, the man thought that the item was extremely interesting, yet he was unsure whether he should take it. The notification stated that he would receive a special reward simply by reporting the ruins to the Baroness. Flying behind him, the demon impatiently urged him to finally open the box. Looking down, the hero realized that he had little choice. If he had not learned the background of this place, he would likely already be on his way to the Baroness, having forgotten about these ruins entirely. Standing in the chamber, the young man understood that after hearing the assistant's story he could no longer leave things as they were. Thinking of the Baroness, the protagonist knew that she would never be able to offer a reward more valuable than an artifact from the Stairway to Heaven. Still standing in place, he considered something even more important. He had opened this location by spending a massive amount of integrity points, which effectively made him a plunderer. If the existence of this place became known, uncomfortable questions would inevitably arise. For that reason, it would be better to keep everything a secret. Smiling to himself, the young man finally said that he would open it. The demon clenched his fist and shouted that this was exactly right. The walls of the cave trembled as a distant scream echoed through the space. Satan leaned in to help open the box, shouting at the owner to push harder. The hero replied that he was already using all his strength, yet the box refused to budge. Sitting on the ground, the protagonist admitted that it was not giving in at all. The demon scoffed and said that if he were in his true form he would only need the little finger of one hand to rip the lid off. Bending down, he explained how absurd the situation was. After going through so much trouble, they were now stuck because of a simple lid. It was not protected by a sacred seal or a magical barrier, but was merely an extremely heavy stone. The young man raised his head, thinking about the stone, and asked whether the assistant was truly certain there was treasure inside. Satan frowned and replied that there had to be something valuable within. Otherwise, he would not have bothered trying so hard. Adjusting his glasses, the man admitted that he apparently had no other choice. In the next instant, a mind destroyer appeared in his hand. The demon stared at him and asked what he was planning to do. The protagonist calmly replied that the lid would not give way by any other means, leaving him with no alternative. Placing his foot on top of the box, the hero grinned and declared that in moments like these, destruction was the only correct answer. The drill slammed violently into the lid. Watching this, the assistant muttered that humans could sometimes be worse than demons. The man smiled as a notification appeared, informing him that the favor of the heavens toward him had dropped to 0, and that it would be wiser for him to avoid the attention of sacred beings. As the dust settled, the interior of the cave became visible. Staring at a skeleton, the young man asked if this was truly their treasure. Looking away, the player remarked that the demon should have warned him about what lay inside, since destroying someone's sarcophagus felt excessive. The demon countered by asking whether the owner would truly have refrained from opening it even if he had known. Looking down, the protagonist asked what was so valuable inside the sarcophagus, and suggested taking only what was absolutely necessary. He had no desire to strip a dead man of everything. The assistant pointed forward and said that they needed to take the necklace hanging around the skeleton's neck. Satan smiled, recognizing it as a sacred necklace that the angels had preserved for the future. If the owner took it now, the angels would lose their hidden weapon. The young man reached out and grasped the necklace. In that moment, the demon realized that dealing with this man had been a mistake. A message appeared, announcing that the player had obtained a shining heavenly medallion. The item immediately began to glow in his hand, followed by a notification stating that holy energy had begun reacting to the user. Covering himself with his hands, the demon shouted in shock, asking what was happening. The man looked at his hand and realized it felt as though it were overflowing with energy. An image appeared before them, and as the creature raised its hand, system messages appeared stating that the user had activated a special property of the item and had been assigned a hidden class, Holy Prophet. A lantern filled with fire appeared, followed by notifications stating that his profession did not fall under the category of saints, creating a contradiction in the data. As the young man stared at the item, more messages arrived, informing him that the item had been temporarily deactivated and that he should contact customer service to clarify the situation. The hero's eyes widened instantly. The demon wiped his face and admitted that he had genuinely thought he was going to die, as he had not expected such an overwhelming surge of holy energy. Flying upward, the assistant asked what it all meant. The protagonist replied that they would have to figure it out later. Another window appeared, displaying the item's characteristics and stating that the developers would take action once the circumstances were fully clarified. The player, mouth slightly open, assumed that the issue stemmed from his original profession. The scene shifted to Mount Fen. Raising his hand, the man ordered someone to stop. Smiling, the user asked what was going on. Unable to understand why guards were present here, one of the guards pointed at a document and explained that he had never seen the man before. He asked whether he was entering the mine and added that there was a fee for entry. The young man's eyes widened as he replied that he had never heard of such a requirement. Recalling the video, he realized that nothing had been mentioned about an entrance fee, but assumed things must have changed since then. Raising his finger, the guard explained that freeloaders were not welcome. Anyone wishing to profit from the treasures of Mount Fen had to contribute to the development of the mines. That was why a fee was required to enter the Baroness's territory. Smiling faintly, the player asked how much the pass cost. The guard replied that it would be valid for 1 month. When he added that the entrance fee was only 30 gold, the man's eyes turned blank with shock. Calculating the amount, he realized that he would need to earn 1 gold per day just to afford it. Over a month, that amounted to 3 million in currency, an impossible sum for him. Nearly in tears, the player lamented that he would never become a miner who uncovered untold riches. The guard asked whether he truly could not afford the pass. Looking away, the man explained that he had come here specifically to earn money because he had none to begin with. A smile spread across the guard's face. Placing a hand on the man's shoulder, he explained that the Baroness had devised a special system for people exactly like him. Turning aside, the guard added that he could enter now and pay later. Pointing toward a nearby building, he suggested that if the man was interested, he should speak with customer service for more details. Inside, a girl sat waiting. The young man's mouth fell open. Closing his eyes, the guard realized that another prey had taken the bait. Imagining the man bound to the mines, he knew this was just another slave in the making. The mine came into view. Until recently it had suffered from a severe shortage of workers. Now it was filled with people, their shouts echoing as they were urged to work faster. They needed to pay off their passes as soon as possible before they could even begin making a profit. Watching them, the girl smiled at their unnatural zeal. Licking her lips, she knew that the cage door had already slammed shut behind these poor fools. It was hard to believe that so many people had fallen for something so obvious, yet the thirst for easy money had drowned out the voice of reason. Lowering her head slightly, the worker also realized that such a plan was far too insidious to be the Baroness's own idea. Imagining both the Baroness and the protagonist, she understood that the one who had helped her was undoubtedly a sadist. A system window appeared before the young man, informing him that the objective related to mining ore had been completed and that he needed to find the leader to collect his reward. The demon turned around when the owner said it was time for them to wrap things up. Flying into the air, the assistant asked what the owner planned to do next. The man replied by asking whether Satan truly still did not understand. The creature opened its mouth in confusion. Placing his hands on his hips, the hero calmly explained that he had first invaded angel territory, then stolen a sacred artifact, destroying someone's sarcophagus in the process. On top of that, the remains of the deceased had been damaged when they attempted to take the medallion. By all accounts, he was now a grave desecrator and a thief. Smiling, the young man added that if anyone ever found out about what had happened, his life would only become more difficult. That was precisely why he wanted to keep everything a secret. Satan stood there with his mouth hanging open. Suddenly, a bright flash illuminated the cave. A drill appeared in the hero's hand as he declared that it was time to get rid of the evidence. Satan's eyes widened in shock as he asked whether the man truly intended to destroy the stairway to heaven. Turning around, the hero answered without hesitation that he did. Chunks of the cave began to collapse onto the ground. Wiping his forehead, the man said that the evidence was finally gone, and that all that remained was to fill in the entrance. Satan stared at him in disbelief, realizing that he still had much to learn from humans. The scene shifted to the Baroness's palace. Smiling broadly, the Baroness exclaimed that she had been waiting for him. Standing before her, the young man asked whether the barony now had enough miners. She answered affirmatively, explaining that it was all thanks to him. At the very least, they would not need to worry about ore for another year. She added that she had no idea what exactly he had told the adventurers, but after that, everyone in the region had rushed to the mines. Clenching her fists, the Baroness admitted that he could not imagine how many people had willingly turned themselves into slaves after hearing the outrageous price of entry. When the hero asked for a number, she smiled and replied that there were more than 9,500 of them. Before, only 700 workers had labored in the mine. Now there were more than 10 times that number. On top of that, they took 30% from the sale of ore, which could not even be sold outside the barony. She asked him how he had ever come up with such an idea. Looking to the side, the protagonist replied that he simply had a place from which to draw inspiration. He vaguely recalled reading about something similar in the news. Looking ahead, he remembered that the Baroness had been far from cheerful when they first met. Smiling almost madly, the Baroness declared that now she needed to squeeze everything she could out of her little slaves. That way, she would surely be able to become a countess. Opening his mouth, the hero asked whether it was time to discuss his reward, since the objective had been achieved. Turning around, she exclaimed that she had already prepared something for him. A bag of gold appeared, and the Baroness explained that it contained 10% of all the profits. Taking it in his hands, the young man received a message stating that he had obtained 120 gold coins and 23 silver coins. He immediately realized that this amounted to roughly 120 million in currency. With that, he would finally have enough to rent a capsule without any trouble. His gaze lifted when the Baroness added that there was something else. With her eyes wide open, she asked whether he truly did not want to work for her. She promised that everything would be arranged to make him the second most powerful person in the barony, sharing authority with her equally. A system window appeared before the young man, stating that this person trusted him unconditionally and was offering permanent cooperation. By accepting, the user would gain power equal to that of the Baroness herself, and her favor toward him would increase significantly. The game's splash screen appeared, announcing that a hidden story had begun within the virtual reality of Arcadia. Two figures appeared, and it was explained that everything had started with one person for the sake of another. With his mouth slightly open, the young man thanked the Baroness for helping him find happiness in a world where he could not move without permission. The continent of the game unfolded before his eyes as he said that this world had been created especially for her. Elsewhere, Jack stood before a series of screens. The image of the administrator appeared. Smiling, the creator remarked that it had been a long time since they had seen each other and asked what had happened, noting that she had been very busy lately. Looking down, the girl explained that a system error had occurred due to a detected data contradiction, requiring administrative intervention. She immediately added that resolving this issue was beyond her authority and required the involvement of the interlocutor. The young man continued to smile at the screen. The creator remarked that this was extremely intriguing. An image of a hidden class appeared, accompanied by a system message announcing the assignment of the profession Bard of Anarchy. Even the creator admitted that he had not anticipated such a development. Looking down thoughtfully, the creator said that it seemed a destroyer had appeared in his world, making everything far more interesting. Resting his hand on his chin, an image of a certain individual appeared. Remembering the medallion, the creator realized that this user had also acquired the Shining Heavenly Medallion, a unique item of the Holy Prophet. Only one person was meant to belong to that class, the central figure in the storyline of the Great War between angels and demons. Introducing this user, the administrator realized that he now possessed two of the most important items in existence, directly contradicting the system. Opening his mouth, the creator commented that this was truly fascinating and noted that creating Arcadia had indeed been the right decision. Looking down, he asked what should be done, since it was currently impossible to grant the player the class of Holy Prophet, and the young man would have to resolve this issue himself. Raising his hand, the creator said he would think about it later. For now, there were more important matters to address. The user needed to be rewarded for discovering such an item, and he suggested slightly altering the properties of the medallion. She opened her mouth to question him further. Turning his head, the creator explained that the user had disrupted the balance of the world, and that balance had to be restored. Recalling an angel, he added that they would use her for this purpose. Raising his hand to his chin, the hero replied calmly that he would have to refuse such an offer. Lowering her head slightly, the Baroness shouted in disbelief, asking whether those conditions truly did not suit him. The young man replied with a faint smile that he was merely a traveler. After exploring the entire continent, he said he might think about it again, because he understood very well that further cooperation with her would only bring him trouble. The girl stepped closer and asked if he promised to do that. The protagonist calmly pointed out that she was standing far too close. In response, she extended an envelope toward him. Smiling, the Baroness explained that it was her personal letter of gratitude. With it, he would be able to receive protection anywhere within the kingdom. Taking the envelope in his hand, the young man thanked her and asked what exactly he would need protection from. At the same time, a notification appeared, informing him that he had received a new item. Raising her finger, the Baroness explained that the kingdom had fallen into complete chaos recently, and even an entire box filled with letters of recommendation could not guarantee him a safe journey. The hero opened his mouth in surprise. He admitted that he had never heard anything like this before, and no other players had mentioned it either. From this he immediately understood that such information could only come from a non-player character. Lowering her gaze, the Baroness explained that matters within the royal family were deteriorating. The king was already quite old, and the time for his heir to ascend the throne was drawing near. Introducing this heir, she added that the prince was still far too young. She then spoke about the many influential figures surrounding the boy, explaining how the courtiers twisted him as they pleased in their struggle for power. An image of one particular duke appeared, and she stated that the worst among them was Birchin. He had become the unofficial leader of the nobles, gathering the entire upper nobility around him and attempting to turn the prince into his puppet. Imagining his smug smile, she explained that this duke was also urging the people toward war with a neighboring state. According to her, he simply wanted to drain the treasury under the pretext of military expenses. Frowning, she added that if Duke Birchin succeeded, something truly disastrous could happen to the country. Staring ahead, the young man realized that he had never expected the situation to be so tangled. If possible, he would have preferred not to get involved in this story at all. Raising her hand, the Baroness explained that in her letter of recommendation she had described how he helped resolve the problems of this territory. If he presented it to the royal family, they would be obliged to give him an honorable reception. However, she added that first he needed to find Count Brocken, a man who would certainly appreciate his talents, and would ask for his help in restoring the kingdom's prosperity. Opening his mouth, the hero realized that only moments ago he had been thinking about how much he wanted to stay away from this entire affair. At that very instant, a system window appeared in front of his face, stating that he was required to influence the situation within the state and the royal family. The young man immediately understood that this was not a task, but a mission. He had not even been given a choice to refuse it. Smiling faintly, he said that he would do everything within his power. The girl clenched her fists and declared that she knew she could count on him, as she had never doubted that he would accept this mission. The scene shifted to the Baroness's palace. She waved her hand and wished the player a safe journey. Before he left, she added that if he needed anything at all, he could contact her without hesitation. Closing his eyes, the young man thought that he was no longer certain whether becoming friends with her had truly been a good idea. Looking up at the sky, he realized that this was not merely intuition, but absolute certainty. Placing her hand over her chest, the Baroness watched him go and realized that this adventurer would undoubtedly change the world. The protagonist appeared alongside his assistant, and it was said that his decisions and actions had already begun to rapidly reshape the world of Arcadia. Two workers appeared, and it was explained that regardless of his intentions, change followed him naturally. The Slime Queen also appeared, and it was said that his actions had altered more than one fate, and that the scale of his contribution was undeniable. The player was shown digging ore, while a voice remarked that everything changed even when events did not always seem logical. The game splash screen appeared once more. The image of the protagonist returned, accompanied by words stating that he should not be blamed for playing exactly as the creator had originally intended, because what truly mattered was the chaos he had yet to unleash. The young man left the city, and it was said that the messes he would create in the future would overshadow all his previous tricks, to the point where they would seem almost charming by comparison. Standing behind the gate, the assistant suddenly asked whether everything was all right with his master. When the hero did not answer immediately, the demon explained that he knew human politics was a truly devilish thing, and asked whether he really wanted to involve himself in it. Opening his mouth, the young man replied that it was not about wanting to. Hearing this, Satan turned his head as the hero added that since it had already begun, it needed to be finished. Clenching his fist, the hero stated that he was doing all of this solely for the sake of decency points, and therefore he had no reason to refuse. A faint glow suddenly appeared, followed by a series of notifications, announcing that the system error had been successfully eliminated, and that the parameters of the item had been completely altered. A shining heavenly medallion manifested before them. The young man covered his face with his hands, while the demon stared in shock and asked why it had suddenly begun to glow. Wings emerged from nowhere. The young man's eyes lit up with a yellow glow. Satan widened his eyes and muttered that this simply could not be happening. A cascade of hair appeared, followed by a notification stating that the effect of the item granted the user a connection with a higher entity. A system message appeared before him, announcing that his personal guardian angel had been summoned and that the item was now permanently bound to him, with no possibility of removal. At that moment, an archangel manifested in front of him. It was a miniature version of Ellie's archangelic form, standing against the backdrop of a seething volcanic landscape. The relationship between angels and demons had always been like that of dogs and cats. They were mortal enemies, two races that could never coexist under the same sky. Because of this, the meeting of their representatives unfolded far worse than expected. The young man watched as the two beings floated in the air, shouting furiously at one another. Ellie frowned and demanded to know what the demon was doing there instead of loitering in his cave. Now that she had seen him destroying their holy land, she concluded that he must have completely lost his mind. Enraged, the demon clenched his fist and shouted back that she would have done the same if she had been in his position. Crossing her arms, the archangel coldly concluded that Satan still had not learned his lesson. She asked whether he wanted to fight at full strength once again. Without hesitation, he shouted that they should try it. Seeing the situation spiral out of control, the protagonist stepped forward and ordered them to stop. Crossing his arms, he demanded to know what they thought they were doing. The small demon yelled that he needed to kill that cowardly angel immediately. Satan added angrily that the whole situation infuriated him, but unfortunately, he did not currently possess his original body. Standing on the other side of Jae Young, Ellie retorted that the demon was not the only one who had lost their original form. She added that he had the nerve to speak proudly despite having fled miserably during the last war. Looking up at them, the boy felt as though he were listening to two neighbors' children arguing, especially when they began debating divine weapons. He imagined a girl with white wings and thought that the scene felt like a myth straight out of a library book. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted when someone called out to him. Smiling, Ellie asked whether he had made a contract with Satan. The boy returned her smile and admitted that it was true, though the contract had been forced upon him and was not something he had chosen freely. The demon immediately shouted that they had not had any problems before this. Placing her hands over her chest, the archangel explained that the power Jae Young possessed was called influence, and that in the wrong hands it could become extremely dangerous. Satan's eyes turned white with rage as he screamed indignantly after being called a vile bat. The protagonist turned his gaze to the blonde angel, who calmly stated that nothing could be done about a contract that had already been concluded. She asked him not to fall for the demon's sweet flattery and temptations. Smiling gently, Ellie added that she would become Jae's guardian angel and guide him along the right path. The young man's eyes widened in shock. Meanwhile, the demon laughed softly, raising one eyebrow as he mockingly called the angel a fool. He asked whether she truly believed such a thing was possible. Ellie turned toward him and questioned what he found so amusing. Satan replied with a sneer that this human was closer to being a demon than any person he had ever met. Jae Young frowned in displeasure and mentally cursed the little demon. Staring straight ahead, he admitted to himself that the scoundrel was not entirely wrong. He recalled the man in the dark cloak and realized that the Bard of Anarchy class he had been given was clearly meant to bring chaos into the world. Judging by his actions so far, many could easily call what he had done evil. With a calm expression, Ellie disagreed. Smiling, she explained that humans as creations of the Almighty possessed kindness within their hearts. It was the sacred duty of angels, she said, to awaken that kindness. Flashes of bright light filled the air as Ellie flew closer to Jae Young. She declared that from this moment on, she would try to awaken kindness within him. Watching them, Satan crossed his arms in irritation. Baring his sharp teeth, he announced that he would tolerate her traveling with them for now, solely for the sake of his master. However, he emphasized that Jae's influence belonged entirely to the demon. The angel smiled faintly and teasingly called the boy amusing and impudent, adding that the demon should have given up monopolizing Jae's influence the moment she appeared. Stepping closer to her, the demon shouted that he had been the first to make a contract with a player. Ellie replied calmly that this scoundrel was probably going to bring chaos to the heavenly realm yet again. With a skeptical expression, the young man realized that he now had two noisy summoned beings instead of one. The blonde turned around when her new master called out to her. Jae clenched his fist, thinking that it made no difference to him whether they were angels or demons. The world, unfortunately, was capitalistic and operated by the logic of market competition. Smirking, he said that since they were discussing influence, he had not given it to Satan for free. With a wide grin, Jae Young asked Ellie what she could offer him in exchange for the influence she wished to use. Her blue eyes widened in surprise. He calmly explained that in his view, the most important principle was give and take. Closing her eyes, Ellie laughed softly and replied that in the heavenly realm, everyone knew that wishes required a reasonable price. Touching her face thoughtfully, she explained that there were several types of heavenly weapons capable of helping people. Jae immediately replied that he was not interested in items. Instead, he asked whether angels possessed something called skills. Staring at him in amazement, Ellie asked what he meant. Raising one finger, the young man explained that he was quite weak in direct combat and needed abilities that would allow him to fight powerful opponents. The blonde lowered her gaze, thinking deeply. Jae imagined a man holding a lantern and reflected that the Bard of Anarchy class granted him the mysterious power of influence, but at a tremendous cost. There was no level system. As shadows fell across his face, he thought about the skills he currently possessed, none of which were combat-related, such as mining or diving. It would be useful if he could also utilize the items gained from the demon in exchange, but he was certain there would be limits to such advantages. Suddenly, Ellie smiled and said that she had something suitable, At that very moment, the system announced that the protagonist had formed a contract with an angel and had obtained the skill known as divine descent. Looking straight ahead, the angel declared that their contract was now complete, and that the heavens would grant the young man as much power as he required. Sweat formed on the player's brow as he realized that increasing this power would demand the sacrifice of a tremendous amount of influence. Still, he smiled. Deciding to test the newly acquired skill, he activated it. A golden light immediately enveloped his body. The demon covered his face with one hand and screamed in horror. Yellow lightning flashed across the sky, visible from a great distance. Monsters across the land turned their heads toward the source of the disturbance. An orc frowned in irritation. Farhan, the Knight of Honor, tightened his grip on his sword. Merlin, the great wizard of truth, gazed into the distance. Parcel, the divine archer, loosed an arrow. Murfin, the great thief of loyalty, drew weapons into both hands. Placing her palm against her chest, the angel explained that divine descent allowed Jae Young to temporarily borrow the power of ancient heroes who had sworn loyalty and offered their souls. The young man smiled, immediately realizing how useful such an ability would be. At that moment, a voice suddenly demanded that he surrender everything he possessed. Turning around, he saw an orc wielding a massive axe, promising him a painless death if he complied. With a grin, the protagonist replied that the enemy had appeared at the perfect time, because he needed someone to test his new abilities on Mount Fen. Deep within the mountain lay a mine, and inside it, workers endlessly swung their pickaxes. Day and night, they labored in the game, clinging to the hope that a single discovery would make them rich. One of the boys, drenched in sweat, realized that sooner or later they would all understand the truth. Their dreams were never meant to come true. Mountain Slave Number 1 was crying. The miners were slowly coming to terms with the fact that they had been deceived. Gritting his teeth, the boy thought that he no longer wanted to be there. All of his friends had gone hunting, and he could not even admit that he was working for a mine pass because it sounded too ridiculous. Closing his eyes tightly, he cursed himself for being such a fool, cheated even inside a game. At that point, money no longer mattered to him. He only wanted to escape and reach the surface. As he sighed, the thought suddenly struck him. Why not just run away? His eyes widened, but a loud scream echoed through the mine before he could act. Two burly men grabbed a screaming slave by the arms as he yelled that he had bought a capsule to play, not to work. The others turned and mockingly labeled him another failed escape. A green-haired worker smiled and explained that anyone who fled the mine without working off their pass would become a wanted criminal. A bald man wiped the sweat from his face and added that there was no point in running. Eventually, everyone had to return and work again. Waving his arms, Mountain Slave Number 1 shouted that he was not trying to escape. His pickaxe struck the stone, and he began to sob, cursing them all in his heart. Suddenly, a system notification appeared before his eyes. His mining skill had advanced to rank 5, and the ever-burning flame had expressed interest in him. Raising his eyebrows in shock, the boy did not understand what this meant. A thunderous cry echoed through the mine, ordering him to work harder. Light fell upon the Knight of Honor, a legendary holy warrior who always granted victory to those who stood by his side. His sword, feared by demons, gleamed brilliantly. His golden shield carried the weight of countless innocent souls he had protected. Farhan stepped forward, his very presence a promise of victory. He was known as Honor Made Flesh. A flash cut through the air. A demon screamed as its strongest shield shattered in an instant. Grabbing its arm in terror, the monster roared as Farhan calmly asked whether it was surprised. Advancing steadily, the saint declared that the enemy would soon share the same fate. The demon howled, but in the next moment, the sword split its head in two. Standing above the fallen foe, Farhan was revealed as the demon destroyer. Blue eyes shone beneath his helmet. The protagonist stared at the radiant blade as the system announced that a sacred essence had entered his body. For a short time, he gained the ability to wield divine power. Satan frowned as he looked at Jae Young's new weapon and shield. The young man grinned, realizing that the divine power granted to him far exceeded his expectations. Flying closer, the demon complained that Farhan was the one who had descended into his master. Jae asked whether Satan knew him. Sweating, the demon shouted that every inhabitant of hell knew that name. The knight's legend had reached every corner of the underworld, even among the relatively harmless demons. Smiling, the player concluded that this meant the knight was a terrifyingly powerful warrior, one with countless battles behind him, regarded in the demon realm as a crazed maniac. The protagonist's eyes gleamed as he apologized for the wait. Looking at the orcs, he announced that they could begin the fight. The enemies gritted their teeth, muttering that he had grown much stronger. Frowning, the player realized that even the monsters could sense the change. Ordinary creatures would have attacked without hesitation, but many bosses clearly possessed a degree of critical thinking. The map appeared before him as he moved along a special route, leaving the barony behind. Moonlight filtered through the trees as he chose a forest path rarely traveled. Though it was the shortest route to the next location, no one dared approach it. The reason was simple. An orc bandit, weapon slung over his shoulder, guarded the way. Looking down, John muttered that the enemy was strong. Suddenly, the monster swung its massive axe. The surrounding space was instantly flooded with golden light. The protagonist reacted without hesitation, creating a protective barrier in front of himself. Grinning confidently, he realized that he finally understood how to use his new skill. A sly smile curved his lips as the orc stared at him in pure bewilderment. Calmly, Jae Young said that it was his turn now. His sword blazed with brilliance. As he activated the skill Blazing Dawn, sweat poured down the monster's face as it muttered that this human was terrifying. Jae Young opened his eyes wide and coldly ordered the enemies to line up. Golden lightning tore through the air, and a violent stream of light ripped several trees straight out of the ground. The system immediately reported that more than 300 points of integrity had been consumed. Standing alone in the center of the forest, the player raised his hand to his face and casually remarked that the enemies had been killed with a single strike. Ellie, drenched in sweat, whispered that it was unbelievable. Lowering her head, she realized that this should have been impossible. Even with such a skill, a mere human should not have been able to wield that much power. Suddenly, her eyes widened. Smiling softly, Ellie said that she finally understood why the creator had sent her here. Beneath the bright moon hanging above them, the angel concluded that this man was capable of changing the entire world through his actions. She giggled quietly, knowing that she had just witnessed his true potential with her own eyes. John looked away, thinking that he wished for a proper battle like in the old days. Night fully embraced the forest. The demon and the angel slept peacefully on the grass, while the protagonist sat beneath a tree, staring into the distance. Looking down, he reflected that using Divine Descent early had been the right decision, as it allowed him to understand both the advantages and disadvantages of the skill. Imagining a powerful monster before him, he realized that one major advantage was its ability to reduce the problem caused by level differences during battle. He then imagined striking an enemy and recalled that, before this, his only option had been to purchase items from Satan to bridge that gap. However, those items required an enormous amount of influence. Visualizing the demon looming above him, Jae Young understood that relying on purchased items meant enduring strict limitations on how they could be used. Touching his chin, he concluded that this was precisely why he had avoided buying combat items in the past, and he felt relieved that this issue had finally been resolved. However, when he glanced at the amount of influence he had spent, his expression darkened. He realized that the drawbacks were still severe. Remembering the destructive beam that tore through the forest, he calculated that it had taken him less than 3 minutes to kill 3 orcs. Even after checking the skill window, the entire fight had lasted no more than 10 minutes. Frowning, the young man muttered that he had consumed an alarming amount of influence. He wondered how much would be required if he faced a truly powerful opponent. Closing his eyes, he added that another issue remained, mastering each new power obtained through Divine Descent whenever a different hero was summoned. Suddenly, someone laughed softly. Ellie smiled and explained that angels were light sleepers, unlike most beings. Nearby, the demon slept soundly with his mouth wide open. Bathed in moonlight, the angel noticed Jae Young's concern over influence consumption. She mentioned Farhan again, explaining that he was a holy warrior of tremendous power. Smiling, she added that summoning such a being was actually not as expensive as it seemed. Looking directly at the protagonist, Ellie said that influence was the most extraordinary power of all, because it could turn impossible situations into reality. Jae Young closed one eye and replied that it was fine, even if it felt like his money was being drained away. Still, he admitted that the skill gave him far more options than before. The angel praised his decision to use Divine Descent only when necessary, reminding him that caution was essential. Beneath the dark blue sky, the boy asked whether familiars needed sleep. Ellie replied that she was not entirely sure. Soon, the crest of the Maroon Kingdom appeared. This kingdom served as the main base for the Korean server in Arcadia. A man stood holding a crown adorned with shimmering crystals. Although the internal affairs of the kingdom were unstable, the Maroon Kingdom remained strong and prosperous compared to its neighbors. The map revealed that it was located at the center of the second continent of Arcadia. Thanks to its strategic position, the kingdom acted as a middleman in trade between nations, earning immense profits through commerce. A crowd had gathered outside the Great GM Trade Union. An indignant shout rang out as a fat merchant raised his hand, complaining that he had brought vast quantities of goods, yet the head of the union was nowhere to be seen. His anger froze when someone suddenly approached and apologized for the inconvenience. John bowed politely, explaining that although he was not the head of the union, he was the branch manager and would personally handle the matter. He added that the union leader was currently attending an important meeting. In an old building nearby, Duke Birchin smirked as he spoke of a potential war between the Maroon Kingdom and Parkle, claiming it would resolve their long-standing feud and make the kingdom even richer and stronger. Jagu smiled and asked whether the Duke could support the trade union as a whole. Jae Young frowned inwardly, thinking that the man before him truly had the sharp tongue of a villainous non-player character. Imagining the Duke's sly grin, he realized that this man could mobilize the entire military force of the Maroon Kingdom. the very core of the Korean server. Rumors even claimed that he was aiming for the throne itself. Sitting across from him, Jae-young concluded that, for the great trade union, the Duke was the perfect partner, someone capable of generating millions. Forcing a smile, he thought that he had quickly grasped the Duke's nature, and that the strategic team deserved credit for this insight. Nearby, a blond man stood with his arms crossed. He was the eldest son of the chairman of the GM group. His father raised his voice angrily, shouting that the young man had tried countless places and been rejected every time. The reason was always the same. He created chaos wherever he went, and then ran away. Jaggi lowered his head in guilt, as the man shouted that there would be no more work for him here if he failed again. Behind them, the crest of the great trading enterprise based in the Maroon Kingdom was clearly visible. It was the symbol of the great GM trading union. A blond man stood before a towering building. In reality, it was a massive Korean corporation led by Ju, the youngest son of its chairman. Outside the building, a dense crowd had gathered. They were part of a vast community that played Arcadia Online for one reason alone: to make an enormous amount of money. Inside, Burchin sat across from the young man. The head of the trading union smiled faintly, thinking that this single table connected both reality and the virtual world. Duke Burchin stared straight at him, curling his lips. The Duke remarked that GM had been built around adventurers. He explained that he had come to this meeting not only because of the company's rapid growth, but also because of the strong bond among its members. Now he could see that those rumors were true. The blond man smiled when Burchin stated that GM should use every possible method to buy up as much grain as they could. The Duke promised to pay a generous price. The man nodded calmly. Jagyu nearly froze when Burchin added that part of the Burgundy Kingdom's logistics authority would be handed over to the great GM trading union. All they needed to do was act quietly and avoid drawing attention. The young man agreed with a broad smile. After the Duke left the room, the blond man smirked. He knew this was his chance. John closed his eyes as the head of the company shouted that the enormous business opportunity they had been waiting for had finally arrived. Frowning deeply, John insisted that they contact his father immediately and secure more investment, claiming that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The manager with the eye patch replied in a stern voice that he could not allow that. Jago stared in shock and demanded an explanation. The old man calmly reminded them that the company had already invested $8 billion, and that obtaining more funds would be extremely difficult. A bead of sweat rolled down the blond man's face as he raised his voice, asking why John was making such a fuss over that amount of money when it would be repaid later anyway. He then shut his eyes and admitted that there was nothing more he could do. In truth, the funds they already had were more than sufficient. In his mind, he pictured Burchin's sinister smile. He planned to help supply the Maroon Kingdom with resources, and if Burchin succeeded in conquering the kingdom of Parkle, perhaps the Duke would even seize the throne from the old and feeble king. The young man chuckled quietly, concluding that if that happened, the economy of the Korean Arcadia server would fall entirely into the hands of the GM group. Frowning, he muttered that he would prove to his father what he was truly capable of. Elsewhere, Brocken crossed his arms and asked whether that stubborn baroness had sent a guest. The protagonist lowered his head as the baron greeted him. Brocken examined the visitor carefully. In the young man's hand was a white envelope sealed with red wax. With a smile, the count asked if this was a letter of introduction. The young man looked at Brocken and replied that he did not know its contents. He had only been told that showing it would grant him protection, and that it contained some information about him. Without warning, the man tore the envelope open. The player's eyes widened in shock. Smirking, the count asked why the baroness had sent him here. His thick eyebrows were drawn together, and a scar ran beneath one of his eyes. Jae-young chuckled softly, assuming that the man wanted a direct answer. Smiling broadly, he said that he did not know either. The woman had simply asked him to find the count, and as an ordinary adventurer, he had never thought too deeply about such matters. The count stared at the smiling guest in silence. Then slowly, Brocken began to smile. Moments later, he burst into loud laughter, leaving the protagonist utterly confused. Closing his eyes, the count declared that the reason was obvious. A war would soon break out, and the baroness believed that Jae-young was the talent needed to stop it. Forcing a smile, the player replied that he had never thought himself capable of such a feat. Brocken studied him closely and noticed that the guest showed no surprise at the mention of war. It was clear that the baroness trusted him deeply. Smiling back, Jay looked at Brocken, who asked whether he had any ideas. The muscular count laughed again when the player calmly stated that the prince destined for the throne was incapable of making proper decisions, and that most of the nobles were secretly aligned with Duke Burchin. Jae-young raised a hand to his face, and hummed thoughtfully. Staring straight ahead, he said that there was both a simple and a difficult solution. Brocken's eyes lit up with interest. Raising one finger, Jay explained that when the head of an organization disappears, the organization itself usually collapses. The count's eyes shone as he asked whether Jay was suggesting the assassination of Burchin. The young man smiled, and asked why that would be impossible. Brocken roared with laughter once more. exclaiming that the Baroness truly understood people. Jay staggered slightly, thinking that the man's voice was as overwhelming as his massive physique. With a smile, the Count admitted that he had considered the same idea, but killing the Duke would not be easy. He imagined legions of knights and mages guarding Birchen day and night, never lowering their vigilance. Closing his eyes, Brocken added that if there were someone insane enough to succeed under such circumstances, he would very much like to meet them. Jae Young calmly pointed to himself and declared that he would do it. The Count looked at him skeptically and asked whether he had listened to anything he had just said. Resting a hand against his face, Brocken remarked that from what he could see, Jay would not even be able to leave a scratch on Birchen's clothes. He sensed the young man's aura and level, questioning how he could possibly kill such a powerful villain. Jay smiled and asked what the problem was. Suddenly Brocken's eyes widened. Dressed in a blue shirt, he burst into laughter and remarked that it was good to be young. This boy at the very least had immense confidence. Placing his hand on the table, Brocken turned and told the guest to follow him. Outside, the muscular man held a sword in his hand. Rubbing his shoulder, he remarked that while the Baroness might be impatient, she was undeniably wise when judging people, and because of that, he trusted her judgment completely. John looked at him sternly. In response, the Count suddenly began to emit a red aura, warning the young man not to disappoint him. The protagonist merely smiled and activated his divine descent skill. In the air, the image of the wandering knight, Kophelis, slowly manifested. A green light enveloped the player's body. Brocken frowned in shock as he sensed the drastic change. Just moments ago, the youth had seemed like someone who had never held a sword in his life. Now his presence felt like that of a warrior who had trained endlessly since birth. The player rose into the air, weapons forming in his grasp. Smiling calmly, he declared that it would take 5 minutes. The muscle-bound Count stared at him in confusion as beads of sweat formed on his skin. Jae Young explained that he needed to finish within 5 minutes, because the skill consumed too many influence points. The very next second, the youth launched his attack, activating multiple skills at once. Brocken gritted his teeth and released a heavy sigh as he resisted the overwhelming strike. Jae Young smiled and said that he had attacked with full intent to end the fight. Suddenly, a yellow beam of light flashed through the air, pushing the protagonist far back. Brocken smiled faintly and called him an unusual adventurer. With confidence, Jay asked whether the Count had only just realized that. Turning his gaze away, he suggested ending the sparring match, now that Brocken understood he was serious. The Swordmaster smirked, and replied that he would also show his guest what he was truly capable of. Raising his sword high, a brilliant aura ignited around the blade. Frowning deeply, Brocken admitted that he was only a half-trained swordmaster who had attained the title not long ago. Even so, he took pride in his skills, and this was proof of them. The blade shimmered intensely. Jae Young broke into a sweat and asked whether Brocken really needed to go that far. The Count did not respond. Instead, he charged forward, shouting that he wanted to see how the guest would withstand this attack. A massive stream of energy tore through the air. A red aura surged violently. Brocken swung his weapon and declared that he would see how Jay endured it. A blinding beam flew straight toward the protagonist. Jay-Sep's eyes widened in shock. An instant later, a deafening explosion echoed. Smoke spread across the ground. Brocken frowned darkly, but then his expression shifted to surprise. A green force spiraled around the protagonist. Gripping his sword tightly, the Count realized what he was seeing. This was different from his own power, yet unmistakable. It was a skill that only those who had reached the level of a swordmaster could use. Brocken narrowed his eyes, as if about to ask whether the youth had achieved that level as well. At that moment, the system reported that Jay had activated a skill available only to those above level 150, consuming additional influence points. Lowering his brows, Jay muttered whether it wanted to take even more, telling Ellie to check how much influence had been consumed. Brocken pressed his lips together and asked whether the boy was talking to himself. Jay opened his mouth and addressed him directly. Sweat rolled down the swordmaster's cheek as a green light flared once more. The youth stated calmly that he would end it quickly this time. Before Brocken could react, the adventurer rushed forward. Jay's eyes shone brilliantly as he unleashed a relentless barrage of powerful strikes. Brocken struggled to keep his footing, digging his feet into the ground. His jaw clenched tightly. Looking down, Jay noticed that his opponent was finally caught. A green beam erupted at point-blank range. The magical light engulfed the swordmaster. A second later, Brocken's weapon slipped from his hand. His body collapsed to the floor. The system announced that the divine descent skill had ended. Looking down at himself, Brocken muttered in disbelief that he had survived. Immediately after, the system reported that 2,812 influence points had been absorbed. He had successfully subjugated a master-level individual, obtained the title Warrior of Miracles, and gained an additional 10 points of strength. The boy raised his hand, stunned. An archangel appeared, extending her index finger. She remarked that he had not used much power the last time, but this was different. It was the first time she had seen him truly enjoy himself. Smiling, she asked whether he had any complaints. Her expression was pleased, As she admitted that it was exciting, she added that even when the power of heaven was summoned, it was usually impossible to wield it so perfectly. Green lines etched themselves across the floor as she asked whether he had trained with swords before. Jay narrowed his eyes and replied that he had handled them elsewhere. Muttering softly, he added that since he had won first place in Rhythm Blade, he was not lying. Bracken placed a heavy hand on his shoulder. Sweat dripped down the Count's body as he murmured that it was incredible. Even though he was the sword master of the Maroon Kingdom, he had been unable to read the trajectory of Jay's blade. The teenager turned abruptly. The warrior realized that this youth was someone who had remained unknown while possessing absolute power. Sitting across from him, Bracken asked if he could learn what his sword path was. Touching his chin, Jay replied that it was probably the wind. The Count Sep's mouth parted in astonishment. Leaves suddenly danced through the air. High walls seemed to form as a voice echoed that this was the power of wind, faster than anything, freer and sharper than all else. Placing a palm against his chest, Bracken exclaimed that he wished to get closer to something like that. A bright trace of a weapon flashed. At the same time, Bracken frowned seriously. From a distance, he could be seen swinging his sword repeatedly. Elsewhere, a demon king wondered why the man was training alone in the middle of the night. After some time, the knight's armor came into view. He bowed and apologized for his earlier rudeness, admitting that the situation had arisen from his ignorance. Lowering his head, the Count asked to be forgiven as a foolish old man with a large heart. Jay closed his eyes happily and replied that it was fine, adding that such things happened. Looking up, the master of Chima suggested continuing their earlier discussion. He then asked whether Jay was truly serious about killing Duke Birchin himself. Jay parted his lips and asked in return whether that was really the easiest solution, and whether the Count was not standing on the side of evil. Another man stepped forward and explained that if it were an ordinary individual, there would be a chance to kill him. But if Duke Birchin were to die, chaos could engulf the land without the royal family. Smiling faintly, Jay asked whether he knew what a Gordian knot was. Bracken stared at him, stunned, and asked what it meant. Raising the corners of his lips, the teenager explained that it was an extremely complex knot, almost impossible to untangle. Thick ropes appeared in his mind. Extending his index finger, Jay asked what he thought was the easiest way to deal with it. Sweat trickling down his face, the Count admitted that he was not sure. Closing his eyes, Jay Young interrupted him and said that there was no need to untangle anything at all. They simply needed to cut it. Imagining a pair of scissors slicing through tightly wound threads, the protagonist explained that no matter how hard people tried to untangle such a knot, they should remember one simple truth: what was never meant to be untangled could not be resolved that way. It was far easier to cut it cleanly. Lowering his gaze, Jay continued speaking about what would happen afterward. With a broad smile, he added that once it was cut, everything would resolve itself naturally. Bracken stared ahead, feeling that the idea sounded irresponsible. Sweat poured down the Count's face as he muttered that this youth was truly the only person who could speak so casually about the countless problems that had accumulated within the royal family of the Maroon Kingdom. Yet, despite how reckless it sounded, there was no better solution than this. Leaning forward, the swordmaster remarked that if this was truly what Jay wanted, then it could be done. Looking closely at him, Bracken realized that the adventurer was not merely defined by the aura of his sword. Introducing him in his mind, the Count concluded that the most terrifying thing in the world was hidden deep inside this young man. At that moment, the system issued a notification. Jay Young had taken a decisive step toward playing a major role in changing the fate of the Maroon Kingdom. The mission updated, and a new side quest appeared. Jay raised his eyebrows and muttered that the quest had appeared out of nowhere. From that alone, he concluded that the system truly wanted to ensure that Duke Birchin could be killed. With a faint grin, he admitted that this game was becoming increasingly interesting. Satan smirked and asked whether that meant he intended to kill the Duke. Ellie, her jaw dropping, asked if he had really thought about it. Frowning sharply, the Demon King asked whether she was about to claim that killing people was wrong. Ellie immediately replied that murder was a despicable and dishonorable act, something only terrible people would do. Instead, she insisted that they should demand a duel and let judgment be passed properly. Jay calmly asked what could possibly kill the Duke. Ellie replied that she wanted to be informed beforehand if he planned to do it. Lowering her eyebrows, the Archangel exclaimed that he should give at least 3 days' notice of a duel in the Colosseum, or at the very least send a formal notice of murder so the man could prepare for his death. According to her, that was how things should be done. The Demon King's pupils suddenly turned white as he snapped that this was complete nonsense, adding that he already knew she was insane. The familiar immediately objected, saying he did not want to listen to the ramblings of such a terrible demon. Sighing heavily, Jay explained that he had no intention of killing Duke Birchin at the moment. Satan and Ellie asked again, clearly confused. Jay then stated that whenever conflict arose, judgment was only meaningful after listening to both sides. With a slight smile, he questioned whether Duke Birchin would truly start a war without any reason. He doubted it, and he was certain that there had to be a cause. Gesturing toward the warrior standing beside the emblem, Jay added that from the perspective of an adventurer who had not even been born in the Maroon Kingdom, there was much to gain from struggles for power and even from war itself. Frowning seriously, he emphasized that only one thing mattered more than everything else: his own benefit. He made it clear that he intended to support whichever side would bring him the greatest advantage. Jay asked whether there were any objections. The Demon King clenched his jaw in confusion as a rigid barrier seemed to rise between them. A voice declared that this was wrong, that promises had to be kept, and that Jay must kill Duke Birchin immediately. Turning his gaze aside, Jay muttered that this was pure egocentrism. He added that promises could be discarded at any time if greater benefits were at stake. That, in his view, was what it truly meant to be a wandering adventurer. Sometime later, the scene shifted to the headquarters of the GM Group. A television presenter announced that the stock price of Agent Electronics had surpassed $5,000, setting a new economic record. The reason, she explained, was the surge of investor interest following Chairman Zhang Hai's early announcement regarding the opening of Arcadia. She added that it could be said, the Dreamer virtual reality machine had caused nothing short of a miracle. Sun Yang frowned angrily, wondering what kind of tricks they had used to achieve something like this. Lowering his brows, the chairman of the GM Group recalled that just 5 years earlier, GM Group had been on equal footing with Agent Group. However, after Agent introduced revolutionary technologies such as smartphones, GM began to fall behind. Now Agent had surged far ahead. Looking at the unusual capsule displayed before him, the chairman muttered that the real problem was that the Dreamer was far too dangerous. It had reshaped the market not only within Korea, but across the entire world. Touching his forehead, he pointed out that this meant they could no longer rely on traditional industries like construction and automobiles. If they failed to expand their scope, GM Group's business would inevitably decline. He needed to find a solution. Suddenly, the desk phone rang, announcing that Ju had arrived. Moments later, the blonde man burst into the room, exclaiming that he had good news and urgently needed $8 billion in funding. Sun Yang's pupils turned white. The GM Group chairman asked whether he had not already made a huge fuss earlier about securing $8 billion for investment, and whether he was now asking for another $8 billion. Ju smiled confidently, and said that this amount would be enough, and that it would be the last time he asked. The chairman clenched his jaw, wondering whether the boy truly thought $8 billion was a trivial sum. In a low voice, he reminded him that he had allowed him to play that foolish game created by those bastards at Agent Electronics. If Ju wanted more investment, he should submit a proper report first. Without another word, Ju slammed a massive stack of documents onto the table. The chairman crossed his fingers and asked what it was. Ju raised the corners of his lips and said that before making any decisions, he should forgive the boldness. Sweat ran down the chairman's cheek as he read the title on the document. It was a project outlining the isolation of a kingdom. A large chair creaked softly as Sun Yang frowned deeply and asked whether what was written there was true. Lowering his brows, the head of the Great GM Trading Union replied that it was. He added that he had already spoken with the true power behind the Maroon Kingdom, Duke Birchin himself, and that everything was proceeding exactly according to plan. Looking down, the chairman listened attentively. What this meant was simple. If everything went according to plan, Arcadia itself, the project Ain Electronics had poured so much effort into, could be turned into their own property. When the man calmly stated the figure of $50 billion, the young man's jaw dropped. Closing his eyes, the chairman said that he would provide $50 billion and not a single unit more. This was the last chance he would give him, and he should not forget that. The young man thanked him profusely, his mouth still hanging open. A moment later, the door slammed shut. Sitting alone in his chair, Sun Yang muttered about counts, dukes, and lovers' quarrels, remarking that the world out there was truly different. With a faint smile, the chairman of the GM Group admitted that he had once believed games were nothing more than childish entertainment. A second later, he gazed out the window and quietly wondered whether the world itself was changing. The scene shifted to the Duke's estate. Armed guards stood firmly at the entrance, and towering doors loomed ahead. Leonid frowned in displeasure, listening as it was explained that the visitor had traveled a great distance from the Cromwell Empire, a remote nation in the far north. Ben looked ahead and asked what business he wished to discuss. Sweat beaded on the secret envoy's face as he explained that he knew the Maroon Kingdom was preparing for war, and that the Cromwell Empire had a proposal. Lowering his eyebrows, the envoy stated that if they were promised the higher plains after victory, they would support the war with all their strength. He added that they were even willing to help make him the king of the Maroon Kingdom. The Duke frowned deeply. In his mind, a map appeared with a cross drawn across it. The Hierro Plains lay between the steep mountain ranges of the Maroon Kingdom and the Harmel Empire. Naturally, the Cromwell Empire desired this land to strengthen its defenses. However, the likelihood of this being a trap was low. Moments later, the leader of the nobles shook the young envoy's hand. Smiling faintly, Brennan said that he was glad to have such a reliable partner and looked forward to working together. Leonid clenched his jaw and replied that he hoped the man would not change his mind after the war, adding that he too anticipated their cooperation. As the door creaked open and the secret envoy departed down the corridor, the Duke grinned coldly and muttered that everything was proceeding exactly as planned. A phrase appeared in crimson letters, under one person but above the whole world. The Duke whispered that this phrase existed for his sake alone. There was only one person above him, and that person was an 8-year-old brat. Baring his teeth, Birchin declared that the country needed a real king, not a figurehead. Clenching his fist, he resolved that this true king would be him. Turning his gaze aside, the Duke remarked that he was pleased to see his guest in such high spirits. The leader of the nobles asked whether the visitor was from the GM Trading Union. JD leaned forward, and a music player hummed faintly in the background as he explained why he had come personally. The larger and more important the deal, the greater the changes it would bring. Looking straight ahead, the head of the GM Trading Union stated that he had decided to purchase future rations from territories where the enemy kingdom Parkle was currently buying supplies. He had also bought up as much grain as possible from the current market without causing major disruptions. Birchin curled his lips into a smile. He noted that he had already cut off the enemy's supply routes and secured resources to prevent internal instability. That alone was impressive for an adventurer. However, he admitted that he had never heard of buying rations in advance and asked how it was done. Closing his eyes, the young man explained that it was a concept known as futures trading. It involved signing contracts in advance to trade goods at a fixed price on a future date. The Duke placed a hand on his chin and admitted that it was an intriguing idea. It seemed that adventurers could indeed be useful. The young man replied modestly that the Duke was flattering him. Lowering his brows, the blonde added that, as the Duke could already guess, the GM Trading Union had staked everything on this deal. If there were no objections, he wished to confirm the enormous rights that had been promised earlier. After a brief pause, the Duke smiled faintly. Resting his palm on the arm of his chair, he asked whether the young man was in too much of a hurry. Apologizing lightly, he said that he was busy at the moment. Raising one finger, he asked whether it was not normal to discuss such matters after the war had ended. Sweat trickled down the blond man's cheek. Turning his gaze aside, he asked whether the Duke doubted him. The leader of the GM Trading Union clenched his jaw, realizing he had been cornered. Narrowing his eyes, he muttered that the Duke had seen through him. A second later, he replied calmly that he had no doubts at all. Birchin raised his hand and dismissed him, saying that he was late for another appointment. Lowering his gaze, the blonde complied. It was obvious that the Duke was smirking. Once alone in a vast chamber, Jagu slammed his fist into the wall, his expression dark. He was furious that this NPC dared to toy with him. Sweat poured down his face as he realized he had no choice. He had invested too much money to oppose the Duke directly. For now, he would have to play along and wait for the right moment. Imagining mountains of gold coins, he recalled that he had spent 500,000 gold coins to buy all the grain on the market, along with the entire 50 billion his father had invested. A shield emblem appeared before his eyes, and he realized that it was still far from enough to control Arcadia's grain supply. A symbolic handshake appeared as he reminded himself that this was why he had resorted to futures trading. Biting his lip, he calculated that the contracts promised 10 million gold coins. His thoughts jumped to a terrifying number, 1 trillion. If this plan failed, not only the GM Trading Union but the entire GM group would collapse. Lowering his gaze, he muttered that this truly was a last resort. He had acted in secret because he knew his father would oppose it. Clenching his fists, he told himself to calm down. War was inevitable, and when it came, grain prices would soar. This was not a gamble, but an investment in the future, and he was confident it would succeed. Frowning deeply, Jago reminded himself that this was the last chance he had been given. Suddenly, he raised his head in surprise. Turning around, he noticed someone approaching. The blonde rushed forward, asking him to wait. Jago's legs moved quickly, sweat flying from his face as he called out, asking whether he had missed him. The figure wore a robe with a hood pulled low. Jago muttered that it looked like a beginner's outfit worn by low-level adventurers. Clenching his jaw, he wondered what such a person was doing inside the Duke's mansion, who he was, and whether he had somehow discovered his plan. Slowly, the blonde man stretched out his fingers. A system alert appeared behind Zhu, informing him that someone had entered the conference room. Almost instantly, servants wearing white masks emerged from the shadows. At the same time, the head of the Great GM Trade Union coldly ordered them to keep a close watch. If the intruder turned out to be a user, they were to bring him in immediately. The servants bowed and followed his command without hesitation. Frowning darkly, the boy muttered that he did not know who this person was, but he would never allow anyone to ruin his carefully laid plan. The view shifted as a long red carpet stretched forward. Holding a scroll in his hand, Duke Birchin examined it and noted that it even carried a recommendation from Count Bracken, adding that the Count was notoriously selective with such endorsements. Turning his gaze slightly, the Duke asked what had brought the visitor here. His tone sharpened as he warned that unless the man was deliberately trying to disgrace his honor by wasting his time, he had better have a very good reason. Opening his mouth without hesitation, Jae Young replied that he had come because he wanted to kill Count Bracken. Clenching the paper in his hand, the conspirator remarked that this was indeed a serious claim. Sunlight streamed in through the tall windows, as the protagonist smiled faintly and explained that Count Bracken believed eliminating him was the only way to prevent the war. That belief, in turn, had driven the Count to secretly plan his assassination. The leader of the nobles narrowed his eyes in confusion. Gritting his teeth, he asked whether the adventurer truly expected him to believe such words without proof. The protagonist raised the corners of his lips and calmly replied that if it was evidence he wanted, then he already had more than enough to remember. Birchin stared ahead for a moment before lowering his head and laughing, saying that it was nothing bad at all. At that moment, the Demon King, his jaw hanging open, shouted that he was the one who intended to kill him, while Count Bracken was still merely contemplating his next move. Ellie tilted her head and asked whether that distinction even mattered, since he was going to kill him anyway. Sweat formed on Satan's face as he wondered whether this bastard was doing all of this on purpose. The boy raised his index finger to his lips, signaling silence. Leaning back in his chair, the Duke admitted that he had never thought Count Bracken would reveal such a card, especially since he was known for his rigid sense of justice. The boy responded calmly that people were capable of anything, once they were driven into a corner. Crossing his palms together, the conspirator asked why the adventurer was sharing this information with him. Jae Young simply smiled and asked in return whether the reason was not already obvious. At those words, the noble leader's pupils shrank sharply. Jae Young stated that he believed an experienced and wise man should rule as king, rather than an immature child. The Lord's lips slowly curled upward. Smiling openly now, the protagonist added that he believed the kingdom would be far better under the Duke's leadership. Suddenly the man placed his palm against his forehead and burst into loud laughter. With his jaw clenched in satisfaction, Birchin asked for his name. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist gave it calmly. The boy then reached out and shook the Duke's hand. Studying him closely, the conspirator remarked that he had a good feeling about their future cooperation. Raising his eyebrows slightly, the young man replied that he hoped he would live up to those expectations. The scene shifted once more, revealing a massive palace. A teenager walked calmly down the street outside. Ellie crossed her fingers and muttered that she had never expected him to lie so effortlessly. At the same time, the Demon King asked what he truly intended to gain by acting as a mediator for both sides. Turning his gaze aside, the adventurer asked whether he really did not understand. He then answered plainly that he was gathering influence. Both familiars widened their eyes in confusion as various emblems appeared before them. Jae Young explained that the war would happen no matter what. The only uncertainty was who would ignite it. The Duke's expression turned menacing as the protagonist added that, in the end, it did not even matter who started it. Extending his index finger, the boy said there was only one certainty. When chaos erupted because of the war, he would shoulder great responsibility. Just as with the slime incident, that responsibility would allow him to gain even more influence. Lowering his brows, Satan asked whether that meant the war would benefit him. If that was the case, why had he not simply sided with Duke Birchin from the beginning? Smiling faintly, the youth replied that it would not have worked. Looking toward Tan, he explained that if Duke Birchin became king immediately, there would be no one left to fight. That was why he needed to stand on Count Bracken's side first. Tan stared at him in disbelief, and asked what kind of twisted logic that was. Sweat began to trickle down the familiar's cheek, as the adventurer narrowed his eyes. He explained that a war with a foreign power was not the only form of chaos that could arise. An internal conflict was far more unpredictable. Two overlapping wars would create absolute disorder. He then asked whether they could even imagine how much benefit he could gain from such a situation. Jae Young exclaimed that if the war doubled, then the influence would double as well. The Demon King stared at him with his mouth slightly open and muttered that he was a crazy bastard. A book filled with Satan's notes suddenly appeared. The familiar scribbled inside it, muttering that if one was going to betray others, then one should never fully take anyone's side. Frowning, Tan added that he should act while thinking only of his own benefit. Raising his hands with satisfaction, the protagonist declared that his influence was steadily growing. However, he sharply bit his lips upon hearing the way they addressed him. Figures in dark robes appeared nearby and invited him to talk. Their eyes glowed with a sinister red light. Smiling faintly, the young man replied that it sounded fun. The view shifted once more to the grand building of the GM Trade Union. People dressed in black robes stood in every corner of the room, white masks covering their faces. As silence filled the hall, a voice suddenly welcomed the guest to GM. Placing his hands firmly on the table, the atmosphere grew heavy. Jay asked calmly why he had not taken a seat. Jae Young's eyes widened with delight as he replied that it was a great honor for him. He added cheerfully that they had even provided an escort, despite the size of their group. Placing his palms together, the head of the great GM Trade Union remarked that they had more than enough manpower and said that the matter itself was quite simple. Closing his lips, the protagonist briefly reflected on the fact that his character's name had not been recognized as he had expected. At the same time, his interlocutor frowned, clearly having arrived at the same realization. Standing before the son of the GM Group chairman, the player sensed a strong feeling of suspicion. His hair fell over his eyes as he asked why he had been summoned here. Looking straight at him, Jay replied that he merely wanted to verify something and apologized in advance if it made him uncomfortable. The necromancer dropped his jaw in surprise and asked what exactly needed to be verified, noting that such a reason was highly unusual. He then directly asked what Jay wanted to check. The pupils of the head of the Great GM Trade Union shrank visibly as he asked what the adventurer had discussed with Duke Birchin. Jae Young closed his eyes and answered that he did not know, adding that he did not believe he had any obligation to explain himself. Suddenly the boy slammed his fist onto the table. Turning his head aside, the son of the GM Group chairman assumed that his guest did not understand the gravity of the situation he was in. Bright white streams flared behind the young man. Tan peeked out from behind his master's neck, indignant at the thought process unfolding before them as the other party was already furious. Ellie agreed, adding that even God himself would not tolerate such provocation. The protagonist silently wondered what he should do next. Men wearing white masks appeared, and the player recalled that only 2 people had escorted him here. Now a group of men in black robes stood facing him. The necromancer quickly counted and realized there were 5 more stationed at the entrance, making at least 7 in total. Jigu ground his teeth in anger. The protagonist noted that although he had not revealed his name, the information he had already given suggested that they were confident he would not escape. Magical particles began to float above his palm as he accepted that he had no real choice. If necessary, he could always resort to divine descent. A cabinet standing against the wall came into view as a polite voice asked him not to misunderstand. Bowing slightly, John explained that they merely wanted to know whether Duke Birchin had given him a quest. Frowning, the protagonist thought that he had finally encountered someone worth talking to, before remarking that this did not look like a simple inquiry. Suddenly Ju slammed his palm onto the table and pointed forward, shouting that he did not care what kind of relationship the adventurer had with Duke Birchin, but he would not allow interference in his affairs. He added that everything would be fine as long as he never saw him with the Duke again. Crossing his arms, Jae Young calmly asked what would happen if he did. Grinding his teeth, the head of the Great GM Trade Union replied that from that moment onward, the game, or rather life itself, would become extremely difficult for him. At that instant, the young man spread his fingers wide, and someone grabbed his tie. John frowned sharply and told the young master to calm down, warning that he had crossed the line. The son of the GM Group chairman clenched his jaw in alarm. Closing his eyes, the old man apologized, explaining that he had invested heavily in Duke Birchin and had therefore become overly emotional. He promised to explain everything properly. Looking down at the floor, Jae Young thought about how unusual this situation was. The CEO's eyes gleamed as he explained that they were part of an unusual branch, one that belonged to the GM Group itself. The protagonist's pupils narrowed in shock as burning candles appeared around them. He asked whether they were referring to the GM Group, and the man confirmed it. At that moment, a bag filled with gold coins was placed on the table. The adventurer lowered the corners of his lips, as the CEO explained that they had invested heavily in Arcadia, or more precisely, in Duke Birchin himself. He added that he could not reveal all the details, but believed the adventurer would understand the offer given the amount of money involved. Jag pressed his fingers against his forehead, as his subordinate asked what the unidentified adventurer thought. Jae Young lowered his chin when asked if he understood. Being referred to as unidentified made the necromancer smirk. With a broad smile, he replied that he understood perfectly and asked whether all he had to do was refuse the task given to him by Duke Birchin. The members of the Great GM Trade Union stared at him in silence. The moon shone brightly in the night sky. Satan flew in front of the hosts and remarked that in the end, these people also wanted a war. The Archangel added that it would have been better to speak honestly from the beginning, as honesty was important. With a faint smirk, the protagonist said that it was fine, but he had not expected to be offered money. Looking ahead, he considered the obvious truth that the GM Group sought to profit from the war, perhaps through military equipment or some agreement with Duke Byrne. However, he realized that this had nothing to do with him. If a war broke out, it would only benefit him. The protagonist walked through a forest bathed in moonlight. Narrowing his eyes, the necromancer stated that he could not allow everything to go smoothly for such an arrogant and wealthy young master. Jae Young declared that he had made his decision. Suddenly, his familiars widened their eyes in shock. Resting his fingers on his chin, the protagonist stated that he needed to kill Duke Birchin. Ellie clenched her fists in excitement. Ten dropped his jaw and shouted that their master had gone insane again, arguing that there was no need to kill an innocent duke, and suggesting they simply move on. Ellie exclaimed that he was finally acting honestly. Since he had decided, she insisted that he should send an invitation for a duel, which would allow him to keep his promise to Count Brocken. Lowering his chin, the adventurer reminded her that he had already explained why that would not work, and would only worsen the situation. He added coldly that he intended to kill the Duke without anyone knowing. Ellie's eyes widened in fear. The archangel closed her eyes and cried out that she would not be able to help him this time. She wished him luck without divine intervention, to which he quietly asked her not to be like that. Gritting his teeth, the Demon King could not comprehend what was unfolding as the girl screamed that killing was an act of cowardice, an evil deed that denied the enemy a chance to bid farewell to their loved ones. She pleaded with him not to use the power of heaven recklessly, and begged him to consider the gravity of the situation. At that moment, the familiar began to grin widely, an evil smile curling across his face. The boy's mind raced, trying to figure out what was about to happen. The protagonist's eyes widened in confusion as Satan called out to him. Tan frowned, asking if his master intended to borrow a power similar to that of the demon realm, adding, with a hint of caution, that it would be contingent on the user's consent. Jae Young dropped his jaw, utterly confused, and asked what his assistant meant. Satan bared his teeth, growling that it was true. He could indeed provide such power. The protagonist's eyes glowed brilliantly as he drew magical symbols in the air with his finger, his mind sharpening with anticipation. The familiar announced that the ritual would begin. Suddenly a magical seal appeared beneath the adventurer's feet. An energy particle splashed across the forest clearing. The adventurer lowered the corners of his lips, slightly confused. A notification materialized above the magical symbol. His contract with the demon realm had been successfully concluded. Now he could temporarily borrow the influence and power of the demon realm. A purple glow enveloped his palm as an evil grin spread across his face. In that instant, a hologram of the system screen appeared before him, presenting the opportunity to choose a character. Light flashed in Jada's eyes as he considered his options. "This is interesting," he murmured thoughtfully. Folding his hands, Tan asked if his master liked any of the available choices. Ja replied that they were far better than he had imagined. "If the heavenly side focuses on raw strength," he explained, "then the demonic path emphasizes useful and practical skills." The demon familiar, watching silently, admitted he did not fully understand, but it was clear that his master approved. Turning to the side, the protagonist asked why his familiar had not mentioned this sooner. "It would have been nice to have more options," he added. "If only I had known earlier." Covering the archangel's mouth with his hand, Satan said there was no reason for it. The adventurer had never asked yet assumed he would need heavenly power. The adventurer smirked, questioning whether Tan truly thought he would not care. Tan shrugged, admitting he surely would. Smiling widely, the protagonist joked that choosing felt like shopping. Tapping his finger on the system screen, he selected a character. Peeking over his shoulder, the Demon King asked why he chose that one. Jag explained that he had seen it in a history book in the library. Suddenly, Ellie's pupils shrank, her eyes widening in realization. Magical particles swirled around the Death Legion's face, and a glowing sphere appeared in the undead hands. The adventurer's reputation as the pinnacle of necromancy was revealed. A dark mage who had defeated the Empire and 4 kingdoms, spreading fear across the continent. Where his legion passed, no living soul remained. Even centuries later, his name was whispered with dread. A bright moon illuminated the night sky as the Lich, the personification of death, emerged. Jaun's lips curled down in confusion. He noticed guards passing by on the street, and realized this was the perfect opportunity for a test. The knight's eyes bulged in anticipation, and a partner urged him to watch the rooftops. A drop of sweat ran down a soldier's cheek, as he spotted a black silhouette beneath the moonlight. With a malicious smile, the adventurer murmured something about divine descent. In that instant, the Lich burst forth from his soul. Soldiers spread their legs in fear as the red-faced undead, cloaked in black, materialized. Guards shivered at the chill in the air, unaware that the system reported a demon realm creature had temporarily taken over the player's body. Jae Young, inhabiting the undead, tilted his head slightly. The protagonist grinned, confirming that his skills were as formidable as expected. The soldiers clenched their teeth as he felt the overwhelming flow of sinister energy, recognizing it as high-level dark magic. At the edge of the roof, the player in the black robe prepared to give his all. Clenching his jaw, he shouted that they would never capture him alive. Lander, observing from behind, warned that verifying his identity would be impossible if things went poorly. "Now is not the time to prioritize that," he shouted. A sharp sword cut through the air. The warrior exclaimed that the entire mansion of Duke Byrne could fall under his control if they failed. A smirk spread across the dark adventurer's face as he began his assault. Streams of black magic cascaded from the roof to the ground. The soldiers gritted their teeth in alarm. One thrust his sword into the earth, activating the Holy Shield skill. The necromancer noted approvingly that the two-handed swordsman was clever. The rumors about Duke Byrne's guard were evidently true. As the guard rushed to attack, Jiang remarked that he was a typical paladin. The young man furrowed his brows, shouting an apology to the nameless invader, but declaring that he would fight with all his strength. Unlocking his holy power, the soldier activated the Blade of Justice skill, causing his weapon to glow brilliantly. The battlefield was set. Dark magic against holy might, an epic confrontation between death incarnate and steadfast valor. The protagonist's lips curled into an evil grin, as he explained that their classes were completely incompatible. His pupils widened sharply, a mix of excitement and calculation flashing in his eyes. With a swift motion, he used the spiritual spear ability to summon a massive creature on the opposite side of the building. The warrior in front of him froze, jaw-dropping in alarm, only to lose one of his eyes in a shocking instant. Staggering back, he gasped, "A necromancer?" Lander's gaze darted to the fallen sword on the ground as he screamed in fear. The young adventurer's pupils bulged. A lich should not have been able to emerge from the Maroon Kingdom. Stepping aside, a soldier shouted the alarm, warning everyone that a lich had appeared, and that all forces needed to gather immediately. The dark creature extended its hand, and murmurs spread among the guards. There were more. Jay Young, calm and focused, pointed 2 fingers forward and explained that the necromancer was most vulnerable while summoning the undead. Even with divine descent, he did not intend to face the entire guard at once. Sweat dripped down the faces of the soldiers. Moments later, the exhausted youth collapsed weakly to the floor. The protagonist's eyes glowed brightly as he declared that he now possessed everything he needed. "Shall we try it?" he asked. With the Resurrection Dead skill, the fallen soldiers began rising into the air. A powerful magical flash erupted, scattering particles of dark energy across the space. From the shadows, a dark knight appeared. A low-ranking undead ghoul warrior. Streams of energy coalesced around its skeletal frame, transforming it into a mid-rank undead, a death knight. The necromancer smirked, commenting that the arrogant young master of the GM group would find his plans interrupted once he intervened. A silhouette hovered over the magic seal, a mage, unmistakably a necromancer. An army of skeletons in knight armor materialized, their numbers limitless as long as mana was poured into the corpses. Energy clots formed in front of the protagonist, demonstrating that even a single necromancer was a formidable force. Soldiers stood in ranks, oblivious to the small skull glowing in the skeleton's palms, a grim reminder of why necromancers were so devastating in full-scale wars or sieges. The undead army advanced, chasing the protagonist as he cried out loudly, commanding them forward. Jane, observing the battlefield, guessed that the connection had been severed, feeling a mix of relief and excitement. The ambush had been planned perfectly. The knight, confused and desperate, ordered his comrades to stop the advancing undead, fearing they would be completely cut off. Crosses marked the skeleton's armor, a grim indication that these soldiers had fallen, and now served another master. The boy's pupils widened in shock. There were too many to handle. The necromancer smirked, pitying them while pointing forward. "Even so, don't despair. I will put you all to good use." Suddenly, a colossal monster materialized in front of the soldiers. Alarmed cries pierced the night as blood splattered into the air, dark magic enveloping the soldiers' bodies. Those behind the protagonist fell to their knees in fear. Gritting his teeth, the young necromancer congratulated his new recruits. "You all have a special task now," he declared. "Seek out the one who abandoned you all, Duke Birchin." The resurrected soldiers bowed, their eyes glowing with murderous intent. Dark magical splashes rose into the night sky, as the protagonist narrowed his eyes, warning Duke Birchin that if he wanted to survive he would need to hide carefully. The futile attempt to resist him had begun. Dark energy consumed every house in the city, and a terrified Duke crawled out from under his blanket, frowning in indignation. "Who's there?" he demanded, not understanding the chaos. The door creaked open, and an assistant shouted that he must flee immediately. Birchin, confused, protested, "There's no safer place than my mansion in the Maroon Kingdom." Tears streaked his face as the assistant explained that a lich had appeared on his estate. Alarmed and gritting his teeth, Birchin realized the magnitude of the threat. Streams of dark magic seeped into the room as servants scrambled to gather the holy knights. The protagonist observed everything calmly. Suddenly, waves of magical aura swept across the room, filling it with brilliant rays of dark energy. Skeletons surged forward, moving with terrifying speed. Blood splattered across the floor as one undead stepped on the Duke's back. Spreading his arms, Birchin commanded his enemies to stay back, demanding to know where this evil spirit had come from. His pupils shrank as the sight of the massive malevolent creature before him struck terror into his heart. The evil giant towered over him, and the Duke screamed in horror, completely unprepared for the forces now unleashed against him. The night had turned into a nightmare, and the city itself trembled under the shadow of death incarnate. The nobleman's eyes fell on the sword. The tip of the blade shimmered, surrounded by tiny particles of magic, and Lender gripped the hilt tightly, knuckles whitening. Looking at the approaching warriors from the realm of the dead, Duke Birchin's heart sank. Not only was the massive creature before him formidable, but these were also his former knights, now risen as undead soldiers. A cold drop of sweat ran down his cheek as he whispered a prayer that no one would tell him a lich had appeared, not in this mansion, and certainly not in the Burgundy Kingdom. Gritting his teeth, Jang's eyes sparkled with joy. "I found it," he muttered. Behind the enormous monster, the silhouette of the protagonist emerged, eyes gleaming with a bright, malicious light. "Nice to meet you, Ben," the adventurer said, his grin widening. The nobleman's eyes narrowed. "Are you the adventurer from before?" "Are you here looking for me?" he asked cautiously. "If you had business you would have sought me properly," he added. The protagonist's face remained hidden beneath the hood, and yet his aura radiated power. The Duke hesitated, uncertain of what this young figure wanted, and what he might demand, knowing he could provide anything. Then, a sinister smile appeared on the protagonist's face, and the words froze the Duke in terror. "I want you dead," he said calmly. Tears welled in Birchin's eyes. Why are you doing this?" he choked out. Jae Young's lips curled into a cold smile. "Take a breath," he said, his tone almost gentle, "and think carefully. Shouldn't you have been more cautious about who you chose to cross?" Sweat poured down the Duke's face as he realized the magnitude of the situation. The protagonist spoke with chilling indifference. He did not care about the war, the crown, or the potential profits from either. The Duke, trembling on the floor, stammered, asking how this young man could know so much. The adventurer Sip's grin widened. "You shouldn't have gotten on my nerves," he said. "How can anything be done properly with these brainless idiots around? Perhaps in the next life you'll achieve more, if NPCs even have a next life." The nobleman pleaded, begging for his life, promising to comply with whatever the protagonist demanded. Without a word, the necromancer turned, signaling it was time to end this. Skeletons surged forward, and Birchin's eyes widened in dread. His long-standing ambitions, his legacy, all seemed destined to vanish. The monstrous figure swung its sword, severing limbs with terrifying precision. Birchin's arm fell to the floor. The system confirmed the Duke's death, noting that with his demise the execution of his final plans had ceased. 321 related quests were deleted, and the protagonist received the title of Noble Assassin. A notification confirmed that the additional quest had been completed, awarding the adventurer 53,000 influence points. Smiling at the screen, he commented that he had anticipated this outcome, noting that the influence points were generous compared to his previous exploits. The Demon King cheered at his master's gain, while Ellie sensed the surge of power emanating from him. Through the sweat on his face, the necromancer reflected that these little scammers certainly had a knack for detecting opportunity. Jae Young asked Tan if there was a time limit on using the Argamer Lich, and Tan replied that it could be wielded as long as influence was maintained. The protagonist held out his palm, acknowledging the rules as a purple aura flared. He activated Resurrect the Dead once more, and the Duke's severed head lifted from the floor. "If you stare going to ruin everything," the boy said coldly, "you might as well do it right." His eyes narrowed, and he added, "Many places are still waiting for destruction." Across the continent, under the serene moonlight streaming through stained glass, the Holy Father of the Empire struggled to sleep, worrying about lost lambs in the night. Sylvia, peering into the chamber, approached him cautiously. Amal leaned in, asking if she knew anything about the source of this darkness, even the smallest clue. The saint lowered her gaze, voice trembling, and revealed that the man who had died had cried out his final words, "Duke Birchin." The priest shuddered. The name carried weight. The Duke was the true power behind the Maroon Kingdom. Sylvia covered her face, tears streaming, mourning the innocent lives caught in the maelstrom. The Holy Father comforted her, explaining that the divine had used her as a messenger, that she remained safe, and that this vision was a warning, not a reality. Even as another voice addressed the clergy, the shadow of death stretched across the Burgundy Kingdom, its dark tendrils reaching into every corner, heralding chaos and the rise of an unstoppable power. On the holy night, Agodil knelt on one knee and announced his arrival. With a solemn expression, he stated that he was awaiting orders. Amin looked at the warrior, thanked him for coming, and informed him that the saint had received a vision from God. He was ordered to conduct a thorough investigation into what had happened to Duke Brennan, and to search for any traces of darkness. At the same time, the undead began roaming through the Duke's lands. Notifications poured in one after another, reporting confusion, declining productivity, weakened military strength, and frightened citizens abandoning the territory. Jaing reached for the duchy's banner. As his hand closed around it, he declared that this was the end. Dark flames erupted, and the flag burned away completely. Soon after, the protagonist stood atop the fortress wall, reading the notifications announcing the quest's completion and his newly acquired title. He found the sight magnificent. Pulling back his hood, he remarked that being a necromancer was surprisingly good, and that if he had known earlier, he would have chosen this class without hesitation. His undead army marched through the city streets in disciplined ranks. The youth frowned slightly, and muttered that seeing corpses every day would be difficult. Yet he could not deny that Lichreimer's army of the dead was an overwhelmingly powerful force. With more than 60,000 influence collected, the outcome could be considered a huge profit. Even so, the adventurer was not satisfied. He realized that if the situation dragged on, it would only become worse. Looking at his own hand, he reflected that this power was still borrowed through divine descent. The longer he used it, the more influence it would consume, and he might end up offering more than he had gained as a reward. Tang shuddered when the master asked how much influence had been spent so far, and cautiously asked whether he truly wanted to know. The demon pulled out a calculator and began to calculate. Zhang had killed the duke, scattered his entire army, and destroyed part of the territory, or rather, nearly all of it. Regardless, the number of deaths had to be counted. After finishing the calculation, Satan winked at the young man and declared that the cost exceeded 42,000 influence. He called him a weakling, then immediately corrected himself, addressing him instead as an expensive customer. The protagonist glanced sideways at the familiar, clearly remembering the insult, while Satan denied ever saying such a thing. Indignant, the adventurer protested that the price was far too high and demanded a discount. The demon was stunned. Waving his hands, he told the expensive customer to wait. Did he really think this was a street market? They used a fixed price system. Since the owner had used the power as he pleased, it was only fair to pay the appropriate price. Still, Satan reminded him that he was a VIP customer. Shouldn't there be a special discount or coupons for someone like him? Satan clenched his fist and cursed him as a crazy bastard, saying it was just a figure of speech and not some department store promotion. In response, Jae Young smirked and threatened to deal exclusively with Ellie if no discount was offered. The angel immediately looked at the owner with sparkling eyes. Tang raised 4 fingers and announced the price as 40,000. The young man raised an eyebrow and countered with 35. After several seconds of intense bargaining, the demon clenched his fist, convinced he was being mocked. Even the saint looked on in horror. Finally, the amount of 36,500 was announced. Satan rushed at the protagonist, shouting that he could not give any further discounts, and that he could do whatever he wanted. With a satisfied smile, the young man replied that this was enough. They shook hands, and the system immediately announced that the player had become the first person to fool the Demon King. The adventurer stared at the system window in disbelief, as he saw that his negotiation skill had increased by 7 ranks at once. Tang began flying around in panic, screaming that he was suffering an unbearable loss, while the angel laughed and remarked that this was the price he had to pay for stealing someone else's idea. The boy thought that achieving such a result when a familiar was the target was truly impressive. He sighed and looked down, noticing that the country was now in complete disarray. When he announced that he would leave for a while and asked his familiars to wait for him, they panicked and asked where he was going, insisting that they could not do anything without him. With a serious expression, the young man replied that he had something to finish. Smirking, he added that they would learn the details in time, something he was very much looking forward to before logging out. The player opened his eyes in his room and walked over to his computer. He quickly discovered that the news had already spread across the game forums, with users passionately discussing what had happened. The protagonist smiled in satisfaction. This was exactly the confusion he had anticipated. He wondered how people would react if they learned that he was responsible for both the slime incident and this one, though he had no intention of being caught. Stretching, the boy decided that now that everything was in place, it was time to act. Smirking, Jae Young said aloud that it was time to prepare to ruin this young master's life. The protagonist had always loved MMORPGs, and this was far from the first time he had dealt with people like Ju in the GM group. Drawing on his past experiences, he had developed the perfect method to handle those who abused their power to commit all kinds of injustices. From the moment Jae Young decided to bully Jae, he had been quietly preparing this plan. The cursor moved through a series of video files, and with a triumphant grin, he announced that he had found it. Typing rapidly on the keyboard, the player laughed as he recalled how he had asked Tan and Ellie to track and monitor everything. The rest was simple. He would erase all traces of his own involvement and edit the footage to make it appear as though events unfolded naturally. In the video, the Duke could be seen smirking as he asked how much profit they could make. With the same expression, Jagyu replied that it would depend on how high grain prices rose, but estimated profits would reach around 8 million gold. The scoundrel leaned back in his chair and muttered that if Duke Birchin kept his word, the GM trading company would dominate the entire continent. In the Burgundy Kingdom alone, the profits from monopolizing grain production would be only the beginning. He would make 10 times that amount. No, several hundred times more. The blonde continued to smirk, as he added that it was all thanks to idiots, who were merely playing and enjoying the game. He even hoped that a war would break out soon. At that moment the protagonist finished editing. With a satisfied grin, the boy muttered aloud that this should be enough. Now that the video had been posted online, he could hardly wait to see everyone's reaction. The glow from the monitor illuminated the darkened room. The chair before the computer was empty. Meanwhile, views and comments on the video detailing the incident involving Birch and the duchy in Arcadia continued to skyrocket, and Jag saw everything unfold in real time. His face twisted in horror as he realized that his end had come. John suddenly appeared behind the young master. Seeing his state, he demanded to know what was going on and how their private conversation had been leaked. The old man rubbed his chin, deep in thought. There should not have been any users present. In response, the blonde snapped that if no one had been there, then the video would never have appeared. John smashed the monitor with his fist, cursing furiously. Clenching his hands, the villain swore that whoever was responsible would be found and killed using every resource at his disposal. The CEO placed a hand on the young man's shoulder and said that he understood his feelings. However, hunting down the culprit was not the most important issue right now. The priority was to block the video at all costs, because if it continued to spread, it would severely disrupt GM Group's operations. At that moment, the phone on the table vibrated. The chairman's name appeared on the screen. Jagu realized that his father was calling and rushed forward, while John instantly understood that they were already too late. Panic spread across the young man's face as he realized that he was truly finished. At 9 o'clock that evening, breaking news reported that an incident had occurred in the popular game Arcadia Online. A video showing a user abusing the game's economic system and attempting to seize resources had become a hot topic across the city. To everyone's shock, it was revealed that the true culprit behind the incident was GM Group. The report further stated that Arcadia Korea, a subsidiary of Ajin Electronic, had discovered that GM Group had invested a massive amount of capital to purchase in-game gold. The most shocking detail was the sum involved, estimated at around $750,000. The host continued, explaining that GM Group was now awaiting statements from the Fair Trade Commission and the prosecutor's office. Mayan watched the broadcast and chuckled softly, noting the uproar it had caused. This was the first time something that existed purely in virtual reality had created such a powerful impact in the real world. To her, it was hardly surprising. Mongan frowned and asked whether it was truly acceptable to let the public know about this incident. The president placed her palms on the table and replied that this was an excellent opportunity to make an example of GM Group for other corporations that were closely watching them. The director countered with confidence, saying that GM Group would not simply sit back and accept this. Mayan smirked and suggested that they should see it through to the end, no matter what it took. The man was taken aback. The president turned to Mai Han and asked who he thought would suffer more if the incident was fully exposed. She did not believe GM Group was foolish enough to underestimate the consequences. The director closed his eyes, and when the girl added that it was time to teach them that trying to play dirty in the world they had created would lead to serious consequences, he could not help but think that she had real nerve. Mayan narrowed her eyes, indifferent to what might happen to some third-rate corporation. To her, the most important figure was the mysterious user who had uploaded the video. The president straightened and began listing the past incidents: the slime invasion, the iron ore slaves, and the Birch and Duchy affair. That single user's actions had caused massive disruptions, not only within the game but beyond it. Laughing, the girl asked her colleague whether he noticed a pattern forming. At that very moment, the unknown and mysterious user was slumped over his desk at the university, slowly drifting off to sleep. Jae Young suddenly perked up and excitedly asked his friend if he had heard about the GM Group investment scandal. He talked about how they had encountered a powerful NPC named Birchin and tried to pull off something completely insane. Yawning, Jae Young asked why a major corporation would bother meddling in games. His friend shot back indignantly, saying he clearly did not understand. The young man explained that the game's economy was large enough to attract real-world corporations, that NPCs once dismissed as mere systems now displayed complex thoughts and decisions, and that the fact this incident had made real-world headlines was thrilling. With eyes shining, the student concluded that Arcadia was more than just a game. It was a complete world that truly existed. The protagonist chuckled and agreed, thinking to himself that everything was progressing exactly as planned. It was not just Jang who was captivated by Arcadia. The protagonist noticed that the other students were reacting exactly as he had anticipated. He picked up his phone, and the first thing he saw was Jago's tense expression splashed across the news. Smiling faintly, he thought that he had taught that scoundrel a proper lesson. At that moment, an unfamiliar voice echoed through the classroom. The young man raised his eyebrows. He had never heard that voice before. The stranger placed his palms on the teacher's desk and introduced himself with a smile as Piligan, a member of Arcadia's R&D team. He explained that he would be in charge of today's special lecture and added that he was a senior at this institution. He hoped everyone had been listening carefully to Professor Tun, as despite the lectures being somewhat dull, they contained many useful insights. Jay stared at the newcomer in surprise, while someone in the room shouted at the brat to stop talking nonsense and start the lecture. Jay was genuinely shocked that this person was actually an Arcadia employee. At the same time, within the game world, Tan yawned lazily and wondered aloud when his master would return. He was unbearably bored. Suddenly an ominous sensation jolted him awake. Satan sat upright, his expression darkening as he struggled to understand the vile force he felt approaching. An unusual presence was drawing near. In the distance, a massive squad of knights advanced toward the ruined duchy, and the sheer size of their force was overwhelming. Tan gritted his teeth and concluded that he needed to get out of the area immediately. And what was that woman with chicken wings doing at a time like this? Before he could dwell on it further, a paladin stepped forward to face the squad of undead. The demon could hardly believe that such people had appeared while the master was absent. Egodil raised his hand. Brilliant light spells burst forth from his fingers, washing over the undead. They were instantly engulfed by the holy radiance, their forms burning away. One of them barely managed to let out a faint sound before collapsing. In the end, only empty armor remained scattered across the ground. The holy knight dropped to one knee and whispered a prayer, wishing his fallen friend eternal rest. Noticing the cross engraved on the armor, the paladin muttered that it was a terrible sight, yet everything aligned perfectly with the saint's prophecy. Grinding his teeth, Egodil expressed regret that he had not learned of this sooner. Without even turning to look at his men, he declared that their investigation had come to an end. The undead they had just eliminated were of above-average rank. If creatures at the entrance were already this powerful, pressing further would only lead to casualties. Fear spread among the soldiers at those words. Turning back to them, the paladin ordered that the Holy Father be informed immediately. Egodil specifically instructed them to report that a lich capable of leaving a mark on history had appeared. Meanwhile, in the real world, a special lecture was beginning in the university's second auditorium. Pilgin stood at the podium with a smile and explained the reason for his appearance. He was conducting a test related to achieving the world's first degree in virtual reality engineering, a field meant to follow the dreams of young people and turn them into reality. He confidently stated that everyone present should already know about the direct connection between virtual reality and the human brain, emphasizing that this connection was the core technology behind virtual reality itself. He went on to explain that just as people had different faces, their brains also differed. Each individual used unique signal patterns to communicate with machines. In other words, there were deviations. Pagan's gaze sharpened as he concluded that true talent for virtual reality did exist. The protagonist's eyebrows rose slightly in interest. With a smile, Pagan added that the speed at which the brain and machine exchanged electrical signals depended on this talent. This metric was called synchronization speed. As students whispered among themselves, the lecturer continued, explaining that they should have encountered this concept before. Today he would measure their synchronization speed. It would be a valuable experience, he said, before asking who wanted to try first. A hand shot up. Two stood and volunteered. Murmurs rippled through the room as he added that it sounded interesting. Jae Young lowered his head in disappointment, prompting the protagonist to ask what was wrong. Glancing sideways at the upstart, he suddenly remembered that this was the guy who had injured his hand before. He recalled hearing that this person had been in the same high school class as his friend, and was likely the leader of the group that included the girl he liked. Letting out a quiet breath, the player decided it was better not to dwell on it. When the young man introduced himself, the protagonist's eyes widened. With a smirk, Tessa said that he was looking forward to being in the same class as the gopher's friend. He then apologized for the delay, explaining that his seat had been farther away than he thought. Pilgin waved it off and asked him to come forward. A nervous smile appeared on Jae Young's face, as he tried to figure out what this guy was planning. The lecturer presented a capsule used to measure synchronization speed, explaining that there was another machine normally used for this purpose. However, since the test was unofficial, this would suffice. The accuracy might be slightly lower, but it would still provide reliable speed measurements. Tessa smiled stiffly when Pilgin assured everyone that it was completely safe, privately thinking that such information should have been shared before he stepped inside. Pilgin took out a tablet and suggested they begin. The machine hummed to life as the capsule lit up. Tessa's expression remained calm. He was confident that the results would be impressive. There was no way he would score low. This was the perfect opportunity to show everyone the difference between himself and the others, especially that Gopher Jae Young and the hoodie-wearing guy who always lingered around him. He disliked them both, particularly the protagonist, whose indifferent gaze annoyed him. Smiling to himself, he resolved to use this chance to completely trample them. Soon, the device displayed a result of 21.12%. Pilgin stared at the screen in amazement, and admitted that it was an impressive score. On average, most people reached only the mid-20s, and this was already quite high. Tessa climbed out of the capsule with a satisfied smile. When he heard that he had nearly broken the record, which stood at 26%, he said modestly that he was flattered. Encouraged, the lecturer turned to the class and asked if anyone wanted to go next. Taking advantage of the moment, the upstart pointed directly at Jae Young and nominated him, completely missing the smirk on Jae's face. Jae Young glanced apologetically at his friend as he stood, thinking that this situation was somehow his fault. In response, he was reassured that everything was fine. Meeting his rival's gaze, he added calmly that it did look interesting. Once Jae Young was inside the capsule, Pilgin announced the start of the measurement. The protagonist smirked as the indicators began soaring past the previously recorded values. Sparks flickered across the machine. Jae Young stared in disbelief and muttered that this was incredible. An assistant cried out in panic, saying the synchronization speed appeared abnormal, and that the machine was experiencing errors, urging them to shut it down immediately. Pilgin stopped her. Though he was shocked himself, he stated firmly that this was not an error, Finally, the machine powered down. The screen displayed a staggering result of nearly 93%. With wide eyes, the lecturer announced that the measurement was complete. Tessa stared at the number in horror and cursed aloud. As the students struggled to process what they had just witnessed, the staff member immediately asked Jae Young whether he had ever played Arcadia. When he answered no, Pilgin pressed on, asking about other computer games, convinced that he possessed an extraordinary talent. Jae Young continued to feign ignorance. At last, the protagonist removed his glasses and smiled, remarking that the experience had been truly interesting. After the lecture ended, Jae Young unwrapped his kimbap. On his phone screen, Jae was delivering an official apology. The young man noticed how many people were asking for forgiveness these days. As he took a bite, he realized that this was exactly why he felt so satisfied. Looking down at his phone, the adventurer noted that as the news spread across media outlets, the number of views was skyrocketing. It was not limited to Korea either. Reactions were pouring in from all over the world. Thanks to this, he no longer had to worry about money. Even so, he observed that the income was slightly less than expected, and concluded that the video platform employees were severely underpaid. Still, it was more than enough to ease his concerns about rent and his capsule debt. The boy clutched his food and muttered aloud that if he exchanged the item he had obtained by giving up influence for money right now, this might be the last time he ever ate kimbap as a university student. When his name was suddenly called, Jae Young turned around. Seeing his friend panting heavily, he asked what was wrong, only for the other to shout in excitement that he was incredible. To think that his synchronization speed had reached 92%. Even Taisu had only managed 21. Clenching his fists, Jae Young added that his own score was merely 15%, and that even the professors were talking about his friend. The protagonist tried to steer the conversation elsewhere, suggesting that they try a new type of kimbap that tasted quite good. Winston replied that he had already eaten at the student cafeteria. Hearing that everyone had such a positive impression of him, the protagonist raised his eyebrows in surprise. Scratching the back of his head, the red-haired man admitted that his friend was truly amazing in every way. The adventurer frowned slightly when his companion confessed that he was extremely curious about what would happen if he played Arcadia. Jae's eyes widened when Jae Young casually admitted that he was already playing it. Perhaps it was because everything had gone exactly according to plan that day. Or maybe it was because the new kimbap the protagonist had eaten without much thought was unexpectedly delicious. Maybe the weather was simply nice. For some unknown reason, the boy decided to tell someone for the first time that he had been playing Arcadia since its open beta. By revealing his in-game nickname, he exposed his identity to his friend. An awkward silence followed. Jae Young stood there in a daze, not immediately believing what he had just heard. Looking down, he repeated the name Dex, trying to process it. His eyes widened in shock. Of course he knew that name. Every Korean gamer did. The #1 player across countless games of different genres. But that legendary ranker could not possibly be his classmate. With a confused smile, the red-haired young man said aloud that his friend must simply be a fan of the legend. The protagonist raised his eyebrows and corrected him, calmly stating that it really was his nickname, though he no longer had any proof since he had deleted all of his accounts. Then Jae Young remembered the synchronization speed result, and fell into even deeper shock. He suddenly dropped to his knees in front of him, realizing that there was indeed proof after all. Fear flashed through his eyes as he worried that something extraordinary had happened to his friend. For a moment he could not even find the words to speak. Then he looked up and asked for an autograph, confessing that he was a huge fan. The player's face stiffened in disbelief, and he spent a long time trying to calm his classmate down. Meanwhile, inside the game, in the Valley of the Cold Heart, a massive snake and an army of monsters surrounded a group of adventurers. A panicked sorceress shouted that there were far more monsters than expected. But the tank told everyone not to panic. If they died here, they would suffer an additional death penalty. Voices rang out in frustration, complaining that the necromancer who was supposed to deal with the monsters was late. Suddenly, the power of dark magic surged. A dark swarm was summoned, and hundreds of magical creatures descended upon the giant snake. The adventurers watched in awe as the massive beast vanished into black flames. The swordsman calculated the overwhelming damage output, remarking that the savior had wiped out all those monsters with a single attack. The sorceress objected, saying they could not all be that strong. After all, standing before them was the #1 dark mage in the entire game. The black dragon smiled and thanked the adventurers for their help. The swordsman bowed and apologized for not recognizing such a high-ranked player immediately. The girl waved it off, saying it was fine and that they did not need to know everything about her. After all, they could do the same once they leveled up. The group smiled when the dark sorceress admitted that they had indeed helped her. She then asked them to assist in dealing with the remaining monsters. One of the swordsmen raised his hand, asking her not to misunderstand him. He was simply curious whether she had expended all of her strength in that attack, since if so, she would need time to recover, which meant she should take a break. After thinking it over, the girl surprised him by saying that her stats would recover by the time they finished clearing the rest. so there would be no problem. The swordsman exclaimed in disbelief that it was far too fast. In confusion, he reflected that such overwhelming area of effect damage paired with such a short recovery time was only possible for high-level dark mages who had passed hellish trials. No wonder people said leveling was faster when teaming up with a dark mage. Dark flames erupted once more as the dragon took flight and announced that it was time to begin. When everything was over, the party thanked her, admitting that the hunt had been enjoyable, and promised to grow stronger to help her next time. She replied calmly that it had merely been a hunt. The adventurers waved goodbye with smiles, and she returned the gesture before being left alone. The gamer yawned, realizing how bored she was. Opening the system interface, she searched for something interesting and discovered a quest to investigate the incident involving Duke Birchin. She recalled how much trouble that NPC had caused, and remembered that he had contacted her before. She still could not believe that he was now dead. Resting her hands on the table behind her, the dragon thought that while the situation was intriguing, even the smartest minds in Ephronia had been unable to identify the culprit. She had no intention of handling it alone, so it was easier to leave everything as it was. Staring at the system window, she began to wonder who could possibly be behind all of this. Suddenly she straightened, struck by the thought that the developers of Arcadia themselves might not be involved at all. Instead, the fault could lie with a single user. She sighed tiredly, dismissing the idea. Even a ranker like herself could not pull off something on that scale. At that moment, a new window appeared before her eyes. Her mouth fell open when she saw a task related to hunting witches. She could not understand why it had been assigned to her. At the same time, in the former Duchy of Birchin, the familiars pounced on the protagonist, all talking at once as they desperately tried to tell him everything that had happened during his absence. Jae-young raised his hand in confusion. Tan immediately demanded to be heard, shouting that after the master had left, soldiers of the damned Holy Empire had burst in. Ellie cut him off at once, declaring loudly that although they had disposed of the master's young lambs, it was a righteous act carried out in the name of faith. The young man quickly told them to slow down and speak one at a time. The demon indignantly pressed a palm to his chest and accused the master of recklessly using the power of the Lichar gamer. He had caused chaos in the human world, and mortals would not simply let such a thing slide. The angel placed her hands against her chest and admitted that she partially agreed with that damned mouse. The Lichar gamer had been recognized as an enemy even in heaven. He was the one who had rewritten the history of Arcadia, and she strongly advised against ever using the cursed flame of the demon realm again. Satan immediately exploded, shouting that she was an unbalanced psychopath. Ellie calmly thanked him for the compliment, saying she would get goosebumps if a mouse like him ever shared her way of thinking. Tan's face twisted with rage as he decided he had been too lenient. He proposed settling it properly, and the angel smiled sweetly, agreeing to try, reminding him that so far Mr. Satan had 0 wins and 1 loss. The player watched their argument in a daze, realizing that there had not been a single peaceful day since he arrived. Then he smiled. Judging by their reports, everything was unfolding exactly as he had planned. Leaving the undead behind using a portion of his influence had clearly not been in vain. In honor of the great villain who would go down in history as the Lichar gamer, it was time to inform the world of his awakening. With a grin, the protagonist added that he was eagerly awaiting the reactions of those so-called righteous heroes. The next day, in the Holy Empire, Agodiel knelt before the throne of the Holy Father. With a grim expression, the knight reported that after a thorough investigation of the former Duchy of Birchin, the culprit had been confirmed. It was Lich Argymer, without a doubt. Sylvia covered her face in horror, while Enemain pressed his fingers to his temple, as the saint cried out that this was the very creature of darkness she had seen. He agreed with her. The Holy Father's expression darkened with anger. Their empire had long remained detached from the continent's political struggles, following the teachings of their god. They believed in love, patience, and allowing the ignorant to find enlightenment on their own, repenting before being guided. Yet once again forces of evil had plunged the world into chaos. Agodiel bowed deeply when he received the divine command, declaring that he was merely an instrument of the law. Clenching his fist, the Holy Father proclaimed, invoking his authority as the Empire's high priest, that all evil on this land must be condemned and acknowledged. When ordered to inform every empire, the knight replied that it would be done. As he rose, Agodiel frowned, fully aware that the war between good and evil was beginning once more. Thus the witch hunt quest appeared, leaving the dark dragon staring at it in disbelief. Horror filled her face. She could not understand what was happening, yet this outcome was exactly what the protagonist had wanted. During the last great Holy Demon War, Arcadia had been divided into 2 factions, holy and evil. The hostility between them had become part of the game's role-playing appeal. Conflicts erupted daily, and random killings were not uncommon. Still, there had always been rules, such as bans on killing within cities, preventing total war. Now there was a reason to fight, and the rules vanished. Worse still, the balance of power was completely shattered. That same morning, as the dark dragon traveled through the mountains toward a city, she muttered that 50 million villains nearly equaled the population of South Korea. Were they truly planning to wipe out everyone in the evil faction? Biting her finger, she cursed them as insane and decided she would have to stay within the city for a while. Soon she reached the gates of the nearest settlement. The moment her foot crossed the sacred barrier, a notification appeared, declaring the area a killing zone. The sorceress stared at the message in horror, panic flooding her face as she realized the city's protection had been lifted. It was no longer safe. At that very moment, a paladin cut down a dark warrior, receiving a notification announcing the first execution. Bathed in holy light, the man read the message about his special rewards, then lifted his gaze and spotted another target, the terrified dragon. Almost instantly, every representative of the holy faction in the city began moving toward her. The sorceress clenched her teeth and tried to stop them, hoping to resolve the situation through words. Before she could speak, a guard shouted that a dark mage had entered the city. Hearing the order to kill her on sight, she realized that with NPCs involved, negotiation was impossible. Closing her eyes, she unleashed a dark swarm that knocked down all approaching soldiers. Notifications flooded in, announcing that she had killed city guards. More guards joined the hunt, and warnings appeared that killing players would earn her a red mark and severe penalties upon death. As the dark flames faded, the dragon stood there breathing heavily, convincing herself that she had no other choice. She turned sharply when she heard screams declaring that the dark mage had revealed her true nature, accompanied by calls to eradicate the evil faction. They had even recognized her as the #1 dark mage. Freezing for a brief moment, she realized it was time to flee. She broke into a run, holy forces chasing relentlessly behind her. Meanwhile, near the former duchy of Birchen, Jay stared at the witch hunt quest window in astonishment. Tan screamed in despair that this had happened again, and that this was exactly why he had warned him not to go too far. The young man snorted and calmly replied that he had not done any of this out of desire. Everything was for the sake of the quest reward. The demon stared at the player in confusion and concluded that he too was a psychopath. Satan grabbed his head, thinking that they had just kicked over a beehive. He should have opposed the use of the Argamer Lich's power from the beginning. If those damn chickens truly went mad, dealing with the aftermath would be exhausting. Tan's eyes suddenly widened as an idea struck him. He turned to Ellie and demanded that she return to her original form and that everyone calm down. The angel looked at him in confusion and asked why she should do such a thing. Satan rushed at her, shouting that a war was about to break out. He did not want their master to get dragged into trouble because he was using their powers. Moreover, it was the angel's duty to prevent bloodshed. Ellie merely smiled and said that it was actually fine. This could be used as an opportunity to destroy all evil creatures, and she was even looking forward to it. Tan stared at her in disbelief and finally concluded that she really was a damned psychopath. At that moment, the adventurer stared at the martial law notice and admitted aloud that things were only getting worse and would not end so easily. Behind him, the demon shouted that they were finished. Satan's face twisted in panic as he screamed that the master had to take responsibility for this mess, since it was his fault. Everyone on their side would die sooner or later because he had used the Lichargamer's power to create such chaos. If he did nothing now, Satan swore he would never lend him his power again. The boy frowned and accused the demon of being petty. Jae-young looked away guiltily, silently admitting that Tan was right. The reaction was far worse than he had expected, which meant he would have to intervene. Turning to Ellie, he asked whether she could try to reconcile them after all. She asked what kind of reconciliation he meant, warning that interfering would be problematic. After all, this decision had been made solely by humans. The protagonist glanced at the quest window and muttered that there might still be an option. His fingers brushed over the line showing the number of convicted villains. As the death count continued to rise, he said that not all of them were criminals, and that killing people simply because they were dark mages was wrong. Since ancient times, there had been a saying, "Hate the sin, not the sinner." Spilling innocent blood was unacceptable. Ellie raised an eyebrow when the adventurer added that he was even willing to give her influence points if she would do him this favor. The angel pressed her palms to her chest and replied that since she was his guardian angel, she could not ignore his request. She promised to try to reconcile them. With a confused smile, the boy thanked her sincerely, while Tan thought that this girl was nothing more than a calculating fraud. After receiving the influence points, Ellie lowered her gaze and said that she would return shortly, heading to the palace of the Holy Empire. The messenger of God appeared before the people, leaving them in shock. They could hardly believe that such a blessing had descended upon Eden, the sanctuary of the Holy Empire. Sylvia, in particular, was overjoyed to witness a real angel. Ellie looked down at the mortals and announced that she had come bearing a message from God, urging them to listen carefully. Jae-young opened his interface again as notifications about changes flooded in, and Tan rushed to check as well. The demon's mouth fell open in shock as he cursed loudly. The young man also looked confused. Moments later, the angel returned and happily announced that her followers had promised to fulfill her request. However, the two of them did not share her joy. Ellie insisted that angels never lied. Yet the quest conditions had indeed changed. Tan flared up again, furious that all his rival had accomplished was reducing the number of condemned by a mere 100 people. The player cursed under his breath, saying that he had wasted his sense of decency for nothing. But the angel clasped her hands together and declared proudly that they could now save 100 lives. Such mercy should have made them happy. Satan lunged at her, shouting that this winged menace was finished today. Ellie, utterly baffled, asked what she had done wrong. She had reconciled everyone, and now she understood why demons argued all the time. The protagonist lowered his head as Satan screamed that there had been no reconciliation at all, only deception. He wondered what kind of fool had decided to create angels in this game. With a weary expression, the player thought that the fact angels were even allowed to reincarnate was pure nonsense. Still, at least his 1,500 decency points had not been entirely wasted. Something had changed. Then the adventurer smiled as an idea surfaced. The familiars stopped fighting when the master said that he had one request for Tan. Raising his finger, the boy asked whether the demon wanted to help the evil faction. Satan eyed Jae Young suspiciously when he added that he knew a way. At that moment, the dark dragon was cornered at the edge of a cliff. Her pursuers rejoiced, convinced that they had finally caught her. One of the paladins swung his sword onto his shoulder and said that she had hoped in vain to escape. How naive the members of the evil faction were. Another sorceress echoed his words, demanding that the rat surrender. The dark dragon breathed heavily. She realized that she had made a mistake by spending so much mana while fleeing. She could only use her skills once or twice more, and the more players she killed, the harsher the death penalty would become. Yet if she did nothing now, they would surely kill her. Clenching her teeth, she accepted that she had no choice. The knights advanced, discussing among themselves what kind of rewards they would receive for executing the black mage who ranked first among all others. One of them remarked that it did not matter what loot she dropped. The important thing was that they would divide everything among themselves. The paladin tightened his grip on the blade. The dragon watched in horror as they rushed at her, driven not by justice, but by the promise of special rewards. She closed her eyes, bracing herself for the end, yet nothing happened. Slowly she opened them. Tang stood directly in front of her, casually erasing the saint's attack with a single finger. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Her savior was so small. The paladin pressed a hand to his forehead, unable to comprehend who this being was or how he had effortlessly repelled their assault. He could not even bring himself to believe that a real demon stood before him. One of the pursuers cried out that he had never seen abilities like this before, and guessed that it must be the sorceress's pet. Others immediately objected, arguing that no pet could possibly be that powerful. The dragon stared at the demon in confusion and asked who he was. Through her essence, she saw it clearly. The towering image of the Demon King looming behind the seemingly bored little demon. Satan met her gaze boldly. The sorceress froze when he addressed her by name. Her mouth fell open as the system informed her that she had just encountered the most ancient darkness. She stared at Tan in disbelief, unable to reconcile what she was seeing. The demon pointed at the knights and ordered them to stand still while he dealt with these scum. The saints did not appreciate this treatment. Satan turned toward them, his palm igniting with dark flames, and declared that he wanted to end this quickly. Otherwise, it would be a waste of decency points. One of the fighters charged forward, shouting that they only needed to kill this little thing and the warlock would be theirs. She had clearly exhausted too much mana, and would not last long. He called for the use of their strongest skills. Sacred flames surged toward the demon. Tan looked at them coldly, and stated that he was definitely not a pet. A dark shield formed instantly, reflecting the saint's attack back at them. The pursuers gaped in shock. Their assault had simply vanished. They could not understand what kind of monster stood before them. A brilliant sphere of darkness flared to life. Satan's eyes glowed scarlet. A devastating wave of dark power engulfed the players, erasing their virtual bodies. Their screams rang out as they realized their divine power was useless. They cursed in terror, admitting they had never seen anything like this. With a grin, Tan ordered that the rotten creatures be finished off. For a brief moment, the paladins stared at their hands, now riddled with dark cracks. Then their bodies crumbled into dust. The demon casually picked his nose and muttered that it was not even interesting, adding that humans truly never understood words. Only his master was different. The dragon suddenly dropped to her knees before the great ancient darkness, thanking the Demon King for saving a pathetic black magician like herself. Satan blinked in surprise, not understanding why she was practically singing his praises. She explained that among black magicians, there was no one who did not know the Lord of Demons. Blushing slightly, she admitted she was a huge fan of the Lord of Chaos, and that it was an honor to meet him. Tan rubbed his cheek in embarrassment, surprised at how rare it was to encounter someone so reasonable. When he asked whether she truly was the strongest among warlock adventurers, the gamer hurriedly denied it, saying she was far from deserving such a title. The demon studied her thoughtfully and remarked that she did not look particularly strong. She was thin, lacking muscles, and clearly spent her days running from holy nights. Without him, she probably could not do anything. The girl apologized and offered to show her stats if needed. She raised an eyebrow in surprise when Tan suddenly told her to listen carefully. With his hands in his pockets, the demon said there was a job for her. Confused, the gamer asked what kind of job. Satan grinned and declared that the Black Dragon of Darkness would become #1 in the ranking among dark magicians. Her eyebrows shot up in shock when she realized what that meant. She would become a symbol of evil. Lich Argamer was a legendary warlock who had sold his soul and gained immortality through a direct contract with the devil. He had once stained an entire continent with blood. Saint Mary eventually defeated him, declaring that the vile creature of darkness had committed unforgivable sins and must die by divine light. Yet even as he burned in holy flames, Lich Argamer bowed before an ordinary sword and swore that one day they would pay for everything. Deep within the demon realm, Lich Argamer had been imprisoned. Hundreds of years seemed to have passed. Bound in chains, the Lich muttered that because his sins had shaken the world, he was doomed to rot there until the end of time. It was unfair. He had never completed his grand plans. To be trapped forever, helpless and forgotten, was a cruel punishment. If only he were given another chance. The skeleton suddenly shuddered as a presence addressed him. Satan himself appeared within the Lich's dungeon. The villain trembled in excitement, declaring that it was an honor beyond words. He never expected to meet the Demon King here. Tan cut him off immediately, telling him to spare the nonsense. Frowning at the prisoner, Satan said there was a job for him. The skeleton was overjoyed. Irritation flashed across the demon's face as the Lich began shouting eagerly, asking whether they were finally going to destroy the Holy Empire. He swore he would do anything, ready to send those creatures straight to the edge of hell. For that outburst, Lich Argamer received a blast of dark flame to the face. Thon stared at him coldly, and asked if he was insane. The demon lowered his hand and said that the skeleton clearly did not understand how many points of decency it had cost to allow someone like him to return to Arcadia. He would not permit him to ruin everything again. Clenching his teeth, the Demon King added coldly that he would never allow such a scoundrel to rule freely once more. The Lich stared at Satan in confusion and asked what he was supposed to do instead. To himself, he thought that the Demon King had become strangely cautious lately. Perhaps something was troubling him. Tan pointed at Argamer and told him to imagine that everything they were planning was merely a performance. He would temporarily take possession of a single person's body, play his assigned role, and then return here to the demon realm. Satan frowned and warned him that if he even thought about taking revenge on the Celestials again, he would kill him without hesitation, and not personally, but through a demon far stronger than he was. The Lich was horrified and hastily promised obedience, though deep down he could not believe that anyone stronger than Satan truly existed. At that moment, the same dangerous man yawned impatiently, muttering that Tan was late. The Demon King extended his hand and activated a magic seal beneath the black dragon's feet. The girl looked down in shock. The magic was extraordinary, yet she had no idea what was happening. Satan looked at her seriously and warned that he had placed a large bet on her, telling her not to disappoint him. A dark image appeared above the warlock's body as the Lich manifested in the form of condensed black energy. The gamer's eyes widened as notifications flooded in. She had absorbed the personality of the greatest villain, obtained the hidden class of Death Maestro, and triggered a change in the quest conditions. The Demon King smiled uneasily. The new requirements, eliminating the High Priest and seizing the Kingdom of Marin, were entirely expected. He wondered how deeply his master intended to involve himself in this. Dark flames engulfed the warlock's figure, and she immediately noticed changes in the design of her equipment. Moments later, notifications announced a massive increase in her level. When she opened her status window, she froze in disbelief. Even her original attributes as the top-ranked warlock on the Korean server were nothing compared to this. She realized that she could now claim first place across all Korean servers. The dragon spun around when the demon addressed her. Satan crossed his arms and told her to answer quickly, or he would decide everything himself. She apologized at once. Examining her carefully, the Demon King noted that her appearance remained unchanged, making her suitable as a symbol. The gamer stared at him in shock. Tan rubbed his chin and decided they could proceed for now. He pulled out a scroll and handed it to her. As she read the contents in astonishment, Satan instructed her to study it carefully and prepare herself. Her eyes widened as she finished reading. The Demon King raised his fingers and declared the start of the performance. Meanwhile, the protagonist exited his capsule and sat down at his computer. Jae Young rubbed his chin while reading the latest posts, concluding that everything was unfolding exactly as expected. Now, however, it was unclear who the true evil faction even was, as the Saints had begun allowing themselves anything. He narrowed his eyes, thinking about the additional witch hunt quest. At this point, it did not matter whether the target was a player or an NPC. Killing members of the evil faction was forgiven, and the greater the contribution, the greater the reward. This was the perfect opportunity for revenge, trophies, and even support. If things continued like this, the tension would only escalate. Complaints from the evil faction were piling up, as its players had suddenly become prey simply because they had chosen the wrong side. The player smiled when he realized that this was precisely the moment when a hero was needed. Watching the Black Dragon's speech on video, the protagonist noted that his familiar had recorded it perfectly. His decency points had not been wasted after all. Scrolling the mouse wheel, he decided that it was time to begin. Everyone needed to see this. Soon a video was released, presenting a statement on behalf of everyone belonging to the evil faction. The sorceress addressed those who had been unjustly killed and branded with words like vile and filthy. Many of their allies had already died, and the slaughter continued. Pressing her palm to her chest, she said that not long ago she herself had nearly died. Clenching her fist, she declared that she would no longer tolerate this injustice. It disrupted the balance of the world. She called upon all sorcerers, dark knights, thieves, vagabonds, bandits, dark merchants, and assassins across Arcadia. They had to unite, to put an end to the bloodshed. Looking straight into the camera, she urged them not to hold back, to resist, and to prove that they too could fight. She then spoke her name, releasing the power of her patron. She announced that they would be led by the Lich who commanded the Legion of Death. Anyone willing to resist the tyranny of the Holy Empire was to gather in the Kingdom of Marin. Sometime later, at the Baroness's estate, Lady Myth stood atop the fortress wall, staring in disbelief and cursing aloud. A massive cluster of monsters was advancing toward the gates. Frowning, she tried to make sense of the distant shapes. An enormous horde had gathered beneath her walls. Jiang waved up at her, seated casually atop the head of a skeleton. He greeted the Baroness, saying that it had been a long time. He was merely passing by and decided to say hello. Her mouth fell open in shock, as the knights recoiled in fear at the sight of the undead army. Smiling stiffly, Maki asked whether he understood what he was doing. Raising a cup of tea, the young man replied calmly that he was simply traveling. The Baroness froze, squinting as she demanded to know why an army of undead was traveling with him, or whether he had always wandered around with such companions. The young man smiled and said that she should already know that a war had begun between the adventurers. Thanks to his army, he was merely trying to protect his own property from them. Gesturing as if picturing the mine, he added that he had no intention of losing such a precious source of income because of reckless fighting. The Baroness nodded, recalling the letter Count Bronson had sent her not long ago. In principle, she understood what was happening now, yet she was still deeply impressed by the sight before her. Looking at Berchen's corpse, she said that it turned out he really had managed to defeat the Duke. Clenching her fist, the Baroness spoke with genuine admiration, saying that he had amazed her. Laughing, the young man replied that this was the first time anyone had praised him like that. Frowning slightly, Meiji said that what he had done was truly incredible. The Duke he dealt with had been nothing more than a worm who sucked the lifeblood out of the people of the Kingdom of Marin. She recalled the man vividly and said that even if all the wealth he hoarded just to stuff his own belly were gathered together, it would have been enough to support the entire nation for several years. On top of that, he was a greedy bastard, who had even plotted rebellion in the end. Lowering her head, the Baroness asked who else she should praise, if not him, since he was the one who had punished that scoundrel. Raising her head again, she admitted that she did not know his true purpose, nor did she need to. Judging by his actions, he appeared to be a true hero in her eyes, and in the eyes of the entire nation. The young man's smile faded, and he grew serious. Lowering his gaze, he calmly remarked that he had noticed the profit deposits had been arriving a little late recently. Meki bristled, saying she had simply been exhausted these past few days. Still, she promised that it would not happen again and asked him to spare her for this one mistake. Looking out the window, Jae Young casually asked whether she truly spoke of heroes so easily. Elsewhere, at the Korean branch of Arcadia, the director's chair sat empty. Mayan was currently inside her capsule. Opening her eyes, she remarked that the witch hunt quest had united players across all continents. No one at headquarters had imagined something like this could happen. Studying the system panel, she complained that they had neither the authority nor a proper reason to forcibly stop it. Perhaps on the contrary, this was a wonderful event that fully demonstrated Arcadia's playability. While remaining in the capsule, she considered that given their future plans, they could not simply leave things as they were. Losses had to be reduced. Soon after, her consciousness was flooded with brilliant light. Mayan approached Alice. The blue-eyed girl turned her gaze to the director and asked how she could help. Raising her head, Mayan explained that an additional quest was currently unfolding on one of the continents, and had disrupted the balance of power. She had come to make adjustments. Looking at Alice, she requested that all users belonging to the evil faction be exempted from the death penalty. Alice's lips moved as she calmly stated that the request had been accepted. The removal of the death penalty caused an uproar. Players stared at their system clocks, trying to remember exactly when it had changed. Those from the evil faction, who until recently had avoided battles out of fear of harsher punishment, now began to fully participate. They attacked without restraint, and even if they died, they simply returned and fought again. A knight ground his teeth when a familiar enemy mocked him, saying they had met again. Licking the blade of his dagger, the assassin declared that he would send him to the lower layers of hell. No matter how many times he was killed, he would simply revive and come back. However, the players of the Saint faction were not willing to endure endless defeats. They gathered mana, invoked saints, and formed special reinforcement squads to support their allies at critical moments, shifting the balance like pieces on a chessboard. Numerical superiority bred coordination. A trio of warriors desperately held the front line, achieving a fragile equilibrium. The knot tightened to its limit, giving rise to endless conflict. Battles across the lands of the Kingdom of Maran never ceased. Even the banners were soaked in blood. A true bloody festival had begun, and even the smoke seemed tainted with it. System notifications flooded in, announcing that the mixture of holy and evil within Arcadia was growing ever more intense. Massive changes rippled through the conflict. Thanks to his contribution, the protagonist received the title of Creator of Darkness. Sitting on a rooftop, the young man admitted that he had not expected the fighting to become so fierce. For the company, canceling the death penalty had been a major decision, but for now it did not interfere with his plans. Murmuring to himself, he recalled being called a hero. Jae Young treated this world as if it were just a game, and perhaps it would never feel like anything else to him. This entire kingdom seemed like a game board. Yet when he thought of Mikhail, he wondered whether he truly deserved such praise without straying from his original goal. Narrowing his eyes, he concluded that this must be Arcadia's true charm. It was an exceptionally well-made game. At that moment Satan appeared, shouting in frustration that he had exhausted all of his accumulated points. The protagonist thought for a moment, and asked why he was making such a fuss, since he had agreed to everything. The demon waved his hand irritably and said that he could not even imagine how many decency points he had spent to completely erase that bastard Argammer from existence. And even after all that, he had not yet spent even half of what it cost. Jae Young sighed and said that Satan was talking as if he himself had done nothing. He should not forget that he had spent all his points as well. Satan frowned at that. Raising an eyebrow, the young man added that thanks to his actions, the players of the evil faction were now at least a little calmer and finally able to fight back. Sweat formed on the demon's brow. Ellie fluttered over and told Jae Young not to pay attention to him. That dead mouse was always dissatisfied with something. Devils were like that by nature. When they were cornered, they said one thing, and when they messed up, they said something completely different. Smiling, the young man asked the angel whether she was ready to lend him her strength. Ellie clenched her fist and replied that she was ready. If only he defeated that lich bastard, she would pay the cost herself, so he would not need to spend anything. Golden mana enveloped the young man's body. Looking at the cardinal icon, the protagonist commented that he looked quite decent. Ellie gave him a thumbs up, and said that his strength was more than enough to deal with that scoundrel. Satan flew up, muttering that while the skeleton was indeed a bastard, he was not weak. It was unlikely that some pathetic guy could defeat him. His mouth fell open in horror when he recognized the power of Cardiel. Cardiel was the owner of the holy sword that had once defeated Argammer and pierced his chest. A scar appeared on Jae Young's cheek as divine essence entered his body, allowing him to temporarily wield its power. Satan screamed, asking how it was even possible to revive one of the 5 holy swords, and shouted that this was turning into a farce. Ellie closed her eyes and admitted that she had invested a great deal, but now there was no doubt about victory. Opening her eyes, she said that she had already declared she was willing to sacrifice everything to finish off those damned demons. Satan looked at her darkly, filled with irritation. Jae Young glanced at his point counter, and calmly remarked that the larger the event, the more points it generated. In his hands appeared a two-handed sword. He intended to squeeze everything he could out of this situation, and if the opportunity did not exist, he would simply create it. At the same time, the Dark Witch, having absorbed the Lich, released her mana. The protagonist also wrapped himself in mana and grinned, saying that he was neither a saint nor a villain, but a true troll. Raising his sword, he declared that it was time to punish that bastard, Lich Argammer. The scene shifted to the palace of the Kingdom of Maran. A noble in the throne room urgently informed the king that evil forces were approaching and would soon reach the palace, forcing him to make an immediate decision. Tears welled in the young king's eyes as he said that if his father were still alive, everything would be different. The old man shouted that the king had to flee the capital at once, escape to the Shiant Empire, hide there temporarily, and then return with strength to reclaim the throne. Frowning, the king asked whether he was truly being advised to run away like a coward and abandon his people. His father would never forgive him for that. Raising his hand, the blonde noble said that a large number of adventurers were already forming a garrison in front of the palace. If they united with them, they might be able to repel the enemy. Smiling faintly, the king replied that adventurers were no ordinary people, as they could return to life even after death. Suddenly the palace trembled violently. A guard burst into the hall, shouting that disaster had struck. The king jumped up from his throne and demanded to know what had happened. The soldier replied that a massive army had already gathered outside. An army of the undead was marching toward the castle, and standing motionless at its center was the black dragon of darkness. The king clenched his teeth as the system notified all players of the beginning of the first act of Argamer's awakening. The girl glanced at the number of participants and realized the situation was far worse than she had expected. Looking at the system panel, she thought that a single mistake could result in the deaths of as many as 50 million people before she even reached the king, dooming everything. This chaos was the result of idiots who had grown arrogant after the death penalty was abolished. She narrowed her eyes, recalling even one fool who had died more than 1,000 times just to kill a single priest. Mana surged through the air as the Lich's projection formed. The witch muttered that now even death penalties no longer seemed frightening. She was ready to give everything to wield this power. Adventurers stared tensely at the army before them. Knights frowned, gripping their weapons. The witch grinned and asked the Lich whether he was ready. Light flashed in Argamer's eye socket as he replied that he had been ready for a long time. Dark mana engulfed the skeletons. The sky and moon shifted in color under the Lich's spell, and souls began to swirl across the battlefield. Raising her hand, the girl recited the spell in full. Argamer, standing behind her, said with awe that she continued to amaze him. He could not believe she had managed to unleash his power to such an extent. Now only beings comparable to apostles themselves could stop them, which meant no ordinary force could oppose them. A titan charged into the crowd. Smiling, the witch said that it was time to begin. At her command, the skeletons surged forward. Warriors broke into a cold sweat, muttering that this battle was impossible to win. The girl's cheeks flushed with excitement, intoxicated by the euphoria of impending victory. Blood filled the air. The scene returned to the palace. The gates burst open, and the witch entered the throne room. She frowned slightly and said that even if he was just an NPC, she never expected the king to flee so easily. It was a pity for the soldiers who had guarded the gates in vain. Smirking, she declared that they never needed such a king in the first place. Standing before the throne, she announced that from this moment on, she was the queen. Her hand touched the throne, and moments later, the system announced that the kingdom of Marin had recognized her as its new ruler. The kingdom was completely conquered. System messages appeared one after another. The evil faction had won. Death penalties were fully restored, and the owner of the Golden Throne now possessed the right to rule Marin. The necromancer sat on the throne and smiled, clenching her fist as she said that she had done it. She had become the first player to conquer an entire state in the game. Still smiling, she wondered how much money she would earn as queen. Her thoughts became muddled as she debated what to do first. Gather her subjects and collect taxes, or go straight to the treasury. She suddenly frowned when someone asked whether she enjoyed sitting on the throne. A guest stood quietly at the entrance to the hall. The skeletons that had been standing guard were already defeated, their remains scattered across the floor. Jumping up from the throne, the witch demanded to know who the intruder was. The young man answered with a wide grin. Mana gathered in the girl's palm as she asked whether the troops outside were his doing. Streams of mana surged toward him. The protagonist released mana from his body and activated Adelinant Steps. His radiant sword flashed as it deflected her attacks. The witch clenched her teeth, trying to understand what kind of monster stood before her. She had never seen him in the rankings, yet his skills were overwhelming. Standing calmly with his sword raised, the young man remarked that he hoped she had enjoyed her time playing. Closing his eyes briefly, Jiang continued, saying that she should be grateful she had obtained such immense power capable of shattering balance and conquering an entire nation. As far as he knew, she had even gained a hidden class. The girl staggered back and screamed in rage, demanding to know who he was. The protagonist's smile widened as he vanished from sight. Reappearing directly in front of her, he said that he was a lone shark who had come to collect payment for the power she had received. Golden mana wrapped around his sword. Argamer instinctively raised his hand in fear. As the holy aura filled the air, the system announced that an immense divine force had imprisoned the player. A deadly brand appeared on her body, and the soul of Lich Argamer was struck directly. Grinding her teeth, the witch demanded to know what this was. Jiang's pupils dilated as he replied that it was time to remove Cinderella's magic and turn her back into a pumpkin. She barely managed to block his next strike. Moving his lips, the young man noted calmly that she could not properly use her skills anymore, which was to be expected. It was fortunate she had not chosen to become a necromancer back then. Fury twisting her expression, the girl shouted at him to stop smiling and remember that she ranked first and had been chosen by the Lord of Chaos himself, Satan. A magic circle formed in the air, forcing the protagonist to step back. Jiang casually asked the demon on his shoulder whether this witch was telling the truth. Satan scoffed and told him to listen less to idiots, saying he had nothing to do with it. The Lich's jaw dropped in shock. He recognized the end of eternity, the sword that had once pierced him. If this holy blade had appeared again in Arcadia, it meant the heavens themselves were involved. He remembered Satan's warning to be careful, or he would truly die. The girl frowned when Argamer urged her to flee immediately, and not even attempt to fight this monster, or they would both perish. Looking at the blazing sword, she protested that Argammer himself had said no one could defeat them unless they were an apostle, and the battle had barely begun. Jaeyoung vanished once more, reappearing near the ceiling. The witch screamed furiously and cast Deathfield summoning. Undead erupted throughout the hall as knights, skeletons, and lesser undead blocked his path. Grinning, the young man said that he wanted to end this quickly, but she kept getting in the way. He tightened his grip on the sword. Leaping straight toward a skeleton knight, the system announced that his attack power against evil creatures had increased by 80%, ignoring all armor and resistance. The blade fell. Golden light engulfed the knight, its eye sockets flaring before it collapsed. In the next instant, Jaeyoung was already in front of the witch, forcing her to block his strike. Staring at the radiant sword, she thought in disbelief that this was impossible. He had destroyed a high-class undead with nothing but its light. Her face contorted as she demanded to know how he obtained such a weapon. The boy laughed and said it must be a sacred sword, though he was not entirely sure. He had only borrowed it. Shocked, the girl asked who would entrust something like that to him. Still smiling, the protagonist replied that as a demon, he was like a mischievous child who loved baring his teeth and tricking others once again. Unconsciously, the girl pictured an angel. The battle burst onto the palace roof, terrifying everyone below. A warrior staring up frowned and asked whether they were even playing the same game. Someone beside him laughed and said that the Black Dragon of Darkness was fighting up there. The witch clenched her teeth in rage as the crowd tried to understand who their top-ranked champion was battling. Stretching out her hand, she summoned a higher demon. The protagonist grabbed his sword with both hands. The summoned demon froze, then the Death Knight was erased, sent to eternal rest, unable to be summoned ever again. The necromancer covered her face in horror, realizing the sword prevented summoning. Screaming, she gathered mana and shouted that he should stop looking at her like that. She had countless monsters, and he could not stop them all forever. Skeleton warriors materialized in the air. Smiling, the young man said that her skill was permanent, and she could summon endlessly, but it would change nothing. One by one, the summoned skeletons collapsed. Her mouth fell open in disbelief as she realized her summoning magic was being sealed. Jaeyoung appeared above her, his eyes flashing as he offered to end everything. She could only raise her hands defensively. Trembling, Argammer begged her to run immediately. The protagonist swung his sword, striking her down. She screamed as the holy sword's divine power began to absorb her body, while the lich's soul wailed as it was struck again. Crashing onto the rooftop, the witch clutched her wounded stomach and demanded to know why he was doing this. She said that he knew the witch hunt quest was already complete, and that killing her would bring him no benefit. Looking at the panel, she saw that the kingdom had already been captured. Jaeyoung smirked and replied that this was exactly what he had been waiting for. Only after the evil faction completed the quest and captured the kingdoms could he act. Everything had been necessary for the final piece of the puzzle to fall into place. The witch gritted her teeth as the young man told her not to be upset, calmly pointing his sword at her. Jaeyoung said indifferently that he did not care whether the faction was holy or evil. In the end, both sides would only be satisfied with her death. A faint flush spread across the girl's cheeks. Argammer stared in shock. Looking at the shadow cast by the youth, he shouted for him to stop, claiming that he was the one who had once taken his power. A line of holy light formed in the air. Jaeyoung swung his sword and cleaved straight through the lich's soul sphere. The effects of death and doomsday overlapped at once. The soul contract between Argammer and the demon world was forcibly severed. Fully exposed, the lich screamed that it was unfair. His soul sphere split in two, and his essence shattered completely. Lowering his sword, the protagonist said calmly that he had already warned her not to be too upset. She had clearly lost before the battle even began. The only reason for her defeat was that the power she had obtained had clouded her judgment. Cracks spread across the witch's body. She lowered her gaze unconsciously, feeling wronged. Looking out over the distant mountain range, she smiled faintly, admitting that she felt strangely cheerful. Her body slowly dissolved into light. Jaeyoung sheathed his sword. Satisfied that the battle was finally over, summoning the system panels, he decided to review everything. With a faint smile, he wondered what conclusions Arcadia would draw from such an ambiguous outcome. Moments later, the system announced that both sides had fulfilled the mission conditions. In the darkness, Alice received notifications one after another, analyzing priorities. A fragment of a puzzle formed above her hands. On the scales, the fulfillment rate stood at 94% versus 50%. The camp of the saints prevailed. Soon, the puzzle completed itself, and the optimal scenario was determined. System panels appeared again in the darkness, reporting the application of auxiliary adjustments. Both factions had met the victory requirements. The battle between the camp of the saints and the evil faction ended in a draw. People within the palace froze in shock. Once more, system panels appeared, announcing the calculation of rewards for each faction. Rewards would be distributed according to the contributions of users from the saints' camp. A warrior stared at the panel and muttered that he was surprised. The church was granting rewards not only for rankings but seemingly without reason. Others imagined the kingdom's crest as news spread that the Black Dragon had captured the kingdom. Unconditional peace was activated within the borders of the kingdom of Marin. From this moment on, the kingdom would be under the supervision of a demonic creature and its army. When people looked toward the square, the system announced that for 1 year, no country would be able to declare war on Marin. The kingdom itself would grow stronger with the support of the evil faction's forces. A youth with a scar running along his eye remarked that now even their forces had a proper base. After the Great War, the demonic creature had vanished without a trace. Now, it had appeared once more. The king seated on the throne read the notifications in silence. The old man frowned and said that everything was beginning anew. The era of chaos had arrived. Fire and lightning intertwined, and no one dared to speak anymore of the balance between good and evil written into Arcadia's settings. Someone pointed at the panel and asked whether it was truly a draw. Mean smiled as he read the results. While Manhwa scowled in anger, Jenica closed her eyes, wondering what kind of idiot could obtain the class of a chaotic wanderer. On the second continent of Arcadia, the situation shifted. The forces of evil grew stronger, restoring balance between good and evil. Two opposing streams of energy stood equal. Seated on the throne, the protagonist received 210,000 decency points. Jiang smiled inwardly, thinking that he had earned such an amount simply by interfering with someone else's plans. The plans of the one who created this game. What else could they expect from him? This time, everything had gone exactly as intended. He had even managed to make the users aware of his existence. If only slightly, the rooftop battle had served that purpose, though not as effectively as he hoped. Raising his hand, he reflected that gaining such a vast number of points and causing such widespread chaos had been amusing. Clenching his fist, he admitted that he was genuinely curious about what awaited him next. A light flared as the system granted him the hidden class. Chaotic Wanderer. A projection of a golden judge appeared above him as special abilities were bestowed. Soon, an icon formed beneath it, stating that he could now alter cause and effect by endowing inanimate objects with points. Closing his eyes, the young man muttered that it did not even specify how many points were required. It hardly sounded like a wholesome ability. Raising his eyelids, he decided not to dwell on it. It would be faster to test it immediately. A rusty iron sword appeared in his hand. Satan materialized nearby and remarked that he had not seen that sword in a long time. Did he really want to reminisce and bully novice adventurers again? Jae Young told him sharply not to irritate him with stupid assumptions. Ellie, overhearing them, asked whether he was serious. The protagonist raised the sword and activated the transfer of decency points. Holy light burst forth, engulfing the blade. Satan covered his face, complaining about the brightness. Ellie observed thoughtfully, noting that the sword contained tremendous power. Numerous system panels appeared, reporting changes to the weapon's properties. The required amount of decency points was 9,000. Jae Young frowned inwardly, noting that a unique item from Satan or Ellie cost exactly the same amount. A grin spread across his face as he tightened his grip on the sword. He said that he was simply overwhelmed with curiosity. As the decency points flowed in, the sword vibrated violently. The rusty blade advanced to a higher rank. Countless past battles and the faces of those who had fallen were etched into it. In Jaeang's hand now rested the bloodsucker sword. The executioner's blade had transformed into a weapon saturated with the blood of countless victims, sacrificed by a murderer long forgotten. The youth sighed to the side, remarking that it was a little disappointing that the sword's appearance had not changed much. Perhaps he had simply expected too much from an ordinary rusty blade. Satan flew closer, shouting in confusion and demanding to know what had just happened. While Ellie smiled faintly and said it looked like he had spent quite a lot, he was surprising her more and more. Jae Young narrowed his eyes and replied that he was glad to hear that, but they should remember one thing: there was no such thing as a free lunch. If they wanted to exchange decency points, it had to be through a fair deal. Both familiars awkwardly looked away, smiling nervously. Raising the sword before his eyes, Jae said that this skill was definitely worth further investment. Studying the weapon statistics on the panel, he admitted that he still could not believe he had achieved such performance with this item. It now looked closer to a level 70 weapon. Grinning, he wondered aloud what would happen if they tried to sell it. Standing behind him, Satan told the angel to look at the boy's irritated expression. Jae Young tapped his inventory slot and summoned the Demon Cave Destroyer. Extending his hand, he attempted to transfer decency points, but the system immediately reported that it was impossible. The item had no past and no attributes that could be assigned to it. Jae Young froze with the destroyer in his hands. Raising a hand to his face, he fell into thought. He had tried to improve 2 items. One was something he had used for a long time. Yet it turned out that simply using an item was not enough. He extended a finger and concluded that the key criterion was likely how much direct impact the item had had on the world of Arcadia. The demon glanced at the sword and asked what kind of red aura surrounded it. The blood was so dense it resembled that of a high-ranking vampire. The sword suddenly flew back, being recalled. Satan grew furious, shouting that he had only been looking at it. Turning around, the young man replied that his treasury would eventually be filled with even more valuable items anyway. Besides, he planned to sell this one. Satan's mouth fell open in shock as he asked what he meant by selling the sword. Rubbing his palms together, he said that if Jae Young needed gold, he could provide it. He had plenty, and could exchange it for decency points at the best possible rate. Ellie raised her hand and added that there was more than enough gold in heaven as well. Jae Young parted his lips, and calmly replied that he did not need money yet. From now on, he would earn more and more each month. For example, he could sign a contract with Baroness Maki, or start uploading videos online. Satan flew up to him, shouting and asking why he wanted to sell the sword. Why not start using it himself again? Was that not interesting? Jae Young chuckled, and said that of course it was interesting. After all, this was the first and only item of its kind in the entire world. It also possessed power capable of erasing the world with minimal conditions. Summoning the sword again, he asked what would happen if such a weapon were put up for sale. After thinking for a moment, Satan replied that chaos would break out, while Ellie smiled and wondered whether peace might follow instead. Jae Young extended his thumb and said that he honestly did not know. They would put it up for sale and find out. Soon, the bloodsucker sword appeared at the auction. The scene shifted to the real world. The protagonist yawned, muttering that the first class of the day had been much harder than he expected. Next year, he should really transfer to the evening program. He opened his eyes when someone called his name. Jae Young stood beside him, asking what he was doing. Pointing at his phone screen, Jae Young shouted, telling him not to pretend. Even if he claimed ignorance, the seller's name was visible everywhere, and somehow it was suspiciously similar to his nickname. This sword was unbelievable. Where had he even found such an item? The protagonist glanced at the sword's icon and smiled faintly as his friend continued shouting, saying he could not believe that a one-of-a-kind sword had appeared at an auction. He had never even heard of such a thing. Had he obtained some kind of hidden class? Looking away, the young man replied that everyone had their own methods. Jae Young clenched his teeth in frustration and shouted for him to tell him the truth, promising to keep it a secret. Across the world, people stared at the sword's stats in disbelief. One man startled his wife, calling her over. An office worker grabbed his phone and demanded money from the bank. When the clerk began listing loan options, the man interrupted, saying he did not care about the details. He just needed the money. When the bid reached 3,000 gold, a blue-haired youth slammed the table and declared that he was ready to pay any amount because money was not an issue. When it reached 5,000, the system announced that there had been an abnormal surge in bids for a single item, and a freeze was activated. People froze before their screens, frowning. Everyone knew that a single gold coin was worth around 10,000 in real currency, and the price had already surpassed 5,000. An employee approached his boss and asked whether such a rank truly existed in the game. The boss replied that it should not. There were only 8 items of that level, and until now, the auction house had only allowed items above rare rank to be sold. Closing his eyes, the blond man muttered in disbelief, before staring at the sword again. Grabbing his head, he watched as all trades related to the bloodsucker sword were suspended, followed by a system error. The item was completely removed, sealed away with restrictions. This decision sparked massive dissatisfaction among users, forcing customer support to deal with endless complaints. From the perspective of Arcadia's executives, however, there was no other choice. They had to prevent the appearance of items capable of completely destroying the game's balance. Manhwa crossed his arms over his chest, seething with anger. Since that incident, no matter where players gathered, discussions about that item never ceased. Each day, more users began paying attention to the seller and carefully examining his nickname. The red-haired girl frowned when she saw it. The boy beside her asked who Dex was, and she replied that he was one of the most legendary players in existence, someone before whom even true professionals were worthless. He played with them like children. Looking toward the forest ahead, the boy admitted that he had no idea, since he only played Arcadia. The girl smiled broadly and said that until recently, no one even knew what that player was doing. Now his name was spreading throughout Arcadia. The legendary player who left behind only the weapons of those he defeated had returned. The boy stared at the system panel in amazement at the sword's attributes. Angelica was doing the same. Casillas, after learning of that player's return, had already killed several others. The protagonist stood on the rooftop, grinning as he wondered what would happen next. At the Korean branch, Manhwa froze in front of the screen. Frowning deeply, he said that the sword's shape looked extremely familiar. It was the same sword the marauder in the video had been holding. Back then, there had been no way to identify him, especially with only standard administrator privileges. The same applied to the creator of that item. Grinding his teeth, Manhwa said this could not be allowed to happen again. An item that had already received bids exceeding 5,000 gold could drown someone in money. Clenching his fist, he declared that the seller would be forced into the open if he wanted the item back. With a cold grin, he added that the man was already trapped. The protagonist raised an eyebrow and curled his lip, wondering how one was supposed to tell that the bidding had been suspended. Narrowing his eyes, he reasoned that it was likely because the item's attributes were simply too outrageous. Of course, he had expected interference sooner or later, but not something this blunt. Satan appeared beside him and asked what was wrong. Jae-young replied that the sword he had recently created had been taken away. Satan frowned and exploded in rage, shouting about what idiot dared to do such a thing. They had spent an enormous number of points, only for someone to take it outright. Rubbing his chin, the protagonist thought for a moment before smiling and saying they could just refund the decency points. After all, they could simply make the same item again and try selling it once more. Satan broke into a sweat and looked haggard, asking if he really thought points grew on trees. Jae-young chuckled, realizing that the company clearly hated him. At the same time, uncertainty surrounded him. No one knew his real identity. He had put an item created with points up for sale while only revealing his nickname. In other words, the company knew nothing beyond that name. Smiling with satisfaction, he said that if his actions had benefited them, they would have allowed the sale without hesitation. Instead, those scoundrels had gone to extremes and simply confiscated it. Worse still, they had not even tried to contact him or impose sanctions. It was as if he did not exist at all. Placing a hand on his chest, Jae-young said that they should not have taken such drastic action against him. Quietly, he added that perhaps this was also the influence of his hidden class, Chaotic Wanderer. Otherwise, what right would he have to calmly stir up chaos like this? The light flickered again. Even the game's management could not stop him. With a sigh, he wondered what kind of lunatic had designed such a class. Each time he felt a stronger urge to meet its creator. His cloak fluttered in the wind as he said that thanks to these abilities he was completely safe. Warming up his wrists, Jae-young muttered that now it was time to blow apart their obstacles. The scene shifted to the Korean branch of Arcadia. Manhwa frowned deeply, exhaustion written all over his face. Those who saw him tried to guess what was wrong. His lips moved repeatedly as he muttered the name Jae-young. Entering the room, he announced that they had still not identified the culprit, but it was clear that the item had been created by a user. Sweat rolled down his face as he admitted that everything from the witch hunt to the item incidents had never been part of their plans. Narrowing his eyes, he added that it was not just that they had failed to plan it. They could never have imagined such developments just by observing from the sidelines. Something had to be done. Min, seated at the table, smiled as she looked at Manhwa and asked whether he could at least predict what would happen tomorrow. He frowned again, while the director said calmly that they were managers, not fortune tellers. It was natural that they could not predict every future event or anticipate all user actions. Parting her lips, she said it was shameful that they continued to endure all this. Mayan smiled and said it was time to make a countermove, then asked whether he remembered the plan they had prepared the other day. Manhwa's frown deepened, his eyes widening in shock. The woman in front of him ordered the plan to begin. Soon the forum announced a celebratory event to mark the establishment of Arcadia's servers, the Battle of the Bamboo Pike. Jae-young's mouth fell open when he saw the first PvP announcement. The computer screen glowed. On the Arpendia forum, countless users were discussing the Black Dragon of Darkness and the Red Demonic Dragon, who ranked second and had just completed a raid against a level 120 boss. Jae-young frowned, realizing that he had miscalculated. User growth was far faster than expected. Players above level 100 were finally appearing, and clashes with foreign servers over dominance had already begun. In the future, leveling would only accelerate. Entering the game, the protagonist admitted that over time his losses would only increase. Now there could be no talk of profit from the level system. His consciousness blurred as he realized that what he had feared all along was finally happening. Jae-young stretched and said that even if someone tried to attack him, it would be enough to spend a few points and use the same spiritualism. He chuckled and added that it was time to leave them to their own devices. Looking at the event screen, he saw people in the chat laughing openly. Many messages mocked the event, calling its creator an idiot, while others claimed the person should be beaten with a stick. In the end, the rules turned out to be extremely simple. You only had to read the name and basic description to understand that this was a large-scale PvP championship, where combat was allowed only with bamboo sticks. The last survivor would win, with a beam of light descending directly upon them. Jae-young laughed quietly, noting that items, abilities, and skills were allowed, but damage could only be dealt with the stick, and that damage did not depend on physical strength or any other stats. In other words, regardless of class, everyone had a chance to win. He narrowed his eyes as he stared at the screen. The fact that this event had appeared right now clearly meant they were doing everything they could to lure him out. Although he had not planned to participate at first, the prize was simply too valuable to ignore. According to the announcement, all players would be placed in a single space where everyone was equal, fighting until only one remained. The winner would gain the right to take one item from the inventory of each defeated opponent. Jae-young grinned, resting his chin on his hand, and said that refusing something like this would be stupid. He remained seated at the computer as the game began to load. A week later, the scene shifted to a massive festival filled with fireworks exploding in the sky. A young man nearby raised a finger and said that he heard even Dex would be participating. That was all people had been talking about for the entire week, claiming he was almost invincible in a battle royale. Smiling, The speaker added that the users could not stand it anymore, and had conspired together, saying that 99 people against one should be enough. Even so, they believed he would crush them all. Walking past, the protagonist realized that everyone was talking about him. He frowned inwardly, thinking that players never really changed. It had been 2 years since he finished everything, yet they were still chasing his shadow. Gazing at the fireworks, Jae Young admitted that he had not expected anything special, but the map exceeded all expectations. Many players were enjoying the food, amazed that they could eat their fill without worrying about calories. He sighed and wondered if this was the true innovation virtual reality had brought to their lives. At this rate, even travel companies might go bankrupt. A scream suddenly echoed behind him. Ellie appeared in the air and said that this was neither the human world nor the ghost world, but a completely unfamiliar dimension. Satan stood in front of her, shouting that even if Jae Young did not care, they still had a contract. He had to take responsibility. Did he really think running off to another dimension was acceptable? Jae Young thought to himself that, in the end, they had followed him anyway. Waving his hand, Satan complained that at least now they knew how much they still had to learn just to find him. Why had he not said anything earlier, or at least learned to communicate properly? Crossing his arms, the demon demanded to know what had brought him here. Ellie thought for a moment, and said that something was strange. How could they not have known that such a magnificent dimension existed somewhere? Jae Young's eyes widened when someone suddenly asked whether he was a user with a hidden class. The girl smiled and laughed, placing one hand on her hip, and said that he must definitely have a hidden class. Jae Young turned to her and asked how she knew. Her eyes sparkled as she explained that it was hard not to guess after seeing someone pass through space so easily, almost tearing it apart. Ellie and Satan both stared in shock. Jae Young frowned inwardly, realizing that she must be able to see his familiars. The girl clarified that she was talking about the ones behind him. After thinking for a moment, she added that they were not very visible, but they emitted a strong energy. They were clearly not ghosts, perhaps familiars. To her, they looked like lights. Smiling, she concluded that he belonged to the type who could summon assistance. Jae Young slightly inclined his head, thinking that it should have been impossible for any user to discover his abilities before the competition even began. He needed to leave before she noticed anything else. A sudden scream rang out. Looking at a green-haired girl, he cried out in recognition. As people began to take interest in Jae Young, he quickly pulled up his hood. The girl stepped forward and apologized, saying that because of her he had drawn unnecessary attention. She told him not to misunderstand. He had simply caught her interest with his appearance. Standing close, she introduced herself as Stella. Smiling, she said that even with her eyes of truth, it was extremely difficult to see those creatures clearly. He was much stronger than he appeared at first glance. Still, if he was afraid of being exposed, she would not question him further. Jae Young smiled awkwardly and thanked her, saying that it was very kind of her. Soon one of Stella's fans approached her, asking for permission to take a photo. She looked away and silently urged Jae Young to run. Watching him disappear into the crowd, she thought that she would enjoy seeing him fight. Satan, sitting on the boy's head, asked who that woman was. Ellie frowned and replied that she had managed to slip through their defenses, which was extremely unpleasant. The protagonist frowned inwardly, thinking that this Stella seemed far too persistent. They would definitely run into her during the competition. Watching the fireworks burst across the sky, he felt a vague sense that this time things would not go so smoothly. Soon the final fireworks exploded, signaling the official start of the event. A moment later, a small girl holding a bat appeared in the air. Floating above everyone, she said that since they had waited until this moment, it meant they were ready to participate. Swinging her bat, she announced the start of the long-awaited bamboo battle. A bamboo baton materialized in midair. When players checked the system panel, they saw that any target struck by the bamboo would be instantly killed. Jae Young grinned broadly, remarking that his body was itching for the first time in a long while. The plaza suddenly emptied as the bat in the girl's hand grew larger. She declared that it was time to get rid of all this junk and swung it down. An instant later, the weapon struck the ground. The earth beneath the participants cracked and began to shift. Stella flew upward. Casillas lowered her head, while Angelica, standing in the crowd, grew tense. The protagonist remained calm, gazing at the sky. The entire park collapsed, and in its place rose a strange mansion. The players were instantly transported into an ancient city. A bamboo stick appeared in front of Jae Young. Grabbing it, he commented that it was a very unusual object. The host raised her bat again and announced that the number of participants had exceeded 3 million. Even she admitted she had never seen so many opponents before. This, she said, would be one of the most hellish survivals ever held. Above them, the remaining number of players continued to flash. Smiling widely, she waved her hand and shouted that they were to kill each other until only 1,000 lucky survivors remained. The moment her words ended, players clutched their bamboo sticks, screamed, and immediately began attacking one another. Bamboo was quickly stained with blood. Crossing her arms, the girl laughed and said that this was very fun. The competition had barely begun, Yet a brutal battle was already unfolding. A red-haired man swung his weapon and shouted for everyone to stop fighting like this, warning that they would all die at this rate. A man with a mohawk crouched low and cursed. Blood splattered across the streets. One player laughed loudly, boasting that he had just killed the player ranked 19th. It was unbelievable that someone like him, a level 23 nobody, had managed to do it. Before he could celebrate further, a bamboo stick pierced him from behind. The girl hovering above scoffed, calling them all pathetic. She said they had exhausted themselves from the very start, proving they were nothing more than weaklings who had no desire to climb higher in the rankings. Rubbing her chin, she smiled again. Crowds formed near Casillas, while others rushed towards Stella trying to kill her. The protagonist stood off to the side, watching the chaos with boredom. Shifting his gaze, he thought that everyone here was insane. The bamboo stick was indeed capable of killing any user in a single strike. Since everyone now wielded such power, it was only natural that no one would accept being suppressed by others. Suddenly, someone vanished from his spot. Jang snapped his head to the side and leapt away, narrowly dodging an attack. The attacker grinned and mocked him, saying he must have been terrified to dodge like that. Judging by his gear, the man was still a beginner. Jang Young sighed wearily and told him to look up. The man froze, his foolish grin still on his face. As a bamboo stick descended toward him, he shouted that the protagonist must have lost his fear. A moment later, the strike landed, and the man disappeared. Jiang tightened his grip on his weapon and remarked that he really could not do without stealth. After all, spiritualism could be used on this map. Satan objected, saying that he would have to pay decency points for that. Otherwise, it did not concern him. Jane considered it for a moment, then asked to summon the entity he had selected earlier. The demon immediately formed a magic circle. Jane's cloak fluttered as he recalled that before the competition began, he had discovered something new while experimenting with spiritualism. The skill could summon more than just people. A being formed from pure energy appeared, like a ghostly mist. Mana enveloped the protagonist's equipment. Activating spiritualism, he looked at his hand and said that this ghost did not truly exist in reality. It was more like a black cloud. For this event it was perfect, since it could easily evade attacks. When an enemy struck him, his body split into two. The attacker frowned in confusion, unable to understand how his target was still alive. Turning around, the protagonist asked why he still did not see the result. His form expanded slightly as he added that it was not very noticeable that the man had pierced him. The bamboo weapon surged forward, aimed directly at the enemy's head. A moment later, a cry of pain echoed through the forest. Jiang stood with a bamboo stick in his hand and calmly stated that the rules here were exactly the same as in the royal battles. Killing a player was merely a small addition. The most important thing was survival. As his body began to dissolve, he added that from now on, everyone would have to make a real effort to avoid being seen. Satan smiled and said it was a great idea. He understood it clearly. He would hide well and attack strong players from afar. Raising his head, he declared that it was finally time to have some fun, especially since he had even activated spiritualism. The demon frowned in confusion, still smiling. The protagonist explained that if there were no witnesses, it was the same as remaining unnoticed. Satan froze, a nervous smile lingering on his face. Mana burst from his body as he muttered that it was time to start shedding blood. The full moon illuminated the forest, and a golden light suddenly appeared in its depths. A magic circle spread across the ground as Stella stepped forward, saying that her enemies had chosen to attack her themselves, only to reveal how weak their will truly was. Standing at the center of a pentagram, she mocked the attackers as worthless. With a smile, she said she should search for someone who could actually satisfy her, and her eyes gleamed as she asked where her beloved mouse was. The bamboo stick had become a weapon of faith. Some people even knelt and prayed before it. Holding the bamboo stick high, a man declared that everyone was equal before this weapon. Now that they were under its protection, it was time to show the world what the wrath of the people truly looked like. An old man frowned deeply and said they must punish those shameless rankers who used violence to achieve greater power. United by this belief, they called themselves the Bamboo Stick Revolutionary Organization. They wore white coats and bandages tied around their foreheads. The protagonist let out a sigh, admitting that he never expected such freaks to exist. The crowd rushed straight at him. Jae Young narrowed his eyes, and in the next instant, his body shattered into pieces. A bald man froze in shock. Even after receiving a system notification that he could not attack this object, Jae Young continued to smile. Gritting his teeth, the young man complained that it was unfair. The protagonist calmly replied that it was only a passive effect. He tightened his grip on the bamboo stick and charged into the crowd, shouting that this was unfair. The old man clenched his teeth when he realized that the young man had struck 4 times in a row without using any skills. The synchronization with the capsule had reached a terrifying level. In the blink of an eye, the protagonist appeared before his opponent with a grin. The man gripped the bamboo tighter, but the young man struck him squarely in the body. The old man cried out in pain, admitting that he should not have lost like this. When his body dissolved, the Bamboo Stick Revolutionary Organization was completely destroyed. The protagonist sighed again, remarking that all of them had attacked using nothing but that puny stick. Looking up at the sky, he muttered that now was not the time to stand out. Otherwise, he would simply be torn to shreds. Jay suddenly froze as system panels appeared before his eyes. The system announced that he had obtained the title of Revolutionary for achieving 1,000 kills with a bamboo stick in the fight for equality. Checking the player counter, he realized that fewer than 3,000 people remained. He squinted and noted that in the first few hours, over 100,000 players had died, and the numbers had dropped at a terrifying speed. Now with so few players left, the count barely moved. Massaging the bridge of his nose, Jae Young thought that if he wanted this to end quickly, he would have to take action. But the map was enormous, and hunting everyone down one by one would be exhausting. Suddenly, a girl screamed, telling him to get out of the way. The protagonist turned around, his eyes widening in shock. Angelica was flying straight toward him. She shut her eyes, realizing she was about to crash. Jay's body fell apart, and the girl passed straight through him. An invisible pressure spread across the area. Looking at Angelica on the ground, the protagonist asked if she was okay. As she stood up, she said she thought she would knock him down if she came any closer, then asked if he was really a ghost. Without answering, Jae Young began to examine her. She looked like a newbie, yet she was still alive. Stella smiled and said that they had finally met. The boy turned around and frowned. Covering her mouth, Stella said that when they first met, she had sensed something unusual about him. Apparently she had been right. He had survived until now because of something special. The young man stared at the witch with visible boredom. Angelica, still sitting on the ground, asked for help. The protagonist turned to look at her while Stella watched with a grin, waiting for his response. Lowering his head, the boy asked Angelica why he should help her. Her eyes widened when Jae Young pointed out that, if he understood correctly, Stella was chasing her. That raised a simple question. Why should he interfere in someone else's business? The witch closed her eyes and laughed. The protagonist frowned, reminding himself that he should not get involved, especially when the enemy ranked second. Although players could only be killed by attacks from bamboo sticks, magic still functioned normally, and it was incredibly annoying. A magic circle appeared beneath the witch, as she remarked that Jae was more perfect than she had expected. Waving his hand, the boy said it was time for him to leave, and that she could finish what she had started. Angelica watched him nervously. Suddenly the system issued Jae a mission. His eyes widened in shock as he stared at Stella, who stood in front of Angelica. He froze while reading the system panel. The pink-haired girl closed her eyes and the bamboo stick shot toward her. The boy cursed and spun around. He had to block Stella's attack. Frowning, she asked what he was doing. Gritting his teeth, Jae Young admitted that he did not know himself. He snapped that she could see he was trying to protect this stupid girl. Angelica lifted her eyelids and froze in amazement. The young man stood in a low stance, cursing the game under his breath. The witch smiled, and Angelica smiled brightly as well, completely unaware of the mission the system had given him. It required Jae to find assistants to create chaos, and above each assistant's head would appear a special mark. From a bird's eye view, another mysterious side of Arcadia unfolded. The girl stared at the crowded fantasy square, and asked herself whether this was really a game. The excitement on her face slowly faded. She already felt that she did not belong here. This world was far too special. Memories of her ordinary life in the real world surfaced, and she felt that a place like this could never suit someone like her. Hiding her face behind her long bangs, she stood still. At that moment, someone appeared who agreed to teach her everything. A tall woman dressed in black turned toward her and calmly said that she could help her, asking whether she wanted to become her student. It quickly became clear that this woman was an NPC unlike any other. The player stared at her in surprise as they arrived at a magic workshop. The woman explained that the most important thing in magic was expanding one's mind. She pointed to the night sky and said that true understanding could only come if one began to view the world differently, devoting oneself to broader ideas and deeper concepts. She asked the girl to look at the sky, at how the stars shone, and how moonlight flowed gently through the darkness. Smiling softly, she asked whether it was not beautiful. Unlike others, this archmage was fascinated by nothing more than the eternally shining stars and the majestic moon. She had created a special form of magic herself, and taught it to only 2 students. Both girls placed their hands on their books. One was Stella, the Star Witch, and the other was the newcomer, Angelica, the Moonlight Sorceress. The mistress smiled at them and told them to take the books. She explained that she would soon embark on a long journey, and that this was her final gift to them. A symbol of their teaching appeared in the students' eyes. The day these 2 magic books merged would mark the birth of a great wizard, one whose abilities would transcend human knowledge and surpass all limitations. The girls imagined the merged book, and realized that it represented a rare chance to become a legendary wizard. Angelica examined her book closely. Even someone as unremarkable as her had been given such an opportunity. A combined symbol appeared in her eyes, and at that moment, Stella cast her an ominous glance. The teacher never realized that this opportunity could instead become a curse. Angelica was startled when a strange symbol suddenly lit up above her. The system opened a window before her, stating that she had received a task and needed to find accomplices to help her create the world of their dreams. John looked at the witch and cursed loudly. She frowned and asked whether he was serious at a time like this. He replied that he had no intention of interfering. With a nervous smile, the hero suggested simply letting the sorceress go. Stella's pupils narrowed as she asked what would happen if she refused. The necromancer stared at her in surprise, then smiled. He had no choice. Purple flames wrapped around his arms and legs as he declared that he would get rid of her. Stella channeled energy into her staff, which crackled with light. She asked whether he truly thought it would be that easy. Without waiting for an answer, she unleashed chain lightning across the battlefield, forcing him upright. The attack was too fast, and even a defensive stance could not save him. Electricity pierced his body, and the system reported that his endurance was rapidly dropping, completely paralyzed. He was unable to move. She followed up with a fireball and a magical capture formed from countless chains. A star spear flared with purple light, and a wind slash threatened to tear the player apart. Angelica screamed for him not to try to stop the attack. She understood that only circular magic could be used at that moment, and knew Stella intended to remove him as an obstacle. Jiang formed a protective dome, and the magic slammed into it. Angelica urged him to run once the attack ended, staring at the battlefield in shock as smoke and sparks filled the air. Jiang was drenched in sweat and gasping for breath, standing on the brink of death. All his stats had dropped, but invulnerability had activated, temporarily halting death. He knew he had to beware of the bamboo spear. Smiling faintly, he remarked that equality was the true core of this competition. A player could not be killed by anything other than a bamboo stick. A female silhouette emerged from the smoke. Jay's eyes were half closed as he breathed heavily, then collapsed to his knees. Stella approached, forming a magic circle around herself. She said she must have worried for nothing, believing him to be special when he could not even evade a light attack. Smiling, she swung her spear and remarked that she hoped he would not resent dying by her hand, since he had interfered first. Jae Young chuckled weakly and replied that it was nothing more than an ordinary event and nothing to be upset about. Stella laughed and called him an interesting man. Saying goodbye, she struck. Confusion filled her face as she stared at the system window. She could not attack this object. Suddenly her body trembled. Slowly lowering her gaze, she saw the weakened necromancer thrust a bamboo spear into her. Smiling with difficulty, he told her not to be offended. As agreed, it was just an event. Stella screamed as electricity engulfed her. Before she could finish, her body evaporated. The protection had activated just in time. Otherwise, she would have finished him off. Angelica stood frozen, hands hanging limply at her sides. Jae Young had just defeated the player ranked second. Until the very end, she had believed he had no chance. The necromancer stared ahead with a dazed expression, his head spinning. Angelica rushed to him and asked if he was all right. He tried to laugh it off. She bowed deeply and thanked him for saving her. Embarrassed, he asked why she had submitted to the witch in the first place. Angelica smiled awkwardly and said it was a long story. She looked toward a house in the night and explained that before their mentor left, she gave each of them an item. If someone obtained both, they could become an incredibly powerful wizard. Stella had gone mad over this idea and began chasing her, intending to kill her and take the item. Angelica looked at her savior in confusion. He asked what she planned to do now. Jae Young replied calmly that Stella was not an easy opponent, and reminded her that she ranked second. How long would Angelica keep running? Could she fight back? Angelica lowered her head, unable to answer. Jae sighed and asked her level. She replied that she was level 43. He frowned, noting that it was neither low nor particularly high, which made the situation worse. Angelica smiled nervously when he asked whether she was still wearing the school uniform given at level 20, and whether her accessory was the one from a level 15 quest. She admitted she had no money for better equipment, and had been constantly fleeing from Stella. Suddenly Jae Young stiffened as an idea occurred to him. He leaned toward the frightened girl, and ordered her to hand over all the items she had. After some time, her clothes lay on the ground, and she shyly admitted she had done as he asked. Angelica tried to cover her naked body, asking whether he thought this was a little strange. Ignoring her embarrassment, the protagonist waved his hand and told her to step back, explaining that he needed to check something. Surprise flickered in the girl's eyes as she realized that he had not looked at her even once. She stood there worrying, and a quiet thought crossed her mind that perhaps he truly could be trusted. Jiang examined Angelica's belongings and concluded that, judging by her story, she must have been using them for a very long time. Reaching toward the pile, he told her to hand over the decency glasses. Startled, she raised her hands and asked what kind of glasses he was talking about. At that very moment, a pillar of light shot up into the sky. A few minutes later, the light faded. All of Angelica's items now glowed brightly, marked with notes indicating that they were unique. Seeing their increased characteristics, Jiang broke into a wide smile. He realized that the exact way an item was used determined how decency points were transferred and amplified. As Angelica put her clothes back on, she asked whether he was really saying that these items were now all hers. He replied that, fortunately, that was exactly the case. It was good that she had wandered with them for so long. Otherwise, there was no guarantee the enhancement would have worked. They were still not very durable, but for a start, they were more than acceptable. Lowering her head, Angelica quietly thanked him. Then she wondered aloud why he would help someone like her, adding that she was truly grateful for the gift. Jae-young raised his eyebrows in surprise when she suddenly asked who he actually was. Grasping his hood, he smiled broadly. A second later he leaned closer and told her that he was her partner. Introducing himself as the Bard of Anarchy, he extended his hand and said that they had a lot to look forward to. A friend request appeared, and Angelica saw that it had come from Dex himself. She froze, mouth agape. After a while, she walked beside him and admitted that at first she had been very wary. He had been too kind, and even changed her items, which felt suspicious. But now all her doubts were gone. A blush crept onto her face as she said she still could not believe that someone like Dex would want to be friends with her. The main character looked at her seriously and asked her to promise him one thing. No one was to know about it. She immediately exclaimed that she would never tell anyone. Suddenly, Satan emerged from beneath Jang's cloak and asked whether he was sure about this. Until recently, he had wanted no one to know who he was. Jae-young replied firmly that he was sure and that there was no need to worry. He had already thought everything through. He remembered the day he had put his sword up for auction. After that incident, everyone already knew he played Arcadia. There was no longer any need to hide his nickname, especially from those he trusted. Now the only thing that mattered was how he would present himself to others. As he pondered this, images of light and darkness formed in his mind. Angelica suddenly raised her head and told him to look. Very soon there would be fewer than 1,000 players left. On the massive system screen in the sky, the number read 1002. Seeing this, the main character frowned deeply. Only 2 more players needed to fall before millions were reduced to a mere 1,000. He did not know who was responsible, but it was clearly someone despicable. As if summoned by his thoughts, 2 pairs of glowing eyes appeared in the darkness. A mocking voice echoed, saying that their guests had finally arrived, and that they would be the ones to decorate the grand finale. Angelica immediately hid behind her partner. Jae-young calmly asked what they had just said. A massive man crossed his arms and commented that their outfits were strange, wondering how no one had finished them off yet. His companion laughed and said it did not matter. It was obvious they were newbies, which would make killing them much easier. Hearing this, Jae-young smiled broadly and said that the mobs had arrived right on time. He then asked his partner whether she could handle it. Horror filled Angelica's eyes as she asked what she was supposed to handle, whether she should just hide and avoid disturbing anyone. Jae pointed forward and said it was time to test the abilities of her new items. She would deal with the 2 opponents herself. Cold sweat beaded on her face as she screamed, asking if she really had to do this. The 2 enemies snarled and rushed forward, shouting that they had endured enough. Angelica quickly equipped the Staff of Poverty. A notification appeared, stating that all items of the Poverty set had been equipped, and the staff's power had been activated. The bright lamp atop the staff filled with light. She stretched out her hand and shouted as she activated the shield ability. A magical barrier formed in front of her, blocking the enemy's attack. The attackers frowned in frustration and shouted, asking how she could reflect several double attacks with a first circle magic skill. They sneered that it did not matter. Her shield would eventually break, and then they would get her. Cracks spread across the barrier. Closing her eyes, Angelica realized that the shield was failing and that this could not continue. That meant she had to do exactly as Dex had taught her. With that resolve, she placed 5 shields in front of herself at once. The huge man was blasted backward, and his partner screamed in shock, demanding to know what that was. Watching with his arms crossed, the protagonist reflected that her items were strange and difficult to comprehend. She would not be able to defeat top-ranked monsters with them alone, but that was not the point. What truly mattered was the effect created when they were used together. A malicious smile spread across his face as he read the set effect. First circle magic mana consumption was reduced by 99%, second circle mana consumption by 50%, and third circle mana consumption increased by 1000%. That meant one simple thing: she could use first circle magic endlessly. At that moment, countless magic balls formed around Angelica. Tears welled up in the enemy's eyes as he shouted in disbelief, asking whether this was really a magic missile. At that same second, an insanely powerful explosion echoed through the battlefield. Immediately afterward, the system announced that the number of remaining survivors had dropped to exactly 1,000. Angelica gripped her staff tightly. Those 2 enemies probably did not realize it, but today was no ordinary day. This was the day the great First Circle Mage appeared, a true PvP maniac. A madwoman who fought without restraint, and that woman was Angelica herself. With eyes shining in joy, she turned to her partner and shouted that she had succeeded. System screens lit up at once, announcing that the candidate for the assistant position had achieved trust. The player named Angelica officially became his assistant. As a reward, she could now earn decency points, and the total accumulated so far was 243. After reading everything, the protagonist smiled in confusion and thought that it sounded as if he had become a king. Still, he hoped she would grow into an unimaginable monster. With that thought, he looked at Angelica's back. The exact same image was being broadcast on a small monitor elsewhere. The director grabbed his subordinate by the head and shouted that they had finally caught him, the mysterious player known as Dex. But then a red notification flashed across the screen, stating that they lacked the authority to request information about the selected user. Cold sweat formed on Manhwa's face, as he muttered that he had no idea what Dex was planning this time, but he would not let it go so easily. Meanwhile, a large number of players had gathered in one place as the second stage of the Bamboo Stick Festival was about to begin. The festival host rested a hand on her chin and announced that something unexpected had happened. She had assumed many high-ranking anchors would remain, but the outcome was the complete opposite. Most of the survivors were mid or even low-ranking players. Even more surprising was the fact that a level 43 player had survived, meaning that among the final 1,000 was someone who had not even crossed level 50. It was astonishing. She then asked whether this result was due to luck or true ability. Angelica raised her eyebrows in surprise upon hearing this. The host smiled broadly and said they would find out during the second stage. After a brief pause, she waved her hand and explained that before the next stage began, she needed to announce two very important changes. The bamboo sticks distributed to players began to glow brightly. Opening a system screen, the host told everyone not to panic and assured them that everything remained fair. They had simply decided to adjust some skills because they seemed too childish. First, the bamboo spear could now deal damage not only through physical attacks, but also through magical attacks. In other words, abilities that ignored physical attacks or provided absolute defense could no longer block the bamboo weapons. The protagonist listened quietly from the side. Satan crossed his arms and asked what his master planned to do now, since this was supposedly his domain. Jae Young smiled faintly as a dark aura began to spread around him. His eyes glowed as he replied that he had been extremely careful about avoiding unnecessary fights. What happened next remained to be seen. The festival host widened her eyes and repeated the announcement she had made earlier. Some players frowned and complained, asking whether there truly were skills that ignored physical attacks and absolute defense. That sounded unfair. Who could even use such abilities? The host lifted her baton and added that there was another change. Due to serious imbalance caused by certain items, and because the festival was meant to be a war for equality, such equipment went against their principles. Therefore, in the second and third stages, players would not be allowed to use any equipment effects or gadgets, only ordinary weapons. Shock flashed across Angelica's face as she cried out, asking what she was supposed to do with her entire set. The protagonist exhaled heavily, wondering why she even asked. If those items had not existed, she would not have cared at all. The host then explained that poisonous gas would begin spreading inward from the edges of the map. It moved as fast as a running person, so everyone would have to keep moving. Her eyes shone brightly as she declared that the second stage of the festival had officially begun. The moon drifted across the clear night sky. In empty space, Alice levitated and announced that the emergency patch had been completed. Some restrictions of the Bamboo Stick Festival had been altered, but they did not fully meet the Alice system standards, and penalties might follow. Reading this, the director laughed loudly and said that it had finally worked. Tahan turned to him and asked whether he was sure, since the chairman had advised them to avoid penalties whenever possible. The director replied that everything was fine and that he would take responsibility if anything happened. Manhwa frowned angrily and added that the player named Dex was the one who had created the bloodsucker responsible for all the trouble. Revealing the full circumstances would be the greatest benefit for management. Above all, this festival was a trump card used by the Korean branch to address player dissatisfaction and complaints. As he spoke, he presented a poster advertising a celebratory event commemorating the establishment of the Arcadia servers. Looking at the protagonist and his partner, he remarked that such a troublesome kid should be eliminated during the second stage. Jae Young turned to Angelica and told her that from now on they should split up. If possible, they could meet again in the third stage. Tears welled up in her eyes as she shouted, asking how he could say that. Did he really want to abandon her now? Was it only because she could no longer use her equipment? Hearing this, he looked at her coldly and asked whether she had lost her mind. He had made those items for her himself. If he had wanted to take advantage of her, he would have gotten rid of her long ago. Ever since she got involved with that witch, he had gained nothing good from it. His words struck Angelica straight in the chest, and she quietly admitted that it was true. After a brief pause, the protagonist chuckled and said he was just joking. However, he was no longer certain that he could protect her. As he said this, he placed his hand gently on Angelica's head. After removing his hand, the man said that he had a plan, but it was far too dangerous. As he turned to leave, he waved to his partner and told her that she could still use her weapon. The most important thing was to avoid getting involved with idiots. Angelica replied in confusion that she would try, but reminded him to be careful as well. Smiling, she waved at him and said that they would definitely meet again in the third stage. Jaeyoung walked away with his hand raised. Angelica kept waving after him, wondering whether his passive skill did more than simply protect him from unnecessary attacks. After thinking about it, she chuckled and decided it did not matter. Even Dex would not cheat like that. At that moment, the protagonist smiled widely and activated spiritualism, transforming into the Dark King Azahara. A creature from the demon world, overflowing with insane magical energy, entered his body, allowing him to temporarily wield its power. Jaeyoung gained resistance to master-level poisons, complete invulnerability to second-tier poisons, the ability to use master-level poison, and even third-tier blood poison. He was now clad in the robe of the Dark King. Ellie suddenly appeared above him, arms crossed, saying she could not believe what she was seeing. He had contacted the demon world again, and it greatly displeased her. Jaeyoung replied calmly that the skills he needed were simply more effective on the demon side. He then asked Satan whether everything would proceed smoothly according to his plan. The Demon King smiled uncertainly and said that it should. He then asked whether Jaeyoung could really handle it, since this was still a competition, and whether he would be punished for cheating again. Jaeyoung's smile turned ominous as he replied that sometimes he felt he was too naive for a devil. Satan frowned, his voice trembling as he asked whether that was true. The protagonist began to run, answering confidently that it was. He added that the rules themselves were embedded into the map. More precisely, the map was designed to create favorable conditions, which was why he intended to act differently from everyone else. Moonlight illuminated the entire battlefield. Still smiling, Jaeyoung explained that because of the poisonous gas, all players would eventually be forced toward the center of the map. Once they collided, a brutal battle would erupt. As he imagined powerful players clashing, his smile slowly faded. He noted that countless players had already died in the first stage. In the second stage, with no effective way to counter bamboo sticks, it could be passed calmly, but only if one remained cautious. The only solution was to wait until everyone except him suffocated in the poisonous gas. Moving closer to the toxic cloud, less than a minute later, the protagonist sat on the ground as the deadly poison crept over his body. His passive poison resistance activated instantly, followed by poison invulnerability. With the blood poison skill, the absorbed toxins were transferred into his bloodstream. Without fear or hesitation, Jang declared that the second stage had been cleared. Time passed, and the poisonous gas continued to advance. Clashes began occurring far more frequently, filling the air with chaotic magical energy. The festival host crossed her arms and laughed, saying that this was far more entertaining to watch. Unlike the first stage, only the strongest would survive here, and everyone possessed vastly different skill levels. After a pause, she added thoughtfully that in every group there was always someone who exceeded all standards. A player named Casillas moved steadily across the battlefield, facing opponents ready to attack. She suddenly charged forward, unleashing a flurry of rapid, powerful strikes. At that instant, someone took aim at her. Casillas felt it and turned just in time, barely dodging as a flaming arrow struck the ground. Horror filled the archer's eyes as he asked whether she had really dodged his shot from such a distance. Casillas's eyes burned with rage as she replied that she had found him. In the next instant, she vanished. Reappearing on a rooftop, she locked onto the silhouette she had sensed. In a blink, she was airborne above her enemy. The archer shouted in disbelief, asking who she was, and how she had crossed 800 meters in an instant. He asked whether she had a hidden class. Magical particles filled the air. With a single strike, Casillas smashed into her opponent, smoke rising from her bamboo spear. She raised a hand to her head, muttering that she was speechless. Everyone was fighting fiercely, yet someone was still hiding. With anger blazing in her eyes, she demanded to know where Dex was hiding. Soon, the poisonous gas began to dissipate. The second stage of the Bamboo Stick Festival had ended, and only 2 players remained alive. Casillas clenched her teeth in frustration. Meanwhile, the protagonist remained perfectly calm, concealed within the fading fog. The moon drifted silently across the night sky as the final round of bamboo stick battles approached. Casillas defeated every opponent who stood in her way. Her eyes shone brightly. One defeated player crawled toward her, using his last strength to complain that her attacks were some incomprehensible combination of hidden skills, and that there was no fairness in bamboo stick combat. Casillas quietly adjusted the glove on her hand and frowned. She told herself that 3 minutes should have been enough. Yet it was still not enough. Nothing about this was different from the game she had played before. To defeat him, she would have to become even stronger. Her thoughts drifted to Icaro, an RPG released 20 years ago with beautiful graphics and a warm atmosphere. It had once been so popular it was called a national game. Over time, however, players received a termination notice. Despite strict management and skilled players, the engine had grown outdated, and the game faded quietly into history. Casillas' eyes filled with shock, as she whispered that it could not be true. She had been one of the players who loved that game until the very end. Her character Casillas stood in the main square. For her, Kurosu was not merely a game. It was 20 years of her life, filled with achievements, battles, and memories. No one had ever been able to take first place from her. Her nickname had always sat at the top of the rankings. That was how it had always been, until he appeared. The name Dex reflected in her eyes, and she wondered who he was. She had never seen that nickname before. And then, for the first time in her PvP career, Casillas was defeated. The moment she realized what had happened, her brows furrowed in fury, and she shouted that it had been too fast. It really was too fast. He had attacked her just 3 seconds after the rage strike effect ended. Worse still, he had exploited server lag to do it. A drop of cold sweat slid down her face as she understood the truth. That man knew Ikaros far better than she did. Dex stood calmly in place. A moment later, a message appeared above him, stating that it had been a good fight for a user of such a terrible game. Shock filled her eyes as she read those words. Then the protagonist glanced at his weapon and said that since he had taken first place, it was time to end this game. Immediately afterward, a notification appeared announcing that Dex had left the game. In the next second, Casillas slammed her fist down on the table. That freak had trampled not only her pride, but the pride of her beloved game as well. She looked down at her hand and recalled that she possessed a hidden fighter class, one capable of wielding any weapon that came to hand. On the open system screen, her hidden skill was listed as Quick Select, allowing her to switch weapons instantly without opening the inventory. Keeping her head lowered, Casillas muttered that thanks to this skill, she could fight in a style perfectly suited to her. It felt impossible that this was all just coincidence. She had been given another chance. A powerful magical aura surged around her. Clenching her fist tightly, she swore to herself that she would surpass that bastard. Meanwhile, the protagonist continued to sit calmly within the poisonous gas. The same scene was displayed on a small work monitor. The director stared at it blankly and asked the manager how the poisonous fog had been configured. The manager replied in confusion that according to their settings, it was a lethal poison effective at level 200 and above. Manhwa responded coldly that the highest level player on the Korean server was around level 160. Yet this man had survived 30 minutes in a level 200 poisonous fog. This was not the effect of a unique item, since item usage was restricted. It was a special characteristic of the player himself. Tan pointed at the screen and asked whether it could be a skill effect. The director clenched his teeth and glared at his subordinate, asking if he truly believed that made sense. Cold sweat broke out on the man's face as he stammered that such an unfair skill could not exist. Basic poison resistance should not be lower than rank 3, and even with a resistance skill, it should be at least rank 5. That was far beyond what a player with basic skills could possess. Manhwa lowered his head and said that if this continued, the man would endure the poison fog they had prepared and eventually win. That outcome was unacceptable. A few minutes later, he confronted Alice. The AI informed him that the poison fog had been adjusted to the highest level, and that a setting ignoring resistance skills had been added. However, because the change targeted a specific player, it was illegal. As a result, the penalty would increase. Alice further reported that 2 illegal changes had already been implemented under the administrator's authority. If additional illegal settings were applied, future requests could be rejected, and the administrator's authority revoked. There were already warnings on record regarding salary reduction, loss of annual leave, and a board meeting. After hearing this, the director ground his teeth and shouted that he could endure such penalties. He told himself that the Arcadia staff had worked too hard to launch this game, and he would not allow that bastard to take everything. He would bear full responsibility for it. The energy in the air shifted abruptly. A system screen appeared, announcing that the effectiveness of the poisonous fog had been greatly increased, and that resistance skills could no longer be used. Reading this, the protagonist frowned deeply. He wondered why there had been another sudden change. Then it hit him. They were no longer hiding it, they were openly targeting him. Satan looked around in fear and said that no matter how poisonous Asahara was, it was impossible to block poison of that level. He asked what they were going to do. His master calmly replied that he had never expected it to work to the very end, which meant it was time to finish things properly. Surprise filled the Demon King's eyes as he asked what properly meant. A system screen appeared before Jae Young, and he answered that after all this time his old opponent had finally appeared. The system announced that only 2 survivors remained, him and Casillas. He raised his hand to his face and muttered whether things had really improved here. Casillas, grinding her teeth in anger, said she had been waiting for this moment. She had already read that the 3rd stage and the final bamboo stick battle were about to begin. The protagonist stepped out of the poisonous fog. Satan asked if he was truly going to fight, noting that this was unlike him. He then suggested changing the summoning to something more suitable for PvP, since he had already found several good options. Jae Young glanced at his familiar and refused. He had something else prepared. Turning his attention elsewhere, he asked Ellie to lend him her power. The Archangel raised her eyebrows in surprise. A blush spread across her face as she placed a hand on her chest, and declared that heavenly beings were always ready to lend their strength. Seeing her reaction, the boy chuckled inwardly and apologized to himself for neglecting her throughout the bamboo stick battles. It had been his fault for relying too much on insufficient abilities. The lamp quickly filled with warm light. Calypso, the river god and master of all weapons, appeared holding a massive sword and then entered the player's body. The night sky became starless. Jae Young was informed that he could now temporarily use Calypso's power, along with an additional skill, King of All Weapons. This ability created an intangible weapon formed from pure magical power, capable of changing shape freely at the user's will. A brilliant glow formed in the protagonist's hand. Within seconds he shifted through 5 different weapon forms and nodded, saying that he understood how it worked now. Satan stared with widened eyes, asking what kind of absurd magical control this was. Ellie, hovering behind them, said it was unbelievable. Even Calypso himself could not change weapons so quickly. After a brief pause, Jae Young kept his hand raised and said that he had practiced enough. It was time to begin. Powerful heavenly magic leaked from his eyes. Activating winner's instinct in fighter's eyes, he locked onto a worthy opponent. Casillas abruptly turned her head and, at the last possible moment, managed to block his attack. Rage instantly filled her eyes as she screamed that he had finally appeared. The Bard of Anarchy smiled widely and asked whether she had been running around too much. He mocked that it was obvious she came from a collective farm game that had shut down due to a lack of players, then told her to show her hidden class. Weapons began appearing in Casillas' hands. She attacked at extreme speed, switching weapons continuously. Out of the corner of his eye, Jae Young watched a blade fly toward him, and remarked that her weapon switching speed was incredible. Seeing it up close, it almost looked like magic. With that, he abruptly blocked the strike using his ability. A sword appeared in his hand, and he calmly said that he could do something similar. Surprise flashed across Casillas' face, as she wondered whether this was his hidden class, one that allowed him to freely change weapon forms. For several minutes they clashed violently, trading blows with constantly shifting weapons. A sudden surge of magical energy shook the air. Casillas closed her eyes and realized that he was attacking her in the same way she attacked him. Was he doing this deliberately? Jae Young smiled and told her that it would be embarrassing if she lost again, so she should give it her all. Hatred and anger burned in her eyes as they resumed their ferocious exchange. Gritting her teeth, she told herself not to laugh. This was not the same as before, and it was not fair, neither then nor now. Memories flashed through her mind of sitting at her computer, playing her beloved game. She watched his weapon change shape again and understood the difference. Her quick select skill allowed her to instantly swap equipment, but his weapon was not being swapped, it was transforming. She could not keep up. Realizing this, she frowned fiercely. The atmosphere shifted dramatically. Casillas steeled herself and vowed that she had to win. Jae Young stood before her and asked if she had already given up. She glared at him, thinking of her pride, then demanded to know what kind of skill he was using. He smiled and replied that he was the master of all weapons, and that it was quite useful. Displeasure filled her eyes as she hissed that he was lucky to have such a powerful skill. He laughed and replied that luck was a skill as well. Hearing this, she lowered her head and said that both back then and now he always confused her. Suddenly she drove her bamboo stick into the ground and extended her hand, magical energy gathering around it. She declared that she would also fight seriously. She admitted that it was impossible to defeat him using a weapon she was unfamiliar with. No matter how powerful a weapon was, if one could not fight properly with it, it was meaningless. Jae Young frowned slightly, wondering whether anything would change if she discarded the bamboo stick entirely. The moon shone brightly in the clear sky. Suddenly a sword appeared in Casillas' hands. She declared that before striking him with the bamboo stick, she would completely destroy him with the sword. As she began to draw it from its sheath, Jae Young raised his weapon and wondered aloud what kind of antique it was. It looked dangerous. He mused about what weapon he should use to fight it. Before he could finish speaking, a blow struck his throat. Casillas launched a high-speed, devastating attack. The protagonist crashed to the ground as the system reported critical damage. His bones were broken, blood spilled freely, and his movements were restricted until he healed. Satan cried out in panic, asking if he was all right. Casillas stood silently to the side. Then she vanished. Reappearing instantly, she smashed into his shield with all her strength. Smiling, she told him to keep using the shield. If he did, the next attack would also be blocked. Or had he already decided not to resist? The Bard of Anarchy smiled bitterly. It was true. All he could do now was block. It was not his fault. His opponent had become even faster once she drew her sword. With that realization, he leapt backward. Suddenly, a blinding light appeared out of nowhere, and a notification informed him that Calypso, a celestial being, was requesting a dialogue with the player. Seeing this, the guy frowned in displeasure and shouted, asking if this really had to happen at such a tense moment. Shock appeared in Ellie's eyes. She immediately flew to her master and asked whether he had noticed the ancient sword in the girl's hands. He replied that he had thought the weapon looked strange and then asked whether she truly knew anything about it. Turning her gaze to him, The archangel explained that a message had come from the master of all weapons. That sword originally belonged to him. He had prepared it for his successor, the one who would continue his path. Along with the sword that granted advancement, there was also a necklace meant to transfer skills as its user grew stronger. Listening to this, Jang imagined a powerful sword and an equally powerful necklace. Ellie raised her hand to her chin, picturing an extremely displeased Calypso, and added that he could no longer sense the necklace at all. That was why he was furious. Something had clearly gone wrong, and now Calypso was demanding a dialogue. Sensing the overwhelming aura radiating from his opponent, the protagonist finally understood everything. It seemed to him that Cassius's abilities were similar to those of celestial beings, and not merely similar, they were exactly those abilities. At that moment, Cassius herself felt a shift in the atmosphere, and frowned. Jae-yang exhaled heavily, realizing that he needed to intervene now. Turning to her, he asked whether it was true that she had obtained the sword by completing a quest. A drop of cold sweat appeared on Cassius's face. She snapped back, asking why he was asking such a thing, and whether he was just trying to stall for time. He replied calmly that he simply needed to know whether she had received the sword as a quest reward. Holding the weapon before her, she confirmed that it was true. She had obtained the sword after completing a quest given by a strange vagabond. Sweat appeared on the boy's face as the master of all weapons grew agitated and demanded to know what had happened to the necklace that came with the sword. He asked whether there had been another necklace besides the blade. Cassius's eyes widened in surprise, and she asked how he knew about it. He said it did not matter, and repeated the question. She glanced at the sword and admitted that it was true. Along with the sword, she had also received a necklace. However, unlike the sword, it had been an unidentified item. The shop owner in the village had told her that he lacked the skill to appraise such an object, and suggested buying an appraisal scroll to determine its function. Hearing this, the Bard of Anarchy's eyes widened in shock, and he asked in disbelief whether she had actually done that, thinking to himself that it was impossible. Cassius raised her eyebrows and said there was no point spending that much money on an appraisal scroll. The necklace looked unsightly anyway, so she had simply sold it along with other junk items, earning about 15 bronze coins. Its price matched its appearance. The moment Calypso heard this, his eyes flared with light. A violent surge of magical energy struck the protagonist, and system screens appeared, announcing that the master of all weapons was both shocked and enraged. His successor had sold her legacy. In a booming declaration, he announced that he was disowning her. Jae-young's eyes widened in surprise as another message appeared. The master of all weapons requested to fully enter his body temporarily, promising to shoulder all the consequences after possession. Reading this, Jae-young turned to Ellie and asked whether such a thing was even possible. This was his first time facing such a situation, and if Calypso fought in his place, he would be grateful. Ellie replied that according to the rules, it was impossible. However, if he was prepared to bear the cost himself, then it could be attempted. The burden would be enormous. Closing her eyes, she pressed a hand to her temple and said it would be extremely difficult, but if he was truly determined, there was no stopping it. More importantly, since this concerned the bond between a teacher and his legacy, it could justify direct intervention in the world. Suddenly, wings spread behind her. She declared that in the name of Archangel Michael, she permitted the intervention of the master of all weapons, Calypso. At that instant, a colossal sword of light struck the protagonist. Cassius screamed in shock, wondering what kind of terrifying power this was and whether that bastard still had abilities left. Blinding light exploded in all directions as the master of all weapons fully possessed the player's body. Since complete control had been taken, independent action was suspended, and the player entered observer mode. The protagonist's hair turned white. He smiled broadly and asked whether she had truly sold that necklace. It was regrettable, he said, that the heir had failed to understand the deep affection of the teacher who had prepared everything with such care, only to have it treated as a trifle and handed over to a greedy merchant. Cassius clenched her teeth under the crushing pressure of that terrifying energy, and asked in confusion what he was talking about. Calypso spread his arms, revealing his true power. Her mouth fell open as she wondered whether this was the embodiment of all weapons, whether this was his real strength. If so, it was utterly unfair and destroyed all balance. Before she could finish that thought, he extended his hand toward her. Countless weapons descended upon her at once. She was struck with burnout, followed by fatal damage, teetering on the brink of death. Blood spilled from her mouth. Cassius barely remained standing and screamed, demanding to know what kind of skill this was. Suddenly, a bright light pierced the darkness. The ancient sword, its true name long forgotten, trembled violently in her hands. Staring at it in shock, she wondered what was happening and what it was reacting to. Calypso ground his teeth in fury and called her pitiful. Muttering coldly, he stepped toward her and said that she possessed the skill Quick Select. Cassius jerked her head up and screamed, asking how he knew the name of her hidden skill. Rage and hatred burned in his eyes as he explained that Quick Select was not merely a skill for swapping weapons quickly. It was the embodiment of an obsession to master every weapon in existence, a power born from blood, sweat, and an unyielding will. Clenching his fist, He added that the skill achieved at the end of such training was the master of all weapons. Hearing this, Cassius raised an eyebrow and asked what he meant by master of all weapons. Without loosening his fist, Calypso continued, saying that this was the ultimate power she would have gained had she followed his path to the end. He pointed at her as he spoke. The girl lowered her head and quietly asked who he was. The master of all weapons frowned, still burning with anger. Leaning on her sword, Cassius asked again who he was. Since he knew her skill and the sword reacted to him so strongly, the fury faded from his eyes. He replied quietly that the sword was crying. It was grieving because she had lost its other half. Shock filled Cassius's eyes as she tried to understand what a mate meant. The master of all weapons stood before her and said that if he had been given more time, he would not have acted so rashly. He would have searched for someone truly worthy and chosen them as his successor. Unfortunately, he had not been granted that luxury. Removing the hood from his head, he added that she should be grateful. He had encountered a noble man willing to lend him his body, allowing him to appear once more. The nameless ancient sword trembled, filled with sorrow. Smiling warmly, Calypso remarked that despite her slowness and lack of common sense, fate had still led the sword into her hands. In a way, this had become their only remaining option. Cassius clutched the hilt tightly, wondering whether he was speaking to her or to the sword, and questioning what was truly happening. Lowering his head slightly, the master of all weapons asked his old companion to look after this foolish girl. A flame ignited deep within the blade. System notifications appeared, stating that the old nameless sword was expressing its displeasure. It had decided to sort out the situation, recognized Cassius as its owner, discovered its true name, and unlocked its hidden abilities. Its classification shifted from magical to unique, and Cassius received a hidden quest to search for the lost necklace. An overwhelming aura enveloped the blade. Cassius heard her sword cry out and felt its soul and unwavering resolve. After a few moments, the aura faded. With her brows knit in disbelief, she murmured that she finally understood the true meaning of her hidden class. Watching this, Calypso chuckled, saying it reminded him of the old days. His form began to ripple and distort, as he added that all of this was the result of having a terrible student. He had been forced to go to such extremes. A red system screen appeared, announcing that the maximum level of interference had been reached and full control was being disabled. The protagonist returned to his body from observer mode. He glanced at his hand and calmly thought that everything had gone as expected. This level of interference was unacceptable, but thanks to it, he had witnessed something truly valuable. Cassius trembled as she used the last of her strength to say that she now understood. He was a true master. After speaking, she collapsed to the ground. Jae-young looked at her and noted that she was suffering from a dying state debuff. Her body was likely numb to the point where she could not stand, yet she had endured far longer than most. The more he observed her, the more dangerous she seemed. He decided to wait. Otherwise, there might not be another chance to speak with her. The poisonous fog continued to advance. After some time, Cassius opened her eyes. Sitting beside her, he asked whether she had truly sold the necklace. At a glance, it was obvious that it had been part of a hidden quest. Did she really not play modern RPGs at all? Selling a necklace that belonged to a sword set was practically a cliché mistake, something only players from outdated games would do. Cassius gazed up at the sky and replied that in the game she had played, there were no such quests. Jae-young clenched his teeth slightly and thought to himself that she was old school. He then said that regardless, the necklace was clearly an important item. Once everything was over, she should return to the shop owner and try to retrieve it. The moon slowly sank across the sky. Cassius replied that even if he had not said so, she intended to do exactly that. Then she looked at him and asked what his class truly was. The one who had fought her earlier had not felt like him at all. It was as though someone else had possessed his body. Jae-young looked away and replied that she could think of him as having a hidden class, much like her own fighter class. To himself, he admitted that her instincts were remarkable. Suddenly, he pointed to the bamboo stick in his hand and said that there was still one matter left to settle. He asked what she thought about it. Cassius chuckled weakly and raised her eyebrows, asking what he was talking about. She would need at least 3 more minutes to recover from her dying state. The poisonous fog that signaled the end of the battle had already reached them. She could not even move her hand. The fog crept closer. Looking up at the sky, she said firmly that the decision had already been made. Hearing this, the protagonist smiled faintly and apologized that everything had ended this way. It would have been nice to fight properly. Cassius smiled back and told him to wait, because the next time they met, she would be the winner. Jae-young grasped the bamboo stick and replied that this was to be expected. He felt that she would not give up so easily. With those words, he raised his hand. In the next instant, he launched a swift attack. Cassius began to fade away, and Jae-young said quietly that they must definitely meet again. The system screen announced that he had won the duel and remained the last survivor. The final winner of the bamboo stick fights had been decided. A crown appeared above his head. Across the broadcast, massive red letters declared the results. All major battles had been shown in real time, and many candidates had been discussed. The revolutionary bamboo stick group had called for universal equality. Casillas had displayed an outstanding performance, reaching the third stage, only to be defeated by a suddenly appearing player named Dex, whose victory seemed extraordinary. Dex's nickname hovered above the figure whose cloak fluttered in the air. The audience reaction varied, but most players rejoiced at his victory. The name Dex alone lent credibility to every unbelievable moment. Somewhere else, the Black Dragon of Darkness, whose true age was 24, watched the broadcast and murmured that according to rumors, her opponent had been Dex. Only now was she beginning to understand. Stretching lazily, she added that it was fortunate she had not participated in the bamboo stick fights, because she nearly encountered someone she never wanted to meet again. At that moment, the festival host appeared above the protagonist and congratulated the final winner, announcing that it was time to present the long-awaited reward. Swinging her bat, she spoke a few magic words, and instantly, a mysterious box materialized. It was formed by an unknown force and contained the items of all the players Jie Yang had defeated. Jie Yang took the box in his hands. The host suddenly pointed at him and said that he must choose only one item, so he had better choose wisely. A list of items unfolded before the Bard of Anarchy. The festival host examined them carefully and thought to herself that most of them were unique pieces of equipment that were extremely difficult to obtain. Just looking at them made her feel envious. The protagonist, however, stared at the list with no emotion. To him, it was all junk. The difficulty of acquiring these items was not even worth mentioning, and none of them seemed particularly impressive. Just as he finished that thought, surprise flashed across his eyes. He immediately looked up at the host and asked whether it truly did not matter which item he chose, since all of them belonged to defeated players. Folding her arms across her chest, she confirmed that it was true and asked whether he had already made his decision. Curious, she flew closer to see what he had chosen. The moment she saw it, her expression changed completely. Lowering her head, she began to speak in confusion. But before she could finish, the protagonist interrupted her. He reminded her that this was an item belonging to a defeated player. Smiling broadly, he asked whether that was correct. Because she had promised, tears welled up in the host's eyes. Watching this from afar, the Black Dragon of Darkness frowned in confusion. The host, who had been so arrogant throughout the event, now looked visibly troubled. What could he possibly have chosen? Magical energy rippled through the air. Seconds later, a bamboo stick appeared before Jelm. This bamboo stick instantly killed any target it struck, and was completely unaffected by blocks or magical shields. Grabbing the weapon, the protagonist exclaimed in joy that he had succeeded. When Han saw this, his mouth fell open in shock. At the same time, sunlight flooded the Korean branch of Arcadia. In a large conference room, everyone involved in the game gathered for an emergency meeting. The director thanked them for attending, despite their busy schedules, and immediately began explaining the situation. The bamboo stick fights, which they had worked so hard to prepare, had ended a few hours earlier. However, an issue had arisen during the reward distribution process. Jia raised her hand and admitted that her department had been unable to conduct proper monitoring due to overtime, then asked how serious the problem was. Tahan lowered his head and replied that, in short, the winner had selected an item no one had anticipated. He said it would be clearer if they displayed it on the screen. A system window appeared, describing the bamboo stick. Everyone in the room jumped to their feet in disbelief. They shouted that it was impossible, asking how such an item could even be obtainable. At that moment they finally understood why the CEO himself had attended the briefing. The scenario team leader stood up and said that the biggest problem lay in the bamboo stick's special ability. Its instant death effect did not specify any target restrictions. Hearing this, Jia raised her hand again and asked whether that meant it could kill not only bosses from high difficulty raids, but also targets that were currently considered invulnerable. The man replied firmly that it could. The director clenched his teeth and said that if the protagonist used this weapon against invulnerable entities such as the Guardian of Arcadia or the Dragon Lord Guldrian, the target would likely die instantly. While this had not yet been confirmed with absolute certainty, given Arcadia's code system, it was entirely possible. Someone else immediately asked what would happen if he attacked an important NPC instead. That alone could collapse the main storyline and render everything meaningless. Manhwa admitted that this was his mistake. Despite monitoring the situation, he had failed to prevent it. As the tension thickened, dust-like particles shimmered in the air. Mena crossed her arms and stated that direct intervention might be necessary to prevent the worst-case scenario. She opened Alice on her tablet and asked how she could help. Lowering her head, the head of Arcadia said she had a request related to the bamboo stick event. Before she could finish, Alice had already analyzed all reward items and displayed a red system message stating that intervention was impossible. Shock spread across Min's face as she demanded an explanation. The director stood silently as Alice explained that the user who received the item had already been subjected to 2 unreasonable patches. It had been promised that no further patches would be applied to him. Alice then presented evidence. A video played on the tablet, showing Manhwa stating clearly that the previous adjustment would be the final patch related to the event. After watching the video, the head of Arcadia smiled bitterly and said that she had already warned the executive director to avoid interference beyond his authority. It seemed he would now have to explain himself. Horror and fear washed over the man as he shouted that it was all because of that bastard named Dex. If it were not for him… Before he could finish, the atmosphere in the office shifted violently. Elsewhere, a faint magical trail lingered around the bamboo stick. The protagonist examined his new weapon and wondered aloud what he should even do with it. Satan raised his hand nervously and asked what that thing was, saying the energy it emitted gave him goosebumps. Jiang asked why he had not seen such a weapon throughout all the fights. The Demon King immediately hid behind Ellie and shouted that using such an item in that special battlefield dimension was completely different from using it here. Ellie nodded and added that he was right. The moment the protagonist returned to this dimension, the bamboo stick's true power manifested. With a single swing, it had enough force to overturn an entire continent. It was, without a doubt, an absurd and terrifying level of power. A deadly aura radiated from the bamboo stick. Hearing Ellie's words, Jay raised the weapon and asked whether it was really that powerful, adding that it seemed he had made the right choice in selecting it as his reward. At that moment, a system screen suddenly appeared before him, stating that the administrator was requesting a direct call. A prompt followed, asking whether he wished to accept. Jay tilted his head slightly and wondered what the administrator could possibly want to say in a private call. With a sarcastic smile, he muttered that it sounded interesting and accepted the request. Instantly, all his skills were sealed, and he was transferred to a special isolated space. Not far away stood the administrator herself. Helenia smiled warmly and introduced herself, saying she hoped for his understanding. She explained that she had requested this meeting because of the item he had obtained as a result of the bamboo stick fights. Jay raised his eyebrows and suggested they get straight to the point. At the same time, he noted to himself that the administrator appeared to be of the elven race, making her yet another unreachable figure. With her hands folded calmly, Helenia explained that, as he already knew, this discussion concerned the bamboo stick fights. The item he had received was special and had never been intended as an event reward. If used freely in Arcadia, it could significantly alter the course of the world and cause serious damage to the game's balance. Because of that, the administration had decided that adjustments to the item were necessary. The Bard of Anarchy asked whether this meant she intended to confiscate the item he had rightfully earned. Keeping his gaze fixed on her, he listened as Helenia clarified that this was not the case. He had obtained the bamboo spear fairly, and the mistake lay with the administration. Therefore, they wished to seek his consent before submitting a request to modify it. Raising one finger, Helenia asked whether he would like to hear the proposed adjustment plans. In total, management had prepared 3 options. The first was to limit the number of times the bamboo stick could be used. The second was to restrict its effective range. The third was to reclaim the bamboo stick entirely and replace it with compensation items of equivalent value. Jay exhaled slowly and said that there was no option among them that he liked. That alone proved they had thought the matter through carefully. He then asked what he would receive in return if he agreed to the adjustments. Hearing this, Helenia closed her eyes briefly, thinking that given his playstyle, she had expected him to react far more aggressively. Instead, he was surprisingly calm. She replied that the compensation would be determined by the user reward program controlled by artificial intelligence. In other words, an algorithm similar to the one used by the festival host during the bamboo stick fights. A system screen appeared before her as she added that since this issue stemmed from the company's mistake, appropriate compensation would be guaranteed. She then asked whether he would like to review it. Shock flickered in Jay's eyes as he read the contents. He asked whether they were truly willing to offer compensation on that level. Helenia looked at him gently and replied that the administration was not permitted to disclose the details of individual user compensation, but they were formally and responsibly guaranteeing it. She then added that there was something else. Jay raised his eyebrows in surprise. Helenia stepped closer and said that if he cooperated in this matter, the management promised never to harm him again. No more unreasonable patches would be applied to him. She winked playfully and asked how he felt about such a trump card. Jay smiled and replied that this sounded like a personal decision. He then asked whether he understood correctly that she had the authority to make such a promise. Helenia narrowed her eyes slightly and answered confidently that she did, adding that she was making this promise personally as the CEO of Arcadia's Korean branch. At that instant, a drop of cold sweat slid down Jay's face. An image formed in his mind and he wondered whether she was Mayan, the young CEO of the Korean branch who had achieved remarkable success at an early age. Helenia smiled warmly and thanked him, saying that they would surely meet again. Jay looked at her with knitted brows. Suddenly Helenia winked once more and suggested that they both work hard in the future. Warm sunlight flooded the space, and the scene shifted. Crowds gathered at a technology fair dedicated to the future of the virtual reality industry. The host welcomed the audience and said she was certain most of them were interested in the showcased product. She pointed toward a capsule that closely resembled the Arcadia connection device at first glance. However, this was a virtual reality integration system called Lucid Dreams. She explained that when a user entered lucid dreams and imagined a scene, a unique program would read that image, render it visually, and apply the corresponding programming logic. Gia smiled brightly and said it was a revolutionary device capable of creating an entire world from imagination alone. She invited the guests to test it themselves. Among the participants were Jae Young and one of his classmates. After some time, the presenter spread her arms and thanked everyone for trying the product. Jae stepped out of the capsule and muttered to himself that he did not understand why he had tried it at all. It was far more intense than he had expected, overly exhausting, and the resulting image was not nearly as impressive as he had imagined. In the end, it was nothing more than a limitation of human imagination. Yawning contentedly, he said that he wanted to sleep. He had probably played Arcadia all night. If it were not for the task, he would never have gone to this fair in the first place. Suddenly, he turned around when he heard Gia scream loudly, demanding to know what was happening with the person currently using lucid dreams. She shouted that the length of the video created by that user had exceeded 10 minutes, even though the development team had spent months achieving results like that. Less than a minute later, she demanded to know the student's name. A drop of cold sweat slid down the guy's face. Pointing at himself, he replied that his name was Shi. The protagonist chuckled inwardly, thinking that this guy had clearly discovered a talent. As he was leaving, he looked at him and said that it was incredible, because he had received an offer from Arcadia's HR department. She replied that he would still refuse. It was too early for someone who was not yet 20. Suddenly, Xi's eyes lit up and he asked whether his friend had received a bamboo stick as a reward. He said he thought he would die of disappointment, because he had not heard the details during the broadcast and wanted to know as soon as possible how it all ended. As he spoke, he remembered jumping on his chair and shouting that he could not hear anything. Unexpectedly, Jae Young smiled widely and replied that he would not tell. After a while, Jae logged into the game. System screens appeared before him, informing him that a bilateral agreement regarding item adjustment had been reached. The bamboo stick had been converted into a one-time use item, and he had received 1 million integrity points as compensation. The Bard of Anarchy was now granted complete immunity to patches applied to him. In addition, he received 10,000 gold and a secret message. A small letter appeared in his hand. Unfolding it, he saw Helenia's phone number written inside, along with a note telling him to contact her if he encountered any difficulties. Suddenly, a triangle with an exclamation mark flashed on the screen, beneath which yellow letters read, "Urgent Assembly." A man with a similar exclamation mark icon appeared and said that everyone already knew why this team had gathered, and that they had been waiting for this moment impatiently. Smiling broadly, the man announced that Dex had appeared, and that everyone should gather in Arcadia. A large number of players assembled in a safe zone. Birds flew across the sky. Jae lay back on a table, saying that the warm sunlight felt wonderful. Arcadia was incredibly beautiful. In reality, it was raining outside, yet here he could bask in the sun. The girl sitting opposite him agreed, saying that now he did not even need to travel. She then asked whether he had watched the final broadcast of the bamboo stick fights. Jae immediately lifted his head and exclaimed that of course he had. He added that he still could not believe Dex himself had participated. Thanks to Dex, the event had become truly interesting. The girl commented that choosing a bamboo stick as a reward had been quite original. Jae stroked his chin and said that he had thought about it too, but he could not win. If he had succeeded, he probably would have chosen the bamboo stick as well. While they were chatting, footsteps echoed across the square. The players turned around at once, asking each other whether that person was Dex. The protagonist slowly walked forward, all eyes fixed on him. Noticing this, Jae Young exhaled deeply and muttered that this was all because of the streaming system. Pulling his hood tighter, he cursed inwardly. He had tried to stay unnoticed, but the broadcast had ruined everything. No matter what he did now, all eyes would be on him. At that moment, magical energy surged through the air. In a powerful flash, the protagonist vanished. Only the blue sky remained above the forest. He reappeared atop a tree, and a system message informed him that the celestial being, the spirit of the wandering knight Capellus, was no longer available, nor was Fast Steps. 1,400 decency points had been consumed. Satan crossed his arms and asked why his master could not calm down. Jae replied irritably that he was looking for a place without prying eyes. The Demon King folded his legs and asked whether he truly did not understand. Was it really necessary to use a celestial being just to escape? Should he not enjoy his fame? Ellie hovered nearby and said that she felt uneasy. She asked what he was so afraid of. Jae replied firmly that he had every reason to be afraid. Surprise filled the familiar's eyes, rubbing his face. Jae explained that he had been hiding from insane stalkers for years, people who chased him relentlessly. The familiar stared at him in disbelief. Meanwhile, in the city, someone slammed a chair to the ground. A large knight crossed his arms and said he had received news that Dex was here, so he would check everything personally. The girl beside him sat down and said that the person they had just seen was not Dex, and that he should simply continue what he was doing. Standing up, she smiled brightly and said they would calmly verify everyone's identity. If people cooperated, there would be no bloodshed. The player who had just been questioned rubbed his head and muttered about what these lunatics were doing. Had they really appeared out of nowhere just to look for Dex? His partner sat beside him and said she had heard of them. They were a group of deranged fans who stalked Dex, all from the same infamous guild. Each of them wore a red armband, united under a banner bearing the image of a pair of panties. Hearing this, Satan closed his eyes and said he thought he finally understood what was going on. It must be incredibly difficult for his master. Ellie immediately flew closer and asked what he meant. The Demon King replied that such fans found someone outstanding and then stalked them obsessively to attract attention, driving their target to exhaustion. As the familiars argued, Jay exhaled deeply and said that this was exactly what irritated him. From his experience, those freaks would continue to follow him even if he killed them. He genuinely did not know what to do. Hearing this, the demon and the angel fell silent. Surprise flickered in Jay's eyes when Satan admitted that he too had once been in a similar situation. He remembered the time when he had become a powerful devil. After that, chaos followed. Satan recalled how once he had risen, conflict began, and a group of bastards tried to take his share. Pulling himself out of those memories, he frowned and said that the only way he had solved the problem back then was by killing them all. What he had not expected was that in the future, the same kind of problem could be resolved far more easily. That was why he had spent an enormous amount of time creating a single item. Purple flames ignited in the darkness. From within them appeared a mask of mythical quality, the Deceiver's Mask. It possessed the power to deceive and disguise, showing others only what the wearer wished them to see. Jae Young picked it up and asked whether such a simple-looking item could truly be of mythical rank. Satan clenched his fists and shouted that it was far more valuable than it appeared. He did not even remember how many high-level demons he had slaughtered to create it. Then he grinned and said that while he could not explain everything, he could guarantee its power. No force or skill could penetrate it and reveal the wearer's true identity. Unless the wearer allowed it, no one could expose them. If the master wished, he could borrow it. Dark demonic energy radiated from the mask. Jae Young looked at his familiar and asked how much he wanted for it, adding that he did not intend to argue just because it was mythical. Satan immediately snapped back, asking what would happen if he relied on a cheap, unreliable item and was discovered. If he were caught by those freaks again, the trouble would never end. He insisted that only the highest quality items were acceptable. The price was 100,000 decency, and for that amount, he would lend it to him for as long as he lived. Jae Young examined the mask again. He admitted to himself that it was worth the price. After all, he had earned 1 million decency from the bamboo stick fights. Demonic particles drifted from the mask, and the Bard of Anarchy realized that this was the perfect solution to escape his stalkers. Notifications appeared, informing him that the mythical Deceiver's Mask had been equipped. The power of deception and disguise enveloped his body, completely hiding his identity. When he looked again, a mask covered his face. Elsewhere in the city, his stalkers gathered near a fountain, reporting that Dex was not in the permanent courtyard or the weapon shop. They demanded to know what to do next. The massive knight raised his fist and shouted that Dex could not have gone far. They had received a message 30 minutes ago confirming he was here, and they had even paid 10 gold for the information and a screenshot. They needed to search everything thoroughly. One of the girls glanced around and said that Dex could not escape them anymore. At that same moment, Jae Young was walking through the city. His appearance now resembled Satan's. He muttered that it seemed no one could recognize him, meaning the mask had worked perfectly. Satan replied proudly that for such a price, any item should perform flawlessly. Without hesitation, Jay opened the system screen and began checking the market. Thanks to the disguise, he could finally observe item trades and gold rates without drawing attention. News updates reported that a unique item called Tears had shattered records, selling for over 1 billion, and that item trading had exploded across the market. As he walked, Jay calculated that a single unique item was worth around 10,000 decency. That meant the mask's value reached 10 billion. It was expensive, but not unjustifiably so. Suddenly, his stalkers turned sharply and stared in his direction. Jay passed them calmly. His true appearance remained hidden. The massive knight squinted and said that this was a completely different person. Hearing that, the Bard of Anarchy smiled in satisfaction. As he walked away, one of the stalkers remarked that she had also mistaken him for Dex. Glancing back from the corner of his eye, Jay asked whether it was safe to say that the mask worked exactly as intended. Satan shouted triumphantly that he had said so. Birds flew across the clear sky when the Demon King suddenly pointed and said that the face reminded him of someone. It looked like a vampire named Rod, whom he had once killed. Those red eyes and pale complexion brought back memories. Jae Young frowned, muttering that this self-awareness was becoming excessive, but when he heard girls whispering that he looked handsome, he instinctively looked away. Noticing his discomfort, Satan raised an eyebrow and said that if he disliked the appearance, it could be changed. Hiding in a dark alley, Jay opened the system interface for identity selection. Satan explained that he could even disguise himself as people he had already killed. Hearing that, the Bard of Anarchy smiled broadly and asked whether he could really have fun with it. Pressing the mask to his face, he said that with such an interesting item, he might as well enjoy himself while completing the mission. A large system screen appeared, reminding him that he needed to find allies to help create a dream world. Elsewhere, Casillas showed a drawing of a necklace to a merchant, and asked whether he had seen it. In another place entirely, a girl stood before mountains of gold, arms spread wide, shouting orders at her subordinates and researchers to work harder. Under a clear blue sky, Angelica rested a hand on her belt and complained angrily that there had been no news from her friends since the bamboo stick fights ended. Sitting on the grass, Jae Young replied calmly that he had simply been very busy. She snapped that ignoring messages was going too far, even for him. Jae smiled and explained that the real reason he contacted her was because the second-ranked star, Stella, was hunting her and intended to kill her. Angelica's eyes widened in shock. Jae added that she would not survive using her current equipment, and that Stella's magic control was far beyond her abilities. The sorceress frowned and asked what she should do. Jae raised a finger and told her to hand over the grimoire she needed, and focus on developing her skills. At that moment, someone approached from behind and said that everything had already been prepared. Casillas crossed her arms over her chest, clearly displeased that her comrade was treating people like tools. Leaning closer to Angelica, the warrior asked whether she really had to train her. The ranker confirmed it calmly, saying that Angelica had good talent but far too little experience. Narrowing her eyes, Casillas expressed her hope that her friend would not forget the promise to arrange another meeting with the teacher. The troll hugged Angelica and told her not to worry. It was difficult now, but later it would surely be possible. Smiling broadly, the protagonist asked Casillas to find the lost necklace, correct past mistakes, and gain the courage needed for a future meeting with Calypso. Casillas replied firmly that she intended to do exactly that. The scabbard at her waist swayed lightly. Jae Young grabbed her shoulder and casually remarked that she was not the only one dealing with constant noise. Casillas asked what he meant, and whether he also had a sword like hers. Closing his eyes, he shook his head and replied that he could only rely on himself, though he trusted his comrades. After a brief pause, the warrior nodded, accepting that answer. The young man added that he would make Angelica strong enough to survive anywhere. Pointing at herself, Angelica asked in disbelief whether he meant her. Icons shimmered above their heads, and the protagonist left the sorceress in the care of the knight. Casillas crossed her arms again, having no idea how much Angelica would change over time. The troll, meanwhile, thought to herself that the girl would likely become a terrifying PvP fanatic, who smashed opponents apart without mercy. Jae Young approached the gates of a fortress. Glancing at the system window, he suddenly realized he was still connected to someone from the pen mine, and wondered why the system was offering him an assistant he had no connection to. His thoughts were interrupted when a guard shouted and pointed at him. Noting that the guest did not look like a local and asking whether this was his first visit, Jae confirmed it with a wide smile, already tired of explaining himself. The guard gestured behind him and instructed him to hand over the required documents to the guide. A receptionist greeted him with palms pressed together and explained that he needed to sign several important papers. Taking them in hand, Jae listened as she explained that the Baroness's lands were crucial for iron and mining operations, and that signing these documents would allow him to travel freely in the future. Opening his mouth in confusion, Jae asked why the contract contained so many conditions. The woman frowned, and the troll commented that she had heard these lands were considered among the most unfavorable. She asked what had happened during his absence. Jae placed the documents on the table and smiled awkwardly, saying that he would prefer to speak directly with the Baroness. He asked where she was now. Sunlight flooded the mansion. Sitting before a massive pile of gold, Mika reported that the entire kingdom had fallen into chaos after his departure, but she was relieved to see that he was safe. Jae stared at her in amazement, and asked whether she had been doing something unusual at the entrance to the territory. Raising her finger, she explained that adventurers had stopped coming, and she was doing everything she could to attract even inexperienced ones to work. Jae frowned, realizing he had helped create a monster when she admitted how difficult it had become to find people willing to bring her money. Standing before her, he asked whether it was true that the kingdom had already fallen into the hands of an adventurer known as the Black Flame Dragon. The Baroness replied that he had won the throne fairly, and even spared the royal family. Jae recoiled internally, calling her insane. She calmly added that she paid her workers generously, and that was what mattered. A butler rolled in a cart filled with gold. The Baroness offered Jae his share of the profits. Staring at the system window in disbelief, he wondered how it was possible to earn 700 gold in just 3 months. Smiling, Miki said she wanted advice on recruiting high-level craftsmen and establishing trade routes, then asked why he had come in the first place. Jay's eyes widened as she promised to help him with anything he needed. Pointing toward the mountains, he said there was someone he needed to meet. In the mine, a goblin lashed a worker with a whip and shouted that no one would eat if the work was not finished. He snarled that he would not go easy on low-level newbies. A pickaxe struck stone. A boy leaned on his tool, wondering what kind of game this was. Jay noticed that the boy worked faster than the others and asked who he was. A nearby creature explained that he was their official slave number 1. As the boy swung his pickaxe, the monster sneered that he was the first adventurer who had not considered mining an honor and had tried to escape, only to be captured again. Jay wondered how someone like him had reached such a level, and asked if he could speak with him. When the goblin reluctantly allowed a break, the miner asked nervously whether he truly had that right. A burning lantern hung overhead. The worker looked down and said he had already completed his weekly quota. Jay smiled and greeted him politely, inviting him to sit and talk. The boy's eyes widened as he realized another player was standing before him. He asked who Jay was. Pointing at himself, Jay replied that he was the one who would give him freedom. The boy explained that he had been captured and forced to work again. Jay asked why he had signed such a contract. Folding his hands, the boy admitted that he had not even read it. Tears filled his eyes. Jay asked his age, and the answer came quietly, 15. Covering his face, Jay realized this was his fault, and finally understood why the system had pushed him to find an assistant. Ellie suddenly smiled and asked about a strange smell. Leaning close, she whispered that the boy reeked of fire. Jay asked what that meant. Ellie explained that such a scent came from those connected to fire spirits, and people like that often possessed innate talent for blacksmithing. Jay frowned and asked whether the boy would do anything to be freed immediately. The child's eyes widened, then closed as he nodded. Jay asked if he would agree without hearing the terms. The boy dropped to his knees, declaring that nothing could be worse than his current life. He swore loyalty to his savior and said he never wanted to mine iron again. The shackles shattered. The system terminated the contract with Penn and registered the boy as an assistant. The protagonist stared at the system window in confusion and asked what a closed beta tester meant. The boy looked at him in shock. Jay Young raised his head and asked who he really was, recalling that Arcadia had been developed under extreme secrecy right up until its official release. The child threw up his hands in panic, not knowing how to answer. He finally explained that a friend had given him access. Jay crossed his arms and asked if that was all, wondering aloud whether this friend was some hidden director at Silic, or perhaps the grandson of the chairman of Agent Electronics. The boy lowered his head and said that he did have a very smart friend, but it was a secret, so he could not talk about it. Jay closed his eyes and accepted the answer. Judging by the way the boy was trembling, it was clearly true. A lantern flickered against the rocks. Jay suggested ending the pointless conversation. Smiling, he proposed that they run a test instead. The boy raised his eyebrows in surprise. In the next moment, a blade sliced through a monster's chest. Lowering his weapon, the boy shouted in disbelief that he had killed a kobold with his own hands. He glanced aside and asked if that was not amazing. The troll commented that he had been on the brink of death, but he had still pulled through. Jay frowned, reflecting on how poor the boy's combat and crafting skills really were. A worn piece of equipment dropped beside the assistant. Jay realized once again that crafting in this game was notoriously difficult, and no one could truly excel at it without effort. Stroking his chin, he wondered why a closed beta tester had remained at such a low level. Was this some kind of punishment? The boy looked away when Ellie asked whether Jay truly believed that, then asked what he meant. Placing a hand over her chest, Ellie explained that a blacksmith needed more than talent. Creativity was required to infuse spirit into their creations. Floating calmly, she added that, in her opinion, even that was not the most important trait. The hammer struck the anvil. Ellie explained that true blacksmiths possessed unyielding perseverance. They never gave up, and it was that willpower that allowed them to create weapons of immense strength. The sword shimmered faintly. To her, this was how a blacksmith should work. The fire seeker stared at his own hands. Ellie said that he had faced hardship and refused to give up. Frowning slightly, she concluded that his potential far exceeded that of ordinary people. Jay looked at her and asked how she knew so much about blacksmiths, and why she had such faith in this boy. Ellie hesitated. Lowering her gaze, she said that the truth could not be shared lightly. Such knowledge could shake the entire continent. She added that Calypso had once acted against decency, forcing the heavens to bear responsibility. Jay raised an eyebrow and suggested that if he had enough decency, she could share what she was forbidden to say. Ellie's eyes widened. After a brief pause, she admitted that it might be possible. Jay smiled without hesitation and agreed to pay decency for information that could affect the entire game. Ellie stared at him in disbelief and asked if he was serious, because the cost would be enormous. Under the star-filled sky, Jay told her not to worry. The system processed the payment, and memories began to play. Among countless ancient books, one stood out, predating the First Holy War of Demons. It told of an era known as the Mythical Era. Its pages were filled with illustrations of gods who once existed, each wielding different authorities and powers. People worshipped the stars, and countless cults revered different deities. Yet within the light of the pages lay a terrible truth. Someone had erased that entire era, destroying all memory of it from the continent. Jay frowned and asked if a single sect had wiped out all the others, declaring the existence of only one god. He guessed that it must have been the Holy Empire. An old man's brows furrowed gravely. Jay realized that the Holy Empire, which preached justice, was descended from those who had once drowned the continent in blood. If this truth were revealed, the world would fall into chaos. Ellie lowered her head and said that after this event, the heavens had grown stronger, but erasing all traces of other cults had been a grave mistake. Jay's eyes widened. She explained that the forgotten gods had lost all worshippers and faded into nameless existences. The system displayed the assistant Seth's rank. Volcanus stood with arms crossed, his form wreathed in flames. The father of all blacksmiths, creator of muslin, a symbol of heaven that burned demons without mercy, was watching over the fire seeker. The boy lowered his pickaxe. Jay looked away, realizing that he should have taken this child under his wing sooner. The boy continued fighting kobolds. Ellie flew closer and suggested taking him to the dwarves. Jay explained that the users of Arcadia had not yet discovered other races, and he did not know where they lived. Ellie frowned sadly, admitting that she did not know either. Satan suddenly appeared behind them with a satisfied grin. Ellie clenched her fist and demanded to know how he knew. The demon laughed and said that the dwarves lived underground and his subordinates occasionally encountered them. Jay asked where their hideout was. Satan replied that they lived beneath the desert, reachable by flying south on a wyvern for 5 days. Jay scratched his chin, realizing how far that was. It was likely one of the 5 forbidden zones, places where environmental debuffs could easily kill players. Satan raised a finger and promised to prepare the strongest wyverns to reach it quickly. Ellie also volunteered to help. Jay grinned confidently. Standing in the forest, he declared that they would go immediately. Sunlight blazed over the vast desert of great rumors. Holding the reins, a traveler warned that even desert clans avoided that land, as it was filled with deadly monsters. Standing beside his camel, the man said that in 60 years, he had never seen anyone enter and return alive. Jay knew he had no choice. He would see for himself. They walked forward through the dunes. The merchant muttered that they clearly did not understand the danger. Jay turned when the boy said he wanted to ask something. Holding a sword, the child asked whether he could really take all these incredible items. Detailed descriptions appeared for each piece of equipment. As they crossed the desert, Jay told him not to worry. He explained that he had bought everything at auction to avoid drawing attention. The assistant thought it was far too expensive and promised to return it all. Jay closed his eyes and told him to keep the equipment as his benefit. He thought about how the boy had been trapped in the mine because of him. The fire seeker tightened his lips and said that in Arcadia, nothing could truly be free. Tears streamed down his face as he ran after his benefactor. Jay Young wondered where this sense of guilt had come from. The scorching sun blazed over the Great Rumor Desert, and the oppressive heat steadily drained their stamina. The system advised the user to rest in a cool place. Closing his eyes, Jay asked for water and suggested taking at least a short break. The boy turned toward him and asked whether he was already exhausted, reminding him that they had rested not long ago. The child quietly pointed out that they were traveling through the infamous 5th Forbidden Zone. Jay raised his eyebrows when the assistant asked how he was still holding up so well. An ability icon appeared, revealing that he had prepared in advance. The passive skill Ice Heart activated, greatly increasing heat resistance. Jay lifted his index finger and said that he was fine thanks to this ability. The Fire Seeker replied that he had invested in the same skill, but it still did not help him much. Looking up at the endless dunes, the beta tester asked whether it was time to give up. He explained that if dwarves truly lived somewhere in this desert, finding them in such a vast area would be nearly impossible. They continued walking across the dunes. Jay raised his hand and told him not to worry, suggesting that they move forward a little more. The boy asked who had even said that dwarves lived here in the first place. Satan lounged casually, hands behind his head, and muttered that it would be wonderful if this mortal would just stay quiet. His eyes suddenly widened as a sound reached his ears. The sand erupted as giant scorpions burst from beneath the surface. Level 160 monsters raised their stingers menacingly. Jay lowered his head and cast a spell. Freezing winds swept across the battlefield, instantly encasing the scorpions in ice. Jay walked past the frozen monsters and told his companion to deal with them. The pickaxe struck a scorpion's chitin, and its body shattered into fragments. Due to low contribution, the experience gained was reduced. The assistant pointed at the system window and said that he had received a new title, Raw Free Rider. Jay asked if he always got such ridiculous titles. Closing his eyes, the Fire Seeker grinned and admitted that he did. Jay crossed his arms and asked about his current level. The boy replied that he had reached level 72. A smile appeared on his face when Jay praised him, saying that it almost looked like a legal bug. Jay closed his eyes and said irritably that in that case he should just follow and stop talking. The boy lowered his head and agreed. They continued their journey through the desert. Jay stared ahead, hoping they would soon find some clue. He had spent a large amount of decency maintaining his spirit. Satan sat on his right shoulder and suddenly said that he had a good idea. Jay asked what he meant. The demon raised a finger and said that there was a dwarf known secretly in the demon world, the inventor of the hellish forge. Jay asked what had become of him. Satan scratched his chin and said that he could summon the headbreaker if he were given control of the body, in order to learn everything. Jay protested immediately. Satan raised an eyebrow and replied that he and Ellie both had responsibilities to their own worlds, and they could not abandon them. Ellie was sitting inside Jay's hood, listening quietly. Jay concluded that they were under pressure as well. Placing his hand on his belt, Jay wondered whether there was any real reason to refuse such an offer. Satan, pleased, prepared to take control. Fane appeared with a hammer resting on his shoulder. An immense surge of energy poured into Jay's body. The man smiled broadly and said that it had been a long time. The blacksmith clenched his fist and roared that this desert heat and sandstorm were nothing compared to hellfire. Floating nearby, Ellie urged them to skip unnecessary chatter and asked Fane to explain the dwarf's situation. The spirit looked around in confusion, searching for his homeland, then frowned and said something was wrong. The sand beneath them began to glow. Fane declared that his city was directly beneath their feet. Jay asked if that was really true. Fane knelt and explained that he could feel the energy of the sand forge, the last ark of the dwarven race, which he had protected until his death. Jay felt frustrated that he had spent so much decency just to hear this. He asked what they were supposed to do now. Fane turned back and said there was an extremely simple way to enter the city. Jay's eyes widened. He told the boy to step back. Sparks flashed in the air as Jay swung a massive hammer and warned him not to come closer. The child cried out in fear, asking what he was planning to do. Jay smiled calmly and decided that it truly was a simple solution. He struck the ground with overwhelming force. Cracks spread beneath the boy's feet, and they fell into the depths below. A flash of light illuminated the darkness. Jay opened his glowing eyes. The blacksmith frowned with nostalgia, saying that the sight reminded him of the past. Jay smiled as he recognized the place. This was the Sand Forge. An underground city spread out before them. The system offered a quest to report the discovery to the kingdom for a massive reward. Jay landed smoothly on his feet. A new quest appeared. The locals noticed the intruders and immediately decided to kill them. Jay looked ahead calmly and asked what all the commotion was about. Far away, clouds drifted above the Korean branch of Arcadia. Inside the office, staff members discussed that it was finally time for elves and dwarves to appear in the storyline. A scriptwriter raised his eyebrows and explained that the new content would revolve around an interracial war, where users would have to choose sides and fight, though this could destabilize the balance. Toon frowned and asked why the dwarves were portrayed as engulfed in flames, noting their long-standing contempt for other races. Someone pointed out that in a previous scenario, humans had allied with elves and defeated the dwarves. Bright light filled the room as another employee explained that players who chose the dwarves would need to build relationships with them, while many users would likely choose the elves because they were easier to play. The man stroked his chin and said that this made sense, but he personally had a different view. The staff looked at him in surprise when he asked whether the dwarves truly lacked their own driving force. Leaning against the table, the team leader explained that there are situations where relationships must be forged through force. He added that through contact with humans, other races would be able to obtain the benefits they needed. The hammer radiated immense power. If high-level items created by dwarves were introduced into the game, Arcadia's existing production balance would inevitably collapse. Tahun smiled and said that this was precisely the point, because a new force would emerge to elevate the game's economy, allowing users to obtain mythical items that had not yet appeared. At that moment, disgruntled residents of the underground city approached the main character with clear hostility. The boy wondered whether a new quest had appeared, and John, glancing back, confirmed that it had, though it would not be easy to complete. Giant statues loomed over the forge. In the past, the dwarves' deep disdain for other races had sparked a war that ended in their defeat, forcing them underground. The child asked if that was why they hated humans. The boy smiled and said that the answer was obvious. The locals, waving hammers in fury, were outraged that humans had entered their city and decided to summon the assault squad. A bell rang loudly as a dwarf demanded to know how these scoundrels dared invade their fortress. Warriors rushed forward, determined to make the intruders regret it. Standing calmly before them, the young man asked whether this was a reserve rapid response unit, and casually assumed they were still following the manual he had written long ago. The assistant nervously raised his hand and asked whether they should really argue with them. The player replied that there was no other option, and declared that he despised these upstarts. Fane narrowed his eyes with confidence. The ranker raised a massive hammer above his head. The dwarves froze in shock as they recognized the weapon of the headbreaker, who had died in the war against the elves. The troll grinned maliciously as his enemies asked how a human could wield such a weapon. With burning eyes, the protagonist declared himself the creator of the forge and asked whether they had truly lived well after his death. The inhabitants of the underground city widened their eyes. There was no doubt. The being before them could only be the Great One. Hammers clattered to the ground. Warriors placed their hands over their chests. The heroes stood on a bridge beneath a towering statue. Ellie clasped her hands together, remembering that this gesture represented the highest form of respect. Jae Young mirrored their action. The system reported that he had successfully established a relationship of trust with the dwarven race. With his mouth agape, the headbreaker proclaimed that the homeland was the greatest place of all, and said he was pleased to meet his descendants. The beta tester peeked out from behind his companion. The dwarves thanked the guest for allowing them to meet their hero, and reverently called him an apostle. A dwarf named Bale stepped forward, introduced himself, and asked whether they could speak with the creator of the forge again. The player explained that matters were not so simple. The boy raised his hands and asked whether Mr. Fane was truly residing in the dwarven paradise of Dorado. Satan frowned and asked how anyone could imagine that an old man who loved smashing heads with a hammer would end up there. Ellie closed her eyes and explained that the war had been a noble struggle, but Fane's brutal slaughter of his enemies revealed a twisted selfishness that disqualified him from being reborn as a celestial being. The ghost leaned closer to the ranker and asked him not to reveal his whereabouts. The child smiled brightly. The troll narrowed his eyes and replied that Mr. Fane was living quite happily in Dorado. The boy's eyes widened as he declared that he wanted to become a fierce warrior someday and join the army to smash elven skulls with a hammer. Smiling awkwardly, the protagonist remained silent, imagining how they might meet again in hell. Lanterns illuminated the city streets as they followed their guide. Jae Young recalled rumors that dwarves were born with hammers in their hands. Bale confirmed this, and added that their race possessed countless talents. He gestured ahead and explained that his father governed this place as a member of the Council of Elders, where the clan's future was decided. Byron crossed his arms and asked whether this human truly needed training. The assistant bowed deeply and said that while he had strength and perseverance, he lacked skill and required a powerful mentor. The elder scowled, saying it would be difficult and complaining about taking a lower race as an apprentice. Pointing at a colleague, he said that the man had only recently joined the forge and proposed a competition. Flames roared in the furnace at the city's center, where a deep pit yawned. The dwarf took a hammer and began working. A system window appeared, displaying a crude dagger. The fire seeker dropped to his knees, admitting defeat. The blacksmith called the weapon a nightmare and said that even for humans with low agility, this was unacceptable. The beta tester broke down in tears. Smiling reassuringly, the player told his companion not to worry and said he only wanted him to be given a chance to learn. Smoke rose from the city's rooftops as they stood facing one another. The boy asked whether he truly had to stay here. The ranker replied that he had no intention of staying forever. The child looked down sadly and said that he wanted to travel together a bit longer. Jay raised an eyebrow and asked him to hand over the hammer. The assistant asked why. Taking the worn tool, the protagonist asked whether he only used it to craft equipment. The fire seeker nodded, adding that he could not afford anything better. Scratches covered the hammer's surface. The system stated that unlocking its hidden potential would require 350,000 integrity. Jay frowned, knowing the cost was excessive, but proceeded anyway. A wave of energy surged outward. The system announced that the item's abilities had completely changed. The boy stared in disbelief. Light pierced the darkness. The protagonist realized that his friend still had a long path ahead, if he wished to glorify his name, and silently wished for him to temper himself like steel. Two burning eyes appeared before the child, as the ranker wished him success. Flames roared upward. The assistant clutched the transformed hammer and asked what it was. The system classified it as mythical. Countless system windows opened before Alice. Her eyes widened as the system warned of an item from the era of forgotten myths being activated. Blue alerts turned red. The third act began. An interracial war scenario was triggered, threatening a complete rebalance of all storylines. The system announced that independent AI thinking had begun and revoked the administrator's authority. The fire seeker stared at the flaming hammer. A system window described the mythical item. With shining eyes, the beta tester asked how such a thing was possible. The troll admitted that even he had not expected this outcome. Jay narrowed his eyes, suspecting that the item's integrity and special traits had combined into a powerful synergy. Satan wondered aloud whether Vulcanus was merely the shell of a fallen god. Ellie replied that many races still remembered and revered him, and that even maintaining existence required immense effort. Jay smiled awkwardly as his familiars realized how much integrity he still possessed. He approached his companion and explained that the hammer was tied to the title of the oldest fire and that a new quest had appeared, the trace of the erased god. Patting the boy's head, he reminded him that the continent believed in only one god and advised him to hone his blacksmithing skills carefully to avoid offending the Holy Empire. The child asked whether he could truly keep the hammer. When Jay agreed, the assistant burst into tears of joy and vowed to become the greatest blacksmith, promising to repay this kindness someday. A bright light flashed. The system reported that full trust had been established and the mission was complete. The assistant system unlocked as a reward. Jae-young smiled broadly, satisfied that he could now receive decency through his assistance. Angelica tightened her grip on her staff. Cassia swung her sword. The beta tester stood confidently with his hammer. The heroes stood side by side. One day they would become known throughout Arcadia as the most dangerous players of their era. The troll stood beneath the blazing desert sun. The protagonist grinned and decided that it was time to put the plan into action. A user with the nickname Black Dragon of Darkness was sitting at a computer, while a girl leaned on her hand and noticed that the number of streamers playing Arcadia had grown significantly. The game was being watched all over the world, and various preview videos now filled the screen. She wondered whether she should start streaming as well. A stranger suddenly smiled and asked whether this streamer had really gone crazy to decide to head into slime territory. A broadcast showing abandoned ruins appeared, with a blue moon shining over the city. Tina winked at the camera and said that they had planned a joint game for today. Bruce scratched his head and greeted the viewers. Tina explained that they would be going slime hunting together, but the audience immediately commented that it would be quite difficult, since these monsters reacted to danger very quickly. Placing her hand on her chest, she confidently declared that they would easily handle the task. Bruce added that he could manage the monsters even on his own. The commentators reminded everyone that just a few days earlier, the pair had taken another user with them, only for that person to be killed while they fled. The sorceress smiled awkwardly, clearly irritated by the messages. Memories of past battles with spiders surfaced, as hunting high-level monsters had always been the main content of the channel. Soon, the logo of GM Entertainment appeared. Despite the incident involving Duke Birchin, the corporation continued to invest, as it determined major content in advance. They had even created a system to prevent competition between streamers under their umbrella. Tina was later seen sitting in an office, where an employee explained that abandoning a low-level user could attract unwanted attention. If she failed to restore her image, it could jeopardize the renewal of her contract. Tina frowned sadly, but the employee lodged a plan they had devised to repair her reputation. Raising his index finger, the man explained that she needed to create a situation in which they would once again be surrounded by monsters, and then save a low-level player. Smiling widely, Tina assumed their strength would be more than enough, and asked whether there was a suitable player nearby. At that moment, a stranger was standing in the forest. The sorceress decided to invite him to join their group. The mage ran up to the user and greeted him, asking if something was wrong. Tina placed a finger against her cheek, and asked whether he wanted to join them for slime hunting. The man frowned and asked what that meant. She explained that they were streaming and that her content focused on working with low-level players. He asked if they could really handle it. Waving her hand, Tina told him not to worry, assuring him that they were strong enough. After a moment of thought, the user agreed. The sorceress thanked him happily, while the player grinned to himself, thinking that he had simply stumbled upon something interesting while passing by. In truth, the main character was hiding behind a disguise. Satan flew up to him and asked why they were wasting their time, while Ellie advised him to stay away from these people. The Archangel widened his eyes in surprise when Jae-young revealed that he already knew about the situation. Looking away, Jae said that he only wanted to check on the slimes and test the effectiveness of a certain item. A shining mask of the Deceiver appeared, an artifact that resets skills used to detect opponents. He considered its potential carefully. Standing before the system window, the mage asked her new ally for his ID, so she could add him to the group. The player hesitated briefly, then gave a fake nickname. Tina pressed the button, and a confirmation window appeared. The ranker smiled, realizing that he had successfully hidden his identity. The demonic eyes narrowed, as the mask not only changed his appearance, but also concealed his information in Arcadia and the register under a completely different name. Bruce lifted his shield, which bore a skull emblem, and explained that it was a drop from a field boss he had hunted. Tina called it amazing. Standing to the side, another man remarked that there were many users stronger than Bruce, including one who had single-handedly defeated the Black Flame Dragon that devastated the Kingdom of Marin. Tina said that she too hoped to fight a powerful opponent someday. The demon crossed his arms and asked why they did not simply kill these people. The troll replied that they were only making money from the broadcast. The sorceress clasped her hands together and suggested that they were probably annoying their ally with all the chatter. The protagonist quickly denied this. Pointing to the system window, the mage admitted that he was excited about the upcoming hunt, and asked whether Jae had ever killed slimes before. Jae confirmed that he had and promised not to hold them back. Tina raised her hand, telling him not to worry and to simply follow them. Smiling faintly, Tina realized that at this pace, their plan would succeed quickly, and the viewers would surely enjoy the content. Suddenly, a slime opened its mouth and screamed. The group peeked around a corner, and saw a dense crowd of monsters. Bruce asked whether there were too many of them, but Tina confidently said they could handle it. His eyes turned white with excitement before the battle, while the sorceress smiled, already imagining the surge in views if the fight was filmed well. Jae raised his eyebrows, joking to himself that the monsters must be happy to finally meet him. The moon shone brightly over the city as the mage suggested starting the hunt. The slimes quickly surrounded the group, and many viewers were convinced the streamers would flee again, just like last time. Tina summoned a magic circle and asked Bruce to cover the other side. He told her to step back slightly. Watching from the side, Jay realized that this was the first time he had seen others fight in Arcadia. The monsters were stronger than he expected, possessing a collective consciousness that made them difficult to defeat. The slimes charged straight toward him. Tina glanced back and decided that this was her chance. She released a wave of fire and shouted a warning about the danger. The monsters recoiled as the flames struck them, but the sorceress collapsed to the ground as the system reported that her mana was running low. Bruce stepped in front of her with his shield raised and told her not to worry, declaring that he could handle everything alone. A shockwave rippled through the monsters as he ordered her to stay behind him. The spectators noticed his impressive equipment. The mage smiled, realizing that everything was proceeding according to plan and that they would need to repeat this scenario several more times. Ellie rested her chin on her hand, sensing that something was definitely wrong. Satan suggested that the group was using a low-level player for their own benefit. The ranker stared ahead as the demon asked whether he truly wanted to let these people use him to make themselves look better. The troll smirked and told them to ignore the comment, leaving the devil confused. Looking back, the protagonist said that now he wanted to make a good video as well. Standing among the remains of the defeated slimes, Bruce announced that the area was clear and suggested taking a short break. Tina praised him for his excellent performance, then stared at the chat in amazement. The commentators pointed out that despite the large number of monsters defeated, the low-level player had not gained any experience at all. Tina turned to her ally and asked how many % remained before he reached the next level. Jae Young replied that she did not need to know. The sorceress raised her eyebrows and pointed out that it looked as though his experience had not increased at all during the hunt. The boy calmly suggested that this was probably because he had leveled up not long ago. When he asked whether they only hunted slimes, the mage smiled awkwardly and confirmed it. Jay then raised his hand and wondered aloud whether killing the same monsters over and over again ever became boring. Tina stared at him in surprise. The ranker suggested going somewhere more difficult. Standing beside them, the troll added that a pack of orcs would be far more suitable for a stream. The viewers immediately asked whether that was not top-tier content at the moment. Looking around, the man explained that a pack of orcs would be difficult to kill even for 100 users, and that such enemies should only be challenged at a high level. The main character grinned and asked whether they truly lacked that much confidence. Jang glanced back and said that he would go alone and that they could stay where they were. The group looked at him in confusion. Jay added casually that if anyone was interested in orc hunting, they could subscribe to his channel. Closing his eyes, he announced that he would be broadcasting the Destroyer's daily life, and then bid farewell to his allies. His channel already had 800,000 subscribers. A video preview immediately appeared, and the commentators began wondering whether the owner of that massive channel had just been standing in front of them. They quickly noticed that he had already started streaming. Tina stared tensely at her system window and asked what was happening. Her own broadcast, which had just over 5,000 viewers, began to drop rapidly. Soon, a 0 appeared, indicating that not a single viewer remained. Her eyes widened in shock as she whispered that this could not be real. Under the blue sky hanging over the forest, Jay greeted his subscribers. Someone in the chat asked whether he truly planned to hunt orcs at such a level. Placing his hand on his belt, the ranker replied that level did not matter at all because his friends would handle the monsters. A crown appeared above his head. The troll loudly called for his comrades to gather. The slime queen opened her eyes wide, and the monsters immediately rushed toward their ally. The girl hugged him and closed her eyes happily. Looking at her, the protagonist remarked that the orcs had completely lost their sense of shame, so he would need some help dealing with them. Ruins stretched across the land. Bruce suddenly turned around as a powerful earthquake shook the ground, his eyes widening in fear. The slime queen towered above the city, and standing on her shoulder, Jae Young declared that it was time to join the orc pack. A confident smile appeared on his face. A video from the Destroyer's Daily Life channel filled the screen as viewers began pouring in. Grinning, Jay ordered the creature to move forward. Countless slimes poured out from around the queen, leaving the chat in utter confusion as they charged straight at the monsters. An orc bared its teeth and screamed for the slimes to get lost, declaring the land their territory, while a system notification announced that the orc guard had activated a passive skill, threatening roar. The slimes ignored it and continued their assault. Sitting atop the creature, Jay asked what their enemies were saying now. Someone replied that they were probably complaining about their territory being invaded, and asked whether it really mattered what they said. The hero raised his hand to his face and calmly noted that it did not. As the spectators watched in shock at the brutal massacre unfolding before them, an orc began to growl. Red energy burst from his body, and a system notification appeared, announcing a level 120 orc commander. The slime queen stared directly at him while viewers frantically typed that this was an extremely powerful boss that everyone avoided. She immediately reached out toward him. The orc swung his axe, using Wild Strike. Jay, still grinning, said that everything was fine. A message appeared, indicating that he had used 3,000 points of decency through his unique equipment. Brilliant energy began to swirl around his ward, followed by another notification stating that it had been strengthened, and that all stats would increase by 30% for 5 minutes. A purple aura surged forward, nearly engulfing the enemy entirely. The queen lowered her hands just as the system announced that the orc commander had been defeated. Smiling broadly, Jay admitted that he had not expected it to end so quickly and immediately asked whether the viewers liked the broadcast. While the chat struggled to process what they had witnessed, the orc territory became coated in a purple substance. A notification appeared stating that the remaining military strength in the area had dropped to 1%, and that the minimum conditions to preserve the camp were no longer met. The slime stood in the center of the camp as another message appeared, declaring that slimes now made up 99% of the population in the territory. The conditions for occupation had been met, and the slime race had completely captured and destroyed the orc camp. A massive purple funnel suddenly appeared in the sky above the queen. Viewers were stunned that a single streamer had erased an entire enemy colony. Drops of slime fell as the queen suddenly hugged her owner, saying that with so many friends, her old space had become too cramped. Smiling widely, she listened as he told her that they now had a new home. Immediately, reports flooded in stating that the queen had achieved a feat beyond the limits of her race. The slime race, which had endured countless persecutions and oppressions, had secured a decisive victory, marking a brilliant revival that no race could ignore. An army of slimes appeared as notifications announced that their race classification had changed. The monsters began to transform as the system reported a significant increase in their attributes. A helmet appeared on one of them, along with a window showing that its level was now 120. Raising the corner of his lips, the protagonist realized that they had jumped 40 levels in a single leap. Even experienced players would now struggle against one of them, and he felt that he could finally relax about their safety for a while. The queen reappeared, triggering a series of notifications, stating that the one who led the slime race to prosperity was continuing to grow through her great achievements, and was now evolving into a new entity worthy of her status. A new crown formed above her head, along with a status window showing that she had reached level 200. Viewers typed frantically that this monster was now completely invincible to them. Suddenly the queen opened her mouth wide, releasing blinding flashes of light that surged toward the other two users. The girl immediately covered her ears, as a message appeared stating that they had fallen under the dominion of the slime mistress, reducing their attributes by 30%. The man shouted in disbelief that the range was absurd, estimating that the boss's influence covered nearly 2 kilometers. The user began to cry out as more messages appeared, explaining that her level was too low to resist the dominance. As a result, she would experience instinctive fear, and her movement speed was reduced by 50%. A silhouette of the hero appeared in the notifications as the slime queen expressed her gratitude for his help. Jay stood before the vast army of slimes, receiving countless messages stating that players who saved and revived an entire race were recognized as benefactors. These creatures would now follow his commands without hesitation. The audience could not comprehend what kind of person could accomplish something like this. The demon flying nearby asked why he had cared so deeply about these monsters from the very beginning, wondering whether there had been a special reason. Jay answered without hesitation, confirming that there was. The young man closed his eyes and asked whether they were cute. Satan's eyes turned white at that answer, and the assistant immediately questioned whether that was truly his reason. Soon after, a forum related to the game appeared, filled with heated discussions about the sudden strengthening of slimes. It was said that after that day, a rumor spread about a slime invasion that had wiped out the orc camp. News footage showed an office scene, explaining that the Korean branch of Arcadia had held an emergency meeting over the incident. However, no sanctions could be imposed on the player, as there was no evidence of illegal use of the game system. Reports followed of slimes attacking other players. It was explained that several curious users had attempted to challenge the orc camp afterward, only to be helplessly crushed by an endless army of slimes. Even enemies with terrifying physical strength at level 120 were no longer enough to inspire fear. What truly terrified players was their sheer number. With more than 120,000 of them visible at once, the infinitely respawning horde was enough to break the will of anyone who challenged them. The Slime Queen appeared next, and it was said that the slimes, once born as the weakest monsters in Arcadia, had become a force capable of swallowing an entire continent if they so desired. A faint white glow filled the scene, and immediately after, the protagonist appeared along with the name of his channel. It was said that the user's burning gaze naturally shifted from the slimes to their owner. A window displaying subscriber numbers popped up, already exceeding 36 million. Messages flooded in, expressing shock and admiration for his skill. Looking at his phone, the young man realized that he had gained far more subscribers than expected. Still, compared to channels with over 100 million followers, it did not feel like such an extraordinary achievement. Those channels were operated by professionals who streamed for more than 24 hours at a time, so comparisons were meaningless. Several unread messages appeared, all proposing cooperation. He found them strange, yet he understood that most of them revolved around corporate meetings. It was hard to believe that so many companies were trying to profit from a single game. The world truly had changed. No matter how hard one tried in the past, it only caused parents more worry in the end. As his channel page appeared on the screen again, the protagonist realized that weighing the pros and cons, live broadcasting was not such a bad idea. He had originally started streaming to earn money from the game, hiding behind the deceiver's mask. Perhaps continuing for a while was reasonable, since no one would ever know his real identity. He pressed his phone and brought it to his ear, asking whether this was zipless and mentioning that he was calling after seeing their message. The person on the other end confirmed it, explaining that they worked with many channels and asking for the name of his channel. He replied that it was called The Destroyer's Daily Life. Still holding the phone, he said that he wanted to discuss the details of a contract. Soon after, the office of the company appeared before him. Wearing a mask and glasses, the young man thought the company was much smaller than expected, and briefly wondered whether he had come to the wrong place. The name on the door confirmed otherwise. Smiling, the director explained that the office was indeed small because it had been set up in a hurry, with employees living nearby. Hiding his eyes, the protagonist admitted that this was his first time signing a contract, so he had chosen to respond to the first offer he received. He asked whether the company had worked with other streamers, explaining that he wanted to trust them with video editing, and would like to see examples of their work. The director raised his hand as if to explain, but the guest interrupted, asking whether they truly did not have a single signed contract. Suka placed a hand on his chest, and loudly confirmed that they were a new company. However, he insisted that all their employees were extremely talented, each with many years of experience in marketing and public relations at the GM Group. He emphasized how carefully the team had been assembled and asked the streamer to trust him. The young man's eyes widened in surprise, and he asked for more details, starting with the GM Group. The director raised his eyebrows and confirmed his suspicions. The protagonist asked whether it was true that this team had once been responsible for marketing at GM, only to be disbanded after the incident involving Count Bergen. That incident, after all, had started with videos uploaded to the Destroyer's Daily Life channel. Lowering his head, the director confirmed it. He explained that everything changed after the video exposing the GM Group spread across the internet. They held no grudge against the protagonist. In fact, they felt joy when they saw that video. They had applied to a new department in Arcadia, hoping to continue working in promotion and marketing, but failed. In the end, they took responsibility and left the company. Clapping his hands together, the man shouted that they had been laid off. Still, he said that people only lived once, and so they decided to create their own company and embark on one last big journey. He declared that he was ready to take desperate steps, even if the guest doubted them. The protagonist brought a hand to his face, thinking that he would not normally trust someone who appealed so strongly to emotion. However, the director's eyes flew open when the young man said that they could try working together. His mouth fell open when the hero added that he had one condition. Raising his finger, the protagonist stated that under no circumstances was the company to provide anyone with his personal information, including anything visible in the videos. Leaning forward slightly, the director replied that this was natural. Staring ahead, the young man continued, saying that they must not tell a single soul, whether family or friends. No excuses would be accepted. Absolute confidentiality was required, and if it was broken, the contract would be terminated immediately. A drop of sweat appeared on the man's face, and he immediately replied that everything would be done exactly as the guest demanded, because this was what they were obligated to protect. Looking at him, the director suddenly realized that the person standing before him was the mysterious player who had shaken the GM Group. This was someone who could reveal his face at any moment, and his words were not a request for trust, but a clear threat. If his personal information were ever leaked, it was impossible to predict how that would come back to him. Opening his mouth, the director understood that he had to stake everything on this contract. The hero removed his glasses and calmly confirmed his intent. Taking off the mask as well, he agreed to sign the contract. An employee turned around and asked whether the director was all right, remarking that he looked as though he had just returned from a battlefield. The man replied that everything was fine and added that the files provided by their guest must be handled with extreme care. The director placed his hand on the computer mouse. A location from the game appeared on the screen. Raising his hand to his face, he asked whether it was some kind of tunnel. The employee replied that it looked like footage from dungeon exploration, but he could not identify the location, as he had never seen it before. The director's eyes widened as he muttered that this was insane. Watching a figure descend into the depths, he explained that this place was a dwarven city. The image on the monitor shifted, and a notification appeared announcing that a new video had been uploaded to the Destroyer's Daily Life channel. The opening scene of the video played, and comments immediately flooded in, with viewers exclaiming that the streamer had finally released new content. A system notification announced the discovery of uncharted territory, leaving the chat in disbelief. The entire location was revealed, followed by a message stating that the last dwarven city, the Forge of Sands, had been discovered for the first time. Viewers could scarcely believe their eyes. A resident of the city appeared on screen, smiling as he asked whether they had come to see their workshop. He added that if someone was a friend, perhaps one of his creations would prove useful, and invited them to look around. If anything caught their interest, they simply needed to speak up. The viewers were fascinated by the craftsmanship of this race. The dwarf scratched his head and mentioned that they had been short on workers lately. He asked whether there were any potential blacksmiths among their acquaintances, explaining that if someone came on his recommendation, they would not even mind that the person was human. A long passage within the territory appeared, accompanied by a flood of system messages announcing that the player had established a trusting relationship with the dwarves. As a result, the quest was completed. The Forge of Sands had been opened, and the player would now be able to maintain formal relations with this race in the future. The chat continued to overflow with astonishment. Watching the footage, the director's eyes turned white as he realized just how severe the ripple effect of this video would be. Even so, he was shocked by the scale of it. Their once unknown agency was suddenly receiving a massive number of requests, and he could only imagine the chaos unfolding at Arcadia's headquarters. Thinking of the protagonist, the director noted that despite his youth, his influence over the game was enormous. The screen of his phone suddenly lit up. Holding it to his ear, the director heard the familiar voice asking whether he had checked the uploaded video. He answered affirmatively, adding that he had called to say how much he enjoyed it. Even without making any special requests, they had executed everything flawlessly. Tilting his head slightly, the young man added that he had sent another video by email and asked them to review it, process it, and upload it as well. He also instructed them not to conceal any information about the items appearing in the video. Raising his free hand, the director asked again about the items. The voice on the other end replied that he would understand once he watched the second video. Putting the phone down, the director was puzzled. After all, the revelation of a dwarven city seemed far more significant than the disclosure of any item, no matter how impressive it might be. An employee approached with a glass, suggesting a coffee break before continuing work. The director thanked him and explained that their streamer had just sent a new video documenting the discovery of a certain item. He lifted the glass to his lips, but suddenly spat out the coffee in shock. The employee hurriedly asked whether he was all right. The director's eyes went wide as he uttered the words, "mythical item." On the screen, a hammer appeared along with a window displaying its characteristics. A new video featuring this weapon was uploaded to the channel, and as usual, it immediately began causing massive upheaval. The company office was shown again, accompanied by reports that an emergency meeting had been called at Arcadia's headquarters. Players filled the desert, abandoning their daily routines as they rushed toward the rumor desert. Among them stood a man holding a flag, and it was explained that many representatives of major guilds, operating on a corporate basis, were present. Vast treasures were revealed, and someone remarked that determining the priority of benefits that could be gained from the dwarven city had become the primary concern of Arcadia's users. A cloudy sky loomed overhead. Lying on the ground, the young man reflected that it was no wonder people said one should live in places with clean air. He truly enjoyed the quiet and peaceful atmosphere. Looking down from above, the angel realized that after strengthening the slimes, removing a key growth path for other adventurers, deliberately revealing information about the dwarves, and redirecting attention to the rumor desert, he must have another objective in mind. Having introduced the representatives of a new race, the assistant concluded that his next move would likely be aimed at the homeland of the elves. Lowering her head, the girl said that she would eventually go to the place where the remnants of the war between demons and celestial beings still remained. The administrator appeared, reporting that a surge in keywords related to dwarves had been detected, and that information leakage on the topic had reached 42%. A castle appeared on screen, along with a notice that all existing tasks were being deactivated. Another notification followed, announcing that the observer was switching to real-time task creation mode. A system window appeared before the hero, stating that he needed to conclude a peace agreement between the warring races of dwarves and elves, and establish trade routes between them. Only then did the player realize that once friendly relations with the dwarves had been secured, the mission had been updated. Although persuading the dwarves had been extremely difficult, he had somehow managed it. Now only one task remained, convincing the elves. Having imagined the beings of that race, he began to consider his next move. The protagonist understood that the real problem lay in persuading them to take this step. He would most likely have to consider several approaches along the way, since he still did not truly know what kind of race the elves were. However, because they had formed an alliance with humans and had even participated in the war, they would at least not be hostile toward him. A faint glow appeared near the demon's head, and Satan asked why he had decided to do this so suddenly. Looking up, the young man asked what had happened to him. Satan replied that he would probably need to return to the underworld for a while. The protagonist immediately asked whether something serious had occurred there. The angel began to smile when the hellish assistant explained that he had a troublesome matter to deal with. The girl raised her hand and casually mentioned that she had heard one of his subordinates had rebelled, and that at this rate, he might even lose his position as Demon Lord. Satan snapped at her to shut up. Frowning, he said that he would try to return as soon as possible, and told the protagonist not to listen to the nonsense of the second assistant. The young man asked again what was really going on. This time Satan explained that he himself should already know what she was talking about, since she could offer him a deal involving decency points. Turning away, Satan said that he would take care of things and asked him to wait a little, promising that all his affairs would be settled quickly. Looking ahead, the hero replied that he would be careful and realized that all of this stemmed from his own greed for decency points. Remembering his class artifact, he was not surprised. Out of the million decency points he had accumulated, only 300,000 remained, which was reason enough for concern. Tilting his head, the protagonist remarked that she could return to heaven after being away for so long. He would simply walk to his destination and would not need assistance for a while. However, she replied that everything was fine, because this situation was exactly what she wanted. Everything had been deliberately arranged so that she could be alone with him. The young man opened his eyes wider and asked again what she meant. Smirking, the angel explained that those treacherous demons, who had no real chance of success, had no understanding of trust. They were loyal only to their own desires, and even the smallest manipulation was enough to make them act as instructed. Moreover, Uriel from the heavenly realm and his legions had been constantly interfering, so that Bat was probably already suffering from a severe headache. She added that she would have liked him to disappear entirely, but that would have been too greedy on her part. Frowning, the hero asked whether she meant that she had intentionally provoked a coup in the underworld while simultaneously sending angels there to stir up chaos. Closing her eyes, the girl answered affirmatively. She said that everything had been done so that the heavy backside of that bat would descend to the underworld on its own. The boy looked at her and asked why she had gone to such extremes. She responded by asking whether he truly did not know. His eyes widened when she reminded him of the incident involving the destruction of the shrine on Mount Fen. Hovering before him, the angel told him not to worry, explaining that he would not be held responsible. He had undoubtedly been deceived by that flying rat, and any crime committed out of ignorance could be forgiven. The boy thanked her and realized that the blame for the incident had been placed on his assistant. Looking forward, the protagonist asked what she wanted from him. If she had gone this far just to deal with Satan, then she clearly had something important to say. Her gaze dropped downward, and when she said that she wanted justice, the boy's eyes widened. Introducing the elves, she explained that his current destination was a hidden elven village. Lowering his head, the young man could not understand how she knew this, since he had personally negotiated with the dwarves while she and the other assistant were busy dealing with that fool. The angel then introduced a certain blade and explained that the cherished possession of the Lord of Chaos, the demon lord Satan, along with the demons under his command, was sealed there. Still standing in place, the hero asked what it was. What kind of item could be so remarkable that she called it the treasured object of a demon lord's assistant? She replied that he would understand much faster once he saw it with his own eyes, because it was truly something special. Bowing her head, she instructed him that once they reached their destination, he must destroy the item completely, with utmost care, leaving not even a speck of dust behind. Frowning, the protagonist asked again for clarification as they walked along a forest path. Memories of the gate to the sanctuary hidden within Mount Fen surfaced in his mind. He remembered the medallion and realized that there had been an item there that allowed him to form a contract with an angel. That place must have been extremely important to heaven. Looking ahead, he realized that despite all this, Ellie, who had never spoken of that incident before, suddenly brought it up. This was unlike her. Perhaps the sealed item within the tree truly was that important. He looked at her, trying to understand what she was thinking. Turning around, Ellie apologized, saying that her explanation had probably not been very detailed. She explained that she had only thought of this plan recently, but the decision regarding how to deal with that item had been made hundreds of years ago. She then asked whether he knew why angels and demons worked so hard to make contracts and influence the people of Arcadia. With his mouth slightly open, the boy guessed that it had something to do with integrity points. Ellie raised her finger and confirmed it, explaining that the more influence they exerted through human contracts, the more integrity points they could obtain. However, she added that there was another, even more important reason. The hero looked up and asked what that reason was. Clenching her fist, the girl said that it was simply to wipe the enemy's nose. She wanted revenge. That cursed bat had dared to destroy a heavenly sanctuary. She added that the protagonist's path happened to lead directly to where that bastard's treasured object was sealed, making it a matter of fate. The young man grinned, realizing that his earlier thoughts had been mistaken. This did not resemble the Ellie he knew at all. Those wild eyes, the obsession with revenge, and her manner of speaking made it feel as though the roles of demon and angel had been reversed. Yet, no matter how one looked at it, this was undeniably Ellie. Crossing his arms over his chest, the hero said that he understood her, but reminded her not to forget that he had his own reason for going there as well. Raising her hand to her mouth, The girl agreed and added that she did not wish to burden his journey. Above them, the full moon rose over the great forest of Emil. Standing before the dense thicket, the protagonist remarked that, along with the Great Rumor Desert, this forest was one of the 5 largest regions of Arcadia. According to the information provided by the dwarves, an elven settlement was hidden somewhere within it, and the environment truly suited such creatures. Smiling faintly, he was relieved that he had managed to arrive without incident, though a few unexpected variables had still arisen. Looking ahead, he asked whether she meant that there was not a single elven soul in the sky. Raising her hand, the angel explained that when elves died, they went to the spirit world rather than heaven or the underworld. Because of this, Satan would most likely face the same limitation, as it was simply impossible to summon the soul of such a creature. Raising his hand to his face, the protagonist noted that he had planned to summon an elven soul just as he had done with the dwarves, and asked her to accompany him to their destination. The assistant replied that she had a good idea for such a situation. Smiling, she explained that while there were no elven souls in heaven, there were people who had very close ties to them. The image of a certain girl appeared, pointing to the side as she explained that by crossing the old forest, one could reach the elven village. She warned that these lands were inhabited by fierce spirits of ancient trees, and advised them to be careful. The young man asked whether this was the only path, since he had no real choice but to move straight ahead. A furious grin appeared as his eyes lit up, realizing that their enemy apparently had excellent hearing. At that moment, the spirit of an ancient tree from the Amel forest emerged before him, its eyes glowing bright orange. The monster's massive hand reached straight toward the man and slammed into the ground. Smiling, the player asked whether it had coveted his eye. Standing atop the creature's hand, he noted calmly that he only needed to dodge without making unnecessary movements, since he was dealing with a giant that relied solely on physical strength. The monster roared and raised its arm again. A bow suddenly appeared in the young man's hands, and a hole instantly tore through the enemy as notifications appeared, announcing that the all-piercing eye had been activated. The skill identified and struck the enemy's weak points. Ignoring its defenses entirely, a golden glow continued to emanate from the weapon. Grinning, the young man used heavy rain, and countless projectiles rained down upon the spirit. Placing a hand to his forehead, he remarked that attack skills were truly impressive, and that he enjoyed them greatly. However, regulating his strength was extremely difficult, and as a result, the consumption of decency points was severe. Someone watched him from above, their eyes shining bright blue beneath the full moon. The spirit standing before the traveler then spoke, telling him that from this point onward, he could continue his journey alone. The territory of the elves lay ahead, and the monster could not approach that place. The young man thanked her for accompanying him. Looking down, the fallen fighter then asked whether he could fulfill one request once he met the elves. Raising his head slightly, the player asked what she wanted. Introducing a certain individual, she asked him to find out whether an elf named Pale was alive or dead. Frowning, the spirit screamed that if the creature was alive, he should kill him as painfully and cruelly as possible. Recalling how she had once shielded him, she explained that Pale's original fate had been to perish at the hands of the dwarves. She had risked her life to save him, and in that moment, they had sworn eternal love to one another. Introducing other women into the story, Amelia explained that the ungrateful traitor had betrayed her and begun spending time with other elves. Covering her face with her hands, she said that her heart shattered every time she thought about it. She begged the protagonist to beat him until he felt half dead, and then continue until he was dying but still breathing. The hero replied that he would think about it. A system window immediately appeared before him, assigning a new task that required him to kill the elf or leave him in a half-dead state. Closing her eyes, the angel remarked that this was precisely why she advised against becoming involved with other races. When the player asked her to explain, Ellie looked down and said that for elves, concepts such as love and marriage did not exist in the same way they did for humans. Their long lifespans meant that fidelity to a single partner was not considered an absolute. Raising her head, the assistant added that Amelia had been close enough to the elves to receive the unusual title of honorary elf. She should have known this, since Pale was of their race, and they could not be judged by human standards for acting according to their own customs. Looking down, the spirit apologized for making such a difficult request. She admitted that she was not sure she would ever face Pale again, and added that from this point on, they could easily reach the elven village without her help. She then asked whether she could be sent back to heaven. The two beings remained seated in the tree as the angel commented that, aside from this obsession, Amelia had no issues with her behavior and was genuinely a good person. The young man said that he still felt goosebumps all over his body and no longer wished to summon that woman again. Notifications appeared stating that the subject of the task had changed her mind, the mission had been deleted, and the spirit had been released. Suddenly, an arrow flew out of nowhere and struck the ground near the young man. Turning his head, he could not determine where it had come from. Then a voice shouted for him not to move, warning that if he made any sudden action, an arrow would immediately pierce his chest. The protagonist froze as he realized that traces of hidden presence surrounded him on all sides. Tilting his head slightly, the player calmly asked whether elves and humans were not supposed to be friends. The assistant replied that at the time, the elves had lacked manpower, which was why they had entered into an alliance with the human race. In truth, however, they did not like humans at all, much like the dwarves. Turning her gaze away, she added that, for the most part, humans were far uglier than elves. An elven representative stepped forward and warned them not to move, saying they were surrounded. Raising one eyebrow, the young man casually asked whether this appearance was considered average among them. A bridge soon came into view and the elf turned back, shouting for him to move his legs faster. A bandage was placed over the man's eyes. He thought that he would have liked to memorize the route to their settlement, but instead he had been walking for more than an hour with his eyes covered and his hands bound. Darkness settled in as the player realized that the constant changes in direction had completely erased his sense of distance. These elves were far more cautious than he had expected, and because of that, things might not go exactly as planned. Suddenly light returned. He squeezed his eyes shut, then opened them wide. Walking toward a massive tree, the young man asked where they were. A girl placed her hand against the trunk, closed her eyes and began chanting a spell. A bright golden glow flowed from the tree, and within it, a city became visible. Smiling, the hero remarked that this place was truly impossible to find. A colossal golden tree stood before him, and a flood of system notifications appeared. His intelligence increased by 10 points. His archery efficiency rose slightly, and his affinity with nature began to grow. Another message informed him that he had obtained an achievement for witnessing the world tree with his own eyes, a being known only from legends and tales. As a result, his maximum health increased by 1,000 units. Smiling, the protagonist realized that this was Yggdrasil, the root that supported all of Arcadia and the symbol of nature itself. His gaze was drawn to a blade embedded within the trunk. Looking ahead, he wondered what Satan had done here, while the angel noted that he seemed to be slowly understanding the situation. Now, they had no choice but to fulfill her request. The residents all turned to look at him, murmuring that they could not believe a human had come to their land. The protagonist closed his eyes, enduring the insults aimed at his appearance. Soon Melissa stepped forward and explained that she had been informed of a man wandering the forest in search of their territory. Standing before her, the hero realized that she was the queen herself. The surrounding elves were clearly surprised that she had come out in person. Peeking out from behind his collar, the angel suggested that the queen had likely been watching them from the moment they entered the forest, using the spirits of nature as her eyes. The protagonist quietly wondered whether it would have been impossible to mention that in advance. Bowing her head slightly, the queen said she wished to ask only one question. A smile appeared on the young man's face when she asked how he had mastered the archery technique he used against monsters. Her eyes widened when he replied that Amelia had taught him. The city stirred, and whispers spread that perhaps this was the man who had died long ago. The guards frowned, but the queen ordered them to free him, saying that she needed to speak with him. Turning her head, she told them not to worry, as she understood the reason for their concern. When she asked him to follow her to a quieter place, the hero complied. Along the way, he asked whether the angel knew anything about this ruler. Ellie replied that she knew little of the queen's reputation, as visibility around the world tree was difficult to maintain. Looking ahead, the protagonist realized that the glance the queen had given him earlier was not friendly. There had been fear in it. Inside the palace, the queen sat at a table and explained that this was the first time she had heard of Amelia taking a human student. The young man replied that Amelia had died hundreds of years ago, so he had not learned directly from her. Instead, he suggested that it should be regarded as an archery school founded by that woman. The queen raised her hand to her face and said that she understood. By human standards, a great deal of time had indeed passed. Continuing to look forward, the player asked what Amelia had truly been like. Everyone seemed to react strangely to her name, and as far as he knew, she was one of the few humans ever granted the title of honorary elf. Looking down, the queen said she felt embarrassed to speak of it. The hero's jaw dropped when she described Amelia as completely insane. Recalling her, Melissa said that whenever Amelia found an elf handsome, she would cling to him relentlessly. Yet if another elf appeared, who seemed like a rival, she would be consumed by jealousy, sabotaging her both openly and in secret. Dozens of elves had suffered because of her behavior. She acted as if she wanted to monopolize all elves, and her obsession with Pale had been especially frightening. The queen still remembered the day Amelia arrived drunk and threatened to kill Pale with an arrow if he refused to marry her. Lowering her head, the queen admitted that she herself had suffered because of Amelia. She had waited 40 years for Amelia to die so she could be with Pale. However, when she saw the technique the protagonist used, so similar to Amelia's equipment and style, she had begun to worry that he might have come to take revenge on her behalf. She dismissed it as an unfounded fear. The young man's eyes turned white at her words, and he told her not to worry, immediately realizing that the woman before him was one of those who had loved Amelia's husband. The queen then asked why he had come to them at all. Since he claimed no connection to Amelia, he had cut a path through ancient trees to reach their village. a place meant to be inaccessible to outsiders. It was difficult for her to believe this was simple curiosity. Placing a scroll on the table, the young man said he had been waiting for her to ask. Unfolding it, the queen realized that it was an agreement proposing the opening of a regular trade route. At first glance, it seemed he was a merchant rather than an archer. As she lightly squeezed the parchment, she felt a strange sense of déjà vu. Looking down, she asked whether this was an agreement from the dwarves. Placing a hand on his chest, the young man introduced himself as a representative of the human peace delegation that had visited the Kernia of Sands. Sitting before her, he explained that the war which had erupted hundreds of years ago had never formally ended with a truce. After a brief calm, both sides had severed communication entirely, cutting off all forms of contact. As she continued reading, he said that much time had passed, and the moment had come to open a new era. The document declared an official end to the war between the Dwarven and Elven clans, forbidding any offensive speech, actions, or discrimination toward the opposing race. Both sides sought peace, and pledged to spare no effort in building friendly relations. This was not merely a proposal to exchange resources, but a genuine peace agreement. Listening to her question about whether he was truly an envoy of peace representing humanity, the young man remained silent. She noted that he appeared to be telling the truth, yet she could not easily believe that the dwarves, staunch advocates of racial superiority, would make such an offer. Closing his eyes, the protagonist reflected that the elves were indeed far from simple-minded. Their obsession with appearance and their disdainful attitude toward others seemed to surpass even that of the dwarves. Covering her mouth with her hand, the queen asked whether it was true that according to the proposal, the elves were expected to trade items such as elven fruit, wine, and even branches of the world tree. The protagonist nodded calmly, and added that he would also like to request spirit stones and fairy wing powder. Looking down, she replied that she understood his intentions. His eyes widened slightly when she said that she could not accept the offer. The young man responded that he understood how difficult it was to dispel the feeling that it was too early to judge. However, if she wished, she still had the opportunity to revise certain points of the agreement. Raising her hand, the queen apologized and explained that this was not the issue. The real reason for her refusal was that her people lacked resources. Still seated before her, the protagonist asked whether she could explain further. Melissa replied that this was not something she needed to share with him. Rising from her chair, she added that if he had no further business, he should leave. Looking up, the hero realized that she had left him no room for negotiation. At the same time, system notifications appeared, informing him that the peace treaty had been terminated and the mission had failed. Narrowing his eyes slightly, he tried to decide what to do next, unwilling to simply retreat. At that moment, the angel flew out from his collar and said that he now had no choice but to fulfill her request. Turning his head, the young man asked whether she had known this would happen. Ellie raised a finger and asked what he planned to do, wondering whether he truly did not want to hear her offer again, as it could bring him great benefits. Images of an angel and a demon appeared, followed by a vision of Arcadia drenched in blood. A massive tree emerged in the scene as Ellie explained that during the terrible war in which angels and demons clashed fiercely across Arcadia, it was the world tree, not any race, that saved countless lives. A protective field surrounded the tree. She went on to explain that the world tree possessed the power to set territorial boundaries, making it impossible for any living being within that range to use attack skills. Combat-related attributes dropped sharply, allowing battles around Yggdrasil to be avoided. Because of this, the area became a refuge for the weak, those who prayed for an end to the war of otherworldly beings. However, the conflict between demons and celestial beings did not end so easily. A blade shrouded in purple light appeared. Ellie explained that in the end, an incident occurred involving an object that carried death through demonic divine energy, absorbing everything and corrupting it with darkness. For reasons unknown, this terrifying object had become lodged within the bark of the world tree. Raising her hand, she said that since that day, the elves had devoted themselves to protecting the world tree. The exact coordinates of where it slept were guarded with absolute secrecy. Any trade that risked revealing its location to the outside world was unacceptable, which was why the queen had refused his offer. Crossing his arms, the young man said that he now understood. He asked whether this was why she had insisted that the object bringing death be destroyed, since that appeared to be her desire and the minimum condition for the elves to accept peace. Flying past him, Ellie confirmed that this was correct. At that moment, the queen turned away when someone called her name and coldly stated that she had nothing more to say to him. Placing his hand on the table, the young man said that this would be his final request, and asked whether she could follow him. If she did, they would leave quietly. The world tree soon came into view. Approaching it, the protagonist said that this distance should be sufficient. The elf asked why they had come here, unable to understand why he had led her to the world tree or what he intended to do. Standing before the tree, the young man remarked on how enormous it truly was up close. He then asked the angel what he needed to do. They had arrived, but he doubted that an object infused with both divine and demonic energy could be destroyed so easily. Ellie replied that she had an idea. A golden glow appeared, and a sword materialized before him. She explained that with such a weapon he could destroy the divine object effortlessly. The sword shone brilliantly as a system window displaying its attributes appeared. Smiling, she said that to destroy a divine item, one needed a divine item, and she would even give him a special discount on decency points. Closing his eyes, the hero remarked that she seemed to pull out all kinds of artifacts without hesitation. She asked whether she had already told him this, admitting that she was willing to do anything just to humiliate that devil. The young man's hand reached forward, and the blade settled into his grasp. Immediately, messages appeared stating that the end of eternity had sensed a great evil that must be destroyed, and that all conditions of a hidden task had been met. The girl gasped, placing a hand on her chest, saying that this was impossible. A system window appeared before the administrator, requiring her to determine the theme of a new scenario. Standing behind him, the queen remarked that she had known he was no ordinary person. Looking ahead, she asked why the Sword of Eternity was on this continent, and how it had ended up in his hands. The young man smiled broadly and said that she could assume he had some connection to the heavens. Melissa pressed him again, saying that such an explanation did not match the level of power she was witnessing. Turning away, she demanded to know whether he realized how illogical his words sounded. This was a sacred sword, spoken of even in elven legends. Without a divine-ranked class, it should have been impossible for him to wield it. She demanded an explanation. Turning back to her, the young man calmly replied that this was not something he needed to share with the elves. Her eyes went wide as she realized that these were the same words she had spoken earlier, and she understood that this man had an extremely unpleasant character. Lowering the blade, the protagonist said that he wished to continue their earlier discussion about concluding a truce, and asked what she thought about slightly changing the conditions. Smiling faintly, she asked him to elaborate. He explained that the reason the elves hesitated to interact with the dwarves lay within the world tree itself. She shouted, demanding to know how he knew this. Frowning, the young man asked her to sign a peace treaty with the dwarves and begin friendly relations with them. Holding the blade firmly, he declared that he would free the world tree from the encroaching darkness once and for all. The queen brought her hand to her chest as notifications appeared, stating that the negotiation skill had been activated. He had precisely grasped what she truly desired, and the object of the negotiations became interested. Listening to her words, the protagonist heard her say that if he truly eliminated the source of evil devouring the world tree, she would act. Standing before him, she declared that if he freed their mother from eternal suffering and returned her to them, then in the name of the queen of the Greenleaf clan, she would swear to accept all their proposals. The angel's eyes blazed with light as she shouted that this was enough. The weapon of that cursed bat was there, and it needed to be destroyed immediately. The demonic blade became visible. The young man smirked, and told her to wait a moment. His demeanor shifted as he wondered whether there might be a way to make this more interesting for the viewers. A live broadcast screen appeared, and the chat instantly exploded as viewers realized a new stream had begun. Raising two fingers, the hero greeted them and announced that today's content would be saving the world tree. Standing before the massive trunk, he said that it was time to begin. The viewers could hardly believe that this was the real Yggdrasil. The blade began to shine even brighter as a notification announced that the end of eternity had sensed great evil. Flames flared around the sword as another message declared that the time for judgment had come, and destructive energy began to condense. The audience was stunned by the sight of such a weapon. Baring his teeth, the player said that he would finish everything in a single strike, as he needed to conserve his decency points. His target remained embedded deep within the bark of the world tree. The young man raised the weapon slightly behind him, preparing to strike. The hero vanished from his spot in an instant. His blade was about to collide with its target when it suddenly began to glow even brighter. Messages appeared, stating that the equipment had sensed a threat and activated its self-protection, triggering the final resistance stage. In the next moment, blinding purple lightning erupted from the artifact, and a massive cloud of dust billowed into the air. His hand remained clenched around the blade. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist admitted that he had truly thought he was going to die. He leapt onto a nearby branch just as the angel asked whether he was all right. Indignant, he complained that she had said he would be able to deal with it easily, yet the artifact had suddenly begun using skills of its own. At that moment, the object started to crawl out from the bark of the world tree. A vivid pink glow enveloped it as energy gathered at its crystal core. The blade shot off at lightning speed, and a message appeared stating that the artifact had begun searching for a carrier it could absorb. A giant ogre from the Great Emil Forest emerged in its path, and the blade flew straight toward it. Watching closely, the hero asked what they should do now that their target was fleeing. The angel replied that things were not unfolding as expected. A brilliant flash lit up the forest. The ogre's form twisted and changed, and a notification appeared announcing the creation of a boss, now named the Vicious Warrior of the Demonic Sword. Its target was declared to be the elves guarding the World Tree. Elven warriors shouted warnings, preparing to defend themselves and rushing to inform the queen. Energy attacks were launched toward the enemy, and once again the forest was swallowed by light. The monster bared its teeth, staring ahead. An elf gripping her weapon could not understand why there was not a single scratch on the opponent, while her comrade shouted that this was impossible, since all ranger forces had already been deployed. The boss's eyes burned fiercely as it charged, roaring. The elves began to retreat, shouting that everyone needed to fall back toward Idrisil immediately. In the live chat, viewers were stunned, unable to believe what they were seeing. This no longer looked like the game they knew. Watching from afar, the protagonist admitted that he had not expected to cause such a massacre. The angel agreed calmly, explaining that this was only natural. An object infused with divine energy was vile by nature, just like those winged rats that loved to strike from behind. Looking down, the young man asked what they should do now, since even he could not handle something like this. Ellie agreed again. He then suggested summoning a demon, reasoning that such a creature could surely subdue an enemy like this. Raising her hand, the angel rejected the idea outright. She explained that the reason those winged rats could no longer act arrogantly was because they had lost that divine object. If they recovered it, they would regain their pride. Opening her eyes, she began to speak about how everything could change if they managed to unleash more of the End of Eternity's power. She flew close to his ear and whispered a plan. The hero stared at her and asked whether she had gone mad, since even their current strength seemed insufficient. The angel only smiled and asked for his opinion. The scene shifted to the Korean branch of Arcadia. Outside the building, the director noticed how unusually calm the atmosphere felt. An employee approached and remarked that they had not seen each other in a long time. The director agreed, noting that until recently they had crossed paths almost every hour, yet now this was their first meeting in 3 days. A cloudy sky hung overhead as he commented that moments like this made him grateful their branch no longer had authority over key tasks and main scenarios. The manager agreed and said he was thankful to Alice for that decision, then casually asked why the director was not smoking. The director replied that he had always lacked time, but lately such days had finally appeared. They both looked up. The director wondered aloud why incidents like this seemed to occur only on their continent. The other man admitted that he did not know, since everyone had truly been trying their best. Just as the cigarette fell into the trash, Man remarked that something had likely happened near the World Tree, though they were still struggling to determine the exact circumstances. A subordinate standing by the elevator said that if this were an issue their department had to handle, it would be extremely difficult. Another colleague agreed, adding that the customer response team was probably exhausted beyond belief. The display showed the 4th floor. When the manager asked what kind of work the scenario department would be assigned next, the response was uncertain. They would need guidance from headquarters, since scenario planning was a core part of the game's creation. The director, standing behind them, asked what had caused such a crowd. A girl turned and said he should take a look for himself. Nanhan stepped closer, asking what was happening and noting that he already knew about the issue with the World Tree, though he believed it should not be overestimated. His eyebrows suddenly furrowed. A computer screen came into view as someone asked whether that figure was an angel. Ellie's image appeared on the monitor, her face clearly visible. Back at the scene, the angel placed a hand on her chest and asked whether the protagonist could lend her his body for a short time, saying that in the current situation, her direct intervention would be the best solution. Turning his head slightly, the young man asked whether she intended to appear in her true form. That would consume an enormous number of decency points, and he argued that summoning a demon to accelerate the bringer of death would be far cheaper. Lowering her gaze, she listened to his apology about not having many decency points left, and therefore being unable to fulfill her request. Hovering above him, she asked whether he truly thought his own points would be used. He asked again in confusion. His eyes widened when she asked how she could descend from the heavens, using his decency points at all. Even summoning her spirit would require an immense reserve, let alone a brief personal manifestation. Placing her hand on her chest, she told him not to worry. This had been her plan from the beginning. She would take responsibility for everything that followed, and there would be no consequences for him. All she needed was his body, which she would use as an intermediary. Closing his eyes, the young man accepted her offer. The forest was suddenly flooded with a brilliant golden light, and a message appeared stating that the player had switched to observer mode. Golden hair shimmered in the air, and a cold voice echoed that the enemy should have realized he was meant to submit humbly to destruction, yet he had dared to brazenly rebel against fate itself. An angel descended from the sky, declaring that he needed to clearly and distinctly understand his place. A divine blade instantly formed in her hand. Viewers watching the stream were left confused, as the streamer had seemingly vanished without explanation. Looking forward, Ellie commanded the sword to eradicate evil. The monster raised its head, and a blinding beam of light struck the spot where it stood as she declared that the time had come for it to perish. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist finally understood the true power of the end of eternity. It was overwhelmingly unfair. Smiling bitterly, Jay wondered whether they were even using the same item. The vicious warrior of the demonic sword stretched its hand forward and let out a howl of pain. The massive silhouette of the world tree loomed behind it, while system messages appeared announcing that all of the angel's abilities had been significantly enhanced. The demon clutched its weapon as Ellie hovered high above her enemy. Glancing down, she noticed messages in the chat, where viewers claimed that a single look at her was enough to understand how terrifying her power was. Frowning, the protagonist could not imagine what this warrior must have done during the ancient war between demons and heavenly beings. The monster sensed a mortal threat and immediately assumed a defensive stance. The sword embedded in the ground began absorbing the remaining life force of its bearer. Moments later, the creature released the blade, and the weapon began emitting strange waves. Lowering her head slightly, the archangel expressed surprise that a mere piece of iron dared to resist her. Drawing her sword back, she stated calmly that there was no demonic weapon that could survive 10 strikes. Opening her mouth in a grim smile, she suggested testing just how durable this one truly was. The archangel advanced, and a thunderous explosion shook the forest. Watching from below, the protagonist realized that what he was witnessing were clashes between divine artifacts, his gaze fixed on the dark blade, which stubbornly endured despite the relentless assault. Ellie looked down, and the young man understood that the end of eternity was being supplied with an endless stream of divine power from her. Cracks spread across the cursed weapon, and it became clear that its destruction was only a matter of time. A brilliant beam of light pierced through the darkness as the system announced that a skill called Absolute Judgment was eroding the demonic blade. Floating in the air, the archangel thanked the player for helping her fulfill her long-held wish. Smiling faintly, she promised that she would never forget this favor. Raising his head, the protagonist addressed the bearer of divine power. Golden dust scattered through the air as the demonic weapon shattered into fragments. Covered in sweat, the elves stared in disbelief, system windows appearing to confirm that the bringer of death had indeed been destroyed. Another message followed, stating that the balance between good and evil had begun to shift, and that the influence of the demonic world had been reduced by 4.3%. Far away, Satan clutched his head, as notifications flooded in, informing him that the elf's favor toward his master had reached its maximum. At the same time, the demon attempted to establish contact. Baring his teeth, Tangit cursed loudly, screaming that he hated that damned winged chicken. The scorched forest lay silent beneath them. As she gathered the fragments of the bringer of death, the archangel remarked that she felt slightly burdened, as it had been a long time since she had interfered so deeply in Arcadia's affairs. Smiling, she added that her actions had been relatively restrained, only because she had borrowed Zhang's body. He replied that, in that case, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Looking aside, the protagonist asked what she planned to do with the fragments. She explained that it was necessary to prevent any possibility of evil resurfacing. If even a single piece fell into the hands of someone with malicious intent, there was a high chance a new villain would emerge. Widening her eyes, she added that she already had a suitable use for them. Noticing faint sparks of lightning, the protagonist called out to the archangel. Frowning, Satan demanded whether she truly intended to fight him, and accused her of destroying the bringer of death while its master was absent. Clenching his fist, he shouted that such actions could be taken as a declaration of war. Calmly, she replied that he would not be able to win an all-out conflict, especially now that even his divine artifact had been destroyed. Looking down, the familiar asked what was inside the bag. Opening it, the archangel expressed surprise that the demon could not recognize his own weapon. Fragments of the shattered dark blade spilled out. Furious, Tanjik shouted that she had completely lost her mind. Meanwhile, in the customer service department of Arcadia's Korean branch, employees sat answering endless calls, repeating that they had no information regarding the events occurring in the Elven settlement. With his head lowered, Menhan suspected this might be another prank by a player named Dex, but what had happened exceeded all reasonable limits. News outlets had begun reporting on the recent events, and information leaks had spread across gaming sites, creating chaos. Commentators relied heavily on rumors and speculation, while adventurers ran wild, waving their tools and chasing false leads about elves, dwarves, and hidden quests. With his mouth hanging open, the director reported that the customer service department was drowning in complaints. Many users were seriously questioning whether the Korean branch was fulfilling its responsibilities, making inaction impossible. Looking ahead, the director explained that the core dispute involved a request for authority to arbitrarily regulate the favor levels of elves and dwarves. Sweating, another manager confirmed that such power would allow them to accelerate interracial wars or peace agreements in future scenarios. Crossing her legs, a woman remarked that such a tool would indeed be the most effective way to improve relations between elves and dwarves, but they simply could not choose it. Lowering her gaze, she added that there was insufficient justification for such drastic changes. According to the game's established lore, the two races had fought for hundreds of years. If they suddenly became friendly without clear cause, no one would understand what was happening. Imagining the reaction of forest warriors, she reasoned that unlimited freedom and unlimited possibilities were not just empty words in this case. Raising her hand, she emphasized that this situation involved a single user altering the fundamental settings of two races at will, something even the director himself could not do, no matter how much he wanted to. Joa turned away as the company mailbox filled with requests for comments on the unfolding chaos in Arcadia. Smiling faintly, Sok was astonished by how much attention this incident had attracted. Standing behind him, an assistant reported that the Korean branch of Arcadia had requested cooperation, seeking at least some information about Joey's user profile. The director immediately refused, pointing out that client information was strictly confidential, with no exceptions, not even for a god. Opening his mouth, the assistant replied that everything was clear. Putting his palm to his forehead, the man reasoned that sooner or later the Korean branch of Arcadia would contact him, so it would be better to call the client first before taking any action. Almost immediately, a call came in from a client using the nickname The Daily Life of a Destroyer. Suk could not hide his surprise. Bringing the phone to his ear, Jae Young asked how people were reacting to his recent actions. Lowering his head slightly, the director replied that the reaction was nothing short of astonishing. The growth rate of new subscribers was so fast that the channel had a real chance of rising to first place in the global rankings. Documents lay scattered across the table as the protagonist asked whether many people were now interested in locating the dwarven and elven settlements. The boss replied that it was obvious. Anyone who discovered these places would gain access to enormous profits. Raising his eyebrows, Jay listened as the director explained that even if information about those locations were sold for hundreds of millions of dollars, there would still be buyers. Sweat formed on the fat man's forehead as he heard the client casually ask him to publicly reveal the coordinates of the secret locations. Holding the phone tightly, Jay listened to Suk shouting that he should release the information immediately. With his mouth slightly open, the director asked whether he should reveal the locations of both the elven village and the dwarven settlement. Sitting at the computer, he tried to persuade Jay, explaining that there was still plenty of content to film in those areas. Even a simple video showcasing the goods sold by local merchants could attract massive views. Jay replied calmly that he had no interest in filming something so boring. Opening his mouth, he added that while filming popular content was profitable, any fool could do that. Looking away, the fat man heard Jay remark that both races had explosive temperaments. Even with the coordinates, adventurers would still have to struggle to get what they wanted. Raising her hand, a small elf girl asked if she could pose a question to Uncle Peacemaker. Spreading her arms, she said she had always been taught that if you spent time with freaks, you would become one yourself. She worried that if she associated with freaks like dwarves, she might become a bad elf. Jay frowned and asked who had taught her such a thing. Closing her eyes, the girl replied that her mother had. Lowering his head, the protagonist promised her that she would not become a bad elf by befriending dwarves, especially since the queen herself had said that they should reconcile with their neighbors. Waving his hand lightly, he advised adults not to teach children ideas that destroyed character, saying that such education should never be prioritized. Melissa listened quietly and promised that she would do her best to correct this. The queen blushed as she heard that the peace treaty had already been signed. This meant that elves and dwarves would inevitably interact more, and it would be better for everyone if old grievances and quarrels faded away. She then asked permission to pose a question. Opening his mouth, Jay heard her ask whether she should treat humans kindly as well. On lantern-lit streets, words echoed about how such thoughts would continue to shape the future. Melissa looked ahead, and Jay advised her to act as she saw fit. Rolling her eyes, he listened as she admitted she was deeply conflicted, wondering whether it was worth allowing such ugly humans into the kingdom. The scene shifted to Salmon University. Behind the door of the first laboratory of the virtual reality engineering department, someone remarked that everyone had worked hard today. The windows were covered with blinds. Holding a tablet, Jun smiled brightly as she announced that the synchronization rate had reached 92.89%, a result that was almost unbelievable. Opening his mouth, the professor thanked her for assisting with the research. Then, frowning, he added that a request for cooperation had arrived from the Korean branch of Arcadia and Agent Electronics, offering highly favorable terms for the university. If Jay agreed to help, he would be guaranteed the highest grade. Wiping sweat from his brow, Jay agreed. The incentive left him with little choice. Looking ahead, the protagonist admitted to himself that he did not particularly want to deal with Arcadia's staff, but the conditions were too tempting to refuse. All he could do was hope that his identity would remain hidden. Lowering his head, he asked whether simple intermittent actions, such as dodging a ball, were truly useful for research. The professor replied that such actions were extremely valuable. Though they seemed simple, their difficulty increased exponentially at higher levels. Since the assistant had managed to climb 30 steps, they were able to gather unique data. The scientist glanced at the scan and noticed that for a brief moment, synchronization had surged to 99%. This meant that the brain and the capsule were almost completely intertwined. Jay covered his mouth with his hand, while Jun thought to herself that if this man had seriously played Arcadia, he would have become an absolute titan within the game. Back in Arcadia, a massive tree glowed with golden light. Satan clenched his fists and shouted that he would be having chicken for dinner that night. Ellie spread her arms and mockingly said she was trembling with fear, because before her stood nothing more than an insignificant rat who had lost his divine artifact. Raising his head, the protagonist was surprised that this was all the two had been doing in his absence. Pointing a finger, Tangik raged that his master had gone too far by allowing this woman to push him around. She replied coldly that he had conveniently forgotten his crimes at the shrine on Mount Fen. Letting out a slow breath, the protagonist listened as the sworn enemies argued over whether the destruction of a single shrine could even be compared to the destruction of an artifact imbued with divine energy. Looking down, he suddenly saw a message stating that the World Tree was requesting a conversation. At that moment, he realized that the elves' stories had been true. Staring at the confirmation button, he felt certain that something interesting awaited him. Wrapped in a green aura, the player noticed that a private communication channel had been activated. Smiling faintly, he realized that something was wrong with his vision. Standing still, he was greeted by the embodiment of the sacred tree, who explained that due to her weakened state, they would need to speak within a dream space. Opening his mouth, Jae Young asked whether the being before him was truly the World Tree. Closing her eyes, the woman replied that she had countless names, but most living beings referred to her simply as the World Tree. Lowering the corners of his lips, the protagonist asked why he had been summoned. Floating gently above the floor, she explained that she wished to thank him and ask him something in return. Drifting closer, the spirit looked ahead and said that she could confirm his presence, though she herself could not see. Standing beside him, she sensed the leaders of both the heavenly and demonic worlds. However, the truth was even more grand than he had expected. The young man was sweating as the girl explained that he was neither an angel nor a demon. At the same time, he was not a spirit or a dragon either, which made it impossible to understand where he had obtained the power to free the World Tree. Narrowing his eyes, Jae Young realized that they were talking about his decency points. The artifact hovered in the air as he listened to her explanation. Periodically, he was given tasks, and upon completing them, he received decency points as rewards. Lowering her head, the lady asked who issued these missions. Raising an eyebrow, he replied that he did not know. Floating above the floor, she understood that with an ordinary level of divinity, she would not be able to comprehend this system. At that moment, the player realized that his interlocutor had begun to harbor suspicions about him. The spirit placed a fruit into his hands, and explained that she did not think ill of him. As a gift, she had given him a valuable item, one that should only be used when absolutely necessary. Smiling gently, the World Tree said that she had clearly observed all the actions of the player known as Dex, and because of that, she wished to ask him for a favor. Narrowing his eyes, Jae Young said that he was not particularly enthusiastic about accepting tasks from her. Casting him a glance, the girl expressed disappointment that he had not even listened to what she intended to ask. He replied that whatever she wanted would surely be difficult, and that he himself was nothing more than a worthless person. Sweating slightly, he reasoned that he had very few decency points left, and another reckless adventure could cause serious problems. The system window showed that his account contained 115,468 points. Looking down, the lady doubted that her request would be difficult for him, since she had witnessed his remarkable achievements. Raising his eyebrows, Jay listened as she recited his titles. Among them were Killer of Newbies, Destroyer of Relics, Noble Killer, Cruel Necromancer, the Swindler who negotiated with the devil himself, and the Saint of Slimes. Vines twisted gently as the World Tree explained that he possessed the strength to accomplish what she asked, and if he could not do it, then no one could. A lantern appeared in his hands as she continued listing his titles. He was called a noble judge, a seeker of neutrality, a revolutionary of equality, and a friend of the dwarves. Closing her eyes, the lady said that she wished to ask one more favor. Frowning, Jay saw a task appear before him, stating that he would need to restore the World Tree with the help of a dragon's heart. Visions unfolded before him. A colossal island formed a continent called Pangaea. Atop a mountain stood a legendary white dragon. Deep underground, dwarves bathed in gold and forged treasures. In the forests, a mysterious fairy lived in harmony with nature. At the very center of the land stood the World Tree, maintaining the balance of the entire continent. Lowering her head, the World Tree explained that in the past, Arcadia had been a single vast continent. However, when she fell asleep during the war between angels and demons, she could no longer maintain the integrity of the world. As a result, the continent fractured and lost its original form. Looking ahead, Jae Young understood that this was a history absent from official records and library archives. Opening her eyes, the World Tree listened as he asked what exactly was required of him. Raising his eyebrows, he heard her request clearly. She asked him to unite the scattered continents into one. Imagining the map, Jay realized that she was referring to the second continent of Arcadia, the official name of the server he was currently playing on. Sweat formed on his brow as he understood that her request essentially meant the integration of servers. Lowering his head, he said that the request itself did not sound extraordinary, then asked how such a goal could even be achieved. Smiling, the lady explained that unification would not be difficult for her, but she would need time to recover her strength to demonstrate it. Looking ahead, Jay asked what she needed from him, repeating that he was just a worthless person. Floating gently, she warned him that the task was not urgent and would take a long time to complete. When he had the opportunity, she said he should bring the necessary item to her. She then presented the image of a dragon's heart. Frowning, Jay could hardly believe his eyes. With a playful expression, the world tree added that the heart must come from an ancient-level dragon or higher. Otherwise, it would not be effective. Jay gaped in shock, realizing that only someone insane could smile while asking for such a thing. The scene shifted as the elves noticed that the boy had awakened. Turning her head, a maid called out to the queen that the human guest had regained consciousness. Rubbing his face, Jay remembered the request for a dragon's heart, an item taken from the most powerful creatures in Arcadia. Placing a hand on her chest, Melissa smiled in relief that he was awake. With a puzzled expression, Jay asked what had happened. The attendants replied that sleeping in the queen's bedroom was a great honor. Smiling warmly, the noblewoman took his hand and said that the world tree had awakened. A golden glow shimmered among the branches. Seeing multicolored beings appear, someone shouted that the spirits of nature had manifested without spells. An elf frowned in joy, delighted that their connection to their deity had been restored. Holding the strange fruit in his hands, Jay was certain that this was not a dream. Turning to Melissa, he asked, with a hint of sweat on his brow, whether there was a dragon heart within her kingdom. At that moment, the system displayed information about the fruit he carried. The fruit of the world tree grew once every 1,000 years and was a one-time item. When used, it permanently increased the owner's life force and stamina recovery by 100%. Elsewhere, on the Arcadia Cafe website, users speculated that the habitats of elves and dwarves were likely hidden within the Sacred Empire. On navigation boards, discussions erupted about secret locations, though many commentators dismissed the claims as fiction. The Arcadia logo appeared with a statement declaring that the game allowed players to enjoy endless care and limitless possibilities. As for the settlements of elves and dwarves, their locations would not be disclosed so that players could experience the joy of discovery through adventure and exploration. After posting angry reviews, users realized that this was merely a mandatory response, one that made it clear the information would never be revealed. This only fueled further outrage. Side by side, representatives of the two races became the targets of countless players determined to find them. On the streets of the city, adventurers gathered in animated groups, eagerly exchanging rumors and fragments of information that might lead them to hidden locations. Clenching her fists, the queen reminded everyone that they had to be prepared for what was coming. With a worried expression, Melissa added that it would not be long before people began flocking to the village. Looking ahead, the elves listened carefully to their mistress as she admitted that they had not communicated with the human race for a very long time, having once regarded them as freaks. However, it was a human representative who had saved their mother. Sweating slightly, the noblewoman explained that to repay such kindness, the elves should open the door to diplomatic relations. Raising his hand, one of the subjects asked whether it was possible to discriminate against only the ugliest people. Blushing, the ruler replied that in this particular case, it would be difficult to do otherwise. At the same time, news arrived from the building of the Great Merchant Association. It was said that the guild leader had found someone who knew the exact location of the dwarven settlement. Raising his eyebrows, Zeddy reminded everyone that this was already the 5th such claim. Tilting his head, the assistant expressed confidence that this time was different, explaining that the request came from a user of the Pathfinder class, someone who specialized in adventure and exploration. Looking down, the merchant leader asked whether the recently discovered ancient dungeon had also been found by this person, and he received a positive answer. Putting his hand to his chin, the old man noted that the requested amount was a little high. Clutching a piece of paper, the keyboardist reasoned that information directly led to money and power, especially in this cursed game, so paying a certain price was justified. Then came the shocking figure. The stranger was asking for 100 million. Placing his hands behind his back, the assistant explained that the original price had been 500 million, but the negotiating team had barely managed to persuade the seller to lower it. Closing his eyes, the assistant added that if the information turned out to be false, the contract would be automatically terminated in reality, with a penalty paid. Opening his mouth, the boss asked whether he really had to complete all the paperwork inside the game, then ordered everyone to be informed that the documents had already been checked. Looking at the paper with the words chocolate cake written on it, the servant obediently carried out his master's command. The guild's financial status stood at 5,124,651 gold coins. Wiping sweat from his brow, the boss realized that he had started with only 500,000 and had now reached this point. It was clear that playing big was worth it. If they could dominate the settlements of different races, they would secure a monopoly on trade with them. Soon after, a notification arrived announcing that the Destroyer's Daily Life channel had released a new video. In it, the author, standing beside an elf and a dwarf, promised to reveal the coordinates of their settlements. In the world of Arcadia, houses stretched across the land, forming settlements where countless classes existed. Representatives of different professions stood still, divided into combat and non-combat roles. Craftsmen forged iron while observing how, at its core, this division boiled down to two main categories, each explained through a hexagon of indicators. In detail, every class had its own strengths and weaknesses, but overall, balance was maintained so that no class held absolute superiority or inferiority, even though some were still quietly avoided. Raising his hand, a fighter bluntly stated that explorers were trash at the fringes of the class system. Their combat abilities were poor, and aside from disarming traps and finding relics, they had nothing of real value. Putting his hands on his hips, a warrior added that the class relied entirely on luck. To obtain valuable rewards, one had to stumble upon precious ruins or rare artifacts. If someone had money, becoming a merchant was far more profitable. The boy carrying a backpack listened in silence as he heard that using the capsule, which cost 10 million, required a monthly fee of 200,000. The man speaking said he could not think about anything other than money. Sweating, the explosive adventurer realized that these people were deliberately speaking loudly enough for him to hear. As he walked forward, he knew many looked down on him because of his class. Even his friends failed to understand his choice. Walking across the sandy terrain, the young man recalled how others had urged him to pick a different class to earn money, or at least choose a warrior class to enjoy hunting without worry. Imagining their mocking expressions, he grew increasingly dissatisfied with constantly listening to advice he never asked for. Gritting his teeth, he became convinced that chasing romance and adventure in such a game was not strange at all. Clenching his fist, he wondered why, even in a virtual world, people were obsessed with efficiency. Frowning, the boy set a clear goal for himself. He would wipe the smug smiles off the faces of those who mocked him. Looking at his compass, the traveler felt certain that an exploration boom was about to begin. Under the scorching sun, excited cries rang out as someone claimed to have found something. Kneeling down, the explorer realized that this was the entrance to the sand forge, beneath which the dwarven city was hidden. Smiling, he said that the puzzles here would need to be solved first. Massive doors slowly began to open. Staring at the enormous staircase beyond them, the boy was overwhelmed with joy at having discovered a secret settlement. Opening his mouth in excitement, he rushed forward, convinced that this was the dwarven city. Suddenly, a net shot out from the side and wrapped around him. The rope tightened instantly. Struggling to break free, the traveler realized that his attributes were not high enough to resist, and despair washed over him. The NPCs frowned and demanded to know why such a vile man was searching for their city. Sweating, the explorer begged them to remove the net, insisting that he was not suspicious, only an adventurer. The locals shouted back that they had to ensure the intruder never escaped, otherwise he would tell everyone he knew. Opening his eyes wide, the traveler wondered how long they intended to keep him locked away. Suddenly, one of the dwarves noticed something odd. Staring closely, he seemed to understand. The captors exchanged glances. Kane whispered something to his companions, and a moment later, all three turned their eyes toward the captive. Sitting on the floor, the boy apologized for the misunderstanding, explaining that dwarves would never harm their own relatives. Placing a hand on the boy's shoulder, the dwarf said with certainty that there were no such short people among humans. In the next moment, the young man found himself free to move around the city, his eyes wide with disbelief. The entrance to an entertainment company came into view, where several men sat around a table. Casting a brief glance, Young Ho remarked that his interlocutor should stop beating around the bush. Opening his mouth, Suk replied that his former boss should at least follow the most basic rules of politeness. Peeking from behind a wall, others listened as the conversation continued. They heard how the CEO had once demanded insane levels of productivity from his subordinates, and when everything inevitably collapsed, he shamelessly demanded that the team take responsibility for the failure. Adjusting his glasses, the man tried to convince his acquaintance that he was also sorry about what had happened back then, but that he had no other choice. Frowning, the fat man cut him off, telling him to stop forcing out hollow apologies and to state the real reason for his visit. Glancing at the envelope on the table, the man asked what it contained. Sweating, the businessman replied that it held documents related to the merger of their companies. Sheets of paper were laid out, and lowering his gaze, Suk read through the contract terms. According to them, the CEO of his company would be treated only at the level of a managing director. Raising his hand, Yongo commented that it was not a bad offer, since the other employees would be able to continue working as before. Opening his mouth, the fat man realized aloud that all of this was because of Joe's chocolate cake. The CEO stared at his interlocutor. Leaning on the table, he exploded in anger, demanding why everyone was digging into details about his client. Tearing the document in half, He declared that he would not hand over the client's data, even at gunpoint. The others were shocked by their boss's restraint and resolve. Clutching the envelope, the businessman shouted that many companies were already hunting for the information, and that it would be impossible to hold out for long with nothing more than a single video showing an insignificant village. Suk began grinding his teeth. The bastard endured the mockery directed at him, sweat trickling down his face. Folding his arms, the fat man noticed that his counterpart was carefully checking all the uploaded videos. One of them announced that the player was about to reveal the coordinates of a secret location. Standing side by side, dwarves and elves became the center of heated debate among those who set out to search for them. Commentators argued endlessly about which race they preferred. Scratching his head, the player realized that elves were obsessed with beauty, while gnomes were fixated on height. As a result, a strange culture of constant comparison and scrutiny emerged among users. Soon, a video appeared explaining the shortest route to the city of the dwarves. Another vlog documented the author's experience inside a dwarven workshop. With his arms spread wide, a traveler uploaded a video revealing how to obtain a hidden quest related to the world tree. Yet another clip showed how to change one's class to that of a spirit master. Walking through the streets, users eagerly discussed newly discovered locations. One man gazed toward the elven forest and the dwarven cave, noting the sharp contrast between them and the strict conditions required for entry. Dissatisfied, commentators complained about the unfairness of the NPCs. Smiling faintly, an innovator spoke with his companion about how adventurers were now visiting places that had once existed only in legends. Seated upon his throne, the Black Dragon of Darkness issued an order to immediately send out a delegation, instructing them to establish friendly relations and, if possible, regular trade networks. Closing her eyes, the sorceress admitted that she truly wished to meet representatives of the other races in person. Meanwhile, with her arms folded, a news anchor reported on a recent revelation that Arcadia's developers had implemented settings that discriminated against users based on appearance and height, sparking widespread controversy. Eating chips in front of the screen, Jae Young was stunned that a computer game was now being discussed in mainstream news. Raising his eyebrows, he wondered if he himself might be the main culprit behind all this chaos. The monitor flickered to life, bathing his face in pale light. On the screen was the Arcadia bulletin board, filled with discussions about his various exploits. Resting his hand on the mouse, he noticed a certain pattern as he read through the messages. His mind went blank as he realized that almost every major event in the game seemed, somehow, to be connected to him. He had never imagined things would turn out this way, especially since he had believed his involvement would be buried among countless other events. His jaw dropped as another thought struck him. He was frustrated because he had only been following his personal quests all along. What he truly could not understand was what the developer behind his special class was even thinking. Raising a hand to his face, he sighed and decided there was no point dwelling on it, since he still had no answers. The capsule interface appeared against a blue background, and a flood of system notifications followed. The mission was declared complete. The world tree had awakened and begun watching over the entire continent. The connection to the spirit world was restored, accelerating the emergence of spirits and the generation of spiritual energy. An agreement had also been successfully concluded to develop friendly relations between the elves and the dwarves. The entire continent was shaken by the reappearance of other races that had vanished hundreds of years ago. Finally, a message appeared stating that the player had received more than 600,000 decency points, along with the fruit of the world tree. Staring at the system window, the protagonist felt as though he finally stood on solid ground. A golden apple materialized before him, accompanied by a status window, explaining that consuming it would increase life force by 100% and greatly improve stamina recovery. It was a mythical ranked item which made sense given its absurd boost to attributes, powerful enough to make any tank's eyes bulge in disbelief. Standing in the middle of the forest, the young man admitted that he had no idea what a philosopher's stone truly was. Still, considering that this was Arcadia, he assumed it had to be something extremely important, and that an alchemist profession likely existed somewhere in the game. Looking up, he was puzzled by the absence of the demon and the angel, who usually began buzzing in his ears the moment he logged in. His eyes suddenly widened when he heard someone screaming for mercy. An elf was pinning a man to the ground, shouting angrily about how he dared to sneak into the sacred domain of the world tree. The man yelled back that he was handsome enough to enter, and demanded to know why he could not. The guards barked at the freak to shut his mouth, questioning how he could make such shameless claims with such a disgusting face. The angel tilted her head and asked the second assistant what he thought of the man. Satan replied calmly that from a purely subjective standpoint, the intruder was ugly and deserved no more than 4 points out of 10. The girl remarked that, at most, he could be given 2 points. The demon smiled and commented that representatives of her race were truly stingy with their evaluations, then asked what that tendency was connected to. Ellie wondered aloud whether their standards were simply too low, questioning if everyone around them was really that ugly and strange. Satan replied calmly that she had no lack of tolerance. especially considering the kinds of cards she was willing to take under her command. Watching their exchange, the young man realized that they worked remarkably well together when it came to criticizing others. In the distance, a tree came into view. Shards of a blade slipped out of a bag, crossing his arms over his chest. The assistant explained that everything had gone exactly as expected. There was no way to simply restore it on the spot, and since matters had turned out this way, he had no choice but to take it to the demonic world and search for a method of restoration there. Standing behind him, the hero asked whether he knew anything about a dragon's heart, wondering why the owner had suddenly become interested in such lizards. The angel flew closer and asked the same question. The protagonist answered that the world tree itself had mentioned it, and asked him to find one. It seemed to him that if such an item existed in heaven or in the demonic world, he might be able to purchase it with decency points. Flying nearer, Satan remarked that the owner still did not understand how this world truly worked, since he genuinely believed that the hearts of those stubborn reptilian beings could be obtained with a snap of the fingers. The girl added that it was indeed extremely difficult, noting that even heavenly beings struggled to find such an item. The demon continued, explaining that he did not know much about the other parts of a dragon's body, but when it came to the heart, it was an entirely different matter. The heart of a dragon was an organ that generated magical power on its own. As he spoke, the symbol of infinity appeared, emphasizing his words about its overwhelming efficiency. Its true value lay in the fact that there was no limit to how much magical energy it could store and accumulate. Looking down, the girl agreed and added that when dragons sensed the end of their lives approaching, they had a habit of returning the mana accumulated in their hearts back to nature after death. In other words, once a dragon died, its heart would disperse into nature and could no longer be obtained. As if to illustrate her point, a clearing appeared before them, containing the blackened remains of such a creature. The hero's eyes went blank after hearing this explanation, and he asked whether they truly meant what they were saying. Crossing his arms, the demon answered that it would require raiding a dragon's nest, cutting off its head, and tearing out its heart with one's own hands. Ellie nodded in agreement, covering his face with his hand. The young man muttered that this was pure madness. Satan added that he had wanted to explain earlier that even for the owner, and even with the summoning of powerful allies, completing such a task would still be extremely difficult. The assistant agreed again, pointing out that even if the opponent were a barely hatched dragon, a high-ranking angel could not be certain of victory, even when using all their strength. The protagonist then asked whether it was even possible to catch an ancient dragon. Opening his eyes wide, the demon replied that it was not completely impossible. A calculator appeared as Satan explained that the first step was to estimate the price. Pressing a button, the assistant said that an ancient dragon would be at least 8,000 years old, an old lizard by any standard. Even if he could enter the host's body through spiritualism and bring along several items imbued with divine energy, and assuming there were no other dragons or unexpected obstacles, he might be able to win and do so quickly. Displaying the calculation, the demon stated that this would still only be possible if the player possessed at least 123 million decency points. Once again, the young man's eyes turned white in shock. The assistant asked what was wrong, wondering whether he truly did not know the impact that killing a dragon would have on the entire continent of Arcadia. An ancient dragon could easily be ranked among the lords. The angel raised her hand and agreed, explaining that even if she herself were to fight, she would require around 150 million decency points, despite the fact that celestials were not allowed to participate in dragon slaying. Resting his hand on his chin, the young man admitted that there was logic in their words. Imagining such a creature, he understood that across all continents, their species likely numbered only a few dozen individuals. Moreover, he would be hunting a lord-ranked being. Exhaling slowly, the protagonist said that the matter was not urgent and could be considered later. The demon asked whether he truly believed he could catch one someday, even after everything that had been said. The scenery shifted, and a swamp appeared within the forest. When one of them asked where he planned to go next, the young man replied that he would first return to the village near the rumored desert. Crossing his arms, the demon asked whether that was the place within the dwarven territory, and why he suddenly wanted to go back there again. Closing his eyes, the young man explained that one of his friends was there, and they had arranged to meet. His companion smiled broadly and asked where the hero was currently playing, assuring him that it would remain a secret from everyone else. A student sitting nearby also asked whether he had figured out all his quests yet. Walking behind him, the student mentioned that he possessed a rare item he did not need, and immediately offered it to the protagonist, though he added that the hero probably already had an entire mountain of better equipment. The young man squeezed his eyes shut, listening to their endless chatter. Covering his mouth with his hand, he shouted that he would help, but begged them to stop asking questions. The student asked if that was really true. The hero replied that he would first take him to the dwarf village and told him to stop whining. Looking ahead, the companion once again asked about that place. The young man turned his head slightly and asked if there was a problem. The answer was no, as the friend explained that he simply wanted to see the elves, having heard that they were incredibly beautiful, and wished to see them with his own eyes. A cloudy sky appeared as the protagonist warned that if he went there, he would be kicked out immediately. Still, his friend pressed the issue. Placing a hand on his shoulder, the young man told him to listen carefully, explaining that he was clearly one of the dwarves. His friend, however, failed to understand. A bead of sweat rolled down the young man's face as he said he could not go into details and asked him to just wait in a village near the rumored desert. Ahead of them, a glowing tree came into view. Flying in front of the hero, the demon asked whether he really had someone he could call a friend. The angel added that it was strange for him to have such a friendly relationship with another person. The young man replied that he was not a social outcast who had severed all ties with the world, and that he did in fact have friends. Crossing his arms, Satan admitted that even knowing this, he still found it difficult to understand, as it was unexpected to learn that the owner was someone capable of maintaining close relationships with others. The protagonist asked again. Looking down, the demon asked whether he was really asking because he did not know, then immediately added that, in his opinion, the owner could easily create another mountain of fines from all the people who had suffered because of him. The assistant's eyes glowed red as he said that he had always believed the player wore a mask and hid his identity because he was afraid of being found and killed by others. The young man told him to stop talking nonsense, and without further argument, they finally set off. Looking down, the angel asked whether they could visit that child as well. Since they were heading toward the desert anyway, the hero asked her to clarify, and she explained that she meant the child who carried out the will of the volcano. Smiling faintly, the young man agreed and said that for now they would go, and depending on the situation, they might even stop by to see him. He admitted that he was also curious about how everyone there was doing. Soon the great desert of rumor appeared before them. The village was crowded, and countless voices could be heard discussing the dwarven village and the routes leading to it. Standing there, the young man could not tell whether this place matched the rumors he had once known. As he walked further, he noticed that as before, there was sand and dust everywhere, but now users had gathered together in large numbers. It seemed that a proper strategy had formed, and the emergence of this collective mindset even unsettled him slightly. Flying above, the demon asked whether the person the owner was about to meet was also special. The angel, in turn, asked about the presence of decency points. The player sighed and remarked that they were truly obsessed with those points. His gaze shifted forward, and noticing someone ahead, he said that his companion was standing right there. Approaching him, the hero asked his name. The other man froze, unable to understand how the stranger knew it. The player's eyes widened as he shouted that his friend had really come. He quickly told him to lower his voice. Rubbing the back of his head, the friend apologized. The hero reminded him that he could not call him by name, since he had given his word. The classmate stared ahead in silence, as the young man explained that he would probably need to use a special technique. A mask materialized, followed by system messages stating that the deceiver's mask had been activated, and that the power of deception and disguise now enveloped the player's body, completely hiding his identity. Grinning, the young man told his friend to call him by another name from now on, since that was how others would see him. Raising both hands, the friend exclaimed that it was incredibly cool. Sweating, Jae-young, now disguised, listened as people shouted that his face had suddenly changed. Grabbing his friend and pushing him away, the protagonist told him to keep his distance, explaining that he disliked being touched by men. Lowering his head, he suggested that they move on, since the journey ahead would take a long time. Raising a finger, Jae-young proposed following a guild caravan to reach their destination safely. Looking ahead, he realized that they were talking about the GM guild. Pressing a hand to his forehead, he felt irritated that he had not chosen a better guild earlier. The guild's emblem came into view, and the young man recalled his strained relationship with them after his visit to the Duke's residence. After a moment's thought, he decided it was not worth getting involved with people who carried such weight in real life. Raising his hand, Jae-young asked whether this was the only guild heading to the dwarven city in the near future. Smiling, his friend replied that there was another organization, but it was too small and did not inspire confidence. Exhaling deeply, the protagonist decided to use this guild's services, reasoning that his relationship with the GM was already bad anyway. In the desert settlement, conversations buzzed about what might be expected from the protagonist. Pointing ahead, Jae-young explained that this group charged 20 silver coins for transportation, while the GM guild demanded 1 gold coin. Looking up, he asked his familiars whether they considered his friend expendable. Smiling, the boy and girl introduced themselves to their fellow travelers. Extending his hand, Jae-young greeted his new companions. Looking forward, the guild leader thanked them for choosing his services, and added that they would arrive in 3 days. The protagonist, mouth agape, said that he was more interested in another matter. The couple listened with wide eyes as he asked whether they knew each other in real life. Smiling, they explained that they had recently become husband and wife, though they preferred not to dwell on it. Blushing slightly, the assistant admitted that he envied gamer couples. To reach the Sandforge, it was necessary to cross the desert, scorched by an unforgiving sun and classified as one of Arcadia's 5 forbidden zones. During the day, temperatures were extreme, while at night, the cold was just as deadly. Bare bones lay scattered, some still wreathed in flames. A giant desert scorpion inhabited this region, regarded as an exceptionally powerful monster. Aware of this danger, even high-ranking guilds crossing the desert of rumor chose to avoid direct confrontation whenever possible. Holding a map, the explorer sensed danger ahead and searched for routes to avoid enemies. Looking forward, ice-specialized mages were used to slow the movement of scorpions encountered along the way. Warriors gripped their swords, drawing enemy aggression to buy time for the caravan. Endless dunes stretched into the distance. Suddenly knights shouted warnings as scorpions appeared. The guild leader turned and yelled at the ice mage to cast his spell, only to hear that his mana had not yet recovered. Pointing toward the horses, Jae Young asked his companion what they should do, since dying here would incur an enormous penalty. Looking ahead, he realized that aside from the married couple, nearly everyone else in the caravan was an NPC. Warriors clashed with the giant monsters. The boy raised his hand and ordered everyone to retreat behind the dunes. Turning back, a party member argued that the scorpions would not let them escape with all the supplies, meaning they would have to abandon everything. The leader stood frozen, unable to believe what he was hearing. Sweating, he cursed their decision to come here at all. Gripping his dagger, the boy knew he could not simply watch everything collapse. At the very least, he wanted to deliver some of the requested goods. Raising his eyebrows, he noticed something ominous. Looking at the massive scorpion, he sensed that a disastrous outcome was imminent. Stretching out her hand, the woman called out to her husband. The scorpion raised its claw, and snowflakes suddenly began to swirl through the air. The woman gasped as she noticed what was happening. The protagonist had frozen the enemy solid. Looking back, he remarked that he had not expected much, but attacking like that was truly rude. Frowning, the guild leader asked how his companion had managed such a feat. The second monster stared at its frozen counterpart, and moments later, it too began to be encased in ice. Raising her hand, the sorceress used spiritualism. Looking ahead, Jae Young activated a skill called Frosty Gaze. Standing before the monster, the protagonist commented that it was good to see the leader giving his all for the sake of his guild. Raising his eyebrows, the leader promised that he would repay the favor. As they stood there, someone shouted that more creatures were approaching. Lowering his head, the boy said grimly that when it was time to flee, these monsters had chosen instead to call for reinforcements. Snow continued to fall as the young man made his decision. He would kill every enemy without exception. Gripping a frost weapon, he activated Ice Spear. In an instant, a devastating blow struck all the enemies at once. The travelers stared at the icy whirlwind in shock. Opening his mouth, a warrior exclaimed that it was unbelievable to see an ice spear used in the middle of such a scorching desert. Another member replied that there was a hero rumored to have dealt with most of the scorpions plaguing this region. Looking up at the sky, the fighter realized that the man before them must be the very one spoken of in those rumors. Moving forward, the player activated the technique of the Warrior of Cold, Jack Frost. Gritting his teeth, Jay was shocked to discover that the skill had consumed a full 28,000 decency points. Tank opened his mouth and shouted that the being his master had summoned was no ordinary existence, but one of the strongest leaders of absolute cold, an iceberg. Covering her mouth with her hand, the archangel remarked that the demon was behaving this way because his sword had been destroyed, and that he needed to raise his prices in order to restore his blade. Sweating, the user thought that if he had recorded the argument between the demon and the archangel, the view count would have been astronomical, since it was nothing less than a quarrel between the devil and an archangel. Jian lowered his head when he was told that, without his help, the guild would have been completely wiped out. Bowing deeply, guild leader P admitted his sincere gratitude, then added that they would refund all the fees paid for the ride. Jay replied awkwardly that, while he appreciated it, their guild clearly had goods but lacked real strength. Lowering his chin, the leader explained sadly that as a small guild, they had been forced to replace their entire staff with NPCs due to financial constraints. To expand their business, they needed to hire mercenary users, but with insufficient capital, even paying minimum wages was difficult. The captain went on to say that they had hoped to earn as much as possible from this trip, though that now seemed unlikely. At that moment, his assistant turned back and reported that she had assessed the remaining cargo and personnel. The casualty rate stood at 54%, but the surviving goods were all in perfect condition. Raising his palm, the commander hesitated, then asked whether the protagonist still trusted their guild enough to continue with them until the very end. Turning back now would be a huge loss, as there was only a short distance left to their destination. In return, they would provide him with a reward as their companion. Guildmaster Pai frowned nervously and emphasized that he was making this request as the leader, adding that they were determined to reach the Sandforge at all costs. Placing his fingers against his chin, the player considered the situation. The Sandforge was close, and these people had not left a bad impression. Joining them would not cost him anything. His eyes lit up as he realized that, in essence, they were offering him protection under the current circumstances. What he could not tell was whether they expected him to accept without gaining anything, or if this was a gamble on their part. Smiling through clenched teeth, the protagonist said that it sounded quite interesting. Extending his hand, the necromancer invited them to continue the journey together, and declared that he accepted the offer. The commander's face broke into a wide smile. As their hands clasped, members of the Pi Guild could be heard expressing heartfelt thanks. Soon, the view opened onto the main gate of the Desert of Rumor, where the Dwarven City and the Sand Forge were located. Hanging his head in exhaustion, Jae Young exclaimed that they had finally arrived, and that he was still alive. The deputy head of the Pi Guild smiled in relief that everything had worked out, though she privately wondered what they would have done if scorpions had appeared again. She acknowledged that all of this was thanks to Mr. Jae Young. Sweat streamed down the captain's face as he admitted that he had not expected the protagonist to be so familiar with the geography of the Desert of Rumor. He also found it surprising that he had never even heard his name before. Jae replied modestly that he was not such an outstanding player whose name was on everyone's lips. Suddenly the guild leader turned when he heard someone loudly declaring that this was the GM Guild, whose caravans were always properly staffed. Standing among his comrades, the man shouted for everyone to clear the way, announcing the arrival of the GM Guild. No matter how unscrupulous others might be, they were not to even think of passing inspection ahead of the guild responsible for maintaining this trade route. People around them turned sharply toward the newcomers, and warned the others to move aside. If they attracted the GM Guild's displeasure, the road to the Desert of Rumor would be closed to them entirely. Though furious, there was nothing they could do. Jae Young silently cursed how disgusting these people were wherever they went. A mage from the GM Guild gripped his staff tightly and suddenly noticed something nearby. Members of the Pi Guild were standing by their crates, and someone scoffed that even a third-rate guild had rushed to trade with the dwarves. Judging by their condition, they must have been attacked by scorpions. The wizard smirked and remarked that their entire staff was probably made up of NPCs, meaning they likely dealt only in cheap goods. His companion wondered whether there were even a few users among them. Jae Young stepped out from behind the protagonist and asked if those people were talking about them. The strangers muttered that it must have been a hassle to choose such a guild, and that if they had used GM Guild services, the trip would have been nothing but enjoyment. Led by their captain, the GM Guild members climbed the stairs, shouting that anyone who relied on such a third-rate guild must be poor, unable to afford even a single gold coin. They sneered that people living such miserable lives, even in a game, would never rise above the bottom in reality. Suddenly, the girl told them to shut up. Tan frowned furiously and asked whether they truly dared to speak like that. Ellie added coldly that they were ignorant little sheep with malice written all over their faces, and she could not understand how anyone could give advice in such a rude manner. A shadow crossed Jae Young's face as he told his familiars to be quiet. Satan asked what his thoughts were, and whether he intended to let them get away with it, adding that he could simply use spiritualism to kill them all. The protagonist pressed a finger to his lips and told him to wait, saying that he needed to think. He then asked whether simply kicking them out would not be too boring. The Demon King stared at him in confusion. The protagonist's grin turned sinister as he wondered why he should not just throw them into a puddle instead. He added that it had been a long time since he had such amusing toys in his hands. At that moment, a massive temple emerged from the desert sands, and someone nearby could be heard exclaiming that it was truly astonishing. Jae Young looked at the man who was explaining that the guilds were closely monitoring the dwarves because of their goods. He then asked whether a guild of that size could really be considered high class. A golden scale appeared, and it was explained that there was a reason so many trading companies in the Desert of Rumor took the form of guilds. As the number of users visiting the Dwarven City at the Sand Forge continued to grow, the hidden entry conditions were gradually revealed. Soon a notification appeared, stating that if a player accompanied a merchant or joined a guild caravan, they would be allowed to enter regardless of height or appearance. However, they should not expect a warm reception, as entry only granted access, nothing more. The dwarf stroked his beard thoughtfully and decided to take a closer look. He soon noticed that although they were humans, they had brought large quantities of alcohol, something dwarves greatly cherished. The players lined up side by side when a shout rang out telling them they could enter, but warning them not to cause unnecessary disturbances inside. The group crossed a long bridge, and Jae Young's companion turned to him in awe, urging him to look at the vaulted ceiling. He admitted that he could hardly believe such a city existed underground. He added that although he had seen the architecture in videos before, witnessing it in person made him truly understand how majestic the city was. Jae Young replied that he was beginning to see why everyone gossiped about dwarves, because such a spectacle more than justified the effort it took to reach it. Smiling with satisfaction, he remarked that everyone had worked hard to get here. Now that they had safely entered the city, it was time to attend to their business. The protagonist admitted that he hoped for the revival of the Pi Guild. At this, its leader frowned anxiously and hurried after him, shouting for him to wait. Running up, the captain raised his hand and insisted that they had not yet paid him his reward for the deal, asking only for time to exchange the goods they had brought. Jae Young replied calmly that it was fine, and that this was not what he needed. Turning away from them, he said that he would receive his reward in another form later. He said his goodbyes to the members of the Pie Guild, who stared after him with questions lingering in their eyes. Their cloaks fluttered in the wind, and someone could be heard wondering aloud about the man's true identity. Bright magical particles drifted near the necromancer's head, and he understood that this was more than a simple gesture of goodwill. Considering the Pie Guild's financial situation, even handing over all their assets would amount to only a few dozen gold coins. At that moment, a system window displayed his account balance, and he realized that he already had more than enough. The dark mask on Jae Young's face slowly dissolved. He reflected that what he needed now was not a handful of gold coins, but sincere people willing to work hard. Alire placed his hands on his hips and greeted his dear friend enthusiastically. After shaking the protagonist's hand, the dwarf leader exclaimed that it had been a long time since they last met, and yet Jae Young had returned earlier than expected. Jae Young was surprised to learn that this NPC was actually a commander. When he had been told about acquaintances, he had imagined influential figures involved in trade, not connections like this. The dwarf leader looked up and asked how the talks had gone, adding that it must have been difficult to conclude a peace agreement with the elves. Wrapping his fingers around a paper scroll, the adventurer replied that the forest folk had agreed to accept the terms proposed by the dwarves, and that the agreement had been personally signed by Queen Melissa. A red ribbon bearing a seal was tied to the document. Alire asked whether he was joking, but when the scroll was placed in his palm, the dwarf leader exclaimed in astonishment. The emblem was unmistakably that of the elven royal family. This meant that the long-awaited day had truly arrived. Standing before the protagonist, the dwarf leader admitted that no one would have believed such a proud, beauty-obsessed race would ever sign an agreement like this. Jae Young replied that now that the document was in their hands, the agreement would immediately come into effect. He added that in the future, they should regularly send envoys to conduct cultural exchanges and trade with the elves, actively cooperating with one another. The dwarf leader nodded solemnly and said he would notify the Council of Elders at once and begin preparations. Opening the document, Alire grew even more astonished as Jae Young casually mentioned that he had also slightly adjusted some of the elves' trade goods using craftsmanship, a clause clearly written into the agreement and open to verification. Suddenly the dwarf leader's pupils narrowed sharply. He demanded to know what kind of business this was. Magical goods from the forest race were listed in detail, and the old man shouted in disbelief that it included not only branches of the world tree, but also leaves, tubers, sap, and even top-grade spiritual crystals. He could not understand how such a deal had been achieved, since the world tree was sacred to the elves. Closing his eyes, Jae Young replied that this was precisely why they needed to establish close relations in the future, and also ensure that no one made harsh remarks rooted in prejudice. The dwarf leader swore that nothing like that would ever happen again. They shook hands firmly. At that moment, a system notification announced that the adventurer had successfully mediated a peace agreement, bringing harmony between the two races. His negotiation skill rose to rank 5, meaning others would now be more inclined to listen to him. Coming up from behind, Jae Young's companion asked what he had said about the elves. Jae Young replied quietly that he had made a peace treaty between the dwarves and the elves, but that it was to remain secret to avoid unnecessary trouble. His companion gasped and promised not to tell anyone, then asked where they were headed next. Turning his head, the protagonist said that he needed to meet someone, admitting that this was the true reason he had come here. His friend's jaw dropped in confusion. He could not imagine who Jae Young needed to meet, after already speaking with the dwarven leader. Grinning, Jae Young said that there was a very cute younger brother here. The scene shifted to the apprentice workshop of the Helion Forge. A massive hammer struck glowing steel again and again. A dwarf raised his fist and shouted that the workers could not even hold the hammer properly, that iron would never bend if struck like that, and that the flame power adjustment was a complete mess. He roared that a piece of trash still dared to call himself a representative of a great dwarven clan. Declaring that no one would leave or eat until they produced an item he approved of, he thrust a sharp blade forward and asked whether the man thought this was a dagger. He demanded to know how many more times he needed to explain the basics before they got it right. Gritting his teeth, the young apprentice apologized repeatedly and shouted that he would start over. The mentor sneered, saying that the boy had no useful skills beyond mining, and that even for a human his performance was far below expectations. Throwing the unfinished piece aside, the dwarf declared that if not for a request from above, he would have already kicked him out of the forge. Exhausted, the boy closed his eyes, wondering whether he was doing anything right at all. Touching the blade with his fingers, he whispered to himself that it was still not enough, and that it needed to be better. Suddenly, the system announced that he had successfully created a beginner's dagger. The item's level rose, his weapon-making skill increased, and even the efficiency of forging weapons improved slightly. The worker's eyes widened in shock when someone asked whether he had made it, and he immediately recognized the familiar voice. Brother Jae Young appeared before him, smiling broadly. The protagonist asked how he was doing and explained that he had come to see how much his production skills had improved. As he spoke, the attributes of a rare rank beginner sword appeared in the air. The boy lowered his head sadly and said that forging daggers was only a basic learning stage. The dwarves who had started training alongside him had already advanced to the second stage, and he had no idea when he would be able to move forward. Even in his own eyes, the dagger looked worthless. Looking at the weapon, the adventurer wondered whether anyone realized how powerful an item with no level restriction actually was. Moreover, it was of rare rank, and such items sold for millions at auctions. The boy folded his hands in front of him and stared ahead helplessly. Jae-young realized that this child already possessed the potential to shake the entire economy of Arcadia. He pressed his lips together slightly, thinking that his judgment, as expected, had been accurate. The dagger's blade gleamed brightly in his hand when his companion suddenly asked what kind of amazing item it was, and whether it was not equivalent to a level 20 magic item. The necromancer replied that what mattered more was its ability to reveal an enemy's weak points, an effect of the sharp eye skill which was normally exclusive to archers. The child put a finger to his cheek and objected that his teachers were dissatisfied with his work. They had told him that to advance to the next level, the item needed to be at least of exceptional rank. The protagonist was surprised by this and remarked that the requirements were extremely strict. Grabbing his elbow, the boy explained that no matter how many daggers he forged, nothing above rare rank ever emerged from under his hammer. He added that he had asked other dwarves for advice, but they said they simply acted on intuition. This left him wondering whether dreaming of becoming a blacksmith had been a mistake. Tan stroked his chin and said that for a human-made item, this was already quite impressive. Ellie added that his passion for blacksmithing had indeed fused with the metal, but the quantity was lacking. She suggested that this might be because he did not spend enough uninterrupted time on forging, since for true passion to imprint itself fully onto metal, it required long, devoted effort. The Demon King agreed, but pointed out that something was clearly off. For someone using a hammer infused with volcanic divine energy, the resulting item's rank was too low. Jae-young looked ahead and thought that if he was not mistaken, there had been some kind of explanation written there. He asked the boy to show him the hammer again. The child pointed to it, asking if this was the tool in question. Immediately, the system displayed its characteristics. Looking down, the adventurer realized that everything matched his suspicions. Something had been bothering him ever since he spoke with his familiars. Extending the sledgehammer forward, Jae-young asked what the boy was thinking about when he forged a dagger. The child replied honestly that he did not know, and that he was simply forging. Smiling, the necromancer asked him to think carefully and answer whether he had truly put his heart into the dagger, or whether he had only treated it as a training exercise. The boy stared at the weapon in his hands, and fell silent. Looking ahead, the protagonist told him to listen carefully, then admitted that he too felt Arcadia was not an easy game. A bright flame flared up as Jae-young suggested that the boy try forging the dagger again, but this time without letting any distracting thoughts intrude. He told him to think only about creating the best item in the world. Spreading his fingers wide, the child exclaimed that he needed to put his heart into it. Suddenly fiery sparks burst from the steel as he began forging a new weapon with fierce concentration. Jae-young widened his eyes and noted that, judging by the light in the boy's eyes, this would not be finished in just a few days. He suggested that they leave the area for now. Looking away, the protagonist apologized to his companion and said he would have to stay behind a little longer. His lips tightened with unease as he watched the boy swing his hammer again and again. This child had believed his words and stubbornly followed the path of blacksmithing until now, and in this moment, he was raising his hammer with that same belief. Jae-young admitted that he wanted to stay beside him, at least until the item was completed. Suddenly, a powerful explosion echoed through the forge. The boy's pupils bulged as thoughts flooded his mind. He believed he had no talent, no skills, no technique, and no artistic sense. Sparks flew wildly as he felt that he had nothing, neither in reality nor in this world. In his mind, two silhouettes overlapped, one from his real life and one from the game, standing back to back. He realized that he had lived his entire life obedient to the atmosphere around him. Gritting his teeth, the worker decided that this time was different. This time someone believed in him. Kneeling, he thought about how, despite knowing exactly what he was, his older brother had continued to say that he believed in him until the very end. Within the flames, the outline of a new item began to take shape, and the boy decided that he would forge it, if only to repay that trust. A massive hammer crashed down onto the steel. The system announced that due to the item's effect, the player would no longer feel heat during forging, stamina consumption would be greatly reduced, and the volcanic hammer was responding to the user's persistence. Ellie's eyes widened in confusion, then narrowed sharply. Multiple system windows appeared before the boy, each declaring that he had created a unique item for the first time and had obtained a new title. Even the oldest flame seemed to smile upon his achievement. The boy broke into a wide grin and shouted that he had done it. Tan flew up near the protagonist's head and complained that his ears were about to burst. Jae-young grabbed the boy's hair affectionately and said that he had truly managed it. At that moment, the characteristics of the Dagger of Enlightenment appeared. Holograms filled the surrounding space, and Jack, hands in his pockets, appeared and asked whether the user who had created the unique item had finally emerged. After that, he added that the situation was strange, because according to the original plan, this outcome should not have occurred for at least another year. Pressing her hands to her dress, the artificial intelligence in the form of a girl reported that the rank had been assigned because all corresponding evaluation criteria had been met, then suggested checking the data. The creator of Arcadia frowned slightly and asked whether it really took only a month to make such a dagger. Putting his fingers to his chin, the man remarked that given such passionate devotion to craftsmanship, he was willing to believe in this result. He then added that the user had indeed used the volcanic hammer, meaning there was no cheating involved and no grounds for punishment. Still, it seemed to him that the user had figured out how to use an item imbued with divine energy far too quickly. Alice looked ahead and stated that the cause had been identified as a variable known as the Bard of Anarchy. System holograms surrounded Jack's body as he turned his gaze toward the user, Jae Young. Although it was difficult for him to admit such a thing, the man was genuinely good at games. It felt as though the main character was standing before a glowing weapon. The creator of Arcadia commented that this profession had gone to the person who suited it best. Even though he had been prepared for such developments, he had not expected the system to be overturned so thoroughly in such a short span of time. The VR man smirked and asked whether this was the same user who had restored the world tree. Jack slipped his hands into his pockets and asked Alice what the chances were that this man would trigger the Pangaea scenario. She replied calmly that the probability of activation stood at 92%, with an estimated time frame of 1 year. The system screen before the creator's face glowed brightly as he suggested that a real-time translation and interpretation system should be implemented as soon as possible. Notifications appeared stating that the assistant had completed a heroic feat and received 150,000 integrity points. At the same time, Jae Young pointed at the blade and congratulated the boy for finally understanding what truly mattered when creating equipment. The child replied excitedly that he still had a lot to learn, but that he finally understood the core principle. The boy then asked his brother to accept the sword. Jae Young's eyes widened in shock as he asked whether he was serious, since the item was worth as much as an entire apartment. Moreover, he doubted that he could fully utilize its characteristics. At that moment, the system announced that experience and skill acquisition had increased by 100%. The boy hurriedly said that his brother could give the sword to someone else, or sell it if he wished. He insisted that he did not care about that, and only wanted to give him the first properly forged item as a token of gratitude. Jae Young's brows furrowed slightly, as he realized that refusing now would feel extremely rude. The boy smiled brightly and thanked his older brother when Jae Young finally agreed to accept the gift. Flames continued to dance across the forge table as the adventurer asked whether the boy planned to stay there much longer. The boy replied enthusiastically that he wanted to forge a huge number of items. Looking ahead, he then asked whether his brother was leaving. Closing his eyes, the necromancer replied that he would drop by from time to time. He added that if the boy ever wanted to see him, he could simply send a message and he would come. Pressing his hands against his legs, the boy once again expressed his gratitude and promised that he would work hard. Watching the protagonist walk away, the worker declared that he would continue like this until he became someone truly useful to him. Throwing his hands behind his head, Tan asked what had gotten into his master. Looking up at his familiar, Jae Young asked him to explain. Tan replied that the way Jae Young treated the boy so kindly made him think that his master still possessed some humanity. Seeing him deceive people every day had made Tan believe he was even more vile than the devil himself. Placing a hand on Tan's shoulder, Jae Young asked whether that was really how he usually appeared to the Demon King. Tan replied by asking whether Jae Young truly did not know, and whether he had ever looked at his own actions from an outsider's perspective. Pointing forward, Tan added that regardless, he found it surprising that his master sometimes showed genuine goodwill, helping others without gaining anything in return. He said the same applied to that foolish man Jae Young called a friend, even though he no longer remembered what he looked like. Tan concluded that with such a personality, Jae Young should not have been capable of forming relationships unless there was some benefit involved. As the adventurer walked deeper into the forge, he replied that those people were his friends. If there was something good, he wanted to share it with them. He then admitted that even he had not realized he possessed such a side. Looking down, Jae Young thought that the more he learned about the world of Arcadia, the more he learned about himself. He said that he now wanted to carry out his previous plan. Tan turned his head and asked what he meant. Touching his own chest, Jae Young suggested that they test just how kind someone like him could be toward reasonably decent people. From behind a wall, people with bandaged heads watched him quietly. Jae Young remarked that he beat those he disliked, simply to maintain order. An elf appeared beside a dwarf, and their presence alone caused visible changes among Arcadia's users. However, the most interesting part was that the changes did not affect only the players. People stared at the massive system screen and shouted that the adventurers had done it. Since the deal with the dwarves had been concluded, the entire continent would now be thrown into chaos. A man stretched out his hand and shouted that no matter how much time or resources it took before other kingdoms strengthened themselves, they needed to secure a deal first. A woman fanned herself and said she had heard that dwarven jewelry was now fashionable, adding that price did not matter to her at all. An old man clenched his fist and declared that they could not afford to fall behind progress, since they needed dwarven tools to continue their research. A gold coin appeared, symbolizing the wealthy noble class among the NPCs. Precious coins piled up rapidly, and due to the influx of gold from these figures, Arcadia's economic system, which had previously relied on the limited gold obtained from quests and hunting, began to undergo a dramatic transformation. Soon, the entire world was swept up in a gold rush. At that moment, news notifications flooded in, reporting on the unfolding events. Sitting with his hands folded on the table, Jago stated that the GM Guild did not view Arcadia as a mere game, but as another reality where business had to be taken seriously. He added that while it could not be compared to real-world corporate ventures, they had learned from past failures and built a stable market system by recruiting outstanding talents to serve as the backbone of the company's future. Suddenly, a message announcing the official recruitment of the GM Guild appeared, and the scene shifted to the main gate of the Sandforge, located deep within the Desert of Rumor. Walking through the dense crowd of users, Jae Young felt that the atmosphere had clearly changed. Everything was more organized now, and it seemed that a dedicated guild guidance system had already been established. Pressing his lips together, he realized that the moment to reveal the true essence of things was slowly approaching. The girl grinned and remarked that he was about to leave this place, then casually asked whether he had already bought a guild ticket. Pulling back her hood, the player added that anyone intending to purchase a GM Guild ticket should hurry, because sales would end soon. Remembering the woman he had seen among the bandits earlier, Jae Young wondered whether she was actually the leader of the GM Guild caravan. No matter how he looked at it, she clearly held a commanding position. His cloak fluttered in the wind as he apologized for planning to use the services of another guild. The woman looked surprised at first, then smiled and said that the fact he had stayed here for nearly a month probably meant he had plenty of spare money. She asked whether he had previously used the services of the Pie Guild, the small and weak one. Jae Young smirked slightly, realizing that she even knew about that. Thinking back to the people wearing headbands who had been watching from behind the wall, he finally understood that they must have been members of the GM Guild. Sunlight fell across the woman's face as she commented that even after all the difficulties he had experienced, he still had not drawn proper conclusions. Waving goodbye, she said he was free to do as he liked, adding that she hoped he would be lucky again and safely cross the desert. Nearby, a large man clenched his teeth and asked why his boss was trying to persuade him, since that behavior did not suit her at all, then admitted that it only made him happier. She replied calmly that there was a reason, explaining that she had received some very interesting information. Her eyes glowed brightly as she said that she did not know what kind of trick Jae Young had used, but it was said that he had come from a forge that users were forbidden to enter. His cloak rippled again in the wind as the GM Guild commander remarked that if it turned out he had made a special deal with the dwarves, their monopoly over this region could collapse. The subordinates standing nearby smiled, while their leader added that since there was no concrete evidence yet, it was only a guess. Still, that made things even more interesting. Narrowing her eyes, she said that once they dug into his background, they would uncover the entire truth. Jae Young stood alone in the desert, the corners of his lips turning downward. Tan smiled maliciously and asked whether his master intended to kill the arrogant woman who had grown too bold. Ellie added that if he wished, the Celestials were ready to deliver righteous judgment. Jae Young told them to leave it alone, explaining that if he attacked first, the GM Guild would only end up thanking him. The familiars looked at him in confusion when he suddenly asked whether they knew that guild management had recently become a very popular profession. Narrowing his eyes, he said that he wanted to acquire one as well, then asked if they were interested in hearing his plan. At that moment, Deputy Guild Master Pai raised her hand high and announced that they were selling tickets for their guild caravan at a very affordable price. Her boss greeted everyone warmly and promised that they would safely escort them to the neighboring village. Jae Young froze in surprise. Spotting someone familiar, he smiled broadly and said that they had met again, then asked whether tickets were still available. The guild leader hurried over and exclaimed that they absolutely had to escort him to the village for free. Her assistant added that he could easily reach the village on his own, so there was no need to buy a ticket from their guild. Jae Young asked in return whether it would not be boring to travel alone. The girl stepped slightly in front of him as he explained that he simply wanted someone to talk to along the way. In the darkness of night, figures could be seen moving forward across the sand. Glancing toward the path ahead, Guild Leader Pai said that the road to the Sandforge was now being called the Golden Path, since dwarven equipment brought in massive profits. Jae Young replied that he had seen the news, which meant their guild's income should be improving. Touching his finger to his lips, Pai admitted that as a small guild, they still did not earn much. He added that this time, they would need to be cautious with the goods they transported, keeping some in reserve as emergency capital. Stroking his chin, Jae Young commented that to make substantial profits from such trade, it was necessary to move large quantities of goods, both to and from the forge. The more people involved, the more items could be transported, and large guilds could mobilize enormous labor forces. An emblem bearing the letters GM appeared in his mind, and Jae Young remarked that a guild like the GM Guild was a perfect example. Lowering his head, Guildmaster Pai admitted that this was true. Trade with the dwarves was currently monopolized by GM merchants, making it difficult even to secure manpower, let alone negotiate deals. Through metal chains, a group of people could be seen waiting. Pai explained that the GM Guild had opened what was essentially a recruitment company, hiring high-level researchers and ice-specialized mages. Even that was not enough, so they recruited additional workers at nearly twice the average salary. Most of these people did not even participate directly in trade, but were simply kept on standby. Looking at the ground, Jae Young explained that by monopolizing labor, they were systematically eliminating rival guilds one by one. He added that even if large corporations wanted to take control, resorting to such vile methods was hard to justify. Throwing his hands behind his head, Tan remarked that there was indeed much to learn from human wickedness, then shouted that they needed to trample their competitors in a uniquely cruel way. Jae Young silently reflected that now, at last, it was clear why the GM guild leader had worn such a triumphant expression. Suddenly, everyone turned their heads when someone loudly called out to the guildmaster, shouting that there was trouble. Pointing behind them, a wanderer yelled that something was rapidly approaching from the rear. When asked whether it was monsters, silhouettes of people riding beasts emerged through a white cloud of dust, leaving everyone stunned. Guildmaster Pai clenched his fist tightly, unable to understand their intentions. Using earth dragons in this area made no sense. The adventurer calmly asked whether there was a problem, and a memory surfaced of a massive monster once attacking him here. In this region, moving at such high speed was strictly forbidden, as it would irritate the scorpions. One of the necromancer's eyes was hidden behind his hair as he watched the approaching group. He asked whether they were heading straight for them. A familiar woman could be seen riding one of the beasts. The head of the GM Guild grinned viciously and exclaimed that she had finally found him. The protagonist asked whether bandit groups were active in this desert. Pai clenched his teeth and replied that there had been no such cases before, but stealing recklessly from the wrong people could earn the enmity of the GM Guild itself. Lowering his chin, the necromancer told him not to panic, and to listen carefully. He explained that the approaching squad consisted of GM Guild members, meaning they were most likely here to attack. Pai frowned in disbelief, anger flashing across his face. Sweat trickled down his cheek, as he wondered why the GM Guild would do such a thing, before realizing something more terrifying. The death penalty in this dangerous zone was catastrophic. A skull-shaped symbol appeared in his mind, reminding him that he would lose ownership of all his items. If he did not survive, bankruptcy was inevitable. The riders halted before the group. Pai spread his arms and shouted that they were despicable scum, declaring that just because they were a large corporation did not mean they could do whatever they wanted. He demanded to know whether they were not afraid of the consequences of trampling the weak. One of the men, eyes wide in confusion, claimed that they were merely ordinary bandits. Enraged, Pai shouted that they should stop the farce. No one but the GM Guild would dare cross this desert so boldly. Stroking her mount, the woman mocked him, asking whether such accusations from the leader of a tiny weak guild were not too dangerous. She coldly suggested that slander without evidence could even affect his real life if legal action were taken. Pai roared in fury. A mage beside her tightened his grip on his staff, and sneered that only fools would use such a worthless guild, quickly apologizing for the wording, but adding that stepping on them felt no different from stepping on dirt. Jae Young lowered his chin and remained silent when the sorcerer asked whether he would not rather join a respectable guild instead of arguing. The protagonist smirked and asked calmly whether he was correct, in assuming that Pai could not defeat these people. Pai admitted that they had no way to fight back. Suddenly, Jae Young's lips curved downward, then his eyes lit up brightly. He asked whether Pai would like to receive an investment instead. Pai frowned in confusion and asked what he meant. Jae Young's teeth showed through a sly smile as he activated spiritualism. In an instant, the magic knight of honor, Farhan, appeared, and a massive surge of magic slammed into the ground. The sorcerer stumbled back, unable to understand what had happened, wondering whether this man was some kind of crusader. The GM Guild leader laughed darkly and ordered him to reveal his true face. Energy bursts filled the air. Pai stared in disbelief as Jae Young asked him whether he had not just said that the GM Guild was abusing its power. Touching his face, Jae Young asked whether Pai wanted to stand firmly on his feet with proper backing. He explained that he meant creating the largest guild in Arcadia's history. At that moment, the system announced that the deceiver's mask had been removed. Pai's eyes widened as he saw the figure surrounded by flowing magic. Jae Young smiled faintly, and it became obvious that this was a well-known Arcadia player. His weapon shone brilliantly. One of the attackers, sweating heavily, asked whether this was really the man from the bamboo stick battle. Jae Young lowered his brows and declared that it was time to teach these bastards a lesson. One of the enemies shouted that this was impossible. Since he had checked the name, how could that man be Dex? The woman frowned grimly and realized they had provoked someone extremely dangerous. Her teammate asked what they should do. Holding out her sword, she replied that there was only one enemy, but this was no bamboo stick fight. They were to give him no chance and kill him immediately. Orders rang out, and the attackers moved in. Jae Young's expression remained calm. Strange seals appeared as mages activated weakening effects. The system reported reduced speed, slowed movement, and overwhelming panic. Flames flared, followed by notifications of enhancements. Jae Young wondered briefly whether these were his own enhancement skills activating in response. The woman ordered the attack. The enemies charged. A thunderous explosion followed. Smiling, Jae Young remarked that rapidly alternating between buffs and debuffs, perfectly synchronized with combat timing. He admitted that the GM Guild operatives were on a different level, as expected. He apologized lightly, explaining that Farhan was a crusader specializing in defense. A golden aura swirled around him as the system announced that the sacred shield had entered defense mode. The desire not to retreat overcame countless losses. Faith and justice resisted the all-consuming curse. A mage scoffed, asking whether he was claiming to have blocked everything, insisting that the debuffs had worked. Another attacker frowned, unable to comprehend his defense. Holding his sword, Jae Young calmly explained that Paladin and Crusader classes specialized in defense. If they wanted to kill him in a single blow, they should have brought at least 100 people. The woman's pupils glowed red. In an instant, she appeared behind him and slashed. Her blade struck the ground instead. The system reported that the user's body was resisting, but full resistance was impossible, leaving him temporarily immobilized. Jae Young glanced aside, realizing this was a high-level restraint skill, and was surprised that it bypassed Farhan's passive defense. The captain shouted that everyone should not lose heart, explaining that his skills resisted magic, but not physical attacks, and ordered a full assault. The attackers surged forward. One of them snarled that the deceitful player would die. Jae Young grinned and asked whether he truly believed that. Suddenly, the world turned red. A knight in radiant armor appeared as the system announced the activation of the heart that never stops. Stamina recovery surged, holy hymn activated, and rapid healing followed. Catching an arrow with his bare hand, Jae Young asked calmly whether they were finished. He said that if they intended to fight, they should fight with everything they had. Since they had already begun, the difference in strength needed to be made unmistakably clear, leaving no room for backlash. The enemies surrounded him once more. A knife lay embedded in the ground nearby. The system reported that the user had successfully resisted. At the same time, the woman crouched on one knee, wondering what kind of madness this was, and what level of difference in skill could lead to such a situation. A muscular man lowered his brows and admitted that defeating him would be extremely difficult. Another shouted that retreating now was the only reasonable option. Sweat ran down the captain's face, as he muttered that these idiots had already lost the ability to think rationally, then wondered how anyone could even escape while facing such a monster. The protagonist parted his lips and calmly said that he believed he had already given them more than enough chances to strike. Suddenly, a powerful force swirled around him. He asked whether it was finally his turn, and the system announced that the sacred shield had entered combat mode and that Blazing Dawn had been activated. Gritting his teeth, the necromancer remarked that, as expected, killing idiots was the most entertaining thing of all. A moment later, a blinding explosion erupted. After the dust settled, the system reported that the mysterious group of thieves had been eliminated, and that 9,231 integrity points had been consumed. Jae Young tilted his head and asked whether so few points had really been spent. Ellie, closing her eyes happily, asked how many points he thought she would have taken for herself against such worthless opponents. The protagonist replied that decency point consumption varied greatly depending on the enemy, explaining that fighting level 160 scorpions had cost him tens of thousands. Winking, the girl said she had given him a small discount, since as an archangel she could not remain silent when judging the wicked and saving the weak. At that moment, someone approached and addressed the protagonist. The leader of the Pi Guild opened his mouth wide and expressed his deep gratitude, saying that without Jae Young, they would have suffered catastrophic losses. The vice leader added that she did not even know how to repay such kindness. Turning his head, the adventurer realized that they were still standing there. The corners of his lips lifted slightly as he considered what to do next. Imagining the GM emblem stamped with a prohibition mark, Jae Young reflected that he did not really care if other players profited from the peace treaty between the dwarves and the elves. The real problem was that the GM Guild had monopolized all the benefits. Looking ahead, he decided that he could not leave things as they were. He asked the Pi Guild members whether they remembered the investment proposal he had mentioned earlier, and they quickly nodded. When he asked if they wanted to discuss it in more detail, their eyes widened in shock. A caravan slowly crossed the desert beneath a bright moon. Sitting around a campfire, the adventurer listened as the guild leader and vice leader explained how they had ended up running a business together. In short, They were an office couple who had met at work, married, and then watched their company go bankrupt soon after. Jae-young raised his brows and asked whether that meant they had been fired and decided to become full-time gamers. Clenching her fist, the woman replied that although it sounded strange, she and her husband had taken the matter very seriously and started their own venture. Her husband nodded firmly in agreement. Sitting on the sand, the protagonist asked whether that meant the guild was both their job and their business. When they confirmed it was, he smiled faintly and said that in that case, he would invest in their guild. The man stared at him in disbelief. Resting his chin on his hand, Jae-young listened as they asked what exactly he meant by investment. He explained that he would grant them the right to monopolize trade routes with both the dwarves and the elves, causing sweat to bead on the young man's forehead. Raising his index finger, Jae-young added that this would also put an end to the GM Guild's schemes. For that, he would need outside help, and he asked them to send him gameplay footage later. Guildmaster Pai stared at him with his jaw hanging open, admitting that he could not grasp the idea at all. Narrowing his eyes, the protagonist repeated himself calmly, stating that their guild would receive exclusive rights to transport and sell all goods exchanged between the dwarves and the elves. Lowering his brows, Pai said that the GM Guild would never sit back and accept such a situation, and that even Jae-young would struggle to control all their actions. The necromancer closed his eyes happily and replied that he did not need to worry about that, because from now on, the dwarves and elves would not conduct business with anyone connected to the GM Guild. The man parted his lips in confusion and asked why. Jae-young answered simply, asking what else it could be, then explained that it was because he had said so. Soon after, the first base camp at the entrance to the Great Desert of Rumor came into view. Inside a tent, Jae-young and the Pi Guild members gathered around a scroll. The system announced that a contract had been created and asked whether they agreed to the terms, warning that once concluded, it could not be terminated without mutual consent. Frowning, Pi muttered that 50% of the guild's net profit would go to the protagonist. From the outside, it might seem unfair, but they knew that without him, their business would have collapsed long ago. Exchanging a glance with his wife, Pi realized that all they could do now was trust him. The scroll sealed itself, and the system announced that the Pi Guild had signed the investment contract, with Jae-young officially registered as the investor entitled to 50% of the net profit. Looking ahead, the adventurer said they had made the right choice and promised they would never regret it. A bag of gold coins appeared, and he handed it to the guild leader. Pai's eyes widened in shock, as Jae-young explained that they would need money for expenses and should consider it an advance payment. Turning to the side, Jae-young added that when they returned to the Dwarven City, they should take his friend along. He would introduce them properly, and things would move faster if information was obtained directly. He finished by saying that he was counting on them. Pai asked whether Jae-young would go with them, pointing out that he had entrusted them with a significant sum. Biting his lip, the protagonist smiled faintly and replied that he would soon be far too busy. His pupils turned pale as he added that there was one bastard who needed to be firmly trampled into the dirt. Terrified, the couple clasped hands and swore that they would never become his enemies. Later, Jae-young appeared to be holding a phone to his ear, telling someone that he had checked the edited video. The man on the other end said they had put everything into it and were confident it would explode across the internet. Thanking Jae-young for the chance to take revenge on the GM Guild, Jae-young raised the corners of his lips and asked what he was talking about, since he had only asked for basic editing. He then praised them for their excellent work. The television screen glowed white as Jae-young said he was completely satisfied with the result. Lowering his head, he asked for the video to be uploaded as it was. A notification appeared announcing that a new video had been posted on the channel Daily Life of a Destroyer. Not long after, the scene shifted to the headquarters of the GM Group. Sun-yang frowned deeply, his anger barely contained, as he asked whether they were seriously telling him that a decline, rather than growth, was expected in the third quarter. Was this really the kind of report they had gathered the courage to bring before him? The chairman continued coldly, asking if the sales of the wireless and electronics divisions had dropped by 80% compared to the previous year. They had been promoted to director positions, simply because they were called his sons. So what, exactly, were they doing with that authority? One of the boys, his mouth hanging open, hurriedly explained that they were trying their best to increase productivity. Before he could say more, another man slammed his jaw shut in fury and shouted for him to be quiet. Sun-yang raised his index finger and declared that they were not even close to Jigyu. In a business they had ignored and dismissed as a child's game, that man was aiming for 1 trillion won in sales and 700 billion won in operating profit. The blonde man closed his eyes calmly, yet a menacing frown creased his face. Sun-yang went on, saying that considering the enormous sums already spent on building factories and developing technology, they still had not grasped how absurd their situation truly was. They should also remember that handing the chairman's seat to one of them was difficult, complicated, and nearly impossible, especially for those who dared to come in with such news. Leaning one hand on the table, he stated firmly that the chair was meant for someone who would do everything in his power to make GM Group the #1 company in South Korea. If it did not work, then that person had to make it work. As the doors came into view, a voice remarked that they should follow their younger brother's example. With his hands in his pockets, the boy muttered that they were idiots, and that he had known it would turn out this way. Smiling faintly, Jaggy added that he had already outshone all those who once looked at him like an insect, and in the end he had won because he was ahead of his time. Suddenly several young men approached him. Their brows were drawn together in anger as they warned him to brag about his success in moderation and not assume that his growth would last forever. Spreading his arms wide, the blond boy shot back that they had followed him all the way here just to throw sarcastic remarks at him, and he asked whether they felt any shame at all. Jago grinned and replied that if they wanted to convince someone, they should rely on facts. He then asked whether they truly understood the rules of the GM group. Turning his gaze aside, one of them muttered that if something did not work, they should make it work using evil and force. A moment later, the teenager clutched his stomach and burst into loud laughter. The head of the great GM trade union closed his eyes and said that he was very pleased, while the top management and the older brothers all looked as though they had just eaten something foul and had no idea how to react. John then appeared and remarked that Jaggy seemed to be in a good mood. Jaggy replied that he had never felt better. Clenching his jaw, the blond man thought that if they could achieve 1 trillion won in operating profit by the next quarter, the chairmanship of GM Group would no longer be a dream. At last, he had a real chance. At that moment, a man with sweat on his face apologized for interrupting such a joyful hour, explaining that a new video had just been uploaded to the Destroyer's Daily Life channel. The boy turned his gaze aside in confusion. Snatching the phone, the young man shouted that it could not possibly be related to them, even as he ordered someone to immediately find out the identity of the bastard behind it. The branch manager of the main trading store cautioned that he should first watch the uploaded video himself. Jagu's pupils narrowed sharply as he decided to see what this impudent adventurer had done. The phone screen flashed white, and a target appeared, aimed squarely at the GM Guild emblem. The play button appeared. On screen, a mage smiled faintly and remarked that since they had used the services of such a third-rate guild, they were probably beggars who could not even afford 1 gold coin. His companion added that they lived such miserable lives even inside the game. A large man crossed his arms and said that the range of goods sold by that guild was similar to theirs, and if things continued this way, they would soon face serious problems. At that moment, a sorcerer suggested that they should pass their orders on to the GM Guild. Opening his mouth, the head of the Pie Guild stated that trade with the dwarves was currently completely monopolized by GM merchants. Even so, if large corporations wanted control, how could they resort to such vile methods? Bandits soon appeared on screen, and someone claimed that those bastards were members of the GM Guild, apparently preparing to attack them. A girl, absent-mindedly petting her companion, asked how anyone could dare suspect such a large company as GM. If he were sued, would it not complicate his real life as well? Suddenly interference filled the screen, and a voice mocked that among users, there were still fools who relied on such a pathetic guild. Instead of arguing, it would be better to join a proper, well-established one. Then the main character appeared. His weapon shone brilliantly as he declared that it was time to teach them a lesson. Across the screen, countless harsh comments criticizing the GM Guild began to appear. After some time, a notification about missed calls appeared on the phone screen. Holding his head, Ju could not understand what it was or what was happening. Snapping his jaw open, the blond man demanded to know from the manager what was going on with that video. John, sweat beading on his face, replied that they said the video could not be deleted, and that if they wanted to sue, they were free to do so. At that, Juke shouted that those scumbags, who had made their living off his salary, were daring to do something like this, just because they had left the company. Clenching his fist, he declared that he would never turn a blind eye to this. The man beside him pointed out that they first needed to decide how to deal with the video, since the facts were unclear and the evidence ambiguous. It would be better, he said, to take the position that they had nothing to do with the incident. The head of the great GM trade union suggested blaming it on stupid employees who were talking nonsense and firing them on the spot, which was precisely why they hired so many people in the first place. Then another gentleman appeared and said that it would be done. Jagu began loosening his tie. Lowering his brows, he muttered that those useless bastards had forced him to personally intervene. On the screen, the GM branch in the rumored desert was burning brightly. It was reported that a shockwave had been launched, and that bad companies were being punished. The blond man's pupils turned pale as he asked what kind of business this was supposed to be. An assistant staring at the screen reported that users who had been offended by the GM Guild were attacking everything at once, and that 60% of the guild's personnel had already been incapacitated. Ju shouted that this was something anyone could see with the naked eye. Sweat streamed down the cheek of the head of the great trade union as he added that user attacks on the trade routes were continuing. They were trying to minimize the damage to goods as much as possible, but desert scorpions had destroyed them, resulting in losses of 2 million gold coins. Stretching his palm out sharply, the teenager shouted that in this situation, they had to seize the dwarves through all existing contracts, and prevent the growth of other guilds at all costs. For that purpose, they were to use every bit of money they had. Parting his lips, he ordered the guildmaster to listen carefully. Suddenly, it was reported that the dwarves were refusing the deal. The girl, looking down, noted that everything was unfolding exactly as predicted, and added that all dwarves were refusing any deal related to the GM guild. She explained that negotiations were completely ineffective, and that it seemed they had gravely offended them. Ju stared in disbelief, his jaw hanging open, and asked what kind of nonsense this was. Those bastards were just NPCs, so why on earth should he care about their mood? A warrior spoke up, saying that this undeniable fact was precisely why the problems had arisen, and that she thought the same way he did. The GM had made a mistake, and the situation had turned into a complete nightmare. Everything was burning with frightening clarity. The protagonist appeared on screen, and a question was raised about how he played Arcadia. Shortly after, a television presenter folded his hands and announced that it had been confirmed that GM Group's massive funds had been funneled into the virtual reality game Arcadia, where they were used to obtain in-game goods. The blonde man sank into his chair as the girl added that the National Tax Service had concluded there was a high probability those goods could be converted into $1 or dollars and misused for criminal activities. As a result, an emergency tax investigation had been launched against GM Group. The young man lifted the corners of his lips in a hollow smile and muttered, "What kind of madhouse is this?" as he realized that he had completely screwed up. Suddenly a hay wagon appeared. Jae-young yawned and complained that he was bored. The Demon King, hands clasped behind his head, asked the owner whether he was planning to make a fuss again. The protagonist looked at him in confusion and asked what he was talking about. The Demon King replied that he himself had said that people who irritated him would not get away with it. The horse closed its eyes lazily as the protagonist asked whether he meant the GM Guild. Satan replied that he was not very good with names, but it seemed to him that another commotion had broken out because of the master, and the goblins nearby were chatting animatedly. The protagonist asked how it was that he was always by his side, yet somehow knew what the goblins were talking about. He then questioned how the goblins knew about the steps he was taking. Tan asked whether he had not told him already. Smiling broadly, the familiar explained that he used information about the master's actions as training material for his subordinates. There were many demons who had become fans of his master simply because they admired his incredibly vicious actions. The Demon King stuck out his tongue and added that they revered the adventure just as much as he did. He then asked how the protagonist would feel about giving a serious lecture to the inhabitants of the demon world, since that would be wonderful. The necromancer flatly replied that he did not want to. Lowering his brows, Jae-young asked how Satan continued to label him as evil when he lived a very decent life, and what kind of lecture to demons he was even talking about. Satan remarked that of all the people he had ever seen, the protagonist truly was the spawn of hell. Suddenly, yellow stars flashed into view. Ellie appeared with an angry frown and demanded to know why Satan kept confusing the protagonist. Standing with her hands on her hips, she said that he had apparently forgotten that she was here as the guardian angel, and that it was her duty to prevent such cursed bats from leading her master down the wrong path. The archangel warned that if he ever stooped to tricks like inviting him to the demon world again, she would personally go to the underworld and incinerate his body. Tan clutched his head and exclaimed that she was called an angel, yet behaved worse than demons. The familiar asked what he had done wrong, and whether he truly deserved such treatment. The moment she heard his feelings, however, her first response had been to throw punches. Meanwhile, the protagonist lay back on the hay and muttered quietly about nothing more than peace and quiet. Suddenly, the old man slightly turned his head and said that they had arrived at the place where he had been asked to give him a ride, and that he could only take him that far. The protagonist tossed him a coin and asked for payment. The grandfather clasped his palms together in thanks, and warned him to be careful. He said that he did not know why the young man was heading to that city, but it was considered the most dangerous and violent place on the entire continent. From a distance, Caribbean, the fifth main region of Arcadia, came into view. Standing atop a hill, the boy asked whether they were really going in. Knives were embedded in a wooden board nearby as the young man muttered that Caribbean was a city of criminals and a sea region teeming with pirates. Unlike other places, it had been designated as one of Arcadia's 5 main forbidden regions solely because of human malice. As he walked through a narrow alley, the adventurer thought that if he truly wanted to achieve his goal, he would inevitably have to confront this place. The necromancer took a few steps forward, and the system immediately reported that he had entered Caribbean. This area was not protected by continental law, and he was warned to beware of the dangers that awaited him within the city. A pirate flag fluttered on a nearby rooftop, and the artificial intelligence proceeded to display mission-related information. Continuing between the tightly packed houses, Jay muttered that he could not believe he had been suddenly sent to another continent. Not all the information about him had even been revealed yet, and the system was already making such unreasonable demands. Parting his lips, the protagonist told his familiar that he had trusted the information network and come here. then asked whether it was truly possible to reach another continent by leaving Caribbean. The reply he received was that even the familiar did not know for certain. The demon who had provided the information only said that everything had been exactly like this when he himself was summoned 10 years ago. The protagonist suddenly turned his head and asked whether someone was there. At once, a stone flew past, and a shard struck the ground behind him. A boy peered out from around a corner and warned that it was dangerous to wander around here so openly, urging him to hurry to a shelter. Bandits nearby smiled in amusement. A young man standing beside the child explained that there was currently a conflict between factions in the city, and that anyone who looked even slightly suspicious would likely be mistaken for a member of the opposing side and killed on the spot. Lowering his brows, the child added that if trouble broke out, everyone living in that alley could be dragged into the chaos. With his hands on his hips, Hans asked why the adventurer did not know such basic things, saying that he must be some kind of outsider. The adventurer apologized and said that he had just arrived in the city. The Caribbean native stared at him in wide-eyed surprise and asked if he truly was not from around here. Tall buildings loomed overhead. The boy then asked whether he was saying that he had come to Caribbean in order to reach another continent. He immediately dismissed the idea as impossible. Even if one somehow avoided the pirates and managed to set sail safely, no one had ever returned alive from the sea teeming with deep-sea monsters. Stretching out his palm, the child suggested that he abandon the attempt. In Caribbean, there was only one person who had crossed the Sea of Death and returned alive. The necromancer asked who that person was. Pointing toward a muscular man, the resident of the city of criminals remarked that there was no point in asking if he did not already know. He was talking about the king of the pirates, the founder of the Black Pirates, a legendary figure who had completely dominated the waters of Caribbean. The corners of Jae Young's lips lifted slightly as he thought that such a title implied countless quests along the way. He asked where he needed to go to meet the man named Carlos. Hans turned his gaze aside in surprise. Behind iron bars, a legendary figure could be seen. The boy then added that Carlos was probably already locked up in a dungeon somewhere. Several years ago, representatives of various power groups had united to trap him. Raising his fist to his mouth, the child explained that even if someone managed to reach the prison where Carlos was held, he did not speak with people who were not on his level. Even meeting him would be meaningless. The protagonist asked what that meant. After listening carefully, the boy said that as far as he could tell, the necromancer had not killed a single person. To be considered on the same level as Carlos, he would need to send at least 100 lives to the afterlife. Frowning seriously, the protagonist wondered whether that meant a special qualification was required to begin the quest. He muttered that, in that case, he had one very good idea. The people of Caribbean looked at him, and the system announced his title, Rookie Killer. The adventurer admitted that he had never expected to use that title. With a menacing grin, the necromancer asked what they thought now, and whether he was worthy of meeting Carlos. Hans's eyes widened in shock, as he muttered that this was the killing intent of a man who had the blood of countless people on his hands. It was the same aura possessed by the most influential figure in Caribbean. The fallen pirate king Carlos appeared, described as a former absolute ruler who had once dominated Caribbean, a rare criminal who had filled the continent with fear. A view of countless ships spread out before them, and it was said that no one had ever been able to stand against his powerful pirate fleet and overwhelming might. The man grinned faintly. Crossing her arms, the girl said that they would help him become the captain of the Black Pirates, but only on the condition that he give her half of the control over Caribbean. The robber sat at the table when the lady suddenly asked what Carlos's eternal right-hand man would do. The pirate clenched his fist sharply. In the next instant, the scene showed a hooligan attacking the founder of the Black Pirates. The king opened his mouth wide and shouted in disbelief, asking how such a thing could be done. Introducing a man holding a saber, the boy explained that this was how a new captain came to lead the Black Pirates. A girl wielding a cannon appeared, and the child added that this marked the beginning of the era of Captain Sparrow and Captain Redbeard. Lowering his brows, Hans said that after the uprising, power in Caribbean had been split into two factions, and ever since then, the alleys were constantly soaked in blood. A resident of the criminal town remarked that he actually liked the old days. Back then, they were all criminals who committed evil to survive, but they were also loyal and romantic in their own way. The Demon King, wiping sweat from his face, suddenly asked whether that kid had not said he was only 10 years old. At that moment, Jae Young smiled and asked whether he could now meet Carlos without any trouble. The boy gave a thumbs up and said that of course he could. He was already on the same level as Miss Abel, and compared to Carlos, he possessed an equally intimidating presence. Jae Young nodded and said that at least that problem was solved. However, the real issue was that no one knew where Carlos was imprisoned. The protagonist looked down, and the boy admitted that this was true. Even if the location could be found, it would be almost impossible to approach. The elites of both the Black Pirates and the Red Beards were guarding the place around the clock. Satan asked what his master was thinking and casually suggested killing everyone. Ellie clenched her fists and said that the city was filled with people who deserved punishment, and that strict justice needed to be restored as soon as possible. Glancing to the side, Jae Young asked whether they were exaggerating just to gain decency points. After a brief pause, the familiars turned their gazes away. Stroking his chin, the young man muttered that at times like this, they were all literally on the same wavelength. Imagining a massive ship, he realized that his ultimate goal was to cross the ocean. He could never achieve that alone, which meant he needed help from others. With a menacing grin, the necromancer decided that once he dealt with those at the top, the remaining small fry could be toyed with at will. Hans asked why he was smiling so ominously. A black silhouette emerged, and the system announced that a demonic presence was residing within the player's body, allowing him to temporarily release its power. Frowning, the teenager said that he had gathered enough information and asked whether it was time to speed things up. Hans collapsed to the ground in terror, muttering what kind of monster this was. The atmosphere had changed completely, as though a different person stood before him, one enveloped in endless dark energy. Looking at Hans, the protagonist remarked that it was indeed an incredible skill, the ability to hide and move within the shadows. Suddenly Hans dropped to all fours and screamed, begging for mercy. Because the player's passive effects of endless fear of death and madness in the shadows had activated, pure horror filled Hans's eyes. He apologized repeatedly, pleading for his life. Jae Young watched him calmly and wondered if this reaction was due to the passive skills. He said that he had no intention of frightening him, added that he was grateful for the information, and told him that if everything went well, he would come and play with him again someday. Until then, Hans should take care of himself. As the dark energy faded, Hans slowly raised his head. Seeing a golden glow, he asked in disbelief whether it was a gold coin. A single gold coin spun quietly in the air. At the same time, numerous system screens appeared before Alice. Lowering her head, she reported that the fallen Pirate King had been discovered. However, she first needed to analyze the player's deck. After conducting an in-depth analysis of the connection between the player and the setting of Pirate King Carlos, she identified several related quests, each displayed on a separate system screen. Without any change in expression, Alice suddenly deleted them all, erased the main scenario, and created a new one. Black clouds drifted over the Korean branch of Arcadia. Tahan looked at the people gathered in the conference room and apologized for calling them in so late. Those present asked what was wrong, saying that after the recent world incident, they had hoped for a longer period of calm and planned to leave early. Tahan frowned and explained that he had summoned them because confidential Level 1 information had been leaked, information that was strictly restricted under operational policy. The workers turned serious at once. Tahun displayed a complete world map and said that as everyone already knew, Arcadia was divided into 8 continents. The Korean branch managed the second zone, which corresponded to a specific continent. After pointing out the flags of different countries, he explained that each continent essentially functioned as a server, which was why interaction between continents was supposed to be impossible. However, it had now been discovered that this was no longer true. The scenario team leader continued, explaining that in Caribbean, the city of criminals, there existed a quest that allowed players to travel to another continent, although it required extremely difficult and special conditions. One employee raised an eyebrow and asked whether traveling to another continent was truly possible. Jayan, sitting nearby, raised her hand and asked what measures the Korean branch should take. Tahun visualized the image of Pirate King Carlos, and said that the NPC responsible for granting quests related to intercontinental travel was Carlos himself. To succeed, a player would have to help him and persuade him to move to another continent. After these words, the girl clenched her fist and said that she had heard Carlos would never speak to an opponent unless that person possessed a reputation vile enough to shake an entire continent. Even if a quest existed that allowed movement to another continent, fulfilling such conditions would be nearly impossible. The director standing behind the manager replied that this was indeed true, at least if one followed common sense. He then frowned sharply and asked whether they had all forgotten that there was a character on their second server capable of dealing a blow powerful enough to shake the entire server. In his mind, the image of the main character surfaced. Mayan, seated at the very end of the table, rested her chin in her hands and said that Alice had already adjusted the script. Soon, all servers would become accessible to any user. Meanwhile, in the dangerous region of Caribbean, a hideout of the Black Pirates lay concealed. On a nearby mountain, dark magical energy gathered densely in the air. The main character stood there, watching the Black Pirates as they spoke among themselves about Carlos. Satan suddenly asked the owner what he planned to do. The protagonist responded calmly, asking how he meant. Jae Young smiled faintly and said that Carlos simply needed to be seasoned properly, lured to his side and then swallowed whole. As he spoke, a torrent of dark magical energy poured from his hand. Deep within a dungeon illuminated by flickering torches, Carlos sat inside a cell when a bowl of food suddenly crashed to the floor. Looking up in anger, he cursed it as something unfit for consumption. The bowl contained a thin stew that only street rats would eat. Moments later, the atmosphere inside the cell shifted. The fallen Pirate King lunged toward the food, muttering that he had to eat. He could not die miserably in such a place. One day he would escape and take revenge, even if it meant selling his soul to the devil. At that moment, a face emerged from the darkness. The main character mocked him, asking whether he had truly been serious when he spoke of selling his soul. Carlos froze in shock, then hurled himself backward against the wall, shouting to know who was there. His expression twisted as he wondered whether the shadow before him was real, or if he was finally losing his mind. As he spoke, the magical energy began to shift and take form. Within seconds, the main character stood clearly before him. Cold sweat streamed down Carlos's face, as he demanded to know who this intruder was. Smiling faintly, the boy replied that he did not quite know how to introduce himself, but he could confidently say that he was the one who would fulfill Carlos's wish, the so-called devil. As he released his overwhelming power, his accumulated bad karma far exceeded the required threshold. Carlos's passive skill, absolute greatness, was neutralized. His criminal pride was shattered, and his disdain for the weak was completely disabled. The old man pressed himself against the wall, trembling as he questioned what kind of dominance could crush him so completely. Faced with countless malicious intentions, his instincts screamed in terror. This devil was real. Looming over him, the protagonist received confirmation that Carlos's confession had been obtained, and that all conditions necessary to create the scenario had been fulfilled. A new turning point had arrived. Glowing eyes fixed on the fallen Pirate King, the boy asked what his wish was, and activated endless fear of death and madness in the shadows. Terror filled Carlos's eyes as he stammered that he wanted revenge. Bloody revenge against those who had betrayed him. Hearing this, the Bard of Anarchy laughed and said that bloody revenge was a remarkably simple wish. With a trembling voice, Carlos asked whether it could truly be granted. When the boy calmly answered that it could, the old man clutched his chest and asked what price would be demanded. Would it be his soul? Satan appeared beside the protagonist and whispered that it was a fine offer, asking whether he wanted to accept the soul. The protagonist ordered him to be quiet, then told Carlos in a cold voice that he had read too many fairy tales and that no soul was required. The torches lining every corridor burned steadily as the protagonist suddenly extended his hand toward the fallen Pirate King and said that he wanted only one thing. He asked whether Carlos could take him beyond the endless sea. Carlos's eyes widened in disbelief. The endless sea? Did he truly mean that place? Before he could finish speaking, a broad smile spread across his face. A new continent. Wild laughter echoed through the dungeon, causing nearby pirates to turn their heads and mutter that Carlos had finally gone mad. The fallen Pirate King planted his hands on his knees and declared that the man before him was no devil. The protagonist replied calmly that he merely had a very close relationship with one. Without a trace of fear in his eyes, Carlos smiled and said that even someone like him who had once returned from the endless sea had known of such a place only as a legend. He asked whether he understood correctly that the boy intended to devote his entire life to this undertaking. The protagonist smiled in return and said that there was no one better suited to challenge the legend than Carlos himself, the true Pirate King. Those words filled the old man's eyes with renewed confidence. Stroking his chin, he muttered that a new continent sounded truly fascinating. If such a place existed, then the world was still full of people who could kneel before him and swear their allegiance. After a moment of thought, the fallen Pirate King raised his head and firmly declared that he accepted the offer. He called the young man a nameless human even more devilish than the devil himself, then laughed madly and vowed that he would personally take him to the new continent. The moment those words left his mouth, an explosion of terrifying power rang out. Pirates fleeing the dungeon screamed in panic when asked what had happened, shouting that an emergency had occurred. Carlos had escaped from prison, and his superiors needed to be informed immediately. Soon pirates gathered beneath the roof where Carlos stood, yelling for him to surrender. They claimed there was no place in all of Caribbean where he could run. Hearing this, a smile crept across the old man's face. He replied calmly that he could not afford to surrender. A massive moon hung in the night sky as Carlos, the level 240 Pirate King, pointed his sword at his enemies and roared that even dozens of them would still be unable to defeat him. Only minutes earlier, with his head lowered, Carlos had turned to the protagonist and asked how many they could defeat together if they stood against the entire might of Caribbean. Closing his eyes, the boy had answered without hesitation that they could defeat everyone. Carlos had looked up in astonishment, but Jae Young had suddenly pointed forward and said that such a method was boring. He had a better idea. He handed Carlos a weapon and spent 85,000 integrity points. The Pirate King's favor rose sharply, and he accepted the player as a close friend. Their bond was established. The player's reputation in Caribbean soared, and a new rumor began spreading through the city's taverns. After cutting down all who attacked him, Carlos spread his arms wide and shouted for everyone to witness his revival. In his hand was the terror of the Black Sea, a legendary sword forged from the vertebrae of an ancient sea king that eternally swam the Black Sea of the magical world. Looking down at him, the protagonist said that the weapon suited him, and that he was glad to have given it to him. Satan immediately asked why he had given Carlos such a weapon, and even spent integrity when he could have fought personally. Jae Young glanced at the Demon King and replied that while that was true and would have preserved more integrity, this was a chance to observe and learn. The familiar stared at him in surprise. Turning his gaze back to the battlefield, the Bard of Anarchy added that sometimes it was better to act quietly from behind the scenes rather than announce everything openly. Just then, a pirate stormed onto the battlefield, shouting in fury and asking whether Carlos had lost his mind. He accused him of courting death by escaping and demanded how he dared to run. The old man smiled broadly and said that he had not seen that face in a long time. Sparrow advanced toward him, hatred burning in his single eye. He shouted that Carlos had already lost all his subordinates and asked whether he truly believed he could defeat them all, including the Redbeard elite who were already on their way. Once Abel arrived, it would be over. Without the slightest fear, the Pirate King frowned and replied that he had told him this many times. The atmosphere shifted instantly, becoming utterly unrecognizable. Carlos declared that Sparrow would die a horrible death, crawling on the ground. Activating the curse of the deep sea, he summoned massive tentacles. One loomed directly above Sparrow. Terror filled the pirate's eyes as he screamed in disbelief. In the next instant, a thunderous explosion echoed across the battlefield. The Redbeard pirates all witnessed it. Abel raised her brows in shock and wondered if this was truly Carlos's power. It was absurd, she thought. No mere human should be capable of such might. Suddenly she noticed a black silhouette standing on a rooftop. Peering closer, she saw the protagonist wearing a crazed smile. Her mouth fell open in fear. Charging into the pirate's territory, Abel screamed at Carlos, asking whether he had made a pact with the devil. The old man's eyes blazed as he answered that only she remained, draining Caribbean's blood, and asked whether she was prepared to pay for it with her own. At that moment, a colossal tentacle wrapped itself around the captain of the Redbeard pirates. Blood and organs scattered through the air. A system notice appeared. Sparrow, captain of the Black Pirates, was dead. Abel, captain of the Redbeard pirates, was dead. For executing the leaders of two major criminal organizations, a remarkable achievement was awarded, along with the title Conqueror of Crime. Carlos landed heavily on the ground and laughed, asking which of them would be the next to go to hell. Ellie flew up beside the protagonist and said that while this one-sided massacre was wrong, it would be more accurate to call it the judgment they deserved. Her master replied that she should wait, because the most interesting part was only just beginning. Carlos's eyes suddenly flared with fury as he demanded to know what they were doing and why no one else was approaching him. The remaining pirates, terror etched on their faces, backed away and whispered that they were afraid and did not want to die. Hearing this, the old man's brows knit together. He asked what they had just said, then erupted in rage, screaming that they were nothing but scum. They did not even deserve to call themselves black pirates if they could not attack out of fear of death. His roar froze them in place. Veins bulged on the Pirate King's face as he continued shouting, asking where they had been when that cowardly traitor had ambushed and imprisoned him. Had they not bowed their heads back then, trembling and begging for mercy just as they were now? Did they truly think this was what black pirates looked like? Had all their pride sunk to the bottom of the sea? With every shout, his eyes burned brighter. When he finally fell silent, sabers and daggers clattered to the ground. The pirates bowed deeply and shouted for forgiveness, admitting that they had disgraced the black pirates and begging to be executed. Watching this, Ellie raised her brows in surprise. Carlos exhaled slowly and calmed himself. Looking at his subordinates, he said that he truly wanted to kill them all, but instead, he would grant them one final chance. The atmosphere changed instantly. Carlos clenched his fist tightly and roared that they would raise the black pirate flag once more and spread their will and beliefs across the entire world. His eyes burned fiercely as he lifted his weapon above his head and declared that from this moment on, Caribbean was united again. Hearing his words, the pirates raised their fists into the air, their shouts echoing through the night. Only minutes later, the black flag was raised once more. The pirates stared at their king as he shouted that they must use every possible means to spread this message to the rest of the world. All those who wished to burn a world filled with unjust discrimination and inequality to the ground. All those who dreamed of creating a new world where everyone was equal, vagabonds, criminals, fugitives, beggars, and the forgotten alike, should come to Caribbean and make their dreams a reality. Here and now, he declared, they would take the first step toward true freedom. The black pirate flag fluttered violently in the wind. With one arm wrapped around the main character, the old man finished his speech together with his closest companion Dex. The moment the boy heard that name, confusion filled his eyes, and he muttered that something felt off. Moonlight bathed Caribbean as notifications appeared, announcing that the Pirate King was declaring a great revolution. Those yearning for true freedom began flocking to Caribbean, and when the turning point was reached, a new nation would be born. Satan's eyes lit up as he clenched his fists and praised his master's magnificence. This man had reclaimed all his former glory. He asked whether this outcome had been anticipated, whether that was why the sword and part of his power had been given to Carlos. Spreading his arms wide, the Demon King said that he was generously investing in evil with potential, pushing it to grow large enough to overturn the world. If it succeeded, it would not merely be profit, but the greatest jackpot imaginable. He added that his master's evil thoughts ran so deep that even he could not fully grasp them. The boy quietly thought that he had not expected much in the first place. He turned toward Carlos, who immediately asked what was wrong. Frowning tensely, the main character said that everything else was fine, but the promise Carlos had made him was the most important thing. The Pirate King burst into loud laughter and assured him that there was nothing to worry about. This, he said, was the very first step toward fulfilling that promise. Turning to his subordinates, Carlos shouted for them to raise their heads. He announced that he would now give them their first task. Dozens of pirates fixed their eyes on him as he declared that from now on they would search for a new continent and the route leading to it. Stretching out his hand, he ordered them to gather every clue they could find, no matter how small or seemingly useless. He and his friend would judge their worth, not the pirates themselves. Jae Young smiled faintly to himself. He had never wanted to cause such a commotion, but it was not as bad as it seemed. Notifications appeared before his eyes, stating that all the conditions required to initiate the main scenario had been met. The second act, titled New Continent, had officially begun, and the story of the forgotten legend had resurfaced. He had been chosen as the main player in this scenario, meaning the course of the story could change depending on his actions. The game's progress now required close observation. At that same moment, a video featuring the main character was uploaded to YouTube. The nickname Dex hovered above his head. Viewers immediately flooded the comments, asking whether this was the real Dex. Bright sunlight illuminated the Eyelass Entertainment Company as Suk and his colleague burst through the door, shouting in disbelief and demanding to know what this was. Suk ground his teeth in anger, asking who could have done such a thing. Inside a box in front of them lay a pair of underwear and a note, a clear message from the protagonist's stalkers. Beneath the video featuring Jae Young, there were already 32,681 comments. Viewers fiercely debated whether the video had been uploaded with his permission, or whether he had signed a contract. As soon as speculation arose about someone knowing the true identity of the player known as Dex, members of the guild called What Color Are Dex's Underwear appeared, declaring that it was time to show their potential. The protagonist spoke on the phone, asking whether that was why comments were being deleted and blocked all day. He was told that the company did not even have enough staff to handle the flood of comments, even with every employee working on moderation, and they asked whether he could contact Dex directly. His brows furrowed tightly as he realized that it had finally happened. He wondered how those stalkers could sense everything so precisely, yet there was nothing he could do. The CEO, at least, was trustworthy. After a moment of thought, he turned back and firmly said that he was Dex. Suk's eyes widened in shock as he asked what he had just said. Lowering his head, he asked if it was really true. Jae Young explained that Joa's chocolate cake was merely the name of the character he had been disguising himself as, and that his real nickname was Dex. He had avoided revealing it because he feared situations exactly like this. Now he hoped that only Suk would know the truth, and that he could tell the other employees that he simply had a close relationship with Dex. Cold sweat rolled down Suk's face as he promised to do exactly that. Jae Young's expression hardened as he suddenly said that he would film and upload a video to resolve the situation himself. Not long after, a notification appeared announcing that a new video had been published on the channel Everyday Life of a Destroyer. In the video, the main character asked for everyone's attention and explained that it had been made specifically for the guild of stalkers who kept visiting the channel and causing trouble. Players who saw their idol reacted in wildly different ways, but every response was charged with intense emotion. Jay stood in front of the system screen and calmly explained that he had a close relationship with the owner of the channel. They had agreed that his own videos would occasionally be uploaded there in the future, and that no one should try to guess his true identity. He asked everyone to refrain from doing anything foolish, such as searching for or asking about his personal information anywhere. He stated clearly that he knew both persuasion and intimidation well enough to understand that stalking was a crime, and that such matters would be dealt with properly. All the members of the guild called What Color Are Dex's Panties watched the video without blinking. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The Bard of Anarchy declared firmly that if they did not listen this time, he would quit the game forever. There was not a trace of hesitation in his eyes as he warned them to behave properly from now on. If they continued to act recklessly, they could truly land themselves in serious trouble. The guild leader and his right-hand man stiffened at those words. Then, completely unexpectedly, Jae Young raised his middle finger toward the camera and casually announced that he wore black underwear. With that, the video abruptly ended. the faces of the guild leaders flushed red. After imagining black underwear in their minds, they shouted loudly that his underwear was definitely black. Sunlight poured over the streets, as messages spread rapidly through the chat, celebrating that the mystery had finally been solved. From that day onward, they declared, they would promote the color black to the masses. A massive knight suddenly clenched his fist and roared that from now on, any wrongdoing, including leaving malicious comments on the Destroyer's daily life channel, would be judged mercilessly, regardless of the reason. The guild members shouted in unison that they understood. The atmosphere shifted completely as the guild leader continued, declaring that this was not the end of it. From now on, all malicious comments would be treated as hostile acts against their guild, whether the target was GM, Nabal, or anyone else. No matter who dared to provoke them, they would never let it go unpunished. Spreading his arms wide, the leader raised a pair of black underwear and shouted at the top of his lungs that it was time to move forward for the sake of their black future. Sometime later, a delivery arrived at Eyeless Entertainment Company. Suk opened the box and froze, muttering in embarrassment that this was far too much. Inside lay a single pair of black underwear. He stared at it awkwardly, wondering whether he should really pass along such a gift from a fan. Meanwhile, in the free city of Caribbean, a ship was docked at the first pier. Pirates bustled about tirelessly, shouting orders to bring more wood and to move on to the next section once repairs were complete. With his arms crossed, the Pirate King bellowed for everyone to keep working, and reminded them that they were cooperating without regard for faction or affiliation. All of this, he said, was for the sake of restoring Caribbean's status as a legendary port city. Watching the pirate ship from the side, the protagonist noted to himself that the atmosphere of the city had changed noticeably. When a capable person became a leader, efficiency improved dramatically. System notifications confirmed his thoughts, reporting that restoration work was underway in Caribbean. 36% of the city's functions had been restored. The war for influence among criminal organizations had ended, and city stability had risen to 89%. A few minutes later, Carlos glanced to the side and asked where his friend had gone. He mentioned that he had sent a telegram. The boy waved his hand apologetically and said that he had something personal to attend to. Carlos then gestured toward a small box and told him to look inside. Curious, the boy peered in and saw many of the items he had asked to be searched for across Caribbean. An old magic rank compass, a faded magic rank sea chart, a cracked magic rank telescope, and a tattered magic rank logbook. Smiling broadly, the Pirate King explained that at first glance, these items looked like nothing more than antiques. However, it was obvious to him that these legendary artifacts were connected to the Endless Sea. As Pirate King, he could guarantee it. Unfortunately, having been left in harsh conditions for so long, they no longer functioned properly. Holding one of the items, the boy asked whether they still had any value. Carlos picked up the old logbook and replied that of course they did. Based on what was written inside, he said, they would never have survived the Endless Sea without these items. If they were to search for a new continent, everything would need to be repaired and restored to proper working order. Hearing this, the protagonist raised his eyebrows and asked whether there was a way to repair them. Carlos nodded, saying that he had already considered that possibility. Because these were magical antiques, the only way to repair them was through the Blue Magic Tower. As he spoke, he imagined a towering structure crowned with brilliant light, then sighed apologetically. Most of the people in Caribbean were wanted criminals, he explained, so only he could visit the Blue Magic Tower. With that, the protagonist received the key clues necessary to advance the scenario, triggering the creation of a quest to repair the old magical artifacts. Alice, without lifting her head, announced that the estimated time remaining until the scenario officially began was 2 days. She then calculated the most likely continents that could be reached from the second continent, identifying the third continent associated with Japan and the fourth continent associated with China. Standing opposite her, Jenica furrowed her brows angrily. She said that given the situation, the problem had clearly originated from the second continent, and it could no longer be delayed. She would have to intervene personally. Upon learning that a continental transfer scenario had been created, she raised her brows in alarm, muttering that the scenario was not yet fully prepared and that no one knew what kind of problems might arise. Visualizing the second continent, overflowing with magical energy, she added that they could not allow a scenario born of external interference to proceed unchecked. If it did, the issue could spread to every continent. With a sharp breath, she placed her hand over her chest and declared that she was assuming command as a first-degree administrator. She immediately ordered the frequency of deep-sea monster attacks in the Arcadia Ocean to be increased by 100% and their difficulty by 1000%. A system screen appeared as the AI verified her first-degree administrator privileges, attempted to adjust the Arcadia Ocean difficulty, and then announced that the request could not be executed. Jenica stared in shock and shouted, demanding to know why. She insisted that she was a first-degree administrator. Alice replied calmly that the order constituted an unfair balance adjustment targeting a specific user, and that the user in question had accepted a settlement agreement with the head office and acquired the absolute right of defense. As Alice sent all the related data by email, Jenica shouted in disbelief, asking what this absolute right of defense was and why she had never heard of it. Opening the documents, she muttered in confusion about what kind of ridiculous festival this was. The air trembled as she suddenly screamed, demanding to know what on earth the Korean branch had done. Back in Caribbean, Carlos once again looked at the protagonist and apologized, repeating that because most people in the city were wanted criminals, only he could visit the Blue Magic Tower. With that, the protagonist firmly grasped the key clues required to advance the scenario, and the quest to repair the ancient magical artifacts was officially set in motion. In his mind, the image of the Blue Magic Tower rose once more, its summit blazing with brilliant light. The man said to himself that this was the only city base of wizards, and that he had to go there. However, the distance was far too great. Resting his hand against his chin, he noted that the Blue Magic Tower stood on the opposite edge of the continent. No matter how fast they traveled, a round trip of 2 or 3 weeks would consume too much time. That meant they had to find another way. There was not a trace of fear or hesitation in the eyes of the Bard of Anarchy, as he remarked that traveling to the gnomes would also take a long time and would not be particularly effective. Still, there had to be a solution. Suddenly, he remembered Satan, who had once said that he possessed the power to break the laws of the world, to forcibly distort and reveal them while ignoring cause and effect. Jae-young then recalled holding a shard overflowing with powerful magical energy. Immediately after that, he remembered Ellie, who had once placed her hands over her chest and said that all he truly needed was will. As that thought crossed his mind, his magical aura surged several times over. The lantern before him rapidly filled with warm light. Surprise flickered in his eyes as he watched the broken relics of the past begin to respond, their surfaces wrapped in magical energy. A notification appeared, informing him that these damaged artifacts could be restored using decency, for a cost of 200,000 decency points. Without hesitating, the protagonist initiated the restoration process. An overwhelmingly powerful magical aura burst forth around him. The Pirate King stared at his friend in astonishment, wondering if the antique was truly reacting to him. Less than a minute later, the light faded. The Bard of Anarchy smiled calmly and said that it seemed to have worked. Before him lay the tattered logbook, now burning with a steady glow, responding to both decency and willpower. When he opened it, the entries inside became perfectly clear. The author described facing death in the endless sea countless times. It was a vast ocean without direction, filled with unknown monsters that could appear at any moment, and storms that could change without warning. The telescope and compass shone brightly, and the logbook stated that without these two mysterious artifacts, the author would never have survived long enough to record his journey. He offered thanks to his ancestors for passing them down. All the required items rested neatly on the table. System screens appeared, announcing that the restoration process had been successfully completed. 200,000 decency points were consumed. The broken compass was replaced with the dreamer's guide, and the cracked spyglass became the observer's eye. With that, the quests repairing old magical artifacts and the legend of the forgotten were completed, and the protagonist received the title Child Growing Up Too Fast. Satan frowned in disbelief and exclaimed that this was madness, spending such resources to restore what looked like junk. Ellie, standing nearby, added that she could not believe he had used time travel to fix everything. Jae-young turned toward them and asked what was wrong. Was there really a problem with this? The Demon King shouted back that he only asked because Jae clearly had no idea what he had just done. Time travel was not a power one could casually use to fix things. Jae-young glanced away indifferently and asked what kind of time travel this was supposed to be. Was it really that special? Satan put his hand on his hip and said that while it was not ordinary, he had been suspicious for a long time. Ever since Jae had forced a Demon King into a contract, something had felt off. Ellie furrowed her brows anxiously and asked whether her master had ever formed a contract with any transcendental being other than them. Otherwise, she could not explain this phenomenon. Hearing this, Jae-young rested his hand on his chin and wondered aloud whether this was simply a feature of his profession. The familiars shouted in unison, asking whether that was truly supposed to be an excuse. Jae-young imagined the lantern in his hand once more, and reminded himself that his profession was called Anarchy Bard. Yet the more he played, the less it felt like an ordinary class. Pressing a hand to his chest, he said that it had simply been given to him because he was who he was, and if everything was already laid bare on the board, then there was no reason not to enjoy it. Smiling broadly, he told his familiars to watch carefully, because he would show them just how much destruction he could cause. He then turned to the Pirate King and asked whether everything was functioning properly now. Carlos picked up the telescope and compass, nodded, and replied that everything worked perfectly. In fact, they felt as good as new. Jae-young asked whether it was now possible to go to the new continent. Carlos answered that it certainly was, though he had not expected the plan to change so drastically. Everything written in the logbook was now ready. All that remained was the ship and the crew. By tomorrow, he would prepare a battleship, selecting only the most outstanding sailors. There was no need to worry. Hearing this, the Bard of Anarchy smiled sarcastically and asked what he was talking about. Of course, he would be going to the new continent as well. The Pirate King's brows tightened, and a drop of cold sweat slid down his cheek. Caribbean was still unstable, he said, and he hoped Jay understood what that meant. Jae Young looked at him from beneath lowered brows and replied that he was talking too much. He asked bluntly whether Carlos was afraid of the sea. The atmosphere shifted instantly. Carlos straightened, his powerful aura erupting as he angrily asked whether Jay was trying to provoke him. At that moment, notifications appeared, announcing that a branching point in the main scenario had been reached. The direction of the scenario could now change depending on the player's actions, and caution was advised. Seeing this, Jae Young smiled faintly. A turning point had arrived. He thought to himself that his understanding had been correct all along. His goal was not merely to reach a new continent. In his mind, the image of a massive red dragon formed. His true objective was to hunt the dragon that lived on the new continent, and that was impossible to do alone. He needed overwhelming strength. Looking steadily at the Pirate King, he spoke of danger filled with romance, thrilling adventures, and the chance to conquer the seas of a new world. Carlos lowered his gaze and said that if the ruler of Caribbean died during such a campaign, everything would collapse. It was his duty to protect this land. Unexpectedly, Jae Young smiled and said that the solution was simple. Carlos did not need to die. Instead, he should conquer the sea and engrave his name into history as the discoverer of a new continent. Shock flickered across the old man's eyes as those words sank in. In the blink of an eye, the player appeared right before him and activated the negotiation skill on Carlos. The skill allowed him to clearly grasp what the Pirate King was thinking, while also planting doubt in the target's own judgment. With the added bonuses, the likelihood of the player's proposal being accepted increased significantly. After a brief pause, the old man frowned and asked what Jae Young wanted from him. Hearing this, Jae smiled broadly and said that he intended to go with him to another continent. This was not a matter of sending a single ship to scout ahead. He was talking about gathering the Black Pirates, the pride of Caribbean, assembling every ship capable of crossing the ocean, and raising the pirate flag across that cursed endless sea. He imagined a fleet cutting through the waves, and then the Black Pirate flag being planted on a continent where no human had ever set foot. As the image took shape in his mind, the atmosphere aboard the ship shifted dramatically. Jae Young declared that he wanted to share this moment with the Pirate King, the moment when criminals and pirates, long treated like insects and subhumans, would accomplish something no kingdom or empire had ever achieved. Ending his performance, he extended his hand toward Carlos and asked whether he would join him. The old man stared at his friend, his mouth slightly open in astonishment. At the same time, sunlight flooded the Korean branch of Arcadia. Ton spread his arms wide and shouted, asking what the CEO meant by this, and whether the continental shift scenario was truly inevitable. The man standing opposite him replied that everything was exactly as stated. He had just received permission from his superior to access the relevant information, and had confirmed it personally. A user was currently carrying out the preliminary tasks required to move to another continent, with the help of Carlos, who had taken control of Caribbean. Hearing this, the scenario team leader furrowed his brows and demanded to know whether a user was really about to move to another continent so quickly. Suddenly, realization struck him, and his voice trembled as he asked who was responsible for managing that user. Another director raised his brows in confusion and asked what he meant. Tuan then imagined the main character and asked what would happen if a user from the Korean continent crossed over and started causing trouble or doing unpredictable things. The man replied calmly that according to the rules, responsibility would fall on the local branch of the destination continent, not the Korean branch. When the director heard this, he froze as if struck by lightning and muttered quietly that he did not know which country it would be, but he already felt sorry for them. Sometime later, countless pirate ships filled the bay. Standing on one of them, the Pirate King smiled broadly and shouted orders for the entire fleet to prepare for departure. From this moment on, all the forces of Caribbean would head toward a new continent beyond the endless sea. At his command, the Black Pirate flag was raised high. The protagonist smiled with satisfaction and thought to himself that it was finally time to raise the sails. The Dragon Heart was already waiting for him. Standing on the deck beneath the blazing sun, he watched as the Caribbean fleet set out in search of a new continent. A week passed, and the fleet entered the endless sea. Gazing at the black waters ahead, the Pirate King smiled and remarked that it truly lived up to its frightening reputation. He wondered aloud whether the name Endless Sea came from its unfathomable depths, or its boundless horizon. At that moment, a warning appeared, stating that they had entered the waters of the Endless Sea. If a character remained offline here for more than 3 hours, the character would die and the player would be sent to the nearest uninhabited island. They were being forced to stay online. Jae Young looked into the distance and realized that this condition was harsher than it seemed. It felt as though the system was deliberately forcing a detour, rather than guiding them toward a goal it did not wish to acknowledge. The atmosphere shifted abruptly. Jae Young smiled wildly and said that his heart was pounding with excitement. On the 10th day after entering the Endless Sea, the excessive mana in the atmosphere began to cause erratic weather and violent ocean currents, constantly damaging Carlos's veteran fleet. Towering waves slammed into the ships from every direction. The protagonists stared into the water. In such raging seas, hunting any living creature with human strength was impossible, and their stored food was consumed far faster than anticipated. The Pirate King glanced at his exhausted subordinates. Their only lifeline was the 2 items restored by Dex. One was a magical compass, its massive arrow unwaveringly indicating their direction of travel. The other was a restored telescope, wrapped in powerful magical energy. With it they could observe objects up to 50 kilometers away, and even hear voices from the direction they were observing. All the while, monsters swam beneath the waves. Holding the telescope, Carlos said that without it, they would already be doomed. Avoiding deep-sea monsters was difficult enough, but if they were forced to confront them repeatedly, the fleet would suffer fatal losses in this endless expanse. Jae Young asked about the current situation. Carlos replied that so far they had lost 32 medium attack ships, 15 supply ships, and 8 large vessels due to monster attacks and navigational damage. Casualties and injuries had reached roughly 1,200 people. Overcrowding continued to worsen, leading to severe food shortages and a lack of space. Lowering his head, the Pirate King muttered that at this rate, they only had about a week left to continue their voyage. It would be a bitter end to mobilize all of Caribbean's ships, embark on such an uncertain journey, and meet death instead of discovery. He looked at Dex's back and wondered whether this man truly knew what the future held. At that moment, notifications appeared before Jae Young, informing him that Carlos's favor had increased dramatically. Carlos would now believe even the impossible if Jae said it was so. Suddenly, enormous glowing eyes appeared beneath the surface of the sea. The ship shook violently. The water surged, tossing the vessel from side to side as pirates shouted in panic, asking what was happening. There was nothing visible on the horizon, and the wind had barely changed. Seconds later, shock appeared in Jae Young's eyes. Smiling faintly, he said that they were in serious trouble and told Carlos to look. What the Pirate King saw made his blood run cold. It was not 1 or 2 massive creatures beneath them, but an entire swarm. Grinding his teeth, Carlos shouted, asking whether their fleet was provoking them. Jae shook his head and replied firmly that it was not that. He looked again and realized that every monster was moving in the same direction. They were not attacking, they were fleeing, desperately trying to survive. And at that very moment, the Kraken, the legendary terror of the Endless Sea, rose from the depths. Seeing the colossal monster, Carlos instinctively spread his arms in fear. Calmly, the Bard of Anarchy said that all the creatures they had seen were running away from it. Without hesitation, the Pirate King turned his head and shouted for the entire fleet to retreat, muttering to himself that the legendary monster truly existed and that there was no way they could ever defeat it. Unexpectedly, Jae Young stepped forward and stopped him. He said it was already too late to change direction. If they turned back now, they would be destroyed. The only option was to keep moving forward. Smiling faintly, he raised his hand and said that he would deal with the Kraken himself. With his eyes wide open, he activated spiritualism and summoned Amelia. The Kraken fixed its burning gaze on the fleet. At that moment, a crosshair appeared in Jae Young's vision as the all-penetrating gaze activated, identifying the enemy's weak points and calculating the optimal attack. Seconds later, 3 hearts were detected within the monster's massive body. A magnum arrow was released, ignoring all defenses. Fired from the enormous bow in his hands, the arrow tore straight through the Kraken. A notification appeared, announcing that one of the Kraken's 3 hearts had been destroyed. The creature was exhausted, and phase 1 of the battle was complete. However, the player had incurred the wrath of the deep sea, and was warned to prepare for the next phase. The pirates stared at the monster in disbelief and shouted that it was impossible for a single player to deal such damage to the Kraken in one strike. Even so, the magic fog had stilled the wind, and the ships could not move at sufficient speed. Hearing this, the Bard of Anarchy smiled and asked whether all they truly needed was for the wind to blow. Looking above, he spotted a massive magic sphere. Activating his penetrating gaze once more, he analyzed the flow of mana in the atmosphere. Drawing his bow again, he declared that he had found the storm's magic eye. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed Storm Gust. The magic sphere split apart, and a violent wind erupted. Raising his hand, he praised the shot. The pirates struggled to keep their footing as they shouted that the wind was pushing the ships at several times their normal speed. Carlos waved his hand and roared that now was the moment to move forward. It was time to flee at full speed. The fleet surged ahead, rapidly pulling away from the Kraken. Pirates hurried to repair damaged equipment as best they could, shouting reports across the decks. Grinding his teeth, Carlos told himself that they only needed to endure a little longer. Such an opportunity would never come again, and their destination was already close. The magic compass glowed, its arrow unwavering. A pirate peered through the telescope, then froze in shock. He screamed at the top of his lungs that he could see land. The distant shoreline grew clearer with every passing minute. Jae Young read the notifications and laughed wildly. He had become the first player to discover a new continent. If he reported its details, he would receive immeasurable wealth and honor. He gained the titles Outstanding Navigator and Explorer of the Unknown, and arrived in a continent governed by a different language zone. At the same time, the main scenario reached a major turning point. Jae Young announced that he had arrived in Japan, joking that this was his first trip abroad, and that he was looking forward to it. In his mind, he reflected that what was called a continent was essentially a server assigned to each country. Arcadia Online was a vast world where players from across the globe shared a single connected reality. The Pirate King stood behind him as Jae Young wondered aloud how people would react when he uploaded the video. He then asked whether Carlos was truly on guard. Folding his arms, Carlos replied that he was. Everything had been prepared as promised, and the pirate flag was clearly visible. The black pirate flag fluttered proudly in the wind. Satisfied, Jae Young said that now all they had to do was wait for it to be noticed. Kale, a port city along the Asumi Sea, lay directly along the coast. Through a spyglass, a fleet of ships was spotted approaching. Focusing closer, a pirate flag came into view. Lowering the spyglass, Minato, the level 85 commander of Kale's Coast Guard, smiled in satisfaction. He said that an event worth exploiting had finally appeared. Minutes later, he ordered the second fleet to prepare for departure. Pirates were invading the waters of Isumi, and they needed to prepare for battle. One of his men suggested informing the local lord first, but Minato silenced him, gripping his sword and asking whether he truly intended to trouble the lord over a mere pirate matter. Smiling, he whistled and said to himself that this was the first event since he had taken this post. He would not miss the reward because of foolish NPCs. He would handle it personally. The second fleet sailed toward the pirate ships. Minato stood proudly aboard one of the Japanese vessels. Watching through the telescope, the protagonist realized that the approaching fleet was not composed of NPCs alone. A player was among them. It was an unexpected and intriguing variable. Carlos rushed to Jae Young and shouted that the enemy fleet was already visible on the horizon. If they continued forward, they would be attacked first, so they needed to prepare for battle. Calmly, Jae Young replied that they should wait a little longer. In situations like this, there were important procedures to follow. First, they needed to talk. Hearing this, surprise filled the Pirate King's eyes. He then raised his voice and declared that this was Dex's decision. So all the remaining ships, except for the one flying the Black Line, were ordered to stay on standby. One by one, the vessels halted, leaving only the ship carrying the Bard of Anarchy moving forward. A drop of cold sweat slid down Carlos's face, as he admitted to himself that this was reckless, yet undeniably true. They had crossed the sea not merely for piracy, but for a great achievement. Their lone ship continued sailing straight toward the Japanese flotilla. Watching Jae Young's back, the Pirate King reflected that engaging in battle without even attempting to speak with the people of this newly reached continent would have been a terrible mistake. If not for Dex, he would have walked the wrong path once again. No sooner had this thought crossed his mind than shock flashed through his eyes. The boy suddenly said that he wanted to tell him one interesting fact. Jae Young glanced at the old man from the corner of his eye and said that no matter what happened, the reason always mattered, especially when one was trying to achieve something so great and wanted to see it through to the end. Carlos frowned in confusion and asked what he meant. Instead of answering, Jae smiled and calmly ordered an attack. At the same moment, Minato extended his hand and commanded his fleet to open fire. A cannonball burst from the barrel, and a deafening explosion followed. Through the rising smoke, particles of magical energy shimmered. The protagonist's ship was suddenly shielded by enormous tentacles. Gripping his sword, Carlos shouted furiously that those damned bastards dared to attack them first. The man beside him added that it seemed, as expected, that the enemy had no intention of talking. Jae Young turned to Carlos and said that now it was clear they were the victims who had been attacked first, and the other side had become the aggressor. The Japanese ships quickly formed a tight defensive line. Seeing the strange magic surrounding the enemy vessel, Minato screamed in horror, asking what that thing was and whether it was truly an octopus. He shouted that he had never seen anything like it. A crazed smile spread across Jae Young's face, as he asked Carlos whether he now understood what needed to be done. Hearing this, the Pirate King laughed loudly. Clenching his fist, he exclaimed that Dex truly was the most demonic man in the world. Turning to his fleet, he roared that if the enemy's way of speaking was cannon fire, then they would answer in kind. The pirates drew their sabers and shouted for the order to be given. Seconds later, as commanded, the pirate ships unleashed their cannons. Within minutes, the Japanese vessels were shattered. One pirate approached Jae Young and reported that, As ordered, they had deliberately allowed one ship to escape, and judging by its course, it would safely reach land. Jae-young smiled with satisfaction, thinking that they had achieved a stunning victory without even needing to use the river spirit. He wondered briefly if this was truly the power of Caribbean's 5 great taboos, then turned his attention back to the blazing wreckage. Now, it was time for the conversation he had been waiting for. Minato was bound to the mast of the ship. The Bard of Anarchy approached him and greeted him calmly. Minato screamed in terror, shouting that death at sea carried the death penalty. The blindfold was torn away, and Jae-young smiled faintly as he asked whether he understood what was being said. Minato stared at him in shock and asked if he was a user. Then he began shouting furiously, demanding to know if Jae truly understood who he was dealing with. He claimed that the ruler of Izumi stood behind him and that if this situation was not resolved immediately, Jae would be declared wanted. Listening quietly, Jae-young rested his hand against his chin and remarked to himself that the Japanese server had a distinctly Asian style and that the translation system was truly impressive. A pirate stepped forward, irritation clear on his face, and asked what they should do with this loud-mouthed man. Jae praised them for capturing him, then casually ordered them to kill him. The pirates closed in on Minato with unhinged smiles. Satan watched the scene with delight, thinking to himself that his master truly was a devil. Carlos then approached Jae-young and reported that, as ordered, they had crippled several enemy ships, leaving them barely able to sail. Jae nodded in satisfaction and said that everything was ready. Turning his gaze toward the coast, he added with a sinister smile that it was now time to plant their flag on the new continent. The pirate fleet advanced toward Kale, the port city near the Izumi Sea. Dark silhouettes along the shore noticed them and shouted in confusion, demanding to know where these invaders had come from. Reports quickly spread that, according to the survivors, Minato himself had declared war. Hearing this, Rako, the lord of Kale, furrowed his brows in fury and shouted that such a thing had happened without his permission. He could scarcely believe it. Still, there was no choice. He ordered the first fleet to prepare to sail and ready themselves for battle. Moments later, the ships began to move. At the same time, Carlos told Jae-young to watch carefully. Folding his arms across his chest, the Pirate King smiled broadly and said that he would now show him how the pirates of Caribbean, the city of criminals, had managed to survive until now. He would show him their true resilience. Raising his voice, Carlos ordered all pirates to prepare for battle, declaring that they would seize control of the coast in a single decisive strike. Hearing this, the pirates raised their sabers high above their heads. After some time, 5 ships from the first fleet of the Shan Empire Navy were sunk. Carlos waved his hand and laughed loudly, giving the order to shoot everyone and leave no survivors. Satan carefully recorded everything in a huge book and said that this destruction, confusion, and victory were precisely why he had raised this man. He added that when cultivating a bad person, one should never think that decency is a waste of time, because the initial investment is insignificant. If such a person is kept close and faithfully nurtured until their depravity fully blossoms, then one day there will be light, or rather true darkness. Seeing this, Ellie let out a heavy sigh and remarked that he was nothing more than a pathetic winged creature. Before long, the remaining enemy ships were engulfed in flames. System notifications soon reported that the port city of Kale had been completely destroyed, and that the waters of Izumi had fallen under the control of the Black Pirates. As a result, the territory of the Shounen Empire shrank by 1.19%. This also greatly increased the risk of the Empire dispatching inspectors and punitive forces. However, at the same time, several related quests were completed, and rumors about the Black Pirates began spreading across the entire continent. The protagonist firmly set foot in Port Kale, followed closely by the Pirate King and his subordinates. On that very day, the Caribbean forces successfully entered Port Kale, the first gateway to the new continent. With a wide smile, Jae-young remarked that the air here felt pleasant, although it carried a faint scent of burning. His terrifying magical energy spread across the open field and reached a nearby girl. She abruptly turned around and angrily demanded to know what kind of strange magical energy that was. At the same time, the Japanese branch of Arcadia was bathed in bright sunlight. The staff had gathered in the strategic conference room. Shoto, the person in charge of scenario planning, looked around at everyone present and announced that it was time to begin the briefing on the Shounen Empire's security plan. She introduced a city built on water and explained that, because the Empire focused heavily on naval power, the plan revolved around controlling the major coastal city of Posse. As she visualized the plan in her mind, she stated that the effort to lure key NPCs concentrated in the waters of Izumi to their side was now 90% complete. Shoto raised her eyebrows as she listened to a report from a staff member who explained that, during the pilot phase, the settings of certain troops had been modified so they could be commanded by users assigned to specific positions. Although the final results had not yet been fully calculated, he believed the outcome would be positive, as the situation was progressing exactly as their team had anticipated. With that, the report came to an end, and sunlight continued to flood the room. Kazuki, the director of Arcadia's Japanese branch, crossed his arms and praised everyone for their hard work, saying that their performance had been excellent. Smiling to himself, he reflected that Arcadia was a game that had captured the attention of the entire world, and he felt fortunate to have accidentally become responsible for launching the Japanese server. In truth, however, the task was extremely demanding. The unprecedented influx of players created countless challenges, from managing massive numbers of concurrent users, to maintaining game balance, organizing events, and controlling the speed at which content was consumed. As he pondered these issues, Kazuki imagined countless game capsules lined up before him, and concluded that the greatest difficulty was that the game was governed by artificial intelligence rather than humans. There was simply no way to fully control the overall flow of the game. With this thought, he envisioned Alice the man and crowds rallying under the Japanese flag, and reminded himself that this was precisely why the Japanese branch had been carrying out the project in complete secrecy. In his mind, he opened a folder labeled Classified and named the project the Shounen Empire Support Plan. He imagined himself shaking hands with an NPC and clarified that the core objective of this plan was to convert a large portion of the funds allocated to the Japanese branch into in-game currency through key NPCs. Fortunately, the strategy had proven effective, and about 30% of the Shounen Empire was now under their influence as planned. This success came at the cost of an enormous amount of money, but if they could continue to guide the flow of the game, profits would soon follow. Ending his reflections, Kazuki maintained his smile and thought that all they needed now was a little more time, and the Shounen Empire would be completely under the control of the Japanese branch. By nightfall, Port Kale had descended into chaos. The pirates looted everything they could carry, while their king ordered them to prioritize securing food and water. He instructed them, if possible, not to touch the belongings of ordinary citizens, as their true targets were the possessions of nobles and travelers. Minutes later, a pole smashed through the floor, and Carlos planted a pirate flag atop the tallest building in the city. He shouted loudly so that all the inhabitants of the new continent could hear him. Crossing his arms over his chest, Carlos declared that they were the great Caribbean pirates who had crossed the endless sea. He proclaimed that they would bury all the pig-like lords and royal lackeys of this continent in the ocean, because status, origin, or any filthy past meant nothing to them. The people stared at him with terror in their eyes. An old man, his brows knitted in fury, shouted with all his strength that anyone who wished to break free from the chains of those in power and live a free life should pick up a sword. Hearing this, the crowd raised their hands and shouted in unison, "Hooray!" The pirate flag fluttered violently in the wind, as the pirate king roared that no one among them would be discriminated against, despised, or criticized. Under the black flag, they were all brothers and sisters, bound by blood and shared ideals. It was immediately after these words that a system notification appeared, announcing the creation of the main scenario, followed shortly by the emergence of a new quest. A system notification appeared, informing everyone that they needed to protect the Empire's territory from invasion and preserve the glory of the proud Shounen Empire. Sunlight reflected off the windows of Arcadia's Japanese branch as Kazuki frowned deeply and voiced his displeasure. He questioned whether the main scenario had truly begun, pointing out that something was clearly wrong. According to the original plan, the first scenario should have revolved around the mystery of the ancient ruins, yet he had already been informed that the main quest was now in progress. Standing at the opposite end of the conference table, Shoto confirmed that this was indeed the case. However, she added that headquarters had not issued any notification 2 days earlier either. Kazuki pressed further, asking why such an impossible scenario had suddenly been chosen as the main one, and whether any information about the accompanying continent had been provided. Shoto frowned, her expression tense, and replied that she had already submitted a request, but headquarters had responded that they could not disclose detailed information about the quest. Hearing this, Kazuki stood up abruptly and demanded an explanation. Shoto admitted that she was just as surprised, as this was a situation she had never encountered before. In the past, she had always been able to calmly inquire at headquarters, but this time she had been told that access to the information was restricted. Kazuki's frown deepened as he muttered that this was the first time such viewing restrictions had ever been imposed. At that moment, Yojiku, the head of the marketing team, suddenly entered the room and announced that he believed he had figured out why the main scenario had started. A few minutes later, the air in the office seemed to tremble as Kazuki shouted at the top of his lungs, demanding to know what he was talking about. Yojiku calmly replied that a video had recently been released on Arpendia. Opening YouTube, he played a video from a channel called Everyday Life of a Destroyer. On the screen, Carlos appeared, laughing wildly. The moment Kazuki saw him, he shouted in disbelief, asking whether this was truly Carlos, their character, and the very target of the main scenario quest that had been launched on their side. He sharply turned to Yojiku and demanded to know where the video had come from. Yojiku immediately explained that it belonged to a content creator he had followed for a long time, someone known for being particularly unusual. The atmosphere in the room instantly turned heavy. Kazuki erupted in anger, asking whether this was a user from the Korean continent. Pressing his hand to his face, He wondered aloud whether a player from the Korean continent had crossed over to the Japanese continent, planted their flag, and begun controlling territory there. Yojiku frowned and asked whether it was even possible for users from different continents to exist. Beside him, Shoto raised her hand hesitantly and asked whether a single user could even influence the main scenario. She suggested that it was probably just a mistake, noting that their own plan was close to completion, and questioning why that user would come to their continent at all. Cold sweat trickled down Kazuki's face as a disturbing thought crossed his mind. Had the Korean branch noticed their plan? He glanced at the phone lying on the table and fell silent. At that very moment, clouds drifted lazily across the blue sky above Arcadia's Korean branch. The phone on the table suddenly vibrated, displaying a call from Kazuki, the director of the Japanese branch. Manhwa picked up the phone and smiled faintly, saying, "So it's finally here." With the stairway door left open, Kazuki's voice came through, remarking that the gift sent from Korea had been very well received, and that something interesting was happening in their area without their knowledge. Manhwa frowned and told him to address him by his rank, reminding him that he was the CEO here. He added that Kazuki seemed to have forgotten that, despite being CEO, their authority and positions were effectively equal. Kazuki clenched his teeth and asked whether Manhwa had called simply to mock them. He demanded to know what the Korean branch had been doing to let things reach this point, adding that there should have been standard procedures to prevent such problems from escalating because of a single user. Manhwa chuckled lightly and replied that he had no idea what Kazuki was talking about. Kazuki's expression stiffened, and he shouted angrily that none of the servers had fully stabilized yet. He insisted that the Continental Shift quest should have been prevented and questioned whether it would not be better for operators to intervene and partially adjust the balance. He continued yelling, asking what would happen if they simply allowed users to do whatever they wanted, and demanded whether Manhwa could even imagine the damage this would cause to the Japanese server, all because of one player. Leaning back against the wall, Manhwa listened quietly. Then a sinister smile slowly spread across his face. He suddenly burst into laughter, causing Kazuki to pull the phone away from his ear and angrily ask what he was laughing about. Manhwa replied calmly that unlimited freedom and unlimited possibilities were principles their boss always valued deeply, and that this was simply something to keep in mind. There was nothing special about it. Kazuki's eyes widened in disbelief, as Manhwa added that it was a story he would soon come to understand. Not long after, the port cities of Lensha, Niigata, Hayes, and Gaean were completely destroyed, and the pirate fleet sailed onward toward its next destination. Before long, they arrived at Posi, the largest naval base of the Shan Empire. Smiling broadly, the protagonist remarked that dealing with this base now would be extremely easy, since it was exactly what the mission required. A system screen appeared before countless players, announcing the invasion of the continent. They were instructed to defend the Empire's territory from the pirate assault, and preserve the glory of the imperial cities. Players quickly began discussing the fact that the first main scenario of Arcadia had finally begun on their server. Many were shocked, as their server had been focused mainly on production and crafting skills, and they had expected the main scenario to start much later. Now, however, a new question spread among them. What kind of reward would they receive if they managed to clear this quest? A player with the nickname Poister, a level 75 character, placed his hands on his hips and shouted that everyone needed to give it their all. Raising his fist high above his head, he declared that they would fight on until they overthrew the Pirate King, Carlos. Not long after, the Pirate King himself, a level 240 existence, casually picked his nose. After effortlessly crushing a massive crowd of players, he remarked indifferently that they were nothing more than ordinary underlings. The players stared at one another in disbelief, whispering whether his level was really that high or if it was some kind of error. A boss of that level was absolutely impossible to defeat when none of them had even reached level 200. What kind of main scenario was this supposed to be? The protagonist glanced at the system screen and calmly thought that there was nothing strange about Carlos being both high-level and seemingly unbeatable. Even so, he could not shake the feeling that they had done something particularly vile. After the system introduced the Great Rumor Desert, he reflected that all 5 major territories he had observed differed greatly in their defensive structures. Each one had been designed so that ordinary users could not easily gain access. Following this line of thought, Jie Yang turned his attention to the Great Amal Forest. He then shifted his focus to the pirates, thinking to himself that these unusually high-level black pirates were merely a tool of the Caribbean. It went without saying how overwhelming the sense of despair was when one finally encountered their leader. As if responding to that thought, the Pirate King folded his arms and sneered that those who called themselves adventurers were nothing but weaklings. Even the vagabonds of the Caribbean would be stronger than them. He casually asked his companion whether he agreed. The other man countered by asking whether Carlos had ever considered that perhaps they themselves were far too strong compared to ordinary adventurers. Hearing this, Carlos raised his eyebrows slightly and asked if the man thought he was incapable of handling him. As he examined the terrifying aura surrounding the man, Carlos admitted that he was not sure whether brute force was being used, but he could clearly sense an intense smell of blood and oppression. The presence before him was so massive that even he found it difficult to deal with. At these words, Satan laughed happily and shouted that a villain could recognize another villain from afar. He added that some people were able to perceive the evil and depravity of an individual at a glance. Before he could say more, Ellie struck him, causing him to cry out as he protested that their master was the finest among humans. The protagonist then asked his counterpart whether the strategy he had mentioned earlier was sufficient to bring an end to the current order. The man replied firmly that it was. Until now they had relied on nothing more than the most basic hit-and-run tactics. As he spoke, he imagined their ships destroying a target and immediately retreating. He added that the Shounen Empire had taken note of this strategy and systematically eliminated all artillery that could be used as weapons. As a result, their resources were being steadily depleted, which was beginning to irritate them. Coming back to reality, the old man smiled broadly and said that the strategy he had devised now was quite simple. After hearing the Pirate King's plan, the Bard of Anarchy gazed at the city beneath its protective dome and remarked that it was time to head for the main camp. Folding his arms, Carlos explained that Pasea was the Shun Empire's largest naval base. He had heard that it was a natural fortress, stocked with vast amounts of military supplies. If they could seize control of it, even the Shun Empire's ground forces would hesitate to approach. However, there was one problem. Hearing this, the boy glanced at his companion from the corner of his eye, and asked what the problem was. The other replied that they would first need to break through the defensive magic circle known as Eternal Defense, which enveloped all of Posea. He looked toward the massive barrier, and explained that it had been created by a legendary archmage of the past, and could easily block attacks from ordinary ship weapons. The boy stared into the distance, and thoughtfully acknowledged that this was true. It seemed that conventional attacks would be ineffective. He then asked whether capturing Pasea would present any further issues if the protective magic circle could be neutralized. The old man answered that without the barrier, everything would become simple. Without turning around, Jie Yang spoke firmly, his voice free of any concern. In that case, there was nothing to worry about. The pirates had worked hard up to this point, and he would personally take responsibility for destroying the barrier. Hearing this, the Pirate King opened his mouth in astonishment. Jie Yang smiled broadly and concluded that this was a foolproof way to deal with those who relied on defensive positions and prolonged resistance. Meanwhile, trusting in the shield, the residents of Posea spotted enemy ships approaching from within the city. Admiral Caravel, the chief of staff of the Posean naval base, clenched his teeth in fury and wondered where these pirates had come from. Surely they could not have crossed the endless sea as the rumors claimed. After a brief moment of thought, he asked a subordinate whether the defensive magic circle was holding. The subordinate immediately confirmed that everything was in order. The defensive magic was fully active throughout Pasea, with sufficient mana stones and defense school mages on standby to maintain it. Hearing this, Caravel looked at the glowing barrier and said that as long as the enemy lacked a high-ranking mage, there was nothing to fear. The Eternal Defense was a seventh circle magic shield, created long ago by a great wizard under a contract with a dragon. As the pirate fleet rapidly closed in on the heavily fortified Pasea, the admiral smiled coldly. He questioned how the pirates dared to attack the Empire's key strategic stronghold head-on and vowed to make them pay dearly for their arrogance. He ordered his troops to prepare for battle and instructed them to launch a counterattack the moment the enemy advance faltered. At the same time, the protagonist turned to Ellie and told her to be ready. He explained that the power of the attack itself was not important. What mattered was dispelling the magic barrier. He asked whether something was wrong. The archangel lowered her gaze and quickly replied that everything was fine. He then asked whether she disliked what he was about to do. She admitted that she did not like what was happening, but that was not what troubled her. From above, Satan watched them silently as Jie Yang asked whether it was because he had committed too many misdeeds since arriving on this continent. He added that, even if it was inconvenient, he would try to minimize the damage as much as possible this time. Without taking his eyes off Ellie, he asked whether that was truly what she wanted. At the very least, he wanted to hear her answer, and if there was anything he could do to help, he would. At his words, the archangel's brows furrowed with emotion. She said that if he was going to attack this fortress now, then she wished for something else. Suddenly, as she folded her hands, her aura changed dramatically. In a voice no longer her own, she told him to act thoroughly, so that such a tragedy would never happen again. She then asked whether he could destroy everything so completely that it could never be restored. The Demon King recoiled in shock, and exclaimed that this was madness. It was the first time in his life that he had been left speechless by a chicken wing. Jie Yang knitted his brows tightly and asked whether she was telling him not to hold back at all, but to annihilate everything entirely. Closing her eyes, she answered firmly that she was. When he asked why, she opened her eyes and replied that it was the truth. She could not explain it clearly, but he would eventually understand. To prevent further chaos and casualties, the fortress and everything within it had to be burned to the ground. Staring in disbelief, Satan muttered that even a chicken wing could be evil at times. As expected, their master was a truly remarkable being, capable of even angelic wickedness. The Bard of Anarchy turned toward the familiar spirit and asked whether her request was truly correct. She replied calmly that as long as resistance continued, war was inevitable, and their master could not halt the grand narrative that had already begun. In that vast flow of destiny, all they could do was choose the best possible option in each moment. After listening to Ellie, the protagonist raised his hand to his chin and said that he understood. Since she had asked him to do so, he would act exactly as she wished. The Archangel then urged him to be as thorough as possible and to completely destroy the city. While they were still speaking, the pirate ship sailed up to the massive barrier. Grabbing his hat, the Pirate King shouted excitedly to his companion that they had reached their destination, then asked how he planned to deal with the magic circle. In response, the young man smiled and activated a summoning spell. In the next instant, Merlin, the great mage of truth, appeared before them. The surrounding seawater began to gather and swirl violently as the protagonist rose into the air. Carlos stared at him and shouted that, no matter what, this man truly knew no limits. The boy's eyes shone brightly as he invoked Tidal Wave. Immense magical energy poured out from his staff as an 8th circle spell was activated. A casting minigame immediately appeared. If he failed, the spell would be cancelled entirely. Within seconds, Jie Yang cleared the minigame flawlessly. Because of this perfect execution, the efficiency of the magic surged. The spell formation contained no wasted elements. The casting time was drastically reduced, and the power of the combined magic increased even further. A colossal wave roared forward and slammed into the barrier. Fear flooded Caraval's eyes as he muttered that this was impossible. He wondered whether such magic could truly be created by a human. In that moment, he remembered a fragment of ancient parchment that spoke of another world beyond the endless sea, and of a great calamity that would one day arrive from beyond the continent. He suddenly questioned whether that legend had been true all along. At that instant, the protagonist extended his hand and smiled faintly, remarking that he had been a little worried because he was not sure whether Ellie would approve. A massive tornado erupted, annihilating the Empire's 2nd Fleet in mere seconds, followed immediately by the 3rd, 4th, and 5th Fleets. In the end, all of the Shan Empire's naval forces were wiped out, and the sea fortress of Posea was completely destroyed. Less than a minute later, the Empire itself sank beneath the waves. System notifications appeared one after another, announcing that he had obtained the titles Apocalypse Bringer and Magic Master, as well as 370,000 integrity points. His expression remained completely calm. When asked who he truly was, he raised his eyebrows slightly in surprise. Satan crossed his arms and commented that the man was not even a wizard, yet he could perform magic of such magnitude and perfection. Ellie covered her mouth and said that she had sensed it before. Just as she suspected, he was no ordinary person. The protagonist replied that it was not easy at all. The key condition for success was clearing the minigame, and if he had made even a single mistake, the spell would have failed entirely. As he spoke, he recalled how he had stepped at high speed in the precise directions required. After a brief pause, the Demon King placed his hands on his hips and asked whether he truly did not understand what the 8th circle represented. Since he had made it sound merely difficult, Ellie added that if 8th circle magic were truly easy to use, 9th circle magic would have spread among humanity long ago. After the discussion, John released the spirit and returned to the ship, wondering what kind of person could possess such an enormous amount of decency points. System notifications then appeared, announcing that the spirit's use had ended, and that the calculation of duration and actions had begun. It was soon reported that 689,751 decency points had been consumed. Ellie closed her eyes and explained that she had warned him in advance and had already minimized the consumption of decency points as much as possible. Even so, this was 8th circle magic. Satan turned to the protagonist and agreed with her, adding that by working with this spirit, he had skillfully distorted cause and effect relationships. After listening to his familiars, the protagonist touched his chin and reflected that he had been mentally prepared, but the cost was still far greater than expected. He had spent far more than he gained. Even so, he reassured himself that the number of video views was guaranteed, so he should think positively. With those thoughts, he looked out at the empire he had just destroyed. Before long, a notification appeared announcing that a new video had been uploaded to the channel Everyday Life of a Destroyer. The video instantly accumulated an enormous number of views and comments. In the footage, Jie Yang wielded the power of the mighty Merlin. Fans flooded the comments, marveling that they had not even known 8th circle magic existed. As these reactions spread throughout the system, the protagonist's identity was effectively exposed. Because of this, even Kazuki, the director of Arcadia's Japanese branch, watched the video. He screamed in rage, demanding to know what the hell had happened, and whether a gigantic monster had invaded their server. Beside him, Yojiku shouted urgently, reporting that the Shounen Empire's fleet had been destroyed. Posea had been completely annihilated, and a portion of the Empire's territory had fallen under the control of the Black Pirates. Kazuki spun around in shock and demanded an explanation, insisting that Posea was protected by a 7th circle defensive barrier. Yojiku replied that he had checked the battle data and confirmed that the barrier had been disabled by 8th circle magic. Kazuki roared in disbelief, asking whether that was even possible. According to their settings, such magic could only be used by dragon-level beings. Yojiku leaned closer to the screen and said he would verify it again. Kazuki clutched his head and muttered in disbelief, wondering whether the entire situation had truly spiraled out of control because of a single user. At that moment, he recalled the mad smile of the Korean branch director and his words about how this was something they would soon understand. Clenching his teeth, Kazuki finally realized the meaning behind those words: endless possibilities, endless freedom. On the Japanese server forums, players complained that the difficulty level was meaningless. They had already experienced it themselves. The average level of enemy NPCs exceeded 180, while the average level of hunters on their server had not even reached 70. Everyone claimed that some pirate group from the Korean server had appeared and burned the city to the ground. Players demanded that the difficulty be lowered to normal so they could fight back, but nothing changed. Meanwhile, on the Korean server forums, players discussed the news from the Japanese server. The footage from the everyday life of a destroyer channel was spreading rapidly. Although reactions were mixed, many felt it was unreasonable to blame Korean users, as they themselves often faced constant issues while playing. Across phones and computers everywhere, messages related to the Arcadia incident appeared, shaking the internet. A single user had destroyed a city on the Japanese server, and that user came from another continent. Naturally, conflicts erupted between players of different servers. Alice observed this trend closely. Floating in mid-air, she confirmed abnormal reactions among users on the servers of the 2nd and 3rd continents. After analyzing countless possibilities, she selected the optimal scenario, number 18232. With a wave of her hand, she formed a magic sphere using code 002 and launched an emergency update. Using code 283, she applied the necessary changes, then shattered the sphere containing the key. Immediately, red system notifications flooded the screen. Act 1, the invasion of the continent, had ended, and the quest was declared a failure. The ruler of the Shan Empire shook hands with the Pirate King as the northern coastal zone of the empire officially came under the control of the Black Pirates. A 5-year peace agreement was signed between the Shan Empire and the Black Pirates, causing the territory of the Caribbean to rapidly expand. The Black Pirate flag fluttered proudly in the wind. New sea routes necessary for intercontinental travel were established, bypassing even the Kraken. Ships began regular voyages between the continents. At last, the pirate ships slowly sailed into the bay. The Pirate King folded his arms and explained that they had reached an agreement with the Shan Empire. For the next 5 years, neither side would engage in armed conflict, on the condition that the Empire acknowledged the territories the pirates now controlled, along with the surrounding waters. They would also accept into their ranks anyone dissatisfied with the Shan Empire, or anyone who shared their ideology. Overall, the cooperation was progressing smoothly. Standing opposite the old man, the protagonist smiled and replied that this was excellent news. He congratulated him, saying that it seemed he was finally getting closer to his long-held dream. Suddenly, Carlos's expression changed, and he turned toward his friend. The boy raised his eyebrows in surprise. To his astonishment, the old man placed a hand on his hat, and said that from the moment they first met, he thought he knew who he was, but it turned out he had been mistaken. Even so, thanks to him he had regained his freedom, and once again become the ruler of the Caribbean. More importantly, he felt that this encounter had helped him understand how he should live in the future. Removing his hat, Carlos spoke solemnly, and swore on his name that he would follow him forever. These words filled the protagonist's eyes with surprise. Then he smiled. Stepping closer, the Bard of Anarchy jokingly asked whether this loyalty came without any reward. Carlos burst into laughter and remarked that, as expected, he was the same until the very end. Smiling broadly, the Pirate King answered that it was indeed without conditions. After such a magnificent deed, he could not remain indifferent. If the protagonist desired anything at all, even his soul, he would willingly offer it. Hearing this, Satan raised his fists excitedly and shouted that this was an easy deal, insisting that their master must seize the opportunity. Ellie immediately struck the Demon King, and their master closed his eyes, saying calmly that he had already stated when they first met that he did not need his soul. If he ever required help in the future, he would simply ask him to lend a hand. Saying such things especially in front of her was inappropriate. Carlos put his hat back on and replied that, in the end, he was not a devil. Rather, to him, the protagonist felt more like an angel. Smiling, he said that he had already received all the compensation he deserved. At that moment, system notifications appeared, announcing that the Pirate King Carlos had sworn eternal loyalty. As a result, the protagonist received 953,212 integrity points. Holding this newly gained power, The protagonist thanked Carlos and said that he would use this integrity carefully. He then turned to the girl and asked whether the information they had obtained was true. Without lifting her head, she replied that he could trust her judgment. By analyzing the footage, it was clear that this place was indeed the gateway to the continent, a city of criminals known as the Caribbean. The players were currently in one of Arcadia's forbidden districts. The Caribbean. Satan looked around at the children playing nearby and expressed his surprise. It was strange, he said, because the district had been declared forbidden, largely due to vagrants. Yet public safety had improved dramatically. Regardless, they still needed to figure out how to cross the continent. Suddenly, Hans appeared out of nowhere, smiling widely and asking whether it was their first time there. The girl leaned toward the boy and confirmed that it was, then asked why he brought it up. Pointing with his index finger, Hans replied that they were looking around with vacant eyes, so he understood immediately. Caribbean was no longer what it once was. Under the protection of the Black Pirates, the Pirate King Carlos and the great man who had aided them, everyone was guaranteed freedom and safety. Hearing this, the player frowned slightly and said that they already understood how much Caribbean had changed, but they were a bit busy at the moment. With that, they left. Watching them go, Hans muttered that he could have told them much more. Just then, a large man approached and asked whether Hans was acting like a mischievous child again. Hans replied casually that he had been selling tickets for some time. When asked how many he had sold, he answered that he had sold none, explaining that there were too many pirate ships anchored in the bay. The large man frowned and shouted that it was impossible to sell tickets to just anyone. These tickets, he said, should only be sold to adventurers who understood the miracle performed by Carlos and Dex, and the true significance of their actions. Hans replied that there was nothing wrong with that, but it would take several days to explain everything properly. Letting out a heavy sigh, he told himself that he would not complain. After all, this task had been entrusted to him by the main character himself. Still, he wondered what kind of person Dex truly was, since only someone like him could grant passage to the new continent. As he pondered this, Hans encountered more adventurers. After some time, one of the ships finally set sail for the new continent. At that moment, curiosity spread everywhere about the existence of Dex, the one who had touched countless hearts and changed the world. People debated whether he was a manifestation of good, evil, or both. The protagonist's magic lamp quickly filled with light. Jie Yang smiled in satisfaction and wondered if it might be time to start hunting dragons. Before long, clouds drifted across the blue sky. The Pirate King pointed toward a pile of books and treasures, and announced that these items contained the information about dragons that the protagonist had requested. Folding his arms, he added that their comrades from the Shan Empire had gathered everything and delivered it here, so there should be a wealth of knowledge within. After inspecting the collection, the boy thanked Carlos, saying that his efforts had greatly shortened the time required. Glancing at the old man, he added that from now on, he must ensure that no one else could access this place. Surprise flickered in the Pirate King's eyes, but he immediately replied that he would do exactly as asked. To himself, he reflected that this boy wasted no time getting to work. Even after devastating an entire continent, bright sunlight fell upon the roof of the building where the Bard of Anarchy now sat. Dim light illuminated the pages of an open book. On the floor stood a dragon statue, with gold coins scattered nearby. The protagonist read every word with a crazed smile on his face. The widespread belief that dragons are greedy creatures who hoard countless treasures was indeed true. From a historical perspective, it was not surprising that they possessed nearly 80% of all the gold ever mined in Arcadia. Their curiosity and obsession with owning rare items they did not already have was so intense that they even stole treasures from other races, including humans. In the past, countless empires and kingdoms had resisted these desires, often with disastrous consequences. If someone ever happened to possess an item a dragon wanted, it was far wiser to simply surrender it. A look of surprise appeared in Jie Yang's eyes as he muttered to himself that it was almost laughable. Most of the books were either praising dragons or outright threatening anyone who dared provoke them. Satan lay floating in the air with his eyes closed and remarked that the master had somehow managed to read an astonishing number of books. Ellie smiled gently and asked why he did not simply ask them, since the Heavenly Library could provide far more accurate information. The protagonist replied that it was certainly tempting, but did they have any idea how much decency he would need to spend? The Demon King opened one eye and asked casually what difference it would make if he learned it now. The Bard of Anarchy continued flipping through the pages and thought to himself that there were two crucial things he needed to confirm. Visualizing a massive red dragon in his mind, he noted that the dragons of the third continent were red dragons. Unlike the traditional Eastern dragons, they more closely resembled Western dragons in form. His gaze was calm as he suddenly added that dragons were active within human society. Satan instantly sprang up and screamed in shock, demanding to know what that meant and how he could possibly know such a thing. The protagonist calmly replied that every piece of material they had collected contained, strangely enough, a well-written story about a dragon. It was written in such a way that it felt like a deliberate warning to humanity about the dangers of dragons. Smiling widely, he placed a hand on his chin and said that he liked it. That way, they would not attract any unnecessary and annoying attention. As night fell, the sakura leaves began to glow faintly. Satan crossed his arms and commented that he was curious whether the master planned to go without sleep for several nights. Before he could finish, Ellie interrupted him, saying that even she, who cherished peace, was starting to feel bored. Hearing this, the Demon King clenched his fist and said that the work they were doing was still meaningful, especially since it was the master undertaking it. Even now, he could clearly feel it growing. Ellie tilted her head and suddenly asked what exactly was growing. A flicker of purple fire appeared at the tip of Satan's finger as he replied confidently that it was, of course, decency. Hearing this, Ellie turned her head away and said that she already knew the world had changed so dramatically that it would have been strange if decency had not increased. Satan immediately shouted triumphantly that she had finally admitted it and declared that their master was truly evil. As the master continued down this path, their demonic decency would only continue to rise. Ellie suddenly turned back to him with a faint smirk and asked whether he truly understood nothing. Did he really believe that he was the only one whose decency was increasing? Satan froze, shock filling his eyes, and asked whether she meant herself. Before he could finish, Ellie recalled the devastation caused by their master's actions. Because of the continental invasion, the Shan Empire had suffered irreversible damage, civilians had lost their homes, and countless people had bled under destructive magic. These were undeniable facts. Yet she smiled softly and asked whether his actions could truly be called pure evil. Criminals, slaves, vagabonds, beggars, revolutionaries, and countless persecuted people had found a new continent, one they could never have discovered on their own. With the pirates led by Carlos, they had seized territory from a powerful empire and laid the foundation for a new nation. She asked quietly whether the act of founding a state was truly evil. Letting go of those thoughts, Ellie formed a small sphere of light in her palm and said that perhaps it was not as simple as good or evil. The heavenly world itself was also filled with immense possibilities. Looking at the current situation, one could say that Dex was neither good nor evil. Perhaps he simply enjoyed selling chaos. Satan stared at her in stunned silence. Ellie envisioned the master in her mind and concluded that, if that was the case, could he be called a neutral agent of chaos? Eventually, morning arrived. The protagonist smiled and asked the Demon King whether he could lend him something. Satan folded his arms and asked what it was. Jie Yang replied that he needed the fragments of the broken Deathbringer. Seeing the bulging bag, he asked to borrow them. Satan immediately hugged the bag to his chest and asked nervously whether he intended to use them. Before he could finish, Jie Yang closed his eyes and replied calmly that he was planning to sell them. Horror instantly filled the Demon King's expression. At the same moment, the air trembled with his anguished scream, accusing the protagonist of being a true villain. Dark magical energy leaked from the fragments as a system notification appeared, stating that the items were of mythical quality with unknown characteristics. Holding the bag, the protagonist smiled happily and said that this was an incredibly valuable item, perfect for use or trade. He lifted one fragment to eye level and remarked that it looked rather unusual, then asked what kind of metal it was made from. Satan flew above him, shouting furiously and demanding to know why he needed such details and who he was trying to provoke. The protagonist calmly raised his head and explained that if he was going to sell something, he needed to understand it. Customers asking questions while the seller knew nothing would be quite unpleasant. Letting out a heavy sigh, Satan crossed his arms and said that he would ask one last time, just to be sure, whether the protagonist truly intended to sell it. Jie Yang looked thoughtfully at the fragment in his hand. After a brief pause, he tossed it back into the bag and replied that of course he was not serious, telling the familiar not to worry. Satan muttered suspiciously to himself that the man was far too fickle. After another short pause, Jie Yang said that he wanted to explain his real plan. He was searching for a red dragon, but combing through the entire continent in search of one was simply impossible. Therefore, the best solution was to make the dragon come to him. Hoon, the city of free trade, was the perfect stage for this. It was a place where desires could be satisfied freely, without restrictions or prohibitions. As he spoke, the protagonist drew a circle within a circle using one of the fragments and calmly said that he intended to lure the dragon there. Hoon was an armed neutral zone, located at the very center of the continent, a place other major forces could not easily interfere with. More importantly, it was a location that dragons, with their insatiable love for treasure, were naturally drawn to. Satan rested his hand on his chin and listened intently. The protagonist's smile grew sharper as he concluded that the stage was now set. All that remained was the decisive bait, an item so extraordinary that even a dragon could not resist it. Dark, powerful magical energy seeped out from the fragments in the bag. After hearing the plan, the Demon King closed his eyes and said that the Deathbringer would indeed be the ideal bait. Even after being shattered into fragments, it was still a miracle tier artifact that retained tremendous influence. Hearing this, The Bard of Anarchy smiled broadly and said that this was precisely why he needed Satan's help. If everything went smoothly, he would also assist in repairing the Deathbringer. Satan spread his arms in shock and shouted, asking whether such a thing was even possible. He listened in disbelief as the protagonist calmly explained that he had previously restored damaged ancient artifacts using time regression. At that, Satan recalled the restored compass and spyglass. As Satan was still processing this, Jie Yang extended his hand toward the broken Deathbringer. A brilliant light burst forth and a system notification appeared, stating that the fragments were responding to decency. Immediately afterward, a red system warning flashed, indicating that there was insufficient decency to complete the restoration. The required amount was listed as 20 million. Seeing this, Satan rushed forward and hugged his master, shouting that he was truly an incredible person. The protagonist replied calmly that it might be difficult now, but everything lay ahead of them. He then asked what the Deathbringer was made of. Satan answered that the sword was forged from abyss metal, a material so rare that even in the demon world it was scarcely found. It had been tempered in the deepest abyss for 4,000 years. While they were talking, Ellie lowered her head and spoke up. She said she had been listening to the plan for some time, but felt that something crucial was missing. The protagonist turned to her in surprise. Raising her glowing eyes, she said that even if they used the broken miracle as bait to lure the dragon, there was still the issue of killing it. Elder-class dragons possessed near infinite mana, and dealing with one directly was nearly impossible. Even if every inhabitant of the continent joined forces, they would still be nothing more than prey. As she spoke, she imagined her master standing before the most powerful creature in existence. Satan frowned, and added that the real danger was not the dragon, but the master himself. If the dragon lost control and used ninth circle magic, the consequences would be catastrophic. Before he could finish, Ellie covered her face and said that this was precisely the most critical problem. Hearing this, the Bard of Anarchy raised his eyebrows and asked what exactly would happen. Satan leaned back and asked in return what else could possibly happen. Ellie imagined a black void replacing the continent on the map, and answered that the entire continent would most likely be erased. Upon hearing this, the protagonist raised a finger and said that it was not necessarily a bad thing. If that happened, he would gain an unimaginable amount of decency. Shock filled the eyes of the familiars. While the protagonist appeared pleased, Ellie clenched her fist and shouted that now was not the time for jokes. He needed to think far more carefully. The protagonist gently patted her on the head and said that he was only joking. He had already devised a solution and was absolutely confident in his plan. With that, he opened the system screen in front of him. What Ellie saw next made her eyebrows rise in disbelief. She asked whether this was really his plan. An overwhelming magical presence surged from a bamboo stick displayed on the screen. Jie Yang smiled widely and said that she would get one share. He would get one share, and the dragon would get one as well. The scene shifted to the Great Amel Forest, homeland of the elves, where the World Tree slumbered. Melissa smiled softly and told the World Tree that humans had already discovered a new continent. As a result, fewer people visited their village now, though she admitted that she sometimes missed that sense of freedom. Extending a finger toward the wind spirit, she said it was all thanks to Dex. Placing a hand over her chest, Melissa confessed that she could not help but admire his achievements. It was impossible to understand what he was thinking or how far he intended to go. Lowering her head, the Elven Queen said that she looked forward to the day she would meet him again. She then asked her mother whether she would forgive her for feeling this way. The World Tree's projected form replied gently that she would forgive her because she felt the same. Closing her eyes, the World Tree said that there was nothing wrong with harboring special feelings toward great individuals. She could not help but imagine the protagonist. Opening her eyes, the World Tree revealed that she had asked him for a favor. She had even thought that he had forgotten, but it turned out he truly intended to find the dragon's heart. As she spoke, vines sprouted in the air, and she said that the day she had long dreamed of would soon arrive. A bamboo stick materialized in the air. Satan stroked his chin and said that he could hardly believe that such an object could kill an ancient dragon in a single strike. Ellie nodded in agreement, saying that it was refreshing to see such an incredible item again. Taking the bamboo stick into his hand, the protagonist said that this was what made his plan possible. Suddenly, Ellie's eyes lit up. The power of the angels and her vision of cause and effect activated at once. She flew toward the young man, but a system notification appeared, stating that the future could not be observed due to overwhelming chaos. Even so, the protagonist calmly said that this was enough. Now they could finally begin planning the scenario. The young man smiled and said that this would be the scenario that would finally make the old lizard rise to its feet. At that very moment, Alice was being flooded with emergency notifications. She immediately initiated an in-depth analysis of the subject's behavior patterns. Her eyes lit up as emergency situations numbered 0003, 0008, and 940 were triggered in rapid succession. A massive emergency icon appeared on the screen in front of Manhwa. Employees leapt to their feet in alarm when they discovered they could no longer access the internal network. Permissions had been forcibly suspended. A staff member rushed toward the director and reported that all operational access required to run Arcadia had been cut off. After further checks, it became clear that every other branch was experiencing the same situation. Manhwa parted her lips slightly and murmured that it had finally happened. Jack slammed his finger against the screen and ordered an immediate switch to emergency mode. Arcadia's real-time surveillance system was to be shut down, and all business systems were to be completely disabled. An intensive analysis of all possible scenarios began at once. Rubbing his chin, the young man asked Alice whether they should increase the computing servers. After receiving her response, he sighed and said that he had never imagined a single user could distort the situation to such an extent. From now on, scenarios would have to be adjusted on a global scale, not merely on a continental one. He smiled inwardly, thinking that he had been waiting for this moment ever since the Bard of Anarchy came into contact with the World Tree. Even so, he had expected it to take at least a year for such a scenario to develop. After some thought, he concluded that if the user obtained the dragon's heart in this manner, there was a very high chance he would eventually approach the World Tree. At that point, the World Tree's wish to unite all continents would be fulfilled. Should that happen, Arcadia would be plunged into endless chaos, accompanied by earth-shaking changes. The young man chuckled softly, saying that this was undoubtedly exciting. As he imagined the Lantern of Chaos, he wondered what would happen next. A projection of Manhwa appeared in the center of the room, thanking all the branch directors of Arcadia for taking the time to attend the meeting. Her gaze swept past the sign marked with the number 2. Smiling faintly, she said that she believed everyone already understood the situation. The man behind the number 3 sign spoke up, saying that the pretense was over. His third branch was currently suffering severe disruptions due to the implementation of the main scenario, and he demanded to know what was truly happening. Kazuki frowned and asked what headquarters was thinking. Stripping them of all operational authority, the representative at number 5 agreed, adding that according to HQ's response, the current situation was being determined entirely by the AI system. Number 7 slammed the table, furious, saying that the damned AI believed things were only going to get worse. Number 4 asked whether Alice was overloaded. Number 1 remained silent, listening to the arguments unfold. Voices echoed endlessly throughout the room as everyone tried to understand what was happening within the game. Manhwa smiled and said that they were all mistaken. Looking down at the cards before her, she explained that the purpose of this meeting was not to discuss Alice's load, their personal frustrations, or to give advance notice of what would happen to the Arcadia they served. With a gesture, she summoned a map of the continents. She explained that this was the current world map of Arcadia's 8 continents, and that in the future, the world map would change in much the same way. She carefully examined the map as the directors erupted in protest, demanding to know how all the continents could possibly merge into one. Standing calmly, Manhwa said that she understood their confusion. She glanced toward number 2 as he spoke, saying that he did not know what would happen in the long run, but believed that such a move was premature and reckless, one that would cause more harm than good. Even so, Manhwa replied calmly that it was no longer their choice. She chuckled softly and said that limitless freedom and endless possibilities had been granted, because it was the users who determined the outcome. All they could do now was accept reality and prepare for what was coming. Kazuki clenched his teeth as the realization struck him that the users were now truly in control. In his mind, he pictured Jie Yang and understood that this man now wielded terrifying power. The scene shifted to the demon world, to the castle of the demon lord. Modius arrived in response to the summons, frowning as he knelt. Satan frowned as well and immediately asked whether he had brought the Deathbringer. He reminded him that he had ordered the fragments to be collected long ago, and now they were to be carefully guarded and delivered here by tomorrow. He intended to use them in the human world. Modius's eyes sparkled as he replied that it was he who had ordered the fragments to be hidden in the deepest darkness for 1,000 years to restore their magic. They already possessed some of them, so why was that not enough? The demon lord closed his eyes and replied that he did not need explanations. He needed Modius to bring the fragments. Modius narrowed his eyes inwardly, thinking that even resisting now would only make matters worse. What was his master truly thinking? It was absurd that he, a demon lord, was obediently following the orders of a human. As Modius bowed his head, he remarked that the Lord had seemed exhausted lately and had been absent more often. He had even heard rumors that Satan had signed a familiar contract with a human. Satan rubbed his chin as Modius grinned and said that such a thing could not possibly be true. In any contract between a human and a devil, the devil was always the one in control. The rumor that the demon lord of the entire world had become a familiar was no different from claiming he had become a henchman. Satan's eye flashed as he coldly warned Modius that his tongue was too long. His pupil contracted as he asked whether Modius wanted to confirm once again who stood above whom. A crushing pressure descended on Modius, forcing him to hunch over. In the next instant he vanished, declaring that he would retrieve the fragments of the Deathbringer. A burst of dust exploded in the air where he had stood, In his miniature form, Satan muttered that Modius was good for nothing but talking. Narrowing his eyes, he admitted to himself that Modius was not entirely wrong. Without realizing it, he was obeying his master even more than he had expected. At first, he had never intended to support the humans so extensively with his power, but after Ellie appeared, everything had changed. Clenching his trembling fist, he muttered that if it were not for those chicken wings, the amount of decency drained from the master would have been far greater. The youth smiled faintly and said that if he did not do as instructed, he would never truly know. Perhaps one day he could even return the Deathbringer to its original form. Satan rubbed his chin in thought, then waved his hand sharply and said that he had no choice but to do as his master instructed. The scene shifted to the free trade city of Wan. An old man stood with his mouth hanging open in shock. Staring at the items laid out on the table, he asked what kind of objects they were. All around the square, people shouted noisily. Merchants called out to attract customers, their voices overlapping in a chaotic chorus. The protagonist walked through the bustling market and smiled inwardly, thinking that it felt good to be in a crowded place again after such a long time. He liked how different the atmosphere was compared to the kingdom of Marin, though he also felt a faint sense of disappointment. Nearby, a girl shook her head, saying that she could not find her trading partner. A man approached and asked whether she was looking for someone. She replied that she was supposed to meet representatives from the Midas Trading Guild, but there was no sign of them at all. Usually someone from the guild was always waiting for her. The man crossed his arms and said that those people were not around right now. It seemed they had discovered something astonishing. The events then moved to the headquarters of the Midas Trading Guild. Once again, an old man stood frozen in shock. Looking at the artifacts on the table, he asked what they were. A shard of crystal rested on a piece of parchment. Goldberg picked up the crystal and said that fragments containing such dense energy, and in such massive quantities, rarely ever fell into the hands of their guild. He looked at the merchant and asked where it had come from. The merchant replied that it was pure luck. He explained that an old woman had suddenly approached him and shown him the item. Smiling awkwardly, he said that she seemed completely ignorant of the world. When she asked him to name a reasonable price for what she called scrap metal, he closed his eyes and said 5 gold coins. To his surprise, she accepted happily. The old man chuckled and said that in one, ignorance was the greatest crime. His expression soon turned serious as he thought that, if his judgment was correct, this item alone could shake the markets of the entire city, or even the whole continent. Dark mana slowly seeped out from the crystal. Elsewhere, a geisha greeted guests with a practiced smile in Wan's most luxurious hotel. Her eyes narrowed slightly as she studied the boy before her, trying to determine what kind of sloppy adventurer he was. Parting her lips, she warned him that this establishment was extremely expensive. In response, the protagonist casually placed a bag on the table. The dazzling gleam of gold instantly shocked her. Smiling brightly, the young man demanded the best room available. That night, the bright moon illuminated the grand mansion. Jay Yang sat in a hot spring and remarked that the level of craftsmen and masters on this continent was far lower than he had expected. He had heard that everyday skills were popular here, yet the disparity was still striking. Ellie, seated beside him, replied that the continent he originally came from was unusually advanced, and that his own influence had likely played a significant role in that development. The protagonist raised an eyebrow in confusion. The archangel straightened slightly and asked whether he truly did not understand why there was such a difference between his original continent and this one. She reminded him that he had first provoked the Holy Empire by summoning a lich to destroy one of its ducal domains. Extending a finger, she explained that this event left a deep mark on everyone who stood between good and evil, including adventurers who lacked the strength to resist, and were mercilessly crushed. Furthermore, during the chaos involving the elves and dwarves, a peace treaty had been formed, opening the long closed doors of both races to humans. The boy pondered her words as she added that he now needed power for his own benefit, and that there was a clear reason the number of adventurers on the continent had grown so rapidly. Rubbing his chin, he admitted that he had indeed done all those things. Sighing softly, Ellie said that now they could clearly see the opportunities he was capable of creating. The boy could not help but imagine the threads of fate intertwining. Turning his gaze, he said that he asked earlier because when Satan mentioned repairing the sword he had broken, she did not stop him at all. Closing her eyes, Ellie replied that she already knew he was merely speaking hypothetically, since restoring it would require at least 20 million integrity points. The boy chuckled and said that gathering such an amount would be extremely difficult. As Ellie slipped down into the water, she said that she could not help but understand why she liked him. The boy turned toward her, startled, and asked what she meant. Smiling, the archangel said that in all her long existence, she had never seen anyone treat that damned bat so ruthlessly. Seeing him use it purely for his own benefit made her feel relieved. The boy shivered slightly, feeling unnerved by her words. At that moment, Satan suddenly appeared and announced his arrival. The protagonist stood up abruptly when the demon said that he had entrusted everything to a reliable subordinate. Smiling broadly, Satan added that Modius should have already delivered everything to those pathetic humans by now. Back at the guild, An appraiser crouched before the artifact. Grinning, he told the guild leader that he was the best relic appraiser in Wan, and that no one else could possibly determine the value of such an object. Goldberg looked at him expectantly and asked whether he had discovered anything. The appraiser wiped sweat from his brow and replied that all he could confirm was that the artifact was of mythical grade. The old man's eyes widened. Raising his hand, he asked whether there was anything at all that could hint at the relic's origin. The appraiser admitted that, even with all his knowledge, he could not determine where it came from. In fact, neither he nor any other appraiser on the continent was likely capable of handling it. Studying the runes etched into its surface, he said that he did not understand their meaning, though he had seen similar symbols before. Closing his eyes tightly, the appraiser explained that he had encountered such markings in ancient ruins. He personally investigated long ago. Those ruins had once been a palace where high-ranking demons stayed while attempting to incarnate on the continent. Turning to Goldberg, he asked whether that meant there was a high probability the artifact was connected to demons. Goldberg replied that it was a reasonable conclusion. It was most likely a relic dating back to the era of the Great War between demons and angels. Dark mana seeped out from the artifacts, filling the air with a heavy pressure. Goldberg ground his teeth and said that this was enough. Clenching his fist, he told his assistant that he had probably heard this story before. Narrowing his eyes, the man raised his eyebrows as the guild leader continued, saying that they were merchants who sold goods according to their value. It did not matter whether an item originated from a devil or an angel. Goldberg smirked and added that this item could not be sold through ordinary means. Boring his teeth, he ordered that the relic be placed in the center of the market, and that as many people as possible be informed about it. Before long, an unidentified ancient relic was displayed openly in the square. The Deathbringer fragments were proudly showcased at the very heart of the market. Those who heard the rumors rushed over to verify the information, reaching out toward the artifact. Unlike Jie Yang, other users could only see a description window filled entirely with question marks. The only clear information was the item's class. The status window displayed a single word, mythical. That alone was more than enough to ignite widespread curiosity. In taverns and restaurants, people discussed the mysterious item belonging to the Midas Trading Guild. In public chat channels, players rejoiced, saying that their server finally had something worth talking about. Some nervously asked how much they would need to bid without plunging themselves into debt. The ripples spread far beyond humans. Demons and angels alike were shaken. Even a dragon, hidden beneath a cloak, felt a stir of surprise. Staring at the notices plastered across the walls, he muttered that he had believed every last fragment had already been recovered, yet some still remained. Gritting his teeth, he said that the remnants of the cursed heaven and the demon world had surfaced once more. Tearing his cloak aside, he declared that as the guardian of this great land, he had to personally verify whether the rumors were true. With a deep frown, he activated teleportation. From afar, Satan stared at the artifact and sneered, saying that this was no mere market attraction for them. Clenching his jaw, he expressed his disbelief at having to watch lowly humans treat a demon world artifact in such a manner. His gaze lingered on the shards as he tried to understand how those fat, greedy dragons could be lured so easily. By the next day, an enormous crowd had gathered in the square. Floating above them, the demon mocked the onlookers, asking how they dared to stare greedily at his belongings without even understanding them. Clenching his fist, he told himself to wait. He would remember every face here, and when the gates opened and they could return, he would wipe them all out. Suddenly golden mana flared behind the crowd. Satan frowned in confusion and turned toward the source. A dragon stood there grinning broadly. He said he could hardly believe his luck, never having expected to encounter such a thing so easily. Satan smirked when he saw him. Standing before the artifact, the dragon, Carbinian, said that although these were only fragments, this was undeniably a true bringer of death. It could not be more perfect. Reaching out, he tried to understand why the divine sword of the demon world had been torn apart and displayed in such a filthy place. Touching the barrier around it, he remarked that its remaining power was far too weak. Examining the shards closely, he noted that most of its essence had completely vanished. Only faint traces remained. Withdrawing his hand, Carbinian said that unless another great war erupted, it would be nearly impossible to erase the divine energy from the world entirely. Normally, a secret of this magnitude would require immediate reporting to the Dragon Lord. However, after inspecting the sword's core, he concluded that the item had already lost most of its power, and the demons showed no unusual activity. Licking his lips, the dragon said that it would be quite nice to add it to his collection. He noted that the auction was scheduled to take place in 3 weeks. When it came to wealth, he could make gold rain from the sky. From an inn nearby, Satan's laughter rang out as he declared that the plan had worked. A brilliant blue dragon, likely an ancient lizard, had appeared. Jie Yang, sitting on the floor, commented that the dragon had arrived faster than expected. This one seemed particularly knowledgeable. Satan frowned and said that if the dragon was indeed at the level of an ancient lizard, then he was relatively young and still brimming with curiosity about the world. Ellie closed her eyes and said that they now had a problem. After thinking briefly, Satan asked what the issue was. Opening her eyes, Ellie said she would explain it in a way that even an idiot like him could understand. She explained that the bamboo stick was the only weapon capable of killing a dragon in a single strike. Sitting in front of the protagonist, Ellie said that they only had one chance. The item held immense power, but it could only be used once to kill a dragon. Extending her finger, she said that the real issue was how to ensure that single blow succeeded, and how they would survive until that moment. Leaning on his arm, the boy asked whether it would not be easier to strike from behind when the dragon was off guard, or perhaps use a summon. Ellie narrowed her eyes and replied that the purpose of killing a dragon was to obtain its heart. The boy nodded, saying that was true. The angel then asked whether he thought a human heart and a dragon's heart were the same size. The boy shuddered and asked whether size truly mattered. Sighing, Ellie replied that given their comparable power levels, it was obvious that the being with greater mass could contain far more energy. After a moment of thought, she explained that if a dragon were killed while in human form, the immense magic and life force condensed within its heart would lose its container and instantly disperse. After thinking for a moment, Ellie said that in such a case he would only obtain a human heart containing a very small amount of mana. Raising her finger, she explained that if they truly wanted a complete dragon heart, they would have to corner the dragon, force it to return to its original form, and then kill it with the bamboo stick. The young man rubbed his chin and replied that it was possible to corner a dragon without the bamboo stick, but it would be extremely difficult. Satan crossed his arms and asked what they were even talking about. Turning slightly, he added that if the master did not want to use decency, then he had no chance of defeating a dragon. And if the dragon's true body had to be killed, there was another problem. Jie Yang stared at Satan and asked what he meant. Rubbing his chin, the demon replied that the biggest issue was still ninth circle magic. The other's eyes widened in shock. After thinking for a moment, Satan explained that dragons usually abandon their human forms and return to their true bodies only when they were so enraged that they could no longer control themselves. A dragon that returned to its original form would almost certainly cast ninth circle magic. Narrowing his eyes, Satan asked whether they remembered the eighth circle magic that had already shaken the continent. Without waiting for an answer, he continued, saying that ninth circle magic was on an entirely different level. If a dragon cast it, it could split the map of the continent apart. Jie Yang frowned inwardly and thought that if that happened, it would at least make for an excellent video angle. Sitting beside the demon, Ellie said that she had a slightly different concern. If the dragon used ninth circle magic, it would likely be targeted directly at him. She gave examples of transcendental magic, capable of instantly killing beings beneath the caster's level. With a mere gesture, someone's life could be compressed into a sphere, or a scythe-like force could be placed directly against his neck. Everyone understood that he would be completely unable to defend himself against such magic. Satan frowned and admitted that while he might have exaggerated slightly, it was still a very serious problem. If that lizard stole his sword, they might never be able to retrieve it. Perhaps they should simply give up on the dragon's heart. Jie Yang rubbed his chin and reflected that he had grown too confident because of the bamboo stick. The two familiars stared at him in shock. Jie Yang chuckled and said that for some reason it all felt too easy, and that feeling reminded him of hunting. Satan forced a nervous smile and muttered that everything was doomed. Ellie turned her head away, saying that no matter what, they would not be able to stop him. Meanwhile, images of the mythical sword spread rapidly across the internet. Discussions exploded everywhere. Some people questioned how such a sword could even be broken, while others wondered why it was being sold. Many speculated that this marked the true beginning of the main scenario. Cassilis frowned as she looked at her phone. The scene shifted to a desert, where a young man sat facing a couple. Apple, seated across from him, said that when they first met, he had introduced himself as Rodeo to hide his real name. Lemon thought for a moment and asked whether everything happening on the server was connected to Dex. The brown-haired man smiled and said that Dex was probably aiming to return with the dragon's heart. Raising his hand, he explained that he brought this up because they had been given a task. His expression turned serious as he looked directly at the couple and told them to use all of the guild's information networks to investigate everyone who intended to participate in the Midas auction. The couple smiled confidently and replied that they could uncover any information in Arcadia. Soon, a wave of excitement spread across the field of tents. The scene returned to the square, now packed with people. Goldberg smiled as he congratulated everyone who had arrived for a chance to obtain a mythical class item. Pointing at the chest, he said that it could become a priceless addition to their collection. The dragon licked his lips. Jie Yang chuckled softly as he sensed the dragon's presence. Crowds gathered in front of the building as Goldberg announced that the auction held by the Midas Merchant Guild was about to begin. Users smiled eagerly. Among them were many NPCs eligible to bid on mythical class items, including high-ranking nobles from various kingdoms and empires. Marquise Mail crossed his arms in surprise, noting that even the Pharaoh's empire was participating despite suffering from a recent drought. Count Key laughed and explained that Shun had refused to sell them food, leaving them no choice but to risk everything to survive. Another noble approached, and remarked that it seemed foolish to attend such an auction when internal affairs were in turmoil. The boy bristled at his words. The nobleman frowned menacingly, assuming the scoundrel did not realize he had just insulted the Shun Empire. Raising an eyebrow, the noble compared him to a childish fool intoxicated by his nation's power. A stranger stepped forward and urged everyone to calm down, reminding them that the auction would begin shortly. Baron Carbon frowned angrily and suggested that everyone refrain from actions that would further damage the honor of their respective empires. Count Case widened his eyes, wondering who this man was. Someone pointed at him and asked aloud. The man introduced himself calmly and asked whether there was a problem. Marquis Mail opened his mouth in fury, outraged that a representative of such a weak kingdom would dare speak so boldly. The noble sneered and told him to shut up. Sweat instantly broke out across the boy's face, and the nobleman quickly frowned and apologized. Satan crossed his arms and said that it was that little lizard. Ellie guessed that the dragon was already growing impatient, and had even used dragon language over something so trivial. People gathered tightly around Baron Carbon. The familiars continued arguing about what was and was not permissible in this world, while the protagonist smirked, wondering at what point he should provoke the scoundrel to anger him the most. A star-like glow shimmered inside the chest. The host proposed beginning the auction for the ancient artifact. Hands shot up as people began shouting bids. The crowd was stunned at how quickly the price climbed beyond anything ordinary users could afford. Jie Yang looked away calmly as the numbers continued to rise. Murameo raised his hand and bid 10,000 gold, an amount commentators immediately noted exceeded 100 million in value. Another man crossed his arms and offered 15,000. A boy clenched his teeth and raised it to 20,000. Count Case raised his hand and offered 40,000. A noble sneered and declared 10 million, saying he did not want to waste time and assumed no one would object. The boy stepped forward and outbid him. From the back of the crowd, the dragon frowned, doubting that a mere adventurer could truly possess 20 million gold. The boy removed his hood and asked whether he really thought so. Smiling, he explained that the bidding had already occurred, which meant he had the gold. The scoundrel's face twisted as he promised to pay 300 billion. Goldberg smiled broadly and announced that if there were no objections, the auction would conclude and ownership of the mythical item would be transferred by the system. Baron Carbon stepped into the square and demanded to know who the ranker truly was. The troll raised his eyebrows and asked what his rival intended to do with that information. The protagonist opened a window displaying his decency points and quietly asked whether it was really possible. Satan told him to wait another 30 minutes. Placing a hand on his chest, the demon asked whether the master would return the bringer of death to him if he tore open the enemy's stomach. Jie Yang's eyes widened as he summoned the spirit. Cain swung a massive sword. A red eye was etched into the blade, and the system immediately reported that the user could temporarily release the power of the creature sealed within it. The young man struck with tremendous force, yet the aristocrat managed to block the blow. Gritting his teeth, the noble demanded whether his opponent understood the consequences of such an action. The young man only smiled broadly and replied that he was simply hunting a lizard. An explosion rang out, and people scattered in all directions. The player dashed forward, pressing the attack. The dragon raised his hand, and the ranker assumed he was using fifth circle magic to conceal his identity. Clenching his fist, the troll doubted such a crude trick could deceive anyone. A powerful strike tore through the villain's back, kicking up a cloud of dust. Frowning coldly, the protagonist decided that inflicting at least some damage was enough, and silently cursed the dragon's race as an outright cheat. Baron Carbon rose unsteadily and roared, demanding how a worthless human dared to attack him. His eyes flared as the system activated. Unbending fighting spirit. Jay lowered his weapon and calmly explained that his opponent had fallen into a trap, one where he was struck down by nothing more than the fist of an ordinary man. Enraged, the noble vowed to silence him forever. The aristocrat lifted himself from the ground, and a massive fireball formed above his head. Count Case gasped in shock, recognizing it as a seventh circle spell, something completely inaccessible to humans. Murameo compared it to the wrath of the sun itself. The air froze before the blazing sphere. With a sudden motion, the noble dropped his hand and hurled the attack forward. A torrent of destructive energy rushed toward the boy. Jie Yang leapt instantly, swinging his sword. In a single strike, he cleaved through both the fireball and the dragon's body. The villain ground his teeth in disbelief, unable to comprehend how such a feat was possible. Landing lightly, the ranker declared that a dragon slayer's sword would be meaningless if it could not cut through magic itself. From behind, the troll muttered that the insignificant human had won. Baron Carbon was engulfed in flames. Snarling in fury, he demanded how his enemy dared interfere with him. Then, spreading his wings, he took to the air. The protagonist grinned, realizing that the second stage had begun, and politely declared that it was a pleasure to meet him. The noble hovered before him, his presence overwhelming. Casually munching on popcorn, Satan commented that controlling one's temper was an art. Ellie shouted that at this rate, they would successfully force the dragon back into his true form. The villain narrowed his eyes disdainfully, and asked how a human could possibly comprehend his true nature. Jay Yang raised an eyebrow and suggested that he find out for himself. Multicolored sparks danced through the air as Baron Carbon looked down with growing tension. The familiars flew up beside their master and greeted him, remarking that it had been a long time since they last met. The dragon stared at them in disbelief and asked how such beings could exist on this continent. Satan replied casually that they were bound by contract to this adventurer. The aristocrat's expression darkened as he demanded what that meant. Clouds slid across the moon, dimming the square below. The noble wondered how beings of such rank could form contracts with a mere commoner. The young man closed his eyes and calmly confirmed that it was exactly as they said. The dragon pointed at him and demanded whether he truly believed the Dragon Lord would remain idle and allow such interference. Images of a demon and an angel appeared like a living tapestry. The dragon roared in outrage, accusing his rival of attempting to ignite another war between heaven and hell. One familiar scoffed and asked what kind of persecution obsession this was. Ellie placed a hand over her chest and explained that there was a misunderstanding. The World Tree's light shone faintly in response, as she clarified that they did not wish to provoke another war, but to repair the damage already done. Folding her palms together, the Archangel added that for this, they required the heart of a dragon. Baron Carbon's eyes turned white with horror. Satan crossed his arms and muttered that his companion was being far too blunt. Ellie calmly asked what else they were supposed to say if they truly wanted his heart. The dragon's expression twisted with rage. Standing at the center of the square, the player announced the terms clearly. If he won, his opponent would receive the fragments of the Bringer of Death, but if he lost, they would take the dragon's heart. Raising his weapon, the ranker invited him to begin. The system declared the start of the decisive battle. Protected by a barrier, the noble sneered and asked whether his opponent was truly a representative of a lower race. The eye on the sword gleamed as the troll told him to find out for himself. With a single strike, the protagonist shattered the protective field. The noble waved his hand and countless magic circles appeared around him. A torrent of fire crashed down toward Jay Yang. He split it apart effortlessly and noted that his opponent was combining multiple properties to cast fifth circle magic simultaneously. He wondered just how vast the dragon's mana reserves were. Watching the enemy hover high above, the young man realized that if this continued, he would never be able to close the distance. Victory would be difficult. Touching his chin, he admitted that he had taunted the dragon to provoke him, but there had been no response. Satan shouted a warning that only 17 minutes remained. The ranker protested, asking whether there was no extra time, noting that he had already spent nearly 2 million decency points. In response, a timer appeared on the system window. The troll understood that within this limit, he had to land a single decisive blow. Suddenly, the protagonist looked up at the sky. Jay Yang grabbed his head and muttered in confusion, wondering why he had done that. Satan questioned whether his master had finally lost his mind. The boy smirked and thought that it might have been a mistake to expect human reasoning from a non-human opponent. A cloud of dust billowed outward. The young man's eyes gleamed with madness as he concluded that it would be easier to treat this as a raid rather than a duel. The dragon stared at him in confusion, realizing that the situation had shifted yet again. Countless beams of light crashed into the ground. The villain reflected that the gap between races should have been insurmountable, yet he could not understand why his opponent felt no fear at all. Baron Carbon smiled faintly, realizing that a true adventure stood before him, and marveled at the existence of such a powerful being among the so-called lesser races. Scarlet energy churned violently above his head, as the noble declared that he would see how long his opponent could withstand his magic. Satan pointed sharply at him and warned the master that the enemy was about to unleash a seventh circle spell. The player leapt forward and slashed through the air with his sword. The demon's eyes widened as he demanded to know whether his master truly wished to die. A purple haze seeped into the darkness. The ranker swung his blade and shouted that to use truly powerful magic, his opponent would need far more time to prepare it. Gritting his teeth, the noble snarled that it was already too late. Brilliant beams crashed down from above. In that instant, the troll severed the enemy's wings and appeared behind him. The burning thirst for revenge was activated. Grinning coldly, the protagonist said that he had calculated the timing precisely and asked whether half a second was enough. The noble scowled furiously as both of them landed on the ground. The dragon demanded to know whether his enemy truly believed he could evade the attack. Jay Young calmly confirmed it, explaining that it was impossible to attempt something without certainty, especially since this was a game. The scoundrel's eyes widened in disbelief. The young man added that this was nothing more than entertainment, not a mortal duel. Baron Carbon smiled faintly and admitted that it was quite interesting. Jay rested his sword on his shoulder, and the noble acknowledged his strength, placing a hand on his chest and promising to devote himself fully to this entertainment as well. Flames began to rain down on the city. The adventurers realized they had to escape immediately, and panic spread as people started to run. The system issued a warning, urging users to leave the Whale District if they did not wish to learn firsthand why the Supreme Being was feared. With glowing eyes, the dragon declared that their actions were meaningless. He gathered a fireball in his jaws and vowed to burn the city to the ground. Ellie hid behind her master's shoulder as Satan explained that this was eighth circle magic. The player smiled broadly, eager to claim the dragon's heart. A broadcast icon flickered into existence in the darkness. An enormous fire erupted across the city, leaving viewers confused as they struggled to understand what was happening. The ranker stood directly before the enemy as a blazing mass of fire ignited, and then turned a deep purple. Ellie's eyes widened in shock. The demon muttered that it was hellfire. Baron Carbon narrowed his eyes and declared that his enemy had crossed a line from which there was no turning back. A massive fireball descended upon the troll. An explosion thundered across the battlefield, sending ash and dust skyward. The eye on the weapon glowed as the protagonist activated transformation, reshaping his sword into a shield. Flames spread across the ground around him, and Jae Young guessed that this was the nature of hellfire. Satan confirmed it calmly. The monster bowed its head slightly and asked whether the enemy truly believed he could relax in such circumstances. The young man smirked. The dragon warned that vengeance for this affront would not end with his death, and promised a lesson that all peoples of the continent would remember. Lowering his head, Jae Young called him arrogant, and asked whether there was still something he failed to understand. Resting the blade on his shoulder, he questioned why some lizards believed they would always defeat humans, the rulers of all things. The dragon laughed in disbelief and asked what nonsense he was talking about. The familiar clenched his fist, realizing that his master knew exactly which words would provoke his opponent the most. Jae Young looked upward, and thought that he had already spent a vast amount of decency reshaping his sword. It was time to use something else. The spirit smiled faintly as the troll raised a bamboo stick before him. The branch began to glow, stunning the audience. Baron Carbon spread his wings and demanded to know what kind of weapon that was. The protagonist frowned as he sensed even greater magic gathering. The dragon unleashed a devastating wave of fire upon the ground. Jae Young soared high into the sky with the demonic sword and looked down, remarking that this was a massive cheat. He admitted that not even ashes would have remained of him had he not used shapeshifting. Satan crossed his arms and concluded that the attack combined the power of 7th and 8th circle magic. Ellie realized that this meant the enemy had exhausted his options. The demon scratched his chin, recalling that he only killed those who disobeyed him and frightened others with the minimum necessary force. Ellie told him to drop the subject. Frowning sharply, Jae Young ordered them to be quiet and asked how much time remained. Satan replied that only 5 minutes were left. The player landed on a rooftop and decided that they should wait until the enemy lost his composure. The familiar stared at him in disbelief. Jae Young explained that he had already used every possible provocation and was searching for a way to break through the beast's defenses. Satan suddenly smiled widely. The troll looked at him in surprise as the demon said he had an idea. Ellie closed her eyes, realizing that her comrade was finally resorting to that method. The protagonist opened his mouth in shock as Satan urged him to trust him, insisting that it was surprisingly effective. Jae Young squeezed his eyes shut, drove his sword into the ground, and accepted that he had no other choice. The monster flew toward the building where he stood. The boy raised his hand and casually asked whether the dragon's father was the king of the lizards. The dragon stared at him, confused. Jae cupped his hand to his mouth and shouted that his mother was a lizard wearing a crown. The villain's jaw dropped in disbelief, and laughter erupted from the audience. Baron Carbon's eyes flashed with fury as he declared that he would not let this go. He vowed to summon his clan and inform all dragon clans that a human had conspired with both the demonic and heavenly worlds to kill him. A magic circle formed in the darkness as he swore that they would vent their wrath over this insult and hold all peoples across the continents accountable. The monster rose high into the sky, spreading its wings wide. Ellie shouted that this was the perfect opportunity. Fire blazed in the player's eyes as the decisive moment arrived. A fireball began to form before the dragon's jaws. The monster bared its fangs and demanded to know whether the desperate measures taken so far were supposed to work again. At that moment, death itself seemed to swing its scythe, and a blinding flash split the sky. The ranker looked down tensely as the blade in his hand gleamed. Baron Carbon's pupils shrank in horror as the dragon asked why his enemy had not died. The troll smiled calmly and replied that the 9th circle magic, Death Command, brought absolute death to all living beings. A giant golem suddenly appeared on the battlefield. The protagonist immediately understood that nothing would happen if the spell was directed at an undead existence. Satan opened his mouth in shock and asked why a tin doll was even included among divine creations. Ellie answered softly that it was a sincere wish from the man who had created it. The master sat quietly before the mechanical giant. Ellie explained that its creator did not care whether his own soul ascended to heaven. Instead, he had hoped that his creation could reach that place. Resting her hand against her cheek, she said that humans were, in truth, beautiful and noble beings who poured their souls into the works they created. In the next instant, Jie Yang pierced the dragon's body with the bamboo stick. The archangel sensed that the moment had come for the golem to fulfill its role. The dragon's eyes widened in disbelief as it asked what had just happened. The branch sparkled brightly, and the young man said that he was already tired of explaining. Turning back slightly, he added that before the bamboo stick, everyone stood on equal footing. The dragon bared its fangs and demanded how a mortal dared to do such a thing. Baron Karban collapsed heavily to the ground. The world tree restrained him, and the system generously rewarded the player for his courage. The ranker stepped toward the fallen monster. The troll clenched his fist and asked whether they should put on a show by cutting up the dragon. The corpse lay motionless before them. Immediately afterward, a system window appeared, stating that 47 minutes had passed since the solo raid on the Red Dragon. In a distant office, a director standing at the center declared that the player was responsible for everything that had happened. Closing his eyes, he admitted that he did not know why this user had acted as he did. But from now on, competition and confrontation between users would become far more brutal than before. A woman raised her hand to her face and asked whether it would be more accurate to call this an event rather than an incident. Another employee frowned and shouted that she clearly did not understand how serious the future changes to Arcadia would be. A crack appeared near the tree as the man spoke about a massive update meant to unite the continents and forcibly introduce Pangaea. He questioned what would happen if such a change occurred when less than 20% of the map had been explored, with quests still active on every continent, and stated that the game's life cycle would likely be shortened by at least 10 years. Still seated, the woman replied calmly that it had already happened, and that there was nothing left to discuss. When a subordinate attempted to object, the director lowered her head slightly and said that this was her stance, and that the major shareholders shared the same view. Sweat formed on the man's forehead. Looking down, the director explained that regardless of her position, she could not ignore the opinions of shareholders with voting power, because everything ultimately revolved around profit. 3 corporate emblems appeared before them, and the man immediately recognized their names. A diagram marked 99% followed, and he realized that these 3 companies controlled nearly all of Arcadia's shares. Glancing aside, he remembered that the woman herself owned the remaining 1%, just as she had once stated. Closing her eyes, the director asked whether there were any further reports. The man's eyes went blank as he answered no, feeling a twinge of sympathy for the branch directors who had been upset during the previous meeting. Back on the battlefield, the hero stood before the dragon's bones as system messages flooded in. He had obtained approximately 3,000 red dragon scales, 152 dragon tooth fragments, 935 bones, and a heart. The heart materialized near his hand. Grinning broadly, the young man said that he had finally obtained the dragon's heart. Satan rested his hand against his chin and said that he had believed in his master all along, while Ellie added that she never thought it would actually succeed, and that he continued to surprise her. The protagonist glanced at the system window and asked whether there were any further notifications. A key appeared in his hand, accompanied by messages stating that the Red Dragon Carbanian had lost ownership of his lair, and that the player had gained the right to claim it. A crimson seal manifested as the boy suggested they go and take a look. He inserted the key into the seal, and messages immediately announced that entry into the dragon's lair had begun. Staring at the immense riches within, the player asked whether all of it now belonged to him. Smiling faintly, he remarked that the game really was too generous. Satan sprawled atop a pile of gold coins and noted that the lizard must have been incredibly greedy to amass so much wealth. Even so, he would never have been able to use it all in his next life. Ellie agreed, adding that even for an ancient dragon, collecting such an amount was nearly impossible, and that he had certainly deserved his end. At once, a system window appeared stating that the player's account now contained more than 1 billion gold coins. The hero studied the message and noted that converting such an amount would be extremely difficult. He then realized that he still had unfinished quests. His gaze shifted as Satan pointed out that there were also many rare items here, and that the dragon had clearly known what to collect. Ellie added that there was a magic book as well, including 9th circle spells. 4 books appeared before them. The first was a secret tome on increasing magical power efficiency. The second detailed humanoid transformation through idiom and incantation magic. The third explained the quadruple casting of spells. The fourth contained the 6th circle magic, Fire Rain. 2 more books followed, one describing Meteor Swarm, a 9th circle spell, and the other detailing Death Command of the same rank. Holding 2 of the books in his hands, the protagonist found it hard to believe that they were all 8th and 9th circle magic. Looking again at the vast wealth surrounding him, he realized that even without these treasures, his situation would not be simple. Satan, holding a crown above his head, glanced at him and asked whether something was troubling him. He replied that there were far more things here than he had expected, and sorting everything out would be a real headache, especially since he only had a few months left. Satan, grinning broadly, suddenly shouted and asked whether the user wanted to meet a certain excellent creature. The hero asked him to repeat himself. Mountains of gold shimmered around them, as he realized that the essence of the offer was to summon a demon manager in exchange for decency. The demon hovering in front of him answered affirmatively. Raising his hand to his face, the young man noted that it was indeed a tempting offer. At the same time, system notifications appeared, informing him that there was currently no manager assigned to the lair, and that he needed to hire someone to guard the place while he was away on adventures. Satan shouted that he only needed to say the word and talented specialists would appear immediately. The assistant, covering her mouth with her hand, added that it was not particularly important anyway, because decency would still be charged as a monthly service fee, and this arrangement was only part of the contract. The young man accepted the proposal, and added that he had borrowed the bringer of death, and perhaps this was some form of retribution. Ellie's eyes widened as Satan loudly exclaimed that everything was exactly as expected of him. The hero turned toward her when she spoke up. Looking up, Ellie complained that that damn bat had done nothing but lend him a blade, while she herself had helped plan strategies, offered advice, and even lent him her strength. Satan crossed his arms and said she had no idea what she was talking about, because her constant complaining actually generated more decency for her, so she should relax and forget about it. The assistant immediately shouted that they would see about that. The young man lowered his head slightly, listening to their bickering. The scene shifted to the building of Arcadia's Korean branch. The woman in charge closed her eyes and said that the consequences were more serious than expected. She wondered aloud what she should do now, saying that she felt sorry for the CEO and the subordinates, and added that the bamboo stick was supposed to be used one day anyway. Opening her eyes, she realized that perhaps the flow of events was unfolding exactly as that person had intended. An image of the protagonist appeared in her mind. Looking down, she called out his game name. His file lay on the table, and she murmured that they would probably have to meet him soon. The sign of the Synchronization Development Department appeared, along with a message stating that today's synchronization data would be sufficient. A doctor holding a folder explained that he could rest for a while, and the young man thanked her for her hard work. Stretching his arms, the hero felt that he had finally caught up, and that everything was going more smoothly than expected. Turning his head, he remembered that he still needed to organize the Red Dragon's loot when someone suddenly called out to him. A person standing behind him asked whether he had a moment. The protagonist turned toward the unfamiliar voice, trying to identify who it was. The woman closed her eyes and introduced herself as the executive director of Arcadia's Korean branch. A coffee machine appeared, and she asked whether mixed coffee would suit him. Sitting down on the couch, the young man asked whether she did not have a secretary, since she was making the drinks herself. The director replied that someone in her position should not be a barista, but she had hands of her own, so she preferred to do it herself. Lowering her head, she added that the main reason was that this entire floor was currently sealed off from everyone else. The empty floor stretched around them. Turning to the side, the director said that she wanted to meet him and called him by his game name. The protagonist looked at her and bowed his head slightly. Closing his eyes, he asked whether she truly knew his in-game identity. She told him not to worry, explaining that no one except her was aware of it. Opening his eyes, he admitted that he had been causing them quite a lot of trouble lately. Holding a glass in her hand, she replied that it was still better than the previous bamboo stick compensation incident, and then asked how it felt to become the most famous person in the game. He answered that it felt more like a burden. Holding the glass with both hands, she added that with the hidden class of Anarchy Bard, he not only lacked the ability to level up normally, but also needed to remain close to everyone he knew and maintain a certain level of integrity. Looking down, the director remarked that it was truly surprising that he had reached such heights with a class burdened by so many restrictions. She then noted that the formal introduction was long overdue. Turning her head slightly, she explained that she had come to propose a deal to the most influential person in Arcadia. The young man frowned and asked what she wanted from him, realizing that he hated troublesome requests and did not want anyone interfering with his gameplay. Smiling faintly, she replied that he was overthinking it. Raising a finger, she asked him to deliver the dragon's heart to the World Tree as soon as possible, so that the continents could unite faster. She added that it was not a significant request, since he had already been planning to do so. The hero's eyes widened as he wondered whether she had gone mad. She closed her eyes and spoke about maintaining constant contact, prompting him to shout that he would do it anyway. Looking away, she explained that if he accepted the offer, she would fully support him in the real world. His gaze dropped to the floor. Raising her hand, she asked what he thought he was doing by pushing himself so hard, and told him to contact her if he encountered any difficulties. Casillas crossed her arms and remarked that the hero was the one driving people crazy in the first place. To her, it seemed like she finally had a chance to win, yet she still lacked the strength to do so. The young man raised his fist and said that he was watching his live broadcast in real time, and that what was happening there was genuinely impressive. The guild leader's eyes widened as he shouted, asking whether it was really the protagonist, because he was the one who had tried to kill a dragon with a stick. The girl beside him added that if he planned to sell any dragon-related items, he should leave it to them, because they would do everything in their power to handle it properly. Looking at the system window, the player thought that all of his assistants were unbelievably noisy, and that he would probably have to meet them in person soon. The demon flying nearby asked why he seemed so distant when something good was clearly happening to him. The user replied that anything could happen, but everything was still fine, because things were moving exactly as they should. A video of the dragon hunt appeared, and its views had already climbed close to 1.5 billion. Satan casually put his hands behind his head. Holding the boss artifact in his hands, the young man asked whether this was really the same cursed dragon heart. The heart manifested before him, and a system window immediately appeared, listing its properties. With continuous use, it increased magical power by 100,000 units, granted the body of a heavenly dragon, enhanced magical mastery and intelligence, and could also be used as a crafting material. Licking his lips, the protagonist thought that it could indeed be absorbed, but suspected it would taste disgusting. The demon flew closer and shouted, asking whether the owner seriously intended to eat such a delicacy. The girl said that she would stop him no matter what. The young man asked why they were reacting so strongly. Satan presented a weapon and said that the heart absolutely needed to be forged into one. Because did he really not understand how severe the backlash would be if he used the dragon heart directly? Placing her hand over her chest, Ellie agreed, explaining that a human is given less than 100 years to grow strong by consuming such an item, while a well-crafted weapon possesses eternal power and can endure even divine forces. Satan raised his fists and said that in this case they would not interfere, out of respect for the promise made to the World Tree, otherwise they would have already begun negotiations. The young man replied that he had only said it in passing, and then asked about the contract with the demon they had discussed earlier. The assistant smirked and asked whether he meant the storage manager, adding that he was already working. A faint purple glow appeared, and a creature materialized before them. The demon bowed slightly, and said that he had been checking the treasures stored here, apologizing for answering the call so late. The assistant, hands in his pockets, waved it off and told him to greet the true master, since he would now be serving him. The worker went on to say that the player was truly an evil man, one who taught all demons a lesson that would become their blood and flesh, and that he was always amazed by the true evil described in the stories told by their king. He began to chant the hero's name, pointing at him. The protagonist asked why the creature's name was so long. The assistant replied that he did not know, perhaps it was a matter of taste, and admitted that he could not remember it either. Crossing his arms, the young man asked whether the creature would obey his orders. The demon answered yes, without hesitation. Smiling, the protagonist declared that from now on he would be called the Golden Goblin. The creature lifted its head in confusion, and asked him to repeat himself. Closing his eyes, the hero reminded him that he was required to follow every order and repeated the new name. The worker's eyes widened as he protested that goblins were creatures of far lower rank than his noble Gluttony clan. Opening his eyes, the protagonist calmly asked whether he had any complaints. The demon bowed his head and said no, adding that he could be called whatever the master wished. System notifications immediately appeared, announcing that the shelter now had a new manager, a high-ranking demon. Turning to the archangel, the young man asked whether she had brought anyone with her. She answered that she had and asked him to wait a moment. A brilliant golden seal appeared at once. The demon raised his hands and shouted that this was the divine power of an archangel, while Satan complained that she had located the place and released that unpleasant aura again. A high-level warrior named Karel appeared before them and knelt, asking whether this was the place she was meant to guard. Ellie told her to take good care of it. Rising to her feet, Ellie said that they should clean the place up a little first. She vanished immediately, telling them to wait. A moment later she appeared looming over numerous monsters. Drawing her weapon, the archangel announced that she would conduct a thorough cleanup. Suddenly the mountains of gold began to tremble. The hero opened his mouth in shock, and asked what she had started doing. The assistant replied that there was a lair of fire giants nearby, so her subordinate was probably clearing them out because she was irritated by their presence. Closing his eyes, the young man remarked that as soon as she arrived, the massacre began. Soon, countless monster corpses appeared, and notifications reported that the remaining population was 0. As a result, the minimum conditions for maintaining the habitat were no longer met, and the shelter was completely destroyed. Looking ahead, the hero commented that it would have been nice to leave the giants alone, and asked why she had done this, since they could have simply dealt with intruders near the lair. Folding her hands before her, Ellie replied that she could not ignore that variable. The best defense was offense, and it was more profitable to strike first than to constantly defend against uninvited guests. Flying closer, Ellie added that she was truly sincere, as always, and Karel thanked her for the praise. Crossing his arms, the protagonist told them to take good care of the place from now on, and asked the two of them not to quarrel over their differences and cause chaos. Looking down, the archangel said she understood, While the demon replied that he would try, a red seal appeared, and system notifications immediately followed, stating that a combined contract had been concluded with the heavenly world and the demon world, consuming 2 million units of decency for a 1-year term. Lowering his head, the hero noted that they now needed to go to the world tree. As soon as he said this, figures began to appear around him, and notifications flashed, stating that the user had been returned to the entry point. Opponents holding weapons shouted that this was the player who had started everything, and that he needed to be killed. Grinning, the protagonist asked who these people even were. The coats of arms of 2 countries appeared, and it was explained that the third continent had originally been the site of a fierce war between the kingdoms of Carbon and Ivan. A dragon had once existed there as well, and it was said that this very creature had restrained the unstable situation. The dragon opened its mouth as if to speak, and a brilliant flame erupted as it declared that people should remember one thing: whoever disrupted the balance first would be completely destroyed by its hands. Now only the remnants of that creature remained, and someone remarked that with its disappearance, the third continent had become a ticking time bomb that could explode at any moment. All eyes turned toward the hero. Looking at them, the young man thought that this was reckless, and that perhaps he should have gone to the dragon's lair only after the location had changed. Users standing nearby tried to determine whether this was truly the person who had killed the dragon, despite his low level and beginner equipment. Someone scoffed and said the rumors must be nonsense. The protagonist quickly assessed the situation. There were 6 adventurers and 4 NPCs. Fighting them would be nothing but a waste of decency. At that moment, chains suddenly appeared and wrapped around his body. A warrior raised his hand and ordered him to follow, saying that the count wished to meet him in person. Another man frowned and shouted that they had arrived first, demanding to know whether these people had any sense of order. Blue threads flickered near the warrior's hand as he spoke about ensuring the hero's safety and questioned whether the speaker truly intended to rudely assert his rights. Grinding his teeth, a knight demanded to know how he dared to joke like that. Raising his finger, one man shouted that this person had destroyed all of their guild bases, and that they themselves should be the ones to leave. A woman agreed and asked whether they were really being ignored, since they were also adventurers. The warrior roared in anger that the dragon slayer's safety depended on them. Another voice shouted the same thing in response. Frowning, the protagonist told them all to get out of his way. The chain still bound him as he calmly remarked that he had still managed to kill that dragon, and asked whether they should not be at least a little afraid of him. Closing her eyes, the angel said that it was unnecessary, because when he was not in a spiritual state, the owner looked like an ordinary weak person. The demon agreed with her. The young man then asked whether they were ignoring him simply because his basic abilities were below average. Looking ahead, the demon remarked that this was because the owner was too foolish. The protagonist looked at him again, prompting Satan to ask whether he knew why demons were so feared in this world. Opening his eyes wide, the hero asked if it was because demons killed people. Satan raised a finger and answered no. Frowning, the hero asked if it was because they stole people's souls. Again, the demon denied it. The protagonist asked if it was because all people were ugly. Blue particles drifted past his face as Satan finally explained that demons were feared because they always left 1 or 2 witnesses alive. Raising his fist, he said that they did this so those witnesses could spread the story of their deeds everywhere. Smirking, the hero thanked him for the advice, saying that now he understood what needed to be done. A black screen appeared, and a streaming interface came to life. The image of the streamer emerged as he greeted his viewers, and asked whether they had enjoyed the dragon hunt. His eyes glowed red as he said that today, for the first time in a long while, he wanted to share some basic content with them, and that his subscribers only needed to wait. One of the warriors' mouths fell open in shock. The chains shattered. The image of an immortal berserker appeared, and a massive blade materialized in the young man's hands. Letting go of his opponent's head, the boy said that he had not done this for a long time, adding that he had once killed many people with nothing more than a rusty iron sword. Immediately a notification appeared, stating that he had killed a high-ranking official of the Kingdom of Carbon, causing his fame to increase by 300 points. The 2 remaining warriors, weapons still in hand, could not understand what had just happened. The spirit of this man had changed in an instant. When someone muttered that he looked like a bloody demon from ancient legends, a skull manifested behind him. Grinning, the young man declared that he would grant life to only 10 people. His eyes glowed even brighter as he ordered them to attack. System messages followed, announcing the activation of Blood Madness. His attack power became inversely proportional to his remaining health, which dropped by 99%, along with his mana. In the next moment, the hero moved with lightning speed, striking several enemies at once. Corpses soon littered the ground. Notifications continued to appear, confirming the deaths of numerous players and NPCs and increasing his reputation and notoriety even further. Breathing heavily, the young man said that the cleaning was finally finished. In the chat, viewers wrote that this was nothing short of madness. The scene shifted to the Caribbean naval base. A pirate, arms crossed, remarked that he had heard rumors about his comrade hunting dragons, and now considered him an unusual person. Closing his eyes, the protagonist explained that thanks to him he had managed to complete the quest on the new continent, and expressed his gratitude. The pirate laughed loudly, and offered to organize a trip to the main continent, promising the fastest possible delivery. Looking down, he added that if his friend ever needed help, he could contact him at any time. The ship sailed across the endless ocean. Crossing his arms, the hero stated that the servers now needed to be merged. An elven village appeared. One house stood in view when a shout rang out, asking what the elves disliked about his appearance. A ranger pressed him to the ground and told him to shut up, adding that ugly people were not even allowed to set foot in the city. Someone else's legs came into view, and a voice remarked that nothing had changed here either. Smiling, the protagonist asked how everyone was doing. A girl lifted her head in surprise at his arrival, and a man asked whether this was the famous player. As a water spirit poured tea, notifications appeared confirming the title of Savior of the Elves, and stating that the participation conditions had been met. The young man raised the cup to his lips, and noted in surprise that simply drinking it gave him an enormous boost of energy. Messages appeared explaining that the effect of the cleansing wave would last for 10 days, increasing health recovery speed by 3,000%, as well as mana recovery. Melissa explained that thanks to this, the world tree had fully awakened, and the connection with the spirits had been restored, far beyond what it had once been. Looking ahead, she asked whether his visit was related to the request the world tree had made earlier, and immediately began talking about giving him a map of the Dragon Lord's lair. Raising his eyebrows, the young man replied that he already had it. The dragon's heart appeared in his hand. The girl's eyes widened in shock, and she placed both hands on the table. Approaching him, the queen demanded to know how he had obtained such a thing. He replied calmly that he had simply gone to hunt the dragon himself. Staring at the heart, the elf said it was impossible. He answered that one strike with a bamboo stick had been enough. Closing her eyes, she admitted that she had lived a long life, and prided herself on understanding people. Yet this guest completely defied common sense. He replied that he often heard that. Opening her eyes, she asked him to follow her, saying that they were going to see their mother. The tree of life appeared. Smiling, the girl expressed her joy that he had truly brought the dragon's heart. Standing before her, the young man said that it had been a long time since they last met, and that she no longer appeared in his dreams. She replied that she had regained enough strength to manifest herself in reality. Licking her lips, the spirit of the tree said that the dragon heart was the best means of recovery, as it contained tremendous vitality. System notifications immediately followed, stating that the influence of the world tree on the continent of Arcadia had increased by 39%. As a result, the connection with the spirit world had greatly strengthened. Spirits would now appear throughout the continent, and forests and nature would recover at a much faster pace. The young man's mouth fell open as multiple notifications appeared, reporting an error in calculating the reward for completing the quest. Raising her hand, the spirit said that the situation was somewhat ambiguous. She explained that she had planned to appoint the one who brought her the dragon heart as her representative. But there was a problem. Opening her eyes, she said that her savior's level exceeded the limits of her intervention, making it impossible. The protagonist looked at her silently, then grinned and asked whether she still needed such a representative. He had received a notification stating that he could not obtain the hidden class of nature's will, and it would be a pity to lose him entirely. Closing her eyes, the spirit replied that this was true. Stepping closer, the hero asked her to allow him to nominate the owner of that hidden class instead. The spirit cried out in surprise. Looking ahead, the young man explained that she could make the final decision herself, choosing the person who would be brought before her. The girl's eyes widened in astonishment. Putting out her hands, she screamed that she would do so and told him to step aside. A stick appeared in the young man's hand as she explained that he needed to send her a recommended candidate using this branch. After that, she would read the person's spirit and decide whether they were suitable or if another was needed. Looking at the stick, the player asked how he was supposed to send the person he wanted to recommend using such an item. Slightly closing her eyes, the girl explained that he needed to hit the person very hard, but not to the point of killing them. She added that he simply had to strike them on the head with the stick and knock their spirit out. The hero's eyes turned white when she continued, saying that afterward, the user would enter an imaginary world where they had already met. Lowering his gaze, the protagonist realized that since this was the only class provided by the Great Tree, it must serve a special purpose where balance was not especially important. At the same time, a system window appeared, displaying the item's characteristics. Raising his hand to his face, he admitted that he felt ashamed to give such a class to someone else. The spirit replied that she could do nothing about it, because the power her guest possessed exceeded even her own. Looking to the side, the protagonist asked again about this power. Her eyes suddenly turned white, and she said that this was not information meant for people to know. Her face flushed red. Placing a hand on her chest, the spirit explained that since he had brought it up, she had no choice but to tell him. In truth, This world did not have only one absolute god that people worshipped. There was also a volcano that symbolized fire. Standing before her, the young man asked whether she meant the lost age of mythology. She screamed in shock, asking how he knew this, since that history should have been erased from Arcadia. Looking away, the protagonist explained that both of them had said the same thing, that such matters did not truly matter in front of the world tree. Two lights appeared. The girl's eyes widened immediately as an angel and a demon manifested beside him. Pointing at them, the spirit shouted, demanding to know why they had ended up with this player, abandoned their own domains in heaven and the demon realm, shamelessly caused chaos in her territory during the Holy War, and now dared to interfere in other affairs again. Crossing his arms, Satan asked how long she planned to keep bringing up old grievances. Placing her hands on her chest, Ellie explained that stopping the spread of those damned bats' influence throughout Arcadia had been inevitable, and that their mission was to protect people. The spirit stepped closer and shouted that she truly cared about protecting this place, then sneered that who would have thought she was merely a mad woman obsessed with killing bats. The angel turned away as the spirit accused her of turning the entire continent into a sea of fire without considering the consequences. She demanded to know whether they did not already realize that the number of living beings who died because of them far exceeded those killed by demons. The angel could not utter a single word in response, and the young man's eyes turned white at the sight. Satan said that he quite enjoyed watching this scene. The spirit grabbed him and demanded to know why he was laughing. Her eyes burned as she screamed that if he had not risen on the continent first, the angel would never have done such things. Sweat ran down his face as she shouted that he should have died long ago. Did he not understand how much she had suffered because of the sword that pierced her? The demon collapsed to the ground, and both of them admitted that they were wrong. The spirit placed her hands on her hips and declared that this was exactly what they deserved. The protagonist sat down beside them, listening as she asked whether he had been forced into making contracts with them after accidentally gaining the ability to freely manipulate integrity. Closing her eyes, the spirit said that such a situation should normally be impossible, and asked whether this was her father's will. The young man glanced aside, assuming she was referring to the head developer or someone similar. The image of the hero suddenly appeared. Lowering her hands, the spirit asked whether he used the powers of heaven and the demon world impartially. He answered that he probably did, since he only relied on them when it was truly necessary. Raising his head, the protagonist listened as she said that in that case, it did not matter who had granted him such power. A smile appeared on her face. Raising a finger, she said that she would help him find a more useful way to employ that integrity. A green vine appeared. The demon's mouth fell open in shock, and the angel's eyes widened as well. Rising into the air, the spirit asked to be included in the familiar contract. System messages flooded the protagonist's vision, announcing that a contract had been concluded with the mother of all things, the world tree. He now had the ability to use decency to borrow the power of the spirit world, along with the creation of a spirit summoning skill. The young man noted that such a privilege, especially the ability to summon spirits, was extraordinarily valuable. The girl reminded him that she had already said she would allow him to use decency in a more meaningful way. Placing her hand on her chest, the spirit explained that regardless of the class number or attributes of the spirits he summoned, she would take care of everything. His gaze shifted aside as the familiar added that in return, he would pay with decency. Satan raised his hand and shouted, asking whether she had any idea what copyright was, since her proposal was a blatant copy of the structure of their contract. The angel added that she clearly had no idea how much suffering they had endured because of their own contracts. The girl raised her hand and showed them the middle finger, asking whether they really thought they were friends after fighting a holy war on her territory. Bandages instantly appeared over their mouths. The hero extended his hand and remarked that it seemed everything had finally been sorted out, adding that he hoped they would be able to work together from now on. Closing her eyes, the spirit replied that she would serve him using reasonable decency, and asked him to summon her spirits more often. As soon as she mentioned summoning, a lower-level water spirit called the Mourner appeared. Next came a lower-level fire spirit, the Salamander, followed by a lower-level air spirit, the Sylph, and finally a lower-level earth spirit, the Nim. Looking at them, the boy admitted that he was a little disappointed that they were all so low-level. Raising her hand, the girl explained that if he was thinking of summoning a spirit king and causing a commotion, he should forget about it. Influencing or summoning high-ranking spirits was not something that could be done easily, no matter how much decency one had. The boy's eyes turned white at her words, and he asked who had said such a thing. The assistant calmly replied that she was the one saying it, just in case. Glancing at the spirits again, the hero admitted that this was not so bad after all, since it would not arouse suspicion, as other users could also summon similar spirits. The world tree manifested. The child raised his hand and greeted her. Standing before the protagonist, she remarked that he had changed a great deal, though he did not understand what she meant. She said that his scent had become much better. Opening his eyes wider, the young man suggested that this might be related to the contract with the spirits. Smiling broadly, she replied that she no longer needed to hold her breath around him, as human blood had once been so strong that it made it difficult for her to breathe. Squinting slightly, the young man realized that scent was also part of a human's presence, and he suddenly felt as though they had truly returned to the elven village. The queen apologized for her words. The territory of the city appeared, and Melissa, sitting on a nearby bench, asked what he had been discussing with the world tree. The protagonist understood that even if he explained everything, it would be hard to believe, so he simply said that she had asked him to become a confidant. Placing her hand on her chest, the girl cried out in shock, asking whether he was really talking about the successor of the world tree mentioned in legend. A test branch appeared as the player explained that the world tree had told him they needed to find a suitable person who could fulfill the will of nature, and that this item was proof of that role. Covering her mouth with both hands, the queen could not believe what she was seeing, and asked what the world tree had been thinking when assigning such a role to humans. Holding the branch, the protagonist said that regardless of her doubts, this was how things were now, and he would need to search the continent since he had nothing else pressing to do. Stepping closer, the girl asked whether it would not be easier to find a suitable representative among the forest clans, since she did not think he should endure such hardship traveling across the continent. Pointing his finger, the young man asked whether she truly thought he was crazy enough to choose a successor from the elves, and what would happen if she gained even more power. Her eyes turned white at his words, especially when he added that she should not even dream about it until she improved at least on the outside. A notification immediately appeared, stating that she was disappointed with the player's opinion and that her interest level had decreased. Looking down, the queen said that it would be right for the forest clan to become representatives of the world tree. The spirit laughed softly, raising her hand to her face, as she understood that the children of the forest had needed someone like him from the very beginning. The protagonist told Melissa to behave properly, because she needed to remain decent until some incredibly ugly person was sent there and made the representative of the world tree. Smiling, he added that the situation was more interesting than it seemed, since with the help of the stick, he could easily send some goblin instead. She screamed that she would do whatever he asked. Folding her hands in front of her, the queen begged him not to deliberately choose an ugly one, saying that no matter who it was, even a human would be fine. The young man looked at her and replied that they would see how things turned out later. The other woman thanked him and promised that she would train the clan thoroughly, even if she had to use the queen's authority. A message appeared stating that she was deeply moved by his decision and that her interest level had increased significantly. Her eyes widened when he added that another message had arrived from the world tree. She listened with her mouth slightly open as he said that on the night of the next full moon, the promised moment would arrive. Smiling, the young man explained that the scattered continents would be united. A message immediately appeared, stating that there were 27 days and 17 hours remaining until the full moon. A boat appeared near the elven city. The guild leader smiled and said that they had come at his call, asking how he was doing. Standing before them, the hero explained that he had only called them in case they had business there, and had not expected them to arrive so quickly. He added that he had heard they were extremely busy. They replied that since he had summoned them, they were obliged to come, with one of them mentioning the guild leader in passing. Smiling, the protagonist said that he had heard rumors that their growth rate had exceeded all expectations. Imagining a handshake, he noted that judging by their trade with the gnomes, profits from dealing with non-player characters were the highest. Mountains of gold seemed to appear as he added that it was also reported that with user support, the GM guild could no longer compete with them. Closing her eyes, the girl said that it was all thanks to his plan and his trust in them, while his companion added that absolute trust brought absolute results, which was their team's motto. Turning back to them, the hero explained that he had contacted them because he intended to provide what they had asked for. One of them frowned slightly and asked what it was that they had asked him for.